Okay, we are streaming. Let's see if we can. Okay, that's on mute. So, we are streaming. Let's see if we can start that call. Her Skype says she's away, so this may not be happening, in which case I'll call around. There we are, honey. So can you hear me? So, okay, hello. Honey, I hope we're doing well. Take your time and make the call to all the usual suspects. And that will include, of course, our man, not only... oh, do you have John Warrington's contact?
Moment. Hello? Okay, so you can hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
John Warrington. Yes. Okay, John Warrington. Let me share screen.
Yes. As well as our other Englishman, George Knight.
Okay, let's see who's all here today. Mm-hmm. Add the people. So, Daniel, Noreen.
Yeah. Daniel Arola, you can give it a try, but I don't think that's necessary at this point. The way that he's behaving, we'll assume what the enemy says is true. He certainly hasn't come out to say otherwise.
No Penny Bradley?
No, there's no need for that.
I know, I still have to figure out how to delete these.
Yeah.
The Curious Girl? Curious?
Sure, give it a try. I don't expect anything in that direction simply because of our lifestyle, but yeah.
Let me look, let me send this, okay, and then I'll go look for John.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so she hung up
okay,
by accident. Okay, there we are. No, there was a glitch. Okay. Oh, so you actually called Daniel Arola. I guess there's no harm in that. He's not going to answer. Yeah. If he does, I'd be shocked.
Unavailable. Let's see, how can I find other people? So if I go here, let me see if I go here. Mm-hmm. And then I go to John Warrington.
Mm-hmm.
John.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Right there.
Okay, so let me go to say hi. Mm-hmm. And then I go up here and I hit add. Right?
Yeah, if you can do that. Because you haven't accepted his invitation yet. Oh, he hasn't accepted yours. So we'll see if it works. Yeah. If he comes on the call and it says he's unavailable or something like that, we know at least it works and he can jump on anytime he wants. If he wakes up to
Okay, so this is the problem I have. I have a problem getting back to the page. Like, you know what I mean? What you see right here? Mm-hmm. So how do I get out of this to get back to where you are?
Okay, well, let me share a screen and let's see if you can see that. So
usually I hang up. I have to hang up because I don't know what else to do.
Well, don't do that. Okay. So, honey, can you see my screen with the cursor moving around?
Yeah, I see it faintly in the far right.
Okay. So if you can see
make
that.
It bigger? Oh wait, I can make it bigger. No wait, I can't. What is going on here?
Don't let it fluster you. Just stay on the call, and that's all that counts. You made the calls that you could, and what I would recommend doing is, let's see now. So if you can see it,
just try to go back.
Well, if you can see it, that's what matters. It doesn't need to be large. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, look what I do. What I do is I turn this on, and then which is basically I go to your call, and then what I try to do is just flip back to the call like this. And then that brings it back. But if you don't have something like that going on your screen, then maybe you need to do something different. But whatever you do, don't hang up, because there's no point in all the calls you made then get hung up on.
I did it. Okay,
understood.
I figured it out.
You did it. Okay, excellent. And Sammy's with us. So,
hello.
Dearest Sammy, thank you so much for joining us. And so...
Yeah.
Yeah. You two are such a lovely, communicable, couple of communicators. I don't want to use the term couple, of course, because of the obvious reasons, but, and not what people might think. Basically, Sammy is taken, and, yeah, so, he's very loyal to his partner, and, that being said, but they are a lovely couple in terms of communication. So what I'm going to do is probably make my tea and take advantage of this moment to make my tea. I actually have all the throne of pillows all set up, and with that
do you want to stop sharing the screen? Okay, there you go.
Actually, no, I didn't stop sharing the screen, so thank you for reminding me. And what I'm going to do now is stop sharing, for the moment at least. And with that, there we go. At this point, what I'm going to do is leave you two to speak while I make some tea and maybe just finish some setting up on the screen. But let's do a little check in the chat room first, and see if the studio is working, my live streaming. And it looks like the live streaming is connected, and we have 10 concurrent viewers. Make certain, everyone, to hit the upvotes. Use every IP address that you've got, because we get slammed by the Autobots. And now, of course, no doubt, any number of the enemy is joining in. Their recruiting is certainly on a scale that they are dragging in all of their relations. And with Peggy Wood, she says, waiting for live stream to load on my laptop. Very odd things going on. Of that, I am quite sure. And Mirth Ling says, words are tricky, couple, etc. Pillows, hey y'all. Yes, that does sound very suggestive, doesn't it? All that being said, I do want Mirth Ling to know she sent me a question about the basically the promotional banner and the tag. The truth is that my manageress was experimenting to try and compensate for the fact that effectively my Facebook pages are closed to me at this point. They have my IP address identified, and they're blocking me as affiliated with DouglasDietrich.com. So what this is a kind of upgrade to the ban, the permanent ban from Facebook a few years ago after the Christchurch Mosque massacre, when Lena Shea loaded up a bunch of swastikas on my timeline and had me permanently banned, and there was no appeals process. So just so she knows, anything that does go up there that's posted is going to be from my managers. And unfortunately, she tried to set up the combination of birthday card and schedule for tonight's program, but there's no text on it, so that was meaningless. And there's no, and she got the images all wrong anyway. The images are supposed to be, I mean, credit where credit is due. She's trying to experiment and trying to do what she can, because she has a different IP address. She has a limited number of options. But since she didn't follow through on the options, I'm halfway tempted to just delete that anyway, since it doesn't deliver the message I want it delivered. And as for George Knight, he put a heart on something. I have no idea what it is. It's probably a link put up by the manageress, and that was a link to one of my past episodes. So that is what they're allowing. They're allowing links to be put up. Some of them are not even displaying images that go with the links. And there's no posting allowed, certainly not from my direction, and it would take a while, if ever, for our managers to adapt to the new situation. I'll explain all this again at the top of the hour, so there's no need to be too repetitive. Other than that, I do want... now, Vivian Sanchez just tagged me in a post, so let's see if that showed up, and or whether I have to allow it. And... the other thing, let me take a look here. Okay, Mirthling. No. Okay, tag me a post, review now. And let's take a look. Douglas Dietrich is live. All right. So I will add that to the profile. We can do little things like this. And other than that, we'll see what happens. Okay, good. I will contact some people who are contacting me about something else later. In the meantime, I have some incoming messages from Dennis Marshall, a friend of Peter Moon's, I just want to check that in a minute. Let me see. Nothing comes up. Most of what Peter Marshall publishes on my page never shows up. Other than that, while I'm mumbling here and everybody sees me kind of adjusting, it's like waking up is basically what I'm doing. Usually this would be a process that involves work with the Facebook. That means I have to change hyperlinks. So a lot of that is no longer going to be stuff that I spend a lot of time on, which is what time I spent on it. I do want people to understand was very intensive. What I appreciated about Jojo Mikhailovich was she truly understood how intensive it is to actually try and maintain Facebook promotional banners, to put them up and all that. So if it's not time intensive, it's labor intensive, and because there's so much cutting and pasting involved from old posts, a lot of times frustrating mistakes can be made, little things that drive someone like myself to irritation or distraction. And so in that sense, that and planning which photographs to use, a lot of that is done away with now. So the only image I'll have to worry about then is the thumbnail embedded in live stream. And with that, we just carry on the YouTube channel for as long as we can. That being said,
can you just define this as clear as I can get? So are you going to stop using Facebook?
I may have to shut the pages down because unfortunately other people can still post on them. I can show people, I guess, a screenshot. I'll put a screenshot in chat right now so that we can refer to people in the text. Anybody who jumps on the call later, we can refer to them to this. So this is kind of what I get. And let me do this with, here we are. The latest was Daryl Neely just pinning, this is called cyber stalking and cyber terrorism, of course, just pinning crap on my timeline that I deleted. But it's something that I can turn into the FBI along with everything else at some point. So I don't know if both of you can access that. Let me know if you can. And so he says, wasn't me, and Penny Bradley is not getting paid for anything. Now that's, what's interesting about that is how did that subject of them getting paid ever even come up? Because I don't consciously recall saying that they're getting paid. So it's kind of like he's exposing himself there. Then he says, you simply piss her the hell off. Grow up and apologize and make things right. Don't lie to these people. I have seen the evidence and it is real. I don't lie. Okay, evidence of what? It's again, these are the insanities. These are just these incredibly vague accusations. Penny Bradley claims that I have threatened the life of Salman Sheikh. So again, this can be covered at the top of the hour. And other than that, this will be the last time that we cover this kind of topic in terms of trying to use it or take advantage of it as an educational opportunity for our listeners. You can still provide educational opportunities in the future, but in the future we'll bring it up organically. Now I've said that the past few episodes, that's where I want to go to, but we have at least a demarcation point here. The demarcation point being that I'm taking Juneteenth weekend off because it's Father's Day weekend, and I will spend time with my son to decompress. So all of this is just something that, of course, has culminated in basically what I consider to be a life-changing, shall we say, event, which is being blocked from Facebook access to the point where we would have to invest effort, like establishing a new timeline with a new IP address or something like that. And what's amazing is that Daryl Neely is still tagging me with his chicken shit station posts. This is the incredible asininity of this kind of individual. He's got his Gurren radio network where he talks with his white supremacists and say he's Black Odin and all of this, and basically he just goes on with his bullshit, and now he's tagging me with Salman Sheikh, the Masonic superhost of the Gurren. So Salman Sheikh now has his own radio show on the Gurren radio network. And if they spend all this time propagandizing against myself on Gurn, then they're effectively promoting me. So at least I don't have to have a show promoting myself. So we have that. And the reality is, when we look at it, though I considered it a labor of love and wanted to certainly share with people my life, the reality is that I don't get fundraising from Facebook. People who help myself financially are usually people who have already known me from before, and people who are fairly new, and they're people that I pick up through the YouTube channel at this point. There is very little that's done on Facebook that serves as a fundraising, because simply it was just too confusing for people in the first place using the other timeline that was provided for me by So̶ora. So as for the DDD timeline that was established by Maria Gregoric, or the Renegade Military Historian timeline, these are timelines that simply are not, they're simply not trafficked. There's not enough, shall we say, any reach in Facebook the way they've restructured it for these to become like effective means of communicating with people. So at this point in history, what was kind of like a journal or a labor of love is just, there's no point. It's one of these things that the art that was on it, or all of the photographs, they're all on record anyway. So the only tragedy is the kind of journal effect that it was a reconstruction of my life and served as kind of like a map for others in that sense. People could look through the image and see what was going on at what time. I do want people to know that all of my posts have been scrubbed. So if you were to go in and look at the photographs, they've been scrubbed to maybe about at least 2 years back or something like that, at least. So what photographs are up there are from like 2 years ago and then going back further, something like that. Maybe somebody can, basically tell me later what they see. But in terms of anything else, there's, that's all that comes to mind right now. By the way, I noticed that Shauna Bando has put a heart on the Salman Sheikh tag. This is the kind of thing that we're dealing with on Facebook anyways. You have that many of these people were never paying attention to anything I was saying anyway. They might tag in once in a while, but Shauna Bando was always there for the pretty pictures. So there was that effect too. So in the end, it was kind of like there was no point. The people that you're appealing to, many of them, my fans, are like overseas and they're artists themselves. And people may have noticed that if people were really intensively investigating my life, they would look at like who's hearting or liking my posts. They would find that many of these people are like artists in Europe in particular, but some in the Middle East, like Yemen. And at least a few were located in Yemen, but which is tragically going through a civil war right now. And it was some of my communications with people there that led to that. But it's not like these people were, again, financially supporting myself. They were just moral support. So the moral support was like a boost. But like Sammy Romero says, your prior pre-Lena Shea account was one of a kind. Yes, it had 4,444 likes, so she made certain to take it down. And she's not satisfied with that. So definitely we're dealing with very dedicated people. As I'll bring up, though I have to be careful where I tread on that, simply because the case is ongoing, shall we say. But with Lena Shea, what makes her so insane is the price she ultimately pays for this, because she's the one with everything to lose. In my case, what people are attacking is a fantasy construct they created. And the straw man they created is they claim I'm saying something. But whatever it is they say I'm saying is not what I'm saying. Either my message or the content can be, of course, perused by anyone. And it speaks for itself, as well as their own behavior speaks for itself. But with Lena Shea and her case in particular, I have no doubt organically that'll come up again tonight, and I'll explain some of what I can concerning the nuances there. But in reality, of course, she's obviously a danger to the children she's supposed to be mothering, and she's a predator loose in her own community. She probably has been promised complete legal immunity. But this is Cthulhu, people, the great abandoner. These are expendable assets, and their feelings are expended as well as everything else that they do. And what I will do is, present a little bit more of the operation as it's evolving tonight. And when Peter Moon comes on, he should be coming on, or he said he would, at about the regular time tonight, then there we have it. It'll be kind of made a bit more clear then. Doubtless, at some point, George Knight will come on, and then Sammy Romero and George Knight can, with myself, speak for a bit more. But mostly at 9 o'clock, we're going to have Mr. Justin White come on from Canada. And I will call him if our lady cannot. Let me see if I can give her the contact for him now. And you don't need to call him until 9 o'clock, honey. Let's see if I can give you the contact for that. And that will go in your private account, the contact. So you may have to switch between accounts. And you may be nervous to do that. So if you're too nervous to do that, I'll just add him tonight and put that in your private account later. And then you can... add him to your account later.
So I found John White. There's 3.
Oh, Justin White. He would actually be under his mother's name. So he's using his mother's computer. And let me see if I can find that. After all, because it's haven't been talking with him on the show in a long time. And his mother's, I believe it began with an H. So I don't even know if these things are in alphabetical order. And let me see now, in terms of, let's see. Now that would be something if I can't. Helen E. White, there we are. And so I found it, and what I'm going to do now is switch to that account for a second. I'm going to turn on the, here we are, share contact. And basically send it to you and press the button. Now, you should be receiving that in your private account, Helen A.E. White, and you'll see a picture of a chair. And if you can find that, that's great. If you're nervous about finding it, don't even worry. But Helen A.E. White, look that up. Helen A.E. White, and see if you can get, if you can find him yourself. Other than that, don't put them on until 9. And let me check again to see if there's kind of a secret name they have for these people. I think that once they give you the screen, the share contact, they took away that option where you could see their actual Skype ID. They probably consider that some kind of security measure. So
So I did find them. Yes.
Oh, cool. Helen A.E. White, good. And add him to your contacts, and let me check live streaming again. And as well, we're going to check some of the other things going on. Mirth Ling, of course, is very active. She says, I was hoping to create a Mirth Ling account. You failed in timing your application. So she's talking about her environment. And Peggy Wood says, it's not coming up on my PC where I'm not signed in, even when I type in your page. Interesting. So she says, I was going to post on Facebook. I know now knowing schedule of show you here. Okay. So she says, Word of Energies. Thus far, I do see current posts. No, you do not. I mean, well, you see current posts, but they're nothing I put up. Just so people know. Other than that, okay, a lot of people watching comparatively. They will be entertained and educated by Sammy Romero and Susanna, excuse me, I almost said Susanna Sanchez. Again, I had a social worker by that name. Sammy says, subject for me and Vivian. Well, come on now, Sammy, and both of you start talking, and I'll see if I can guide it in a direction. But honestly, I'm sure the two of you organically will do quite well. But
Yes, if you want, Doug, you can go and prepare your tea if you want. I mean,
yeah, I mean, both of
if
you
you
have got
want.
this. Yeah, both of you have got this. I mean, because honestly, I don't want to get too deep into this right now, this hour. And if I start
Yes,
talking with
yes.
you right now, it probably will. So one of the things that I do want people to know, what did this bring to mind, is Sammy will remind me of a few things later to bring up about Aquino and some things he had said in the past. And obviously, perhaps organically, I'll remember some other things to bring up. We got far too much time ahead of us, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm anxious enough to start this demarcation point of decompression, where I might, since I'm taking the Juneteenth off, I'll probably, I might even end a little early tonight, but we'll find out. We'll find out. In the interim, Sammy and Viviana Sanchez, we're near the bottom of the hour. These two wonderful people will hold for several minutes while I begin to fix my tea, and then I shall return. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, hello, Sammy. How are you?
Hi,
today?
Vivian. How you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
That's lovely. Good. I'm good too. Thanks.
Did you see what I added on the text message on the message board?
Out. Is it in
On
the
the
regular chat?
No, on the Skype, on the Skypes, on the text on the Skype. If you go over here on your left.
Yes, iced tea. Okay.
Mm.
Yes, I saw that.
So yeah.
So you want to discuss this then?
Yeah, it's just a fun topic,
All right, cool.
Kind of like to break the ice. So
shall I read it, or do you want me to read it?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and read it.
Right.
Your voice is more pleasant.
Okay, it says this is out of Missouri, and what was the date on this? The 10th of June, 2022. And this is insurers Geico ordered to pay women who caught an STD having sex in a car $5.2 million. The Missouri Appellate Court rules Geico must cover injuries and losses from diseases after the 2014 incident in a Hyundai Genesis. So, oh my God. So the insurance giant Geico must give more than $5 million to a woman who had sex with a motorist in his car and contracted a sexually transmitted disease, a Missouri appellate court ruled. The ruling represents a preliminary legal victory for the plaintiff after the company, best known for commercials starring an anthropomorphized gecko, which speaks in a British accent. Geico can still go to the state Supreme Court to seek reprieve and make it a more favorable ruling in a related federal case. The plaintiff, identified in court records as M.O., alleged that in 2017, during sexual encounters in a 2014 Hyundai Genesis, her boyfriend infected her with the virus that causes genital warts. The woman accused the man of acting negligently and argued that the Geico policy which ensured the car should cover her injuries and losses from the disease. Geico denied coverage of the claim and rejected a settlement offer from the woman. Court filings say the woman and her boyfriend agreed to arbitrate her claims. The officials overseeing that process determining the man negligently infected M.O. and awarded her $5.2 million in damages. The woman went to a state court in Jackson County, Missouri, and filed a suit against Geico, aimed at confirming the arbitration award. That court ruled in her favor, prompting Geico to ask an appellate court to overturn the decision. Attorneys for Geico argued that they never had a meaningful chance to contest the claim. The appellate court found Geico did get the chance and opportunity it forfeited when it chose to simply deny coverage. Quote, "We would note that Geico had every opportunity to enter a defense, but chose not to do so," said the ruling issued by Judges Edward Ardeen, Karen King Mitchell, and Thomas Chapman. Geico has no right to relitigate those issues. Geico and Missouri have a separate but related case pending in federal court. In that proceeding, The insurer contends that the policy in question, quote, only applies to bodily injuries arising out of the ownership, maintenance, or use of the Hyundai Genesis. Quote, MO's alleged damages have no nexus to the ownership, maintenance, or covered use of the Genesis, unquote. Geico's lawyers have argued in federal court filings that, quote, her injuries arose from her failure to prevent transmission of sexually transmitted diseases, unquote, by engaging in sex with someone carrying a virus called genital warts. Did I really just read that?
Yeah, so what is your thoughts on that? What is your thoughts? Give me your thoughts, please.
She found a loophole somehow. But no, I can see why if Geico didn't choose to defend themselves, there is that gap, right? Is that like forfeiture or something?
I believe so, yes. I believe so.
So in that, the ruling would be in her favor just because it's forfeited from the defendant. It's what I'm gathering, but it's quite interesting. I guess you'd have to read their policy.
Right.
There had to be a turning point.
Yeah. The crazy part is that, they awarded that money,
That's incredible. Hello? Now you're going to see all kinds of people suing Geico for all their sexually transmitted diseases.
Yes, I mean, hey, well, I think it's very clever by her,
It was, but wow. So, okay, so you're driving in your car from 2017 to 2014, right? You're insured by Geico. You do the diddly with your partner. You get a disease, and the next thing you know, they're liable for your actions? Under what clause, I wonder?
Well, it's because they did the deed in their car, and I guess because it happened in their car, then she feels like Geico is insured for her losses and damages, I guess, to her body. In other words, kind of like a quote unquote car accident, but I mean, maybe her lawyer said that maybe her. I'm thinking maybe they try to use a narrative like maybe the boyfriend lived in the car, or I don't know, something where they really had no choice to go nowhere. I don't know, but it's just very interesting that she won that much money,
That is absolutely incredibly clever because you'd have to have a very maniacal mind to do that. I mean, I don't know if that's the right word, but you'd have to have the type of mind that would be like, well, I wonder if who I could scam today for my my misdeeds or my irresponsibility, because why not? Hi, Willow Blossom. How far in a way is actually Merlin? Oh, good. I learn something new every day. Hi, Peggy Wood. Good to see you. So, yeah, that was an interesting article, Sammy. Oh, so if this goes to Supreme Court, then this would actually set precedent, right? As far as what a person can or cannot sue for in a car insurance litigation.
Right.
They might need to put a disclaimer like, we do not cover sexually transmitted diseases.
Well, then again, I think it's just very clever of the lady, I mean, just the ability to because the one thing about it is if she actually tried it, and if she never tried it, then maybe it would never work. But the fact that she just threw a haymaker and it landed, it's amazing,
That is a good point. You have to hand it to her. She's clever.
And I just think it's hilarious that Geico, is scrambling trying to take it to the Supreme Court, and for how much money they make, they sure don't want to give up no money,
Well, not only that, but it sets a again, just having this record on a case sets a precedent for anyone else to now sue Geico for any other injuries that are whatever.
Well, yeah, it is. My thing is, I just think most people wouldn't even want to disclose the fact that they got an STD, you know? So the fact that she didn't care, I mean, I salute her, you know, that's very crafty of her. And it's, you know, she has a lot of balls to put herself out there like that. And obviously her name's not disclosed, but still, you know,
Yeah.
that's very smart of her, you know? I think, I wonder if the boyfriend will get a cut, but I doubt it. You know, they're probably not even together.
Probably not, but he'll probably be trying to contact her and say, but I'm the one who gave you the disease. Don't I get
Right.
I deserve half.
Right. So maybe bring this up on your show, you know? That's a little fun little topic, you know?
That was very, very cool. Thank you.
How's your show been? How's your show been like the last couple of days since prior transmission? Did
you ever go and check it out?
I haven't had a chance. I've been busy, but I'll if you want to shoot me the link to it. Is it just your name, Vivian?
Yeah, it's just under my name.
Okay, then I'll look it up.
Find me. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll look it up. Yes.
So, well, today I was live early in the morning because our favorite person that we're trolling, basically trolling, exposing, talking about. Well, she went live and she's talking about the fallout of her condition, but she's calling me. She just throws out lies like just because they want to destroy you, and basically just said like alluded that I have a child, that I somehow I have been inappropriate with a child, and I have something on my record pertaining to that. So I just addressed that live to everybody, and then she went on to drag my friend. Just, you know, it's drama, dude. We're just talking about it.
Yeah. I mean,
our little world. Willow was there. She knows. She's in the chat.
Oh, okay. That's great.
Yeah, it turns the time by.
Oh, that's good.
But nevertheless, it's intriguing to some, but you know, like I said, the cancer thing is not cool. So
definitely, it makes a lady talking, you know, suing for STD infection. It makes her seem very honorable compared to that other lady, you know. So
exactly.
You know. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I noticed that some of the topics we talk about, or a lot of people who supported her, like she would go to other creators and she would get on their panel and she would do her whole I'm the victim thing with her loud rants and her passionate bull crappery coming out of her mouth. And a lot of them have turned their backs on her and will not support her any longer. In fact, they're verbally coming out against her, which is kind of a good thing, which is what awareness is all about. And basically how you counteract your enemy out here on YouTube, who's making a big fat, you know, a target on everybody to come after them for money. Hey, Winter Moon. There's my friend Winter Moon. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, bro. Yeah. Sorry, that was someone in the background.
Listen to how far away it said. Viv, too bad it was not progressive, since it would be funny to have Flo do a spot on that claim. Get it? Flo? And the
No, I don't. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, that's a funny topic. You know, go ahead and use it. I thought of your platform. That's why. Of this when I saw this, I thought of your platform.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you ever want to come on, we could do a platform for funny and weird. The funny and weird topics we find on the internet.
Right.
Funny.
You can call it pervert. You can call it pervert news, you know.
Winter Moonray says, "Hi Viv, good to see you, babe. Thanks for coming over and supporting Douglas." This is Sammy Romero here on panel with me. We're just burning some time until Douglas gets everything together to start his transmission right around 6 o'clock. Willow says, the Geico woman Flo, LOL. That's funny. So yeah, so do you think this will open the door just for anyone to?
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yes, I think so. You know, I think it might really, as far as pretty much what I think insurance companies are going to do is be more specific. Because that's, unfortunately, when it comes to insurance, it's all about the wording. You know, wording is everything. So what they're going to have to do now is someone had the balls and the cunning to look up their policy, and they didn't say that they never covered STDs. So now they're going to cover. They're probably going to say, we do not cover no STDs. If you guys decide to have, you know, relations in your car, we're not responsible. Because in theory, you know, maybe a woman can sue, you know, I don't know, State Farm Insurance. Let's say she got raped in a car. I mean, that's horrible. But let's say she got pregnant. You know, there is an opening for her to sue. You know, for maybe paying for her, you know, for her, you know, for birth or you know, any medical regarding her pregnancy. You know, that's. In other words, there's an opening there. So, I mean, it's funny, Vivian, but like I said, it's you know, they say the devil's in the details. Well, this lady obviously I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe she was a law student. You'd be surprised. So,
absolutely, good point.
She came up. Yeah. She came up. So, I mean, the devil was in the details, and you know, I applaud her. I really do, because you know, hey, this is America, and America is, you know, America is to me, this is the American dream right here. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but this is American dream where you can make money off of tragedy, you know?
Absolutely. You make a very good point. And this is just kind of like taking the man at his own game, because they failed to, or anyone ever failed to think of this matter in tandem, because of course, who's going to ever think that getting an STD in a car is an actual claim? But in actuality, it is, because you suffer damage while in the car that is insured. And I'm pretty sure Warren Buffett owns Geico. So that will be interesting. You know, he's going to take this to the Supreme Court.
Bless his heart. I mean, leave it to the billionaire to fight someone for a couple million. But, you know, I think it's really the publicity, the publicity that this came out. I think they don't like the publicity that is giving Geico, and it's hilarious. But you know, maybe she said the car was on while they were having intercourse. You know,
what if you just pick up something off, like if you get lice on a freaking bus ride? Can I sue the city? I mean, you have to prove it, right?
In my, you know, to act like a ambulance chasing lawyer. It's probably better to say that, you know, you got STD, you got pregnant. Not that pregnancy is bad, but, you know, something that would be more damaging, you know. So I think this is probably the perfect case. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it takes the right type of, I want to say scumbag lawyer, but I mean, the lawyer that she probably got was probably starting his, you know, themselves. So they say, why not? They probably looked at the policy, and they probably looked up the policy at the time. And, you know, hey, you know, you once in a while you slip on a banana peel and, you know, you find $100, you know, so maybe this is one of those cases.
Right. Well, that's a good point. What an interesting topic. Thanks for bringing that up. I dropped the link right there for anybody. I hope it worked. Hold on. It didn't work right.
Right.
So that's completely so interesting. Well, yeah, so gosh, I love how people's minds can work sometimes. I mean, they're just clever beyond my ever, you know, I'm never that crafty to think of something like that, but good for them.
Well, like that's very, you know, one of the reasons why I like Doug, though, and I have to bring it back to him, because in a sense, when it comes to anything to do with law and wording, a lot of the people that, you know, most Americans think that, you know, the World War II ended in 1945, when it actually went into ceasefire December 31st, 1946. That's when you went into ceasefire. And I remember I was writing a paper and I I actually used that date, and my professor looked at me and said, "Where did you get this? Where did you get this information? Where is the citing?" So I gave him where I gave him the where I cited my reference was title title 38 of the US Code, where it gives you the dates of what for the Veterans Administration on what is classified as a soldier depending on what date in war you fought in. And I just looked at the end. I looked it up on title 38 and I saw the date. Obviously I knew this because of Doug, but I did the research for myself, and that's what I did. And he didn't question it, but it was one of those things where we're like, wow, that's very technical that you did that, And it's always in the details, in a sense of, especially when it comes to making your case, in other words. And I think it goes back to anybody trying to defend themselves. If someone tries to defend you, then defame you, and you have the evidence, obviously you're going to be confident in court, and you're going to, and usually when attorneys for the other side see what you have, they're not gonna want to fight. They're not gonna want to contest it.
That's so true. So you just have to be looking at the details and considering just how you can maneuver the strategy of your thinking and your process and your claim. So very clever indeed. Wow, what an interesting story. Thank you.
I would have loved to be a fly on the wall when Geico's attorneys, when they started looking through their policy and said, "Oh crap, we didn't say that we don't cover an STD,"
So they're going to have to be more specific. Like, we don't cover gonorrhea, herpes, any kind of kissing disorders, gingivitis.
Right.
Your body odor.
Right.
Oh my God.
But hey, wild. That's God bless America. That's what we do here. But So.
Well, I guess that's one good thing about capitalism.
Yeah, we can sue. Well, yeah, you can sue anybody. Will you win? It's a different story. But like I said, it's almost like the lotto. You know? True.
So you just have to. You have to be like. There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Jonathan Lee Riches. You may have heard of him. He's notorious. I think he got the Guinness Book of World Records for the most claims, or he's tried to sue so many people so many times. Like, he went to prison, he had so much time on his hand, so he spent all his time litigating and trying to sue everybody. And it's crazy. Wow. Let me address chat real quick. Says, how far and away says Progressive Insurance has a fictional character named Flo. And thanks, Viv, for adding something I did not catch. And so you meant Flo with the gecko. Oh, I get it now. Winter Moon says, what are we talking about? Car insurance covering STDs? What the hell is happening? Yeah, exactly, Winter Moon. I put that link there so you can read it yourself. It's happening there in Missouri, and Geico is being sued, or the woman actually sued for getting an STD between 2017 and 2014. Apparently she has won. But I think the problem was that Geico didn't take it serious and failed to litigate it or put in a defense at all. So by that, I think she had what is that called? I don't know. They let it fall a pound. So yeah, Geico sucks. No car, Nucky. Dang, that's tough. Oh, rough. Get pregnant in the sea. I know you could have. This is definitely going to open the avenue in a lot of people to think up other stuff. You could just literally run with it. Willow Blossom said, I think insurance companies will now rewrite policies so that doesn't happen again. Right, Willow Blossom, if they're smart. Willow, how far and away said, Willow, yeah, nowadays, I don't know, except I am at a friend's place where they watch, or even YouTube does ads. Recently in a store line looking at People magazine cover, saying, who are they? Oh, man. Hey, everyone, please hit the like. Awesome. Thank you, Winter Moon. Yes, thank you, Winter Moon. She hit the like button. All right. So thanks for my chatters in here. That's kind of how we roll in our chats. We really like to be active and talk because it's a great time to converse. Yeah. And you're a great host, Sammy. What a great topic.
Oh, thank you. I just, I try to, because one of the things about Doug's, Doug's life is it's a recurring soap opera in a sense of, it's the topics that he deals with are very, they're very sensitive in the sense that it goes against the grain, that he gets a lot of detractors, and a lot of the detractors are people that used to be on this platform. And it's just for the same silly reason that, I'm sure, he discusses, and I don't want to bring it up, but, trying to lighten the mood in a sense of, more versatility, other than talk about people that, really don't want to be here,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and just to think about it, it's like Facebook is like the ultimate hive. It could be positive or negative, but for the most part, I mean, everything surrounding this matter is negative in a negative dark field.
Right.
And really, Facebook's over. Like, there's so many things you could do to advertise, and the sky's the limit. You just have to think outside the box and present your case, build your community, and create a wonderful fabric that really adores and appreciates you.
Absolutely. I mean, the good, I guess we could use this woman with the Geico case. This is absolutely, she pretty much, she gave, every person that's promiscuous an idea to, hey, you can make someone liable for your bad decision, and hey, I think that's kind of in a way where you're talking about Facebook. Facebook is outdated in the sense that it's ran its course, and Facebook's credibility is really not that good anymore. I mean, not that I'm saying it was before. It's just the disinformation that's on there. It's really damaged its use in the sense that people feel confident to feel safe to even be on there, which is sad, but I think this is just part of the next social media platform is going to be better. That's one thing about Facebook. It's never improved itself to be better. It just made things more complicated in a sense to actually defend yourself against, somebody that is trying to defame you,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now I'm back. I want to thank you so much. All I heard was something about when someone's trying to defame you, it makes things more difficult. Yeah, I suppose. Yes. Did I get the message right? The last few words that I got, or?
Well, you missed the whole Geico paying a chick because she got herpes. I guess they lost the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If you ever get time to look at it, it's it's a good chuckle.
Okay. Yeah, well, definitely. Just needing to block Daryl before I forget, so he doesn't just post more shit. Let me.
Hello. Testing.
Oh shit.
Hello.
Did we lose Douglas?
Oh God.
I think he went on mute. Yeah, he went on mute.
Oh, he's on mute. You're muted, Douglas.
Oh, okay. So that happened. Oh,
okay.
God. Yeah.
It's okay.
One of those things while I was moving around to block the Daryl. He's sending more messages, of course, so I just need to block them.
Is there any way to block the bitches? Just block them, bitches.
Yes.
Block them.
Yes.
Don't entertain them.
Yes. And thank you for that. So aside from all of that, actually, this is probably going to be a nightmare. The easiest way to do this is to go to their timeline and press the block button. Then you actually see what's on their timeline. Just the usual crap that they've got going. But that being said, okay. I remember one time I was doing this with Jameson Reese, and we were seeing all the weirdness on the timeline, and that in itself was an entertaining show. So, or an element of it. Okay, so that being moved, we will go back into picking up Peter Moon in about 3-4 minutes. what was the name, Sammy? Before you kind of, usually when Peter Moon comes on, of course, Sammy kind of checks out for a bit and then comes back around 9ish. As I said, this time tonight, between 9 and 10, we'll have Justin White with us, but don't be afraid to check in and say hi, because certainly at 10 p.m. our time, we're going to start, if George Knight comes in, it's usually around that time, then we can speak.
Okay.
And what was the name of the black stripper that Lena Shea pretended she was? The adult entertainer.
Mariah Mills.
Okay, let me write that down. I had to ask you that before you left, because that's that has some significance. And do you remember how Mariah Mills' name was spelled?
I think it's M-I-R...
M-O-R-I-A-H, right? Mariah.
Yes.
Mills.
Mariah Mills, yes.
Yes, got it. Okay.
The reason why I asked, because the thing I find it funny is she doesn't look nothing like her. That's why I thought that was, that was very peculiar. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's basically an important point, since I'll bring this up later. Basically, she's claiming photographs of my son and myself are not us, and yet she's someone who is pretending she's someone else. So in other words, her entire argument is based as we're projecting a false image. And she knows for a fact, of course, that there are Chinese names involved, and so she's trying to say these are different people. This is part of the strategy from what they were saying, that Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich, that there's different people. So in other words, I think the overall strategy that might be evolving in their insanity is that there's no real Douglas Dietrich, but that there's all kinds of people combined to create Douglas Dietrich. Oh. It's just part of the insanity that's ongoing, but you would think that if people had any common sense, they would just basically tune out, and hopefully most people do. I mean, as Sammy Romero said, it's just disrespecting himself when he tried to review or scan any of it. By the way, you were going to say something before I interrupted you, and also I was curious, did you you didn't get a chance to review the latest, right?
Yes, I did, actually. I did. Okay. I kind of had to, not that I was ignoring prior to you, but it was, to me, useless information. The stuff not pertaining to you. I mean, I listened to it, but I know about the Græcororszámãn thing. She mentioned that, but what I got from it was the same old information the rest of them are spewing, which, in my opinion, kind of makes me already confirm she was already an asset. She, as far as being paid by,
she is paid. She gets welfare. At least baseline
from Jabba. From Jabba the Hutt, from New
Jabba
Zealand,
Yeah, Jabba the Kiwi in New Zealand, yes. Yeah. Stephen Outram.
Right, I have no evidence. It's just from what I see, this is a trending pattern where they're trying to disassociate yourself from Aquino, but like it matters, as far as...
the funny thing was, she was the first one who kept saying I was groomed by Aquino. I've got screenshots of that. So, she says I was groomed by Aquino. So is she now saying I never knew Aquino?
Yes, pretty much. Like, Aquino never said he knew you. Well, what does it matter? Because in a sense, look at all the information.
Wait a second. That's there is no evidence that Aquino never said he knew me, other than what he said on Sean Stone. Of course, he says, I never met Douglas Dietrich. And he maybe said that a few times on a few videos, but it's not like there are records where this was in a legal affidavit or something like that. There was nothing that was notarized, so to speak. It's, he said what he said, and nobody believed him anyway. Because I simply knew too much about him, but go on.
Yeah. Well, Doug, what's funny thing about it is the fact that they're saying Aquino never knew you, well, it also confirms the fact that Aquino never knew them. If he didn't know you, he damn sure didn't want to know you. It's just, you're talking about someone who, had a high IQ, who was obviously the personification of ego, and the only person that I see that can match that was you. But in a sense, you have to look at the ages too. It's not like you had Aquino right now. You met him when you were a kid.
Yes.
So, a child is very impressionable to someone who thinks he, the personification of, Mr. Badass in the military. So you were a kid. So you're very likable, and obviously your features were very, were younger.
Thank you.
So, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where your ability was hidden in the sense of your youth. So it confirms how intelligent you were as a kid, especially with, with your mother grooming you.
No,
this is something very fascinating.
Yeah, bless you. Thank you. And it certainly captivated him. And as all of the child predators would say, I was prime meat. So they certainly wanted to get into me, and they certainly wanted me around. At any rate, I do want you to come back, check in with us just briefly at about 9-ish if you wish, but certainly at 10. And at 10, we'll begin to speak more.
Yes, no problem.
All our love. And with that,
Well,
Good talk to you, Vivian.
Goodbye.
Okay,
Sammy, thank you so much for that topic.
Yes,
It was
Vivian.
so funny.
Oh, no problem.
So fun.
No problem.
All right, I'm gonna
Talk to you guys later.
Peter. I'm gonna get Peter Moon on the line for you.
Yeah, honey, and we'll see if he's here. There's some messages that came in, so let's see if he's even gotten home yet. In terms of what you just sent me, yeah. Oh my God, why don't you just block her? It's one of those things. Unless you feel, I know you're good with this. Okay.
I did.
I was about to say, I do know you're good with this, though.
If you're leaving Facebook, I'm leaving Facebook.
Oh, understood. And let me see.
Because this is, I just don't want to, I'm not going to engage them, but it's really just a dead platform, to be honest. Like, we could do promotional videos. We could do different exciting, snippets, or even just run down a monologue, just with your voice, however you prefer. But I know you like the art aspect and all that, too. So we could showcase that in a video. It's wide open what you can do.
No, understood. Actually, it's, again, just less work. By the way, if Peter Moon's not responding, he certainly hasn't entered anything in the message box yet. So I don't think he's home yet.
Yeah, he's unavailable.
Yeah, then that's fine. I shouldn't have chased Sammy off. We can call him back. Let's call him back.
Sammy is just on Prime tonight, let me tell you. Okay, hold on, let me go get him.
Yes, oh my God.
Did you hear so he brought up a topic for conversation, and it was how a woman sued Geico and got $5.2 million because she got an STD in her car. And she won.
Oh my God. That's incredible.
And Sammy was brilliant to point out that was just a really wonderful, what I would call a troll, but someone who paid attention to the policy and wrapped their head around just how to, come after and use the policy to their benefit, regardless of the nonsensical terms. So, she's like, hey, I got injured in my car. I got an STD.
That's funny. Oh, right. Holy shit. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that being said, hopefully Sammy responds. He doesn't need to hold that against us. That was what I was going to say, by the way. When it comes to the only thing I can figure out, not that I overdwell on this, but it was a question that was asked, of course, by both Sammy and George Knight in particular, and I actually ran it by Gary States. Now, honey, I don't know if you were following me at the time, but maybe not. But Gary States, you might remember, he came on my program at one point. And he was, back in the days, kind of a regular. And when he came on my program and began to speak with, Daniel Orola and everybody else who was on with us. Does the name ring a bell with you?
No, I'm not familiar with that name at all.
Okay, no worries then. And by the way, are you calling Sammy and saying unavailable or something? Just curious.
I'm in the chat right now. Let me go back. I don't know. Let me try again. Did I get it unavailable? Yeah. Okay. So let me call Sammy one more time. Sammy, if you're there. I know he's at work. It sounded like he was at work, but he added. That was just a.
No?
That was
There we are.
Hi.
I'm sorry I chased you off so perfunctorily. Honestly,
Oh,
it
no
was
problem.
one of those things where, usually Peter's here, so how would I say it? It's so it gets into a habit, and he's not here. So
Right.
so we don't know when
Oh,
he'll
that's fine.
be here. So we may as well just occupy it all together. But at any rate,
Oh,
I
okay.
want to thank Diane Buchberger for sending me a number of articles on AI, artificial immortality is now something she was sending me something about. And who's investing in that is the House of Saud is now investing big money in life extension because all of their population is growing so old, and apparently they're not producing enough children. But oh my God, here we have something else she sent me. BC actor, meaning British Columbia, had planned to kill Prime Minister after murdering his mother. So that's Trudeau is the Prime Minister of Canada. And the reason that this is a bit shocking because it reminds me of John Warrington's case. Now, John Warrington just had his birthday, of course, and what happened was that his brother killed both his mother and his father. So this happened before you got here, Viviana. And but it was comparatively recent, and so if he's able to come on tonight at all, that's fine. If not, then definitely part of he's just in mourning as well as having his birthday recently, and also his property is okay. He says okay, I read it all. I'm back now. You can call me. So that's Peter. And Sammy gave me a thumbs up. So thank you, everybody. Let's bring Peter on and let him know Sammy will be with us for at least a few minutes to help transition. And so give him a try, honey, and let's see if this works. I'll tell him that we're calling. Okay. Hello. So there we are. And Sammy, do say hi to Peter. And if he's with us.
Hi, Sammy.
Hey, hi, Peter. Hi, Peter. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah. So Sammy was helping us during our wait for your return, and we are, just glad that I'm still able to communicate on the messenger box. So this is very similar to somebody who is barred on Facebook, like under suspension, except it's permanent. So ironically, the messenger is still available. So that's very bizarre that they function like this, but it's just the way they work. So this will give me time.
There are other mediums to talk if need be, like Instagram. And this is, this actually, as I had alluded to before. Now, first off, but they've cut off your Sora Aoi Facebook.
Oh, everything. All three timelines. The renegade military historian and the as well the DDD timeline that was established by Maria Grigorich. So specifically, it's because the Douglas Dietrich URL is declared a terrorist website. It's like Al-Qaeda recruiting or something, is what they're saying. Of course, there's no investigation on their part into this. They're operating on the petition, quote unquote, etc. So, by the way, just so you see this, and I do want you to know this because from this point forward, you have to make your decisions based on these factors. I'm going to share a screen with you, Peter, to catch you up on some other developments. And again, what I've told everybody, Peter, is that I'm going to take the Father's Day weekend off. So hopefully that will be the demarcation between our educating people about this kind of targeted individual gang stalking phenomenon. And whenever we address it in the future, it would be something that comes up organically and we just deal with an incident at a time if we feel the need to. But hopefully tonight will be the last night that I try to do kind of an extensive or general overview. It won't even be that extensive. I mean, really, most of tonight I'll just be burning bandwidth with no particular aim. But if you can see the screen share, so I do want you to know this. This was the beginning. This was posted on my timeline by Daryl, who I blocked. And Daryl says, "It wasn't me, and Penny Bradley is not getting paid for anything. You simply piss her the hell off. grow up and apologize and make things right. By the way, there's an obsession here with apologizing to Penny Bradley because she claims that I abused her and yelled at her and left her in tears. Anybody can listen to any episode which she was on and make your own decision. If anything, I showed incredible restraint for somebody who was just droning on and on. Don't lie to these people. I have seen the evidence and it is real. I don't lie. By the way, Daryl is a January 6th rioter. This man participated in a violent attempt to overthrow our legally elected government in a coup d'etat where they were attempting to hang Mike Pence, the vice president of Donald Trump. They had the gallows outside and everything, and there is footage of Daryl Neely grabbing a police officer's hat off of a fallen police officer, wearing it. So he is basically looted a unconscious police officer who may well have been dead for all he knew, but he didn't give a shit. So he's smoking a big bunt in that video and claiming smoke him if you got him. So hopefully he spends his time in jail soon enough. But he wanted me to know something else, so he's still tagging me in all his videos. And just so you know, here we are at the renegade military historian, or I guess we'd have to call up the So̶Ialistiche timeline if I can get back to it. And let's see if that transfers well enough. If it transfers, then we're, then all is well. If not, then we have to find it again.
I didn't know about the January 6th gallows. I'm looking at pictures of them now.
Yeah.
My first inclination would be to say that they weren't put up by the Trumpsters, although they could be. I mean, I'm saying if that would be my first guess. But in any case, it reeks of the French Revolution.
Yeah, and such being what it may be, the thing that, so his tags. So here we are. Basically, here we have, let me see if the tags show up. I did block them, so maybe his tags won't show up anymore. But basically, I guess then there's no point in showing you what isn't there. But on his own timeline, which I would recommend you would block because he used to tag you for everything you didn't want.
Who is this? Who is this?
Oh, Daryl Neely of Gurn Radio.
Okay.
Yeah, Daryl Neely of Gurn Radio has given Salman Sheikh his own radio slot. So they've got this Masonic anti-Dietrich show that's going to be daily broadcasting now. And they did say they'll be speaking a lot about you. So just want you to know that. And
yeah, and it's not going to be anything that anybody's going to pay attention to.
Understood. As a matter of fact, this is lawsuit material. They are on bandwidth, and beyond that, they are on some terrestrial broadcast. So if people are speaking on terrestrial broadcast and defaming you, they are saying that you and I threatened Salman Sheikh's life. And they just keep lying like that. Eventually, I would presume action might be taken. I understand what you're saying, and certainly this is like just something you don't want to dignify. But this is kind of like the final part of the, shall we say, the procession that I do want to educate people about when it comes to targeted individuals and gang stalking. I think we've reached the apex at this point when you've got a radio program that is slotted on a terrestrial broadcast network that is geared towards defaming certainly one person, myself, and collaterally Peter Moon for publishing my book and potentially publishing the next, which is what they want to stop, and they have expressed
It's going to backfire on them because it's going to give more attention to what the hell the book is in the first place. This is the stupidity of these people.
Thank you.
And it's going to give you attention. It's going to, look at, if you were to set up a forum on anti-vegetarianism, it doesn't make any sense. If you're going to send up a forum on anti-Alex Jones, it doesn't work. Anti-Trump, you can get some mileage out of because he's was a very powerful political figure and still arguably is. Anti-Trump, you can get a lot of sentiment on. Anti-Biden, nah, doesn't really work.
What's there to be anti about? Yes.
Well, no, I mean, there's a lot to be anti about, but it's just, it's like, it's just unfortunate, it's, he'll just eventually have to be removed or, overcome. Because, it's like, they're building a forum on anti. Well, most people, all it does, as Preston used to say, controversy is good for selling books.
Yes.
Anti-Peter Moon. Well, who the hell is Peter Moon? Peter Moon has undergone such anti-sentiments in the, in the past. It's not been strong lately. It's been very positive lately.
Yes.
But Aquino, who was their master, was smart. As he knew to ignore Peter Moon. Yeah. Yes. Not to attack him.
That's right.
Because if you attack him and you give him airtime, it doesn't work too well for you, because Peter Moon is not fighting people. Mm-hmm. I'm not even fighting these people. They're fighting themselves. They're lying. They're making stuff up, and it becomes apparent. And I've had that with people who were against me, and people get sick of them because they're just making up lies.
Yes.
If they want to, say something specific, and but this is just
bullshit.
It's just crap.
Yes.
It's just crap. And I mean, I was not party to any of the stuff with Penny Bradley. She's got some unfortunate, struggles in her life, and whatever.
Well, I'm no longer sympathetic, I'll tell you that. What's interesting.
It's not about being sympathetic. She's got some unfortunate struggles in her life, and she's very challenged, and, it's like she got upset because you said certain things. It's like, okay, she has every right to get upset. But when you go into a attack mode, it's not based on exact time, place, form, and event. You end up being defeated because people kind of see what are you ranting about? And that one, that ridiculous email I got, it seemed to be addressed to Stuart Swerdlow. Like, what wall did this come off? They were sending it to my website, and they're addressing Stuart's, and they call him Swerdlow. They don't call him Stuart, assuming it was Stuart. And they're implying that, he was giving sympathy to these poor people who got, their feelings hurt. It's like, feelings hurt.
Oh, well, actually, what the lady who was writing to Swerdlow, believe it or not, she was in the chat room. She did retract one statement, but I had seen it. And that's why I said, oh, this poor dear is probably intimidated by the shitstorm. This is what I said out loud. And she retracted her positive statement. And so she put it back up again, just phrased differently, saying, oh, I had retracted it because I didn't see anyone else talking or something like that. No, that's odd, of course. And she might be some kind of just, stooge or shill, or we don't know, but at the same time, in all fairness, just might be a person who's just kind of ambling along or meandering. But the way I read what she wrote to Stuart Sverdlow was that basically she had learned a lot from what I was saying, etc. But then again, all of this could be flattery to butter someone up, and
we're reaching but this is the thing. You had said that one of these websites, I think it was Jameson, said 15,000 followers. That is utterly ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous because, you can pay your way into those viewerships.
Well, if he did, somebody gave him the money to do that.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of money.
Yeah. But still.
Of course he didn't spend it, but it's like, this is what Stephen Outram could do. For a few $100, you could, it says 15,000 views, 459,000 views, whatever. It's like you can pay your way into that status.
That explains a lot about the views of certain people out there, I'll tell you that, namely Penny Bradley. I know where some of her money goes now.
I'm not saying she does that, because I don't know.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people who might be interested in her stuff.
Actually, to tell you the truth, the numbers she has are not that high, but I'm surprised at how high they are considering. But nevertheless, this is what she says is what a lot of people want to hear, which is just basically a bunch of bullshit about flying to an Andromeda, meeting with Draco aliens and all of that.
You know, that's fine. A lot of people will sit there and listen to that. Yeah. But in the case of yours, the numbers seem to be inordinately low.
Yes,
because they couldn't be that low because, like, say, if you have 40 people listening,
yes,
and that extrapolates to 100, it's amazing how far and wide your reach goes.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, you know, the equivalency of it is, you know, it might have a reported 40 fans listening, reported.
Yeah.
You know, you might be reaching key geopolitical people who are listening to your stuff. You might be listening to relatively heavy hitters across the planet, aside from the geopolitical people.
Oh, and then true.
And then you have and a great number of my following.
Yes.
And then you have it's as if their 15,000 is, you know, equivalent, not that they're actually hitting this audience, but is hitting the equivalency of like 100 people in a retirement home.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, but they're not even getting that, because the only people that are going to listen to this for any duration other than to see, oh, what are they saying about these? It's going to be people who are similarly in attack mode, and they're going to get fuel to the fire. They're going to say, see how many people hate and then there's, oh yeah, I hate him too. And it's like, okay, oh, there's a lot of people who hate him. And it's like, okay, so, you know, what is the life they're getting by hating Douglas Dietrich? And then the people see this. I was even reading something about the Caliphate, you know, basically the ashcan of the Tree of Life. It's like people who are listening to this stuff, it's like they're eating out of a garbage can. Literally eating out of a garbage can. So, you know, what's the sense of that? Yes. And it's not even a garbage can that has any food off of it. It's like sustenance of negativity.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, we should all have a toast. Yes. Now, on a toast to the negativity. Here's to the negativity. You couldn't have positivity without negativity. So in their own way, they're generating positivity by creating their negativity. And along this line, if they are to, let's say, castrate you,
physically or
not literally, but cyber castrate,
understood.
It is going to work, in my opinion, to your advantage.
Yes.
Because what's going to happen, and they might force it sooner or later, but I was just talking to Jojo about this the other day, because we had a talk the other day.
Oh, good.
And it wasn't largely about you or about the media, but it was mentioned. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know, when I get back, you know, in September after Labor Day, I want to seriously go over this stuff. And, you know, she regrets not being able to go to Romania or work with me because, you know, she's busy doing her own stuff. But, wow. And if it's not her, it's somebody else. But when now they claim that I'm your handler. Well, you know, maybe I will be your media handler. But what I'm saying is, if this evolves and I do a show, it's going to be a different show. It's going to be a different format. And it's not going to be just Douglas Dietrich, but certainly it's going to feature Douglas Dietrich in the context of who Douglas Dietrich is. And it's going to be a Douglas Dietrich that is much more, I guess what you'd say, ready for public consumption.
There we are.
It won't be Douglas on for 12 hours.
No. Well, it can't be. I mean, nobody can handle that, but go.
Nobody can handle 12 hours of anybody. You know, it's like, Scientologists couldn't handle 12 hours of L. Ron Hubbard. Christians couldn't handle 12 hours of Jesus Christ. It's too much.
Actually, not that I'm trying to rationalize this, but just so people understand, the format has worked for me simply because there are a number of people who do have my company throughout the night, and they do say I keep them company throughout the night. So these are essentially people who are truly night owls. And so like twice a week, they take comfort from basically leaving me at least in the background. When it comes to the situation that Peter is talking about, of course, there are people like David Icke who would do these presentations that were literally up to 18 hours, maybe one bordered on 20 to 24 hours. So people are nuts. If they're
what was his presentation like for 18 or 24 hours? I mean, that's Jerry Lewis telethon material.
Yeah, well, this is what all his presentations were like that. He was just raving on and on about, this is the Matrix, basically, the delusion and illusion of the world, and Maya, and basically, the reptiles are behind everything. It's Ceteria. So it was just, the people were just in awe of that. In terms of, by the way, I just need to make certain of something. Sammy, did you call in for a particular reason, or was that like you hit the kind of like butt dialed us? I just need to find out. Just curious.
Yes, my apologies. I butt dialed. I'm like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I butt dialed. So.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Bless you. Thank you. And I like all of these people to remain on call at least so that they can jump in later. And so what's going to happen, Peter Moon, is that at about 9 p.m. Approximately, Justin White will be brought into the call, and he'll just go over with me that basically here's the pattern is that Justin White and Sammy Romero and George Knight, Viviana Sanchez, everybody, this is the operational pattern of Michael Aquino, is that he would basically have somebody reach out to everybody's relatives, their basically everybody at work as well, all of their workmates or work partners, just anybody that was an extension of their life. And he would destroy their lives by basically having people approach them and tell them that this person is really unstable and violent and all of this stuff. So the entire approach is being conducted with everybody I've just named and well beyond. Now, I've had a young lady who I'm not going to name, and of course we have to be suspect of everything. Basically, just distrust until verified, if some things are ever verifiable. But she was saying the same thing to me, that she was approached by Lena Shea and she was very disturbed. It all seems honest and sincere enough, and I'll just take it at face value for now. But I do want people to understand that everybody has been contacted, and Lena Shea is contacting them all. This is exactly what Jameson Reese did when he was terminated. Now, by the way, people do not do this naturally. It's basically they're given instructions to do this. That's not something anybody, but beyond that, you can understand with somebody like Jameson Reese, who lives in a basement and has nothing to do. With Lena Shea, however, the true madness is she's a mother of at least 2 children and has a husband, has a job, and she's doing this. So either she's lost all of that or she's doing nothing, and Child Protective Services needs to be contacted because her children are rolling in their own shit or something of that nature. I do want to emphasize this. Lena Shea is in the position that Michael Aquino was in, which is that if anybody remembers the one incredibly outstanding factor with Michael Aquino was that he was a person who relentlessly threatened lawsuits, boasted of winning every lawsuit he ever launched, which was a lie. He lost the majority of them, truly. But at the same time, he never even started a lawsuit against Douglas Dietrich. If that doesn't verify everything I say about Michael Aquino, I don't know what the fuck does. So understand that much. He did sue Electricity, which was spelled with an I at the end, which was the first goddamn internet carrier on Earth for civilian access. And he lost that lawsuit, but nevertheless, it's not like he was shy about starting them. So we have an individual who is like that in the case of Lena Shea. There's too much compromising evidence that would be brought up in a court of law should she try to sue me, so she can't sue me, just like Michael Aquino. And maybe that's why she relates to him so much. But we'll go a bit later into her methodology of attack and what she's claiming just to educate people a little bit more about Asia. And in fact, I'll say it now. But basically, there's an irony to this position because basically she's saying that Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich and that there are images all over Asia of supermodels that are basically Douglas Dietrich is pretending to be. Of course, as I mentioned, my son and I have been taking photographs for years now. And for those of you who don't know, I was a graduate of John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School, one of my alma mater, although she went to the New York Satellite School as opposed to the main one in San Francisco, was Cynthia Siegel, who used to be the hostess for the UFO Connection in Sacramento on channel 32, it might have been, whatever channel it was. She lost her job because she was going to bring myself on, and they fired her. She wound up hosting myself at the Denny's, and one of the things she always emphasized to me was that the only thing I had, and the only thing I ever really would take to my grave, anybody is really in this position, but she emphasized me above all others on earth, was my good name, and that they would do everything to destroy my good name. And that's what they're trying to do now. But the bizarre way they're approaching it, first off, just so people know, I have a Chinese name. And beyond that, models take a stage name. It's a runway name, it's called. Oftentimes they do this for personal security reasons. My son has a runway name. I'm not bringing up any of these names because the entire purpose of this compromise of personal security being launched by Lane Shea is to ultimately try and out sugar daddy. The point is that my son and I, the photographs we take, there's many photographs taken of me where you might think I'm in Asia. It's not the case. It's either Chinatown, the Japanese Tea Garden in San Francisco, some of the more Asian-oriented places, to use a pun, in Los Angeles at times, or some other cities like Sacramento, San Jose, etc. So my son is different. My son does go to Asia. So our names are out there. And as I said, these are fan accounts you're going to keep running into. These are ghost accounts, fan accounts. It's just swiped images, and people will say, okay, and as I said, we're identified by any number of nationalities, everything from Vietnamese to Thai to Malayan. But probably the most important thing to emphasize is that because my son is the husband to someone whose identity must be protected, my son does not involve himself in for-profit modeling, and nothing I do is for-profit. What my son gets involved with, and this way his husband can support him, is charity work. So all of this involves a lot of charity runway modeling, and a lot of what is done is to prevent genocide, particularly in Indonesia, through education. For those of you who don't know, the Chinese were referred to by many British experts in Asia for generations. The British diplomatic services in the Orient would refer to the Chinese as the Jews of Asia. Ironically, the overwhelming majority of Chinese in the overseas diaspora that dominates the Malayan realm, the entire Pacific Rim of Indonesia through the Philippines, are Christian. They're Christianized. And they're constantly the target of mass murder. And I'm talking about literally tens of thousands dying at a time. So outreach is usually done through this kind of work and education. This is what Lane Shea is trying to stop. And believe me when I tell you, she's doing this with the express purpose of expediting genocide in Indonesia. If you don't believe what I'm saying, look up genocide of Chinese in Indonesia, and you will see that over the decades, the same genocidal government has killed hundreds of thousands of Chinese. So understand that she is trying to expedite the murder of many more by trying to upset a charity operation in terms of presentation of Chinese from a positive perspective and the sharing of educational materials about their culture to try and prevent these recurrent genocides. She wants to put an end to that. She wants to expose Sugar Daddy, who funds these operations. And this is pure raw evil. I can't think of any...
Let me point out to you, Douglas, or let me point out to them, they are so stupid.
Thank you.
That if they at all begin to get sniff close to Sugar Daddy, they're going to have all of his resources working against them.
Yes.
they are asking for more trouble than they can handle, because he can outmaneuver Steve Outram any day of the week.
Yes. Of course, I am obligated by my moral code to prevent it getting to that point. So,
well, of course you are. The point is, if they can be so bold to get close enough to him, they're going to have more trouble than they can handle. They don't want that trouble.
No,
that's what I'm saying. This is how stupid that these people are.
Yes, and
they're self-defeating.
Yes,
painting themselves into a corner with irradiated paint.
Thank you. No, it is true. And by the way, along those lines, so because Daniel Arola has refused to respond to myself, I take him as gone to the enemy, and I take what they say as true, which is basically Richard K. Cole Jr. claimed that Daniel Arola came groveling on his knees to kiss his ass and apologize. And he says he's apologized to me, and he's basically said he's so sorry for all his time with Douglas Dietrich. Now, when we've asked Daniel Arola to respond, not in any sense of challenge, just asking if he's all right or whatnot, he's not responsive. So I really do take it to be true at this point. What it's indicative of, because obviously Daniel Arola, if he had just wanted to withdraw, could have simply withdrawn. But for whatever reason, he was compelled to supplicate himself to an individual who he feels, I guess at this point, is going to be the key to my destruction. Now, in terms of Daniel Arola, when I talked about this with Gary States, the same response I get from a lot of people. The first thing that I get, of course, is that even though I personally like Daniel Arola because he was nothing but respectful to myself, I have not met a single person I've ever spoken to other than myself who liked Daniel Arola. They all said basically that at some point he's tried to trigger them, and that they just ignored it and it went on. But basically, when Gary States' case, it's particularly offensive because Gary States is married to a Filipina, and his children are all half Filipino, both of his sons. And Daniel Arola was saying, "Hey, where the white woman at?" And continually trying to trigger him with that. Now, by the way, he was like very parrot-like with that. That was how he and Salman Sheikh would greet each other, "Where the white woman at?" And this was like, yeah, it's just one of these jokes. And it may have been, when I reflect on it, how I must have offended him along with Viviana. And by the way, she is not to be held responsible for this at all. As I said on record, I would take her any minute of any day over Daniel Arola. But the point is that Viviana Sanchez apparently got him on edge. He was saying, "I'm being kind," or something like that. I don't remember the exact words, but basically saying he was restraining himself. Kind of like I actually was doing with Penny Bradley when she just went off. But when it comes to basically at that time, he said something about, "Oh, I only fuck white women." It was pretty much what he was saying. And I told him at that point, we don't need to hear that. It might have been that combination. He felt maybe we double teamed him. And what I think now is, as Gary States said, as Peter Moon said, the trigger man got triggered. But if that's all it took, then, this is a field of battle, and he's one of these people who shattered and broke down. That's just pathetic. With that, I turn it back to Peter Moon. I'm sure he may have some observations of his own. And so there we have that. And hope Peter's there. Heard some scrubbing in the background.
I'm here, but there's like somebody shooting fire.
Oh, is that what that was?
Fireworks in the park behind my house.
Oh my God! Is that potentially some kind of harassment?
It's not. Okay. It's not personally directed at me.
Okay.
It's they will go out there and they people start getting giddy weeks before 4th of July.
Holy shit!
And it's just, they just get real excited and they start, blowing firecrackers. They get, what is it? What do they call that? Pyromaniacs,
Mm-hmm.
You get real excited about fireworks, it's.
Right. Oh, by the way,
fireworks, right. Up until I was about, 15 or something.
Or excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt you really quick. I'm sorry, Douglas. I was incorrect. That is not, you don't have a echo.
Okay.
That was just me running my YouTube at the same time listening to you on Skype, and it freaked me out. So I'm sorry.
Okay, so Viviana thought I had a delay echo and needed to tell us, and but she's confirmed that that's actually not the case. So bless you, honey. Thank you. Oh, better to be safe than sorry. And so, yeah, like Peter's saying, a lot of these people set off the fireworks, and you know, it's one of those things where I've told people, you know, you got to really be people should really check their community and find out if there's any complexly post-traumatically stress disordered veterans like myself around, because that can trigger them into responding with gunfire. So you just want to be careful not to set the veterans off in your neighborhood. It's kind of like and by the way, Peggy Wood MLL says, who did Daniel Arola apologize to? I don't know. I'm not buying it. And so I will give her a heart on that. And maybe that's true too, but I you know, I hope that's not the case. And Daniel Arola is welcome to come on. And I don't even call it defending himself. If I'm wrong in making assumptions at this point, I hope he understands why I did. It's one of those things where he certainly seemed pissed off, and then his lack of response after that seems to lend towards some credibility. But I hope she's right. Look, honey, I want you to be right. All that being said, you know, the universe is what it is, and we'll run with it. We'll flow with it. And with Peter and I and what we're dealing with right now, I think that we're handling it well. It certainly, I'm not going to lie, it wears on me. And it, you know, like any relentless assault does. But Peter is ultimately correct. This is something where you've got just people promoting us nonstop. And certainly, Sammy Romero said it best. He said he tried to review Jameson Reese and Richard K. Cole talking to each other for a few minutes, and he just felt like he was abusing himself, really. But so they were arguing about the anti-gods, and of course, Richard K. Cole Jr. was saying there are no kings of Edom, which of course Jameson Reese worships them. So Jameson was saying yes, there are, and Dietrich's too weak to work with them, but I am strong, and they will bow to me. And the fireworks chorus actually kind of adds to that. It emphasizes it well enough. As for
I try and mute where they turn them on. You know, when they start fireworks.
Don't even bother. I enjoy them. I mean, personally,
I'm having a hard time hearing you as it is.
Oh, got it. But yeah. I
can barely hear you when they do the fireworks. It's
excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Peter. Well, Peter, at least you know, at least Long Island PD didn't blow up you know, all the fireworks in your neighborhood.
Yeah,
like did last year. I don't know if you heard that about LA.
LAPD blew up all the fireworks. They confiscated and blew up half a neighborhood. It was. Did anybody die?
I don't know anything about
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of people got cut up by the glass. Their houses, their windows shattered, and you know they got pretty roughed up. But yeah, that was pretty traumatic, actually. But yeah,
LAPD does not have the best reputation.
yeah. You're absolutely right on that. Yeah.
Let me just say something about the bigger picture.
Yes.
There's a lot of stress and trauma that's been inculcated into the population going back to the beginning of the COVID stuff and the lockdowns. There's validation of what I just said.
Yeah.
Is validation. But you know, if you had a gun, you could go shoot those people thinking, oh, God, I thought they had fire. There's somebody shooting at me, you know?
Yeah, it's true. And that might even work as a defense. Oh, by the way, tragic story. It just reminds me of it, and I can't help but regurgitate it. It's just awful. Some poor white kid who, I'm sorry, Darwin Award here. Some poor white kid with a water pistol in Akron, Ohio. sprayed. This guy was going to law school. He was just about ready to go to law school. Him and a bunch of other white kids his age, and they had a water pistol, and they sprayed a bunch of black kids, or I guess ages 19 to 24 range. I guess they're not kids. Bunch of black men playing basketball got sprayed with a water pistol, and he was beaten to death. And of course, they've arrested all of these black men, and it's and of course the police are emphasizing this man should not have died like this for squirting men with a water pistol. It's like, but honestly, come on.
He shouldn't be out there squirting anybody with a water pistol, and especially in this day and age when it could be interpreted as a gun. And even if you knew it was quote unquote water, you might think it's acid or something. I mean, it's like the guy's crazy to be shooting out there. And he's asking for trouble.
Yes.
Whether or not he warrants death is a separate issue, but he certainly is asking for huge problems.
It is so stupid. It is so stupid. And so his parents named I don't know, they're starting, what do they call it? One of those like law funds for kids who go to law school in his name. But I mean, this is just like, okay, this is, kids don't do something
what are they going to do now? Put a lawsuit to attach it to reparations? That's going to be the legal maneuver if there are ever reparations. They're going to say, well, the black people burned down our plantation, so we want to attach this to your reparations. I mean, that'll come up in the legal system. If I'm not saying it'll win, but this is the type of stuff that happens in the legal system.
Yes. The legal system is a field of experimentation. And by the way, just to kind of close off about Lena Shea in that regard, when she was accusing basically me of, taking somebody else's photographs, here's this woman, Lena Shea, who posed as Mariah Mills, who is a black female adult entertainer, basically a porn actress. And she had a whole timeline where she was just talking to guys, shit talking with a bunch of guys, pretending to be black and sassy Mariah Mills. Yet, of course, I guess in her case, that's acceptable. This is what it just astounds me about these people. As for the stance of Penny Bradley, her stance is now where I have screenshots and certainly can show anybody on screen share. She was claiming I was groomed by Aquino multiple times and that Aquino always told me not to believe her, and basically making shit up, but certainly saying I was a product of Aquino, implying, of course, that I was an extension thereof, but is now saying that Douglas Dietrich never knew Aquino because that's the party line that Salman Sheikh and the rest are, basically coaching her in. As for I guess that's pretty much it. This is the kind of thing we're going to see basically evolve and twist and convolute. And do yourselves a favor, people, if you try and watch this for morbid entertainment, don't overly prolong yourself to this, because it does, insanity is catching. And it's the first thing that Brendan Zogit noticed when Miguel Andahar kept calling him and saying, we got this on Dietrich, this is crazy, and he couldn't understand the irony of his continuing to say that. And Brendan Zogit kept telling him, yeah. And finally, like I said, Brendan has blocked him because he can't deal with the insanity. But this being said, I think people have a good general outline of what's going on. Peter Moon and I will try to talk about something more constructive, but hopefully what I said about
Let me
Asia...
finish my thread.
Yeah. Oh, by all means, take your time. Yeah, take your time. Yeah.
What I was saying is people right now are undergoing a lot of stress ever since COVID. Yeah. There have been all sorts of social stress and drama, and I don't think I am prepared to delineate them all, but it ranges from, the crisis with COVID. Yes. People who got vaccinated are now coming down with COVID now.
Yes.
And many people's health have been severely compromised, not only from whatever the disease is, but by the vaccine itself. So a lot of people are traumatized by either that or the, phenomena accompanying the lockdown and all of the social isolation, the financial deprivation. Right now, the stock market is in free fall. Bitcoin is, half of its high and appears to be going down. And everybody's saying the blockchain, it's supported by the blockchain just says nothing. The blockchain is not, it's the blockchain. It works while it's going up. So, this is like the air is being. Now, the other thing is, in some respects, there's a lot of jobs available. People are, crying for people to work for them, and even willing to extend salaries that are higher than before. And there's, sometimes struggles with being able to pay for stuff, but it's a very different world, and it's not you, the individual, who's having stress. It's everybody. There's all sorts of stresses. Some people's stress is far worse. I mean, some people are just coping with economic stress. Some people are so stressed out by the circumstances of their life that they do shootings. I mean, shootings. This ratio of shootings is not normal. I mean, there's always people doing crazy things, but it's gotten out of hand. The other thing is reproduction is becoming counter. It's like men are becoming less. What is the word? Virile.
Yes.
Because reproduction is becoming passé because of the discouragement, and you can attribute it to all the people and all sorts of things. But life is not fulfilling for too many people. People making six figures are known to be very discouraged because their life seems meaningless. So we're living in, you could say, either apocalyptic times or pre-apocalyptic times. Now, we've had many apocalyptic times before where people think the century's going to end at the world's going to end at the end of a century, or when the calendar hits 666, or when you have the millennium of 1000 or 2000. You have a lot of people that get millennium madness or can get apocalyptic over anything. I mean, I have heard it, when we used to have the meetings, Montauk meetings, people would get, the tidal wave's going to, destroy Long Island. And people with all of these dire outlooks. And it's, of course, not very healthy. And most of these people are, suffering from some form of mental illness, whether or not it would be diagnosable legally by a psychiatrist is another issue. To what degree is the mental illness? But they're preoccupied with the end of the world. And really, what is really screwed up, it's not the world, it's their world. So right now we have a lot of people with their world in severe crisis. And these people who get so behind the 6/11 movement, I'm talking about the pro 6/11 or January 6th movement, like, Trump should have been elected, he was elected, all this sort of stuff, that the Trumpsters, they get so obsessed with it that, they're compromising their own life. And then by the other hand, we have the people who are, trying to prosecute Trump. I just read that the Democrats suspended the January 6th hearings.
Really?
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, they stopped. It just says they stopped. And there was no explanation. So we need more time. And they're saying, and it was not being heavily gone into by the conservative sites. This was just a regular, nobody knows why they quit. So, well, we need more time. And somebody's saying, well, yeah, you've had enough time. You know, what more information do you need? You know, the most obvious explanation to me was that they're walking into embarrassment territory, where when they start bringing up issues, the counter side is going to say, well, what about this and what about that? And I've said about these January 6th things, they're not going to do anything, because even if they quote do anything, it's just a hearing. Congress is not law enforcement. You know, Congress is lawmakers. What they'd have to do is make a law, you know, and then let somebody else prosecute the law. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and not just in politics. And who the hell knows what's going on in outer space and with the military. And then this is something else I have to tell you, that many literally hundreds of books, of your books, have gone out in the last couple of months to individuals who bought a discount package from Skybooks, which is still available. It's been taken off and put back on as we run out of books sometimes of a title. So we still have the deal up right now. We're out of secret parchment, except we have enough left. We won't send any to the distributors. We have, a few dozen left to send out in these package price, where we're offering the books, all of Radu's books, plus about 4 of my books, well, 5 counting Douglas's book, which is part of my book, at a discount. So that means, because, hundreds of people have ordered this book, and most of them are fans of, most of these people have been brought to it by listening to Michael Sala's broadcasts with me.
Yes.
So they're primarily interested in aliens. Not exclusively, but primarily in exopolitics. So there have been hundreds of people that are interested in exopolitics who have received your book. Whether they've read it or not, I can't say. But this, because people who are into the alien stuff, some of them are just plain people trying to figure out what's going on in the universe. I would like to think that's the majority of them. But some of those people are going to go to people who are in the hierarchy of alien stuff, and this book's going to catch their ire. So as much as it's been circulated, it's like it creates a problem. Like, what are we going to do with this? This stuff breaks the myth of Roswell.
Right.
It breaks the myth of Roswell. So that stirs up the opposition. And I had this experience with the Montauk Project.
Yes.
And, I published this book, and it got circulated real fast. Mm-hmm. As I said, 3,000 books passed. They came in May. They were all gone by October. 3,000 books in less than 6 months.
Wow.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Then I ordered 5,000. Those were gone in another 6 months, 7 months. And then I had 10,000. Those lasted a couple of years. But the thing is what those books, when those books came out, there was an enthusiasm. Al Bielek was selling them across the country, going to lectures. The distributors picked them up, and they were being circulated in bookstores, the bookstores that we don't have today, independent bookstores, because the owners would talk it up because they liked the book. Oh, wow, this book's alive. I can read it. Wow, it looks nice. It really it was a unique book. So you had a public groundswell, like, wow. And then you had the counter-insurgency, which was by people in media that were immediately against the book.
Right.
And trying to stop it. And partially through ignoring, trying to, but oh God, it was like just ridiculous outrage. I think I don't know if I met with I think I met with some, reporter, and she says, how could they have all these, underground facilities without the government knowing about it? One person says, how can they do this without Congress? What would Congress do about this? Like, people believe that Congress is really Congress. That they're really concerned about what's going on out there. And, the world has wisened up since then. But they've wisened up to the point where they become too suspicious.
Yes.
They begin to doubt things that are a little, that they shouldn't be doubting.
Yes. Thank you.
Like, and so that, as they say, if everybody's a paid actor, all these shootings, the dead people are paid to be dead. They paid to get shot. I'm being facetious here.
No, they do say that. You're not being facetious at all. This is actually what they claim. Go on.
Well, it's just like, people become too skeptical because they lack the ability to discern. So they don't trust the media. So they tune it out entirely. And I'm not blaming for people tuning out the media because it's largely corrupt. But it gets a little, but they will also embrace ideas that are equally faulty. And they will circulate stuff just because it's anti-establishment. So we're living in a wacky times. And Jose Arguelles, who wrote The Mayan Factor, said it's going to get worse. He says, as you reach this apocalyptic times and the population curve goes up, everything's going up, the crisis in the environment, and the key is to get back on the original time, which I'm working on this right now. So all of this nonsense that you're suffering quite a lot, and I can be much more dismissive of it because it's just a part of my life, and but it's like it's just ridiculous. And what I'm saying is they're garnishing an audience of very little. But there were people back in the day that would try and get together and even tell me that Preston's wrong, Preston's a liar, Preston's this, Preston's that. And most of what they accused Preston of was erroneous, and they just wanted to stop it. Then 6-10 years later, they might say, oh yeah, that's good. I was there when that story came out. They start taking credit for it. It's just fickle people that are just kind of lame. And unfortunately, we have a lot of lame people on this planet. And people have, it's kind of known, at least from a theological perspective, that people are born with original sin, and people who don't believe in that original sin will have other semantic descriptions which describes the same thing from a non-theological perspective. In other words, they're not operating with the full capacity of all their marbles, the human brain. It's operating at a less than perfect level. So, human error, being human. Nobody ever said, at least in this culture, as long as this culture's been around, that human beings are perfect or close to it. So what do we expect of human beings? Sometimes too much. Sometimes way too much. So when we have these characters from the netherworld, I mean, they're amusing to a point. The amount of harm they can do is pretty pathetic. Most of the harm that they will do is towards themselves. And as they say, if they cut your YouTube off, or if they cut your things, I can put on a platform they can't touch. They won't touch.
Understood.
They won't even know how to touch it.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that's very comforting, and I very much appreciate that solidarity. And I'll send you a screenshot of something from some young lady in the private messenger. And in the meantime, our man Sammy Romero brings up something that I'm responding to, kind of. In no way. Just put it this way. Sammy says Penny mentions Nichols being a quote unquote pedo. So I wrote back to Sammy, this is just between us and chat, and of course all the listeners I'm showing it with now, maybe right, with my eyes rolling, but the reality is, let's just put it this way, the reason that I would be so cynical is simply because with what I was exposed to at the Presidio military base, nothing surprises me, and God knows I was listening to Al Bielek when he started saying, then they made us, basically described in gory detail sexual acts that apparently he did to break other kids in. So apparently, all of this is so common after a while that, but the one thing that I think that Peter can handle would be to put this all in context as to.
Well, I will put it in context, but Preston, whenever he worked with somebody, he would never work with somebody who was a minor.
Okay.
Never.
For that reason, I would think, for his reputation.
It's illegal.
Right? Yeah.
It's illegal.
Okay.
Now, to put this in further context, I remember when I was living with Stuart, or shortly after I'd been living with Stuart, I had Al Bielek was going out on the circuit and talking about how mean Stuart was with the kids. Now he's talking about the Montauk Project.
Okay.
And he's disparaging Stuart, who was according to Al, was in charge of the Montauk boys and was being mean to them. He wasn't actually referring to pedophilia, although he might have been implying it, but he was just talking about him being mean, and I don't think he used the word sadistic, but he was being very disparaging of Stuart for being mean to the Montauk boys. And of course, this offended Janet, his wife, and I'm sure it offended Stuart. And I'm thinking, like, why? First off, the Montauk Project is not something that is grounded to quote unquote this reality. The Montauk Project is either in an alternate universe, or is it virtually in an alternate universe? In other words, you can't pin the tail, you can't pin the tail on the donkey on what somebody did at Montauk, because anything that happened at Montauk is not provable. So if people were being pedophiles at Montauk, which they certainly were, according to the story, they were sexually sodomizing. Duncan said that he sodomized, all these Montauk boys, but it wasn't necessarily in the context of quote unquote regular reality. So all of this, it's like, so first off, why is Al saying this? Because it's only going to piss off Stuart, naturally, because he's, incriminating. Why would he do this? I did not understand. It's horrible public relations. Horrible.
But then Al Bielek was kind of infamous for horrible public relations, wasn't he? Go on.
Well, yes and no. But the point of it is, tell your story. Say Stuart was in charge of the kids and he was very mean and blah. But don't beat it over the horse, because it's and what does he accomplish with? It's like
well, he makes another enemy. He's self-destructive. Go on.
Well, yeah, and it's a reality that is not firm. It's a hyper reality. It's a Neptunian illusionary Mayan reality. Now, it might have occurred, and people are attached to it, but it's not grounded in reality. It's like arguing about a stock market in another universe. Oh, you didn't have any money in that universe. You were so poor. You know, well, but I was rich. You know, and it's stupid, and it's so petty. Now, one of my friends who was quite subjected or exposed to the gay community on a daily basis would say that this sort of behavior is very gay. To get in, petty fights about stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like throwing tomatoes at each other. Of course, gay people aren't the only ones that do that. And it's like, why is he bringing up this issue? And what happens is it's a certain disconnection from grounded reality. And as they say, I one time saw a scientist asking Preston in a Q&A at a lecture he gave. He was asking him serious questions about the solar system defense that was around, I don't know, on the asteroid belt or something. Like, because Preston mentioned it in the book. I'm thinking like please. What have you been drinking? Like, look, I'm not saying that there wasn't a defense, but he's talking to him about it as if, well, you're talking about the defense at Dunkirk or something, or at some battle of the Bulge. What was the defense? Well, this is not in the same context as the Battle of the Bulge. It's a reality that nobody really has access to except Preston Nichols. And those who might want to hop on and, I used to have one of the Montauk guys that was very connected to the project, call and tell me about, ships that were off the coast of Long Island. And, maybe he was talking about the Eldridge. And he's talking about in present time. And it's kind of like, okay. He wants to call me up and, play Space Cowboys with me.
Wow. Holy shit.
I don't, okay.
What does it feel like? What does it feel like when somebody does?
It's like, okay, this stuff might happen. It might be real. But he's talking to me as if why would I be interested in this stuff? It's not something he can ground into a cogent reality. So why talk about it? And a lot of this stuff, just like, you talk too much about reptilians, and pretty soon you start seeing reptilians.
Yes.
Where your mind goes, your energy goes. And so, I never be the first one to say that none of this stuff happened. And maybe Al was right about Stewart. Certainly had a role that I don't think anybody could have been proud of, according to him, because he was doing all sorts of weird stuff out there. They all were. And it's like, okay, do we have to, everybody's got a different version. And what are we arguing about? We're arguing about, in an objective sense, something that might have happened or might not have happened, or it might be in between. So, and they, both Preston and Stewart, just crunched the hell out of the emotions of my friend Maya, because she was the first one to write in and say she was involved in the project. And she became a friend, and she's the only one I saw travel in time. I saw her travel in time. Only one ever.
Could you explain that for our listeners?
Sure. Well, I say, first off, I think she has her website up, Montauk Girl.
Wow.
And if the enemy goes to her, she'll spot him right away.
Yeah.
But she spotted him right away. But she actually remembered her parents taking her out to the Civil Air Patrol out there. Civil Air Patrol, that was David Ferry, only he was down in New Orleans or Texas. David Ferry, the person who was friends with Lee Harvey Oswald and was queried for his role in the JFK assassination and was actually killed for it.
Jesus.
David Ferry. Yeah, I mean, Judith Baker wrote a book about it, I think, David Ferry. She was Oswald's girlfriend, Judith Baker. Her stuff is very rich. I mean, she waited, 40 years to tell her story.
Right.
Because she was under threat.
Yes.
With the mafia and stuff like this.
Yes.
She was one of the cancer researchers. She was a wonder kid at a high school doing cancer research with David Ferry. And Oswald was, she met Oswald in the post office and had an affair with him. Fascinating story.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Civil Air Patrol, she was going out with the Civil Air Patrol, and her parents would take her out there, and they would never talk to her about it. And then when she wrote the book, she began to put two and two together. So anyway, I took her out to Preston's house. She came to my house. I took her out to Preston's house.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got to Preston's house, not when you got just there, you start getting into a certain East Islip. You come into a certain area on the Southern State Parkway, and all of a sudden, the atmosphere feels different. I said, do you feel it, House? She goes, yeah. I called it UFO country because I didn't know what else to call it. It's strange. Never saw any UFOs there. And then you get to Preston's house and it gets, space and time, it gets stranger and stranger in its own little way. And by the way, I would frequently go to Preston's house. It was about a half-hour drive. And I'd, park usually in front of his house. But I remember and I remember parking, and there was a guy across the street who was cutting wood. And I pull up in front of Preston's house, and I see the guy. I see him look at me. And we get into this cat-mouse game, and he keeps looking back at me like he's trying to look at me while he's sawing and make me think that he's not watching me. God, he's watching me. He keeps looking back at me, and I keep looking at him. I'm playing this cat and mouse game with him. He keeps looking at me. And I said, Preston, he said, your neighbor across the street. He goes, oh, you mean the spy? He goes, the spy. Just like you're watched, Douglas. Yes. Preston was watched like that.
Yes.
So I take her out to Preston's house, and where he puts his sound system on, which at that time he called the Biofizz. He later improved it and called it the Pyramid of Sound.
Uh-huh.
But it had a biofeedback system in it of white noise,
right?
Mind amplifier, and he would put people on there or in the resonant, it's like quadraphonic, put them in the center, and if the music, he'd play Swan Lake, and when he played Swan Lake, if it fed back, it meant that the person was a time traveler. Now, this was his own research. She tested as a time traveler. But while he was playing it, he starts excitedly motioning me and pointing to her hand. He's excited. He's like, look, look, look. And I really couldn't see it because for me to go over and look, I would have had to crawl over the top of her in a very awkward way. And I wasn't going to do that. So I just let it go. And afterwards, I said, what? He says, her hand disappeared. Her hand disappeared. That's what he said. He didn't tell her that. He told me. But he did tell her that she was a time traveler. Because she backed it up with the Swan Lake. Swan Lake, read The Music of Time, talks about Swan Lake. This was the foundation, the music of which the universe is based. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake.
My mother loved
this
that.
This resulted in me seeing at least 3 productions of Swan Lake.
Wow, that's amazing. My mother loves Swan Lake. Go on.
Yeah, and of course he told me that I think I asked him, and I put it in the Music of Time, is that I asked him about it, and he said, well, he learned about it from his mother, who learned about it from Bela Lugosi. And Bela Lugosi, when he was a stage actor in New York, her father was involved in the stage, and she knew him as Uncle Bela. He wasn't his real uncle, but he was a friend of the family, so she referred to him as Uncle Bela. And he told her that he demanded that they play Swan Lake before and after the movie Dracula because it would balance the audience. Dracula was such a horrific movie. And it might not look horrific to you now, but I remember my mother telling me her older sister, Mary, my Aunt Mary, came back as a teenager from watching Dracula and was completely horrified by the movie.
Wow.
You know, it's a vampire coming to suck your blood. Oh, completely horrified. I'll also say that Aunt Mary was, I didn't realize, I mean, she was Catholic, but she was Catholic through and through. I didn't realize this until, you know, last year at my friend's funeral, my brother told me how Catholic Aunt Mary was. I had no idea. I knew she was Catholic, but, you know, I didn't know how devout she was.
Wow. I mean, that's a good way of expressing it. Go on.
Yeah, and because it never came off. And I didn't know that her husband, who I know, the friendliest guy in the world, he took me to my first baseball game. They were big baseball fans. He was a deacon. I didn't know he was a deacon. I didn't know because he didn't act that way. He didn't act like a deacon. He just acted like a regular guy who loved golf and baseball. Nicest guy in the world. You know, my brother implied, who knew him much better than I did, that he might not have been quite the nice guy I thought he was. But, you know, because there was a certain stern Catholicism in him, but I never saw it. So, but to get back to Maya, so where I saw her travel in time is she came to the Total Health Network one day for one of the meetings, and I was sitting in front of the building with Frank. Frank was an interesting character, a lot of resentment, and focused on Preston. Frank was the backup psychic to Duncan, and Frank was, you know, Preston said that Frank was the bastard son of Frankie Valli of the Four Seasons, who Preston recorded the Four Seasons. If you ever see the Four Seasons, what are they called on Broadway? The Jersey Boys. They weren't the Jersey Boys, they were the Long Island Boys. They did their recordings at St. Mary's Church. I think it was in East Islip, and Preston recorded them. And they're not going to put that part in. But Frankie Valli, you know, Frankie Valli will tell you that his best friends were mobsters. And because that's who supported him. I mean, it's even in the play a little bit.
Well, that's kind of the norm, isn't it? For many, yeah, for many of these entertainers, that's the norm, isn't it?
Yeah, Jay Black of Jay and the Americans, he was close friends with John Gotti to the bitter end.
Did you also just mention Pesci as well? I'm sorry.
Joe Pesci discovered Frankie Valli.
Okay.
Joe Pesci, the guy who's in Goodfellas.
Okay.
That's a historical fact. Joe Pesci was not an actor then. They were both Italians from the same general neighborhood. But this Frank guy, this backup psychic, he grew up with his mother. And he was curious by that. You know, he wouldn't deny it because he didn't know. he looked like his mother. But in any case, Frank, I'm sitting there with Frank in front of the building. And Maya drives up in her car. I knew her car. I knew her. She drives up in the car, goes in the back, and parks. And she came out of that car much faster. The next thing I know, we see her drive up, and she's coming right around. You can't walk that fast. You can't drive the car back to the parking lot. You know, it's like 15 seconds after she drove around. You can't get out of the car that fast. It's impossible. And I said to him, did you see what happened? He says, yeah. And I started explaining the illogic of it. And he says, you know, if you ever, you know, have something like this happen, he says, go over to Montauk Point, go over the lighthouse. He says, just go over the Montauk and just go above Montauk Point and it'll all balance out. Now, of course, I wasn't, you know, disturbed. What do you call it? I wasn't electromagnetically disturbed. I was sentiently cognizant of what happened. I said, this is a very odd phenomena. What the hell happened? You can't maneuver in time like that. It's impossible. So I went upstairs and told her. And she says, no, no, no. She says, what happened is I went there and parked and you drove into it. You came out and you didn't see me. I saw you drive into the parking lot and you went back in front of the building. And then when I came out, no, you didn't. And that was ridiculous because I had gotten there before anybody. Mm-hmm. There was nobody in the parking lot when I got there. I went out and saw Frank in front of the building and I saw her drive up. There wasn't. And so, you know, our realities contradicted each other. So this is the movement I saw her in time. Another time happened is she came out to Montauk, was going to come out to Montauk for August 12th. And I'm sitting there typing away, writing Pyramids of Montauk, just writing my ass off in the studio. It was actually my wife's studio that I used. It was where the computer was. That's where I did all of my writing. And I'm typing away, and I hear the door knock. And the door knock is like a glass, or it's a screen door. She knocks on the door. And I yell to her, come in. Doesn't come in. Okay, so I keep typing. After she doesn't come in for about a minute, I walk over to the door and there's nobody there. And I see she's out, not in the driveway, but in the parking, you know, in front of my house. She's in her car. She's fooling around with her papers or a purse or something. I said, no, what's this? It's weird. Okay, so I went back to my computer and started typing. A few minutes later, I hear knock, knock. I said, come in. Nobody comes in. Walk over. She's still in the car, fooling around.
Ooh.
The third time, she knocks on the door. I say, come in. I hear her come in. And I tell her what happened. And she goes, like countering me. She goes, your perception, not mine. That's what she said to me. Your perception, not mine.
Wow.
But I saw her. Well, that was like sort of like her presence was out of time. Yeah. Her knock. Yeah. And this is who she is. Now, she told me that she will see multiple realities, not just two. So she could be in front of you. She could, you know, see one reality where, you know, she meets you, has lunch with you, says goodbye. She could have one reality where she's having sex with you. She could have one reality where you take her to meet Rat Girl. You know, she could have all these, she could have more realities than that. And it's like, it's disturbing. It's not comfortable. It's not comfortable. So that's who Maya is, and that's who I actually witnessed moving out of time. Never seen anybody do that before. Never seen anybody do it since. And so when I told, Preston and Stuart both would say, and Al to a certain degree, there were no girls at Montauk. There were no girls at Montauk. It kind of crushed her. And I'd say, I'd tell her, just because they say there's no girls at Montauk doesn't mean there were no girls at Montauk. And of course, they were obsessed with the male energy at Montauk. Mm-hmm. They were anti-female.
Right.
So what do you expect? I met other women who thought they were involved, and more than one of them, including Maya, thought that Al Bielek was their handler. He was the one they reported to. There were multiple girls that thought that. It's a very weird reality. But as they say, when you evaluate the reality, you have to accept it as a, hypothetical reality. Not saying it's not true, but it's not a reality you can verify or validate in the same way you could validate what transpired at an event. Now, even at an event like Sandy Hook or, any of these shootings, or even the JFK assassination, you might not know exactly what happened, but you can get an accounting which will at least approximate reality. And if it doesn't approximate reality, it will definitely approximate what the witnesses told you reality is. This is not, and people don't understand that it's not the same order of magnitude of experience. And they confuse the two. And they collapse the two. And this is what's happening with your detractors. They're saying, we don't like Douglas Dietrich. So they start nagging you. What they're doing is nagging.
Yes.
And it's more nagging. It is harassment, but it's more nagging. Because that's, why does somebody nag? Because they have no power.
Yes.
I remember my mother would nag. She didn't really nag my father. Mm-hmm. She would nag him to me. Right. Oh, he said he'd do this. He said he'd do that. He said he'd take me here. He never took me here.
Oh, wow.
And I'd say, why don't you ask him? And she felt unempowered. She had an alcohol problem.
Oh.
I said, well, do you want me to ask him?
Right.
And there would be no response because it was she just wanted to nag.
Right.
But she didn't want to nag him.
Right.
Because he would have addressed her. He would have addressed her, sincerely. He might say, the worst he could say is, we don't have enough money.
Right.
Which would have been bullshit, which he was capable of saying. But if I could have, I'd tell him where to go on vacations. He'd generally take us there. I'd ask. He would usually respond.
Well,
it's like somebody's giving him an idea. Okay, great. Everybody want to go here. Sometimes they'd be his. She never gave any ideas. And, it's kind of like nag. So these people are nagging. They're nagging because they don't have any power. They don't have a life. Their life is disparaging Douglas Dietrich.
Yes, that much is evident, yes.
Also happened. Yeah. I've gotten communication from somebody who is appearing to be what is the word? Co-victim to you and I. I don't consider myself a victim. Because when you have people like this victimizing you, in quotes, man, you're pretty good. You be thankful you have enemies like this.
There is that, yes.
But this person is connected to them. I will share the details with you personally.
Sounds good.
In other words, they're trying to draw me into a drama that I have no time for,
right,
and will go nowhere. But I want to tell people something of value here. And I was telling Paula about this.
Yes.
Because, Paula experienced some of this herself when her mother came to America and was doing a big event on Long Island. In some respects, it was a monumental event because it sort of really started her whole school. The school was already extant, but the school wasn't happening. The school is so abundant now. It's ridiculous. It's just really happening and thriving. Now, David Anderson appeared at that first event on Skype. It's his last public appearance. He wasn't visually apparent, but he was Skyping verbally. And he was there for 2 hours. That's the last David Anderson appearance in public. Well, I wouldn't say in public, but virtually, yes. In terms of the time travel, yes. And at that event, when it was announced, there was somebody from Romania doing a whole interview or a whole YouTube. Brothers and sisters.
Oh, that's right.
It was hysterical. I loved it. And Paula, who are you? Who are you with your, you have moved to America to be with Peter Moon, all of his finances, like people in Romania think I'm rich.
Yes.
And anyway, and your delinquent brother, I love that line, the delinquent brother. It's just so funny because, the brother is anything but delinquent. He's the most solid person you ever want to meet. Really nice person. Impossible not to like him. And very charming and very sincere. I met him before I met Paula. And anyway.
So this man was basically trying to slander or defame the work.
Oh yeah. It's like, and it's like, she's used to her students, not her current ones, but in the past they'd come and they'd get all of this incredible awareness and awakening. And they'd go back into their life and then they'd start disparaging her.
What did they do that?
Because their life was so shitty. They go back and see, oh, this is good. They have to go back and make changes in their life. Now, I'm going to be a little more personal in what I say now, and this is with Qigong. It's like, I don't think I've ever said this before, what I'm going to say, but my teacher, I wouldn't say my teacher, well, he certainly would fit into this, but his teacher, C.C. Ling, C.C. Ling's cousin, T.T. Ling, who my teacher was able to outmaneuver. T.T. Ling was very famous. He was Mr. Tai Chi of the United Nations. Right. His cousin, C.C. Ling, was a translator to the United Nations. He was not that well known. He was well known by Grand Masters. Grand Masters would know his name. Not your rank and file master or Qigong or Tai Chi master. Don't necessarily know of C.C. Ling. My teacher learned from C.C. Ling, and my teacher's reputation was martial artists were afraid of him.
Right.
And just like, oh, God, they do weird. What if that weird stuff they do over there? Because the things he taught are not necessarily orthodox in what they teach in martial arts. Some of the stuff is, but a lot of it isn't. I went to the park this morning with Paula to do, she did her workout and I did Qigong, and I saw this guy doing Tai Chi. He was doing some good exercises. And he acknowledged me, and I acknowledged him, just silently. He was Asian. And I say, oh boy, he's doing that one wrong. It's okay. It's okay. It wasn't what he was doing was good, but I could have showed him to do it a lot better. But I'm not going to go over and start. I didn't want to engage him. I said, if I saw him about 10 more times at the park, I'd probably strike up a conversation with him.
Right.
And so anyway, what I was going to say about my teacher, and then when I started studying with him, one of my friends who was a black belt said, oh, and she says, what's his name? Who are you studying with? And she says, she calls me back a week or two later and she says, wow. She says, you have some Sifu there. Sifu was teacher.
Right.
And she says, he does not take, he's very selective about who he teaches. He's very selective. You're very lucky. Well, of course, I was introduced to him by the medicine man. That's how I came to him, through the Montauk medicine. Now, you see, he's very selective. Well, anybody could pretty much come and walk into his class and pay him money, but they might not last for any number of reasons. They might not last. So as I got into his class, I garnished an unusual amount of respect from him, not because I was Peter Moon, who was a writer and all that, but because I did what he said. And this was like, it would kind of shock him, because he was used to people not doing what he said. Go do this. And they wouldn't do it, or they'd ignore him. Now, you can't do everything he says. That's not possible. But you do what he says to the point where he knows you said. Like one time, I told him what I'd been doing, and he slaps me on the arm lightly. It didn't hurt. And he says, yeah, you've been doing it. And I said, well, how do you know? I said, of course I've been doing it. No, I said, of course I'd be doing it. He says, I said, why would I tell you? I said, I'd be pretty fucking stupid to say I'm doing it when I didn't. He says, a lot of my students are really fucking stupid. He says, if you hadn't been doing it, that would have hurt like hell, what I just did to you.
Yes.
Because he's doing an energetic slap.
Right. That's right.
And, it's like, and he's not joking with energy. So he's used to people convoluting and messing with him.
Yeah.
And I can't say that he had many students and he taught many students different things. And he would tell me, it grew over the years. It grew to him. He really had confidence in me. He'd tell me, what students were screwing up and what weren't. And on occasion, it didn't happen a lot, I would even correct students right in front of him. And he would watch me do it. And it was fine.
Right.
I didn't do it because he told me. I just did it because it was so obvious to me what they were doing.
Right.
It was
glad
wrong.
that worked out organically. This is what teachers look for.
It was organic. And it was obvious. And the guy said, oh, and the guy corrected. I never saw that mistake in that guy again. He was an older student than I was. And my teacher just witnessed it. Like, okay, I knew what he was talking about. I knew what I was talking about. And they both witnessed that I knew what I was talking about. I wasn't making a spectacle of myself. It was just happening in conversation. But the point is, that I'm going to make is, I watched so disparagement of my teacher. And one of the key ones was his top assistant. This top assistant, she knew Qigong better than I did in terms of what to do in the forms. I could probably still go learn from her. All the specific movements in this. But there was a problem with her. I really admired her. He saved her life. She had end-stage diabetes, 200 pounds. By the time I met her, she was slim and beautiful. although she was pretty old, she didn't look old. But she had personal issues and designs on the teacher. They had some sort of relationship. But she would come to me and tell me all the bad things he was doing to her. And I would say, look, stand up to him. Tell him this. And she'd later come to me and say, you know, every time I do that, it works. You know, stand up for yourself.
Yes.
Finally, one day she left the class. And nobody knew what happened.
Oh.
And I found out that she'd been going to all the other fellow students and doing the same thing. Saying all the mean things the teacher was doing to her. And a lot of the students left when she left. You know, poor Brenda.
Right.
Poor Brenda.
Some kind of solidarity there?
You know,
or...
And
Yeah.
like, they respected her more than they did the teacher.
That is so bizarre. That is absolutely bizarre. So she became kind of like this, what would you call it? Kind of the anti-teacher, basically the anti-teacher.
Well, yeah. And then around the same time, he was saying, you know, many people are going to be dropping off because you're not going to be able to deal with the energy. And those of you who do what I say, you're going to be here. And of course, I was one of the quote unquote few who remained. It wasn't few, but instead of having classes that would swell up to 30, you know, it was down to, you know, 10 or 12. 15 might be a big class. But the quality of the teaching became supreme. I could not believe the quality of the teaching. Was he making as much money? No. Could he have used the money? Yes. Did he care about the money? No. And it was like, wow. It's like, wow. I felt like I was learning. And I was learning. And the other students that had been coming that were no longer, they were pretending. They were pretending. So when we have Douglas Dietrich, we have a core of information. And people are pretending to be of a, you know, they're pretending to be an audience, an appreciative audience, or capable of appreciating you. This is not the same thing. I would say, in a sense, it is ninjutsu, what you teach in a way.
Thank you.
It's a one step removed. You're not teaching, well, you're teaching some things. Mm-hmm. And as I say, my teacher was, you know, he taught us to respect other people, yet there was an element where he would also say, don't respect certain things because they're bullshit. So, you know what, he teaches you to be respectful, you have to sift through the bullshit. And you know, he didn't want you to go out and get too big for your britches. That's a mistake.
Well, that's always dangerous. And it's also the plot of every Kung Fu film is that the student goes out and kills someone and the teacher has to repent for it, but go on.
Well, exactly. Yeah, he says, if you go out and do that stuff, you know, I don't know you. But then he'd say, you know, if you misuse this stuff, I'm going to come after you.
Yes.
And even if I'm dead, I'm coming after you.
Right.
You misuse this stuff. And I once actually, there was some judo teacher who was abusing his students. And there was one particular case that this guy had been physically abused. And he was going to need some real qigong to fix him physically because the damage was etheric. And I told, you know, one of the guy's students who was complaining about it. He said, this guy shouldn't have done this. I said, tell this guy, this student, if he wants to get fixed, you know, I don't know if I think I told him to contact me and I would see that he got fixed. That was a big mistake on my part. nothing happened of it, but it came to me in the dream state, where I was walking along, and these students of this teacher, they were white guys, were well, they might have been white. I was used to dealing with black people, but they started jabbing at my shin. They were heckling me. It didn't hurt me. I just like, get the hell out of here. You guys are just like, get out of here. You're like irritating. Right. And they keep trying to stab me in the shin with a sort of a X-Acto blade, artist knife.
Jesus.
And finally, I think they were getting a little penetration, but it was still not that bad. And then finally, when I, turned the corner, and well, I think first what had happened, I was having an argument with the guy, and he was huge. The guy was huge, and he starts coming after me, and I talked him out of, he was pissed at me. I talked him out of the argument because he was twisting things, and I was able to talk him out of the potential altercation, which I did successfully. Then I went outside, got attacked by these kids, and then I was, waiting to see somebody, and I pulled up my pants, and there was a pentagram on my shin. There's the shin.
Oh, so they carved that.
And I told my teacher what happened. Told him about the dream. Told him about everything, and he says, "You were protected. You were protected." That was the end of it. That was the end of it.
Yes.
So I figured this must have got back to this teacher, and they all had their kerfuffle. And then it all sort of settled out in the astral plane. This is where you want to have your battles. You don't want to be fighting these guys in the alley or in their dojo or whatever. So, you have to let other people do their stuff and let them beat each other up.
Yes.
Or whatever the hell they're doing. Let them suffer their self-abuse.
Yes.
Because it's much like, martial arts students who get abused by their teacher repeatedly and regularly become sort of like a battered wife.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And it's a battered wife syndrome.
Yes. And
my teacher said to us, he says, if I did to you what my teachers used to do in the old days, he says, none of you come to class. They used to really bang each other around.
Yeah.
And why would you? But the point here is, when real learning occurs, there is a attrition factor. Many are called and few are chosen. That was the echo call of the Sea Organization by L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
It was copied after Christ. It says the same words.
Yeah.
Many are called and few are chosen. I think they use it for the Marines too. It's like, look at, you could say the same about, the NBA or the New York Yankees or the NFL. Many are called and few are chosen.
Yes.
This is like, wow. There's a selection process that goes into anything. And so when you're learning something, and, people will devalue. They'll find ways to devalue the teaching. They'll devalue you before they devalue the teaching.
Yes. Because
the teaching is what's valuable. So we're trying to learn something, and let's devalue what could be devalued. So, you have a great value, but they're devaluing you.
Thank you.
And when they devalue themselves, they devalue you, they devalue themselves, because they have no value or they have an inverted value.
It's true. Yes. And
ultimately, people will want to hear the value. Like, what is the value?
Thank you.
We can get by all the nonsense, but what happens is your work wakes up the geopolitics, the awareness of the geopolitics of what's really going on. And I can tell you what's really going on. In fact, I want to relay a situation from one of my friends who's probably listening. He's a very good friend.
Good.
And he's contributed to you before.
Wonderful.
And maybe he'll do it again.
Hopefully so.
But
yes.
But he has problems with his wife, which I've helped him with a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the problems is his wife is a scared Christian. She, he used to be a Bible thumper himself, but he grew out of that. So he understands it.
Right.
But she, she's scared. She's scared of talking anything metaphysics or occult because it's like from the devil. So he can't talk to her. Like if he wants to talk about it, he'll talk to me, or he'll talk, find sometimes a woman who can listen to him, but can't talk to his wife about it.
So sad.
And I taught him, I said, I called it the Fido syndrome. You see, if you had a dog, Fido means fidelity, nice dog. But you can't talk metaphysics to the dog. You can't talk to the dog about the news. The dog is your dog. And it's not, I'm not comparing his wife to a dog in the sense that she's looks like a dog, but she's his Fido, because that's all. You're not going to get any feedback from her. You're not. So don't engage her on that subject. Just engage her on what you can engage her in. And I said that I wanted to know. So he said that he was talking to her about Aquino and stuff. And he said she wouldn't respond. I said, what was her response? It took me a long time to get for him to tell me her response. It was basically a no response. And because I thought, well, she's into the Bible, she's into the devil, she should be interested in Aquino, because there's Satan preaching. Basically, what she said to him is that, well, it might be true, it might not be true. She had no impetus to go look at this, and she was not interested at all, because it would, her reality couldn't handle it. She couldn't process it.
Yeah.
And this is a problem. Now, the reason I was bringing this up is because, you have a value. Obviously, he sees your information as valuable. He's had his problems with the boys. Mm-hmm. He was very glad to see them go.
Yeah.
He noticed how I was incredibly patient with the whole thing.
Yes.
And yeah. So patience is a great virtue. Why not be patient?
Yes.
It's just when they cross the line, they have to go.
It's true.
And it's good. It was progress. But people out there are not necessarily ready, willing, and able to look. They can't look, because when we talk about the geopolitics and we talk about what has to happen, these people are mentally possessed by the energy of the devil or just good and evil. They can't see evil for what it is. So they just kind of like, okay. So they become unwitting minions by their inaction. And it's just like, okay. It's just their no response is a dead response, apathetic response.
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, it might be true, it might not be true. Now, on the other hand, I once had this lady who was a former Scientologist who would call me and just go on and on about this guy who she thought was killed by the Church of Scientology. Mm-hmm. Now, he ended up dead under very suspicious circumstances, which it was ruled a suicide. And certainly he was nutty enough to have earned a suicide appellation. He was over the top with his obsession about Scientology, the guy who supposedly killed himself.
Right.
Now, I wasn't in a position. I said, and she was just irate about it. Like, what am I? And I said, what am I supposed to do? Go out there and investigate it? Get the police to investigate it? I'm burning my energy over somebody who was clearly off his rocker, the guy who was allegedly killed himself. I'm not saying,
right,
that he did. I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm certainly not saying the church did it. But she was just irate. In her mind, there was a dead body and somebody had to take responsibility for it. Was it my responsibility? God, no. I could only go out there and, make an irritant of myself and waste a lot of time and energy and accomplish nothing.
And make yourself look stupid. Honestly, it reminds me of that poor fellow who became similarly obsessed with Michael Aquino, and like Peter Moon said,
Alex Studer.
Yeah.
I was on his show. Yeah. This is like, you have to pick your battles and do something that you can be effective at.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not responsible for, for this poor man's, fate. But his name was Kenneth Auger, Ogger. You can read about his bizarre story, but it's not, people might not find it interesting.
Well, sometimes these cases of self-destruction are like watching a train wreck. You can't look away, right? I mean, it's
if indeed the church did kill him, he certainly precipitated
the death
circumstances that led to it.
Yes.
And that doesn't make it right, but he led himself down a path that.
But by the way, when I sound rather cynically bemused or even amused by this, don't take the stance that I'm, shall we say, siding with the church or rejoicing in their accomplishment, meaning Scientology, if they succeeded in murdering this guy, if they were the perpetrators of his death, the people who made it happen. It's simply that obviously when you go around and you're just obsessively following Moby Dick and the great white whale.
Moby Dick, good analogy.
Yeah.
The great white whale.
Yeah.
See, this is, and this, people have, here's another, this is another good analogy. It has to do with Scientology, is that, you can look back at I think it was called Operation Clambake, was the anti-Scientology website of probably when the internet came on, and it exposed a lot of negative things about Scientology. It brought all their enemies to one point, and some of it was nauseating to read. Some of it would expose things. I'd kind of be curious about people that I knew and stuff like that. But that finally went out of operation, and then there was the ex-Scientology message board. I think that's been sort of resurrected. But what happened is you go back 1990s, and then you see new people who are coming out. You never thought would come out. The people that are being criticized now come out, and they're now out. Now they have their own blogs. And you see, like, 10, 20 years, 30 years later, same people are still bitching about Scientology. And
it's so sad.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, boy, it's like, it's not healthy.
Yeah. With this, by the way, this is basically the analogy that obviously Peter Moon checked into it, and he was looking at the lunatic blog of Richard K. Cole Jr. And of course, he's trying to portray this as everyone leaving the Douglas Dietrich cult. And this, of course, is the portrayal that they're giving. The real cult is, of course, this anti-Dietrich group of just very disturbed people. And obviously, we're talking about people who are deranged, where you've got Penny Bradley saying that she was both the pilot of a spaceship and an assassin and all this hot shit, and that she was super sexy at one point, not like she looks now. And it's like, this is something that, and by the way, she's always had very bad eyesight. So that has never been conducive to piloting or the work of murder. So you're talking about somebody who's completely self-indulgent, and I think I was astonishingly patient with her, and anyone can listen to the past episodes on that. The obsession with Daryl Neely and herself for apology is that she keeps claiming I said she was delusional, which I never said. It's a terror, which is itself is a delusion. Going beyond that, of course, you have all of these others, and every one of them has, of course, their own issues and problems, and but in the end, they're all deeply disturbed people. So the reason, of course, that this is frightening in a sense is because you get that many disturbed people together, and they are promoting taking somebody down. This is ultimately going to be interpreted with some sort of violence. That is the concern. So that does need to be said publicly, just to put it on the record. That being said, of course, as Peter says, they really are doing well by us in a certain sense. But let me add another level of what this is about. When everybody tunes in to something like Coast to Coast AM, or they're watching X-Files and looking at these pseudo-documentaries attempting to exploit the X-Files mystique, what is it that everybody is looking for? They're all looking for a sense of wonder. Basically, what people want is for all these things that we've heard about mythically and poetically. They want it all to be true. And so they go seeking someone who will tell them that it is. With Penny Bradley, she delivers that for a particular crowd that's looking for space travel now, aliens everywhere. And she's basically got it all, and she'll just spew out everything they want to hear, and the story just keeps building and building it's a never-ending story. And so she has what she has. Again, I noticed no one ever complains about her imagery. They say I'm not myself, yet clearly the picture of the Nachtwaffen pilot of this Nordic Aryan chick is not Penny Bradley. So,
well, does anybody attack her or go after her?
Oh, they may very well do so, but obviously,
I don't think so. Yeah, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I've never heard of it. That's a funny thing. She's never said to me that she's been stalked or targeted. I mean, she seems to live without anybody bothering her whatsoever. She seems to be doing great. I mean, her biggest problem has been mostly her physical problems. So
if I were to give her some advice, and I know she hasn't asked for my advice, and I know she said she was a big Peter Moon fan, and
she says now that you're a criminal and that she's arranging for a lawsuit against you. Just so you know.
Well, it's really funny because I haven't said a word bad about her.
That's the point. Well, neither did I. That was my point. Neither one of us has said anything other than the kind things. The only reason I'm turning vicious now is because she's fucking earned it. I mean, she just went out there. This is what bothers me about her as well. Not to overdwell on her. Here's my point that I was going to make about wonder. I'll certainly let Peter Moon say what comes to his mind about this, however. But say, for instance, during her birthday. On her birthday, I gave her 2 paintings that I put together and a poem. And basically, it was about her, Space Girls. The poem was titled Space Girls, basically, or it was about Space Girls, really. It should have been titled Space Girls. I never titled my poems. But it was just this little thing about how wonderful the Space Girls are. And so she even republished that at a time that she felt down and wanted to cheer herself up. So you've got this person who, all the work that goes into paintings and poetry. And that's my coinage that I've given to all kinds of women in the past. And, after a while, here's the problem. Of course, people think you're just shitting this stuff out. They have no concept of any work that goes into it. And I think that's probably the most offensive aspect of it that made me stop, is just that many women begin to expect this, but then after a while, it's like, like I took it off of offline or something. which is not the case. And when it comes to someone like her having that was so touching to her, and wow, all that's forgotten. Just none of that is where, you know, their real personality is. Whatever gratitude they may feel at the time, even to the point where, you know, they republish this stuff later, including the illustrations and whatnot, or integrate that into their own brand, and then later come back and just turn against me and say I'm this most horrible person in the world. As Peggy Wood-Amilal says in the private messages, her being offended by you not believing her says more about where she is. And that was her main obsession, was that I want you to believe. Now, by the way, that is a cult. That is a cult. When somebody is saying you must believe, it's not a question of, you know, hey, I'm giving you time on my show. It's not like, oh, I'm treating you well. I've written you some poetry that kind of caters to your fantasy. It's like, no, that's not enough. I must believe. Okay, that is cultic. That is completely cultic. And that's what disambiguates a cult from a faith. So if you must believe, there is no questioning here, then, well, no one goes anywhere. You're at that point her mind slave. So she's trying to organize a cult all her own. And in a sense, she has one. Though I know for a fact none of those people would do anything for her beyond maybe morally supporting her to a degree. There's not much else she can do with her following because, you know, she doesn't have anything she says she has. There is none of that background there to actually enable her to lead a movement, to do anything constructive or anything at all other than to listen to her and believe.
I want to give some advice, if I may.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, I've never had anything bad to say about Penny because I've never really, but maybe once a little bit, listened to her broadcasts because I don't have time to listen to broadcasts by and large. It's not that I didn't think they were interesting. But what I was very interested in her was because of her knowledge of E. Clampus Vitus. I really appreciated that. And she said she saw gravestones with the Sonora Aero Club SAR on them. I was very interested, but she couldn't turn up any pictures. It doesn't mean she didn't see them. I was very interested. She knew some real things about the gold country, and I really, you know, her and her husband there, I really appreciated that. I really appreciated her. I was really looking forward to meeting her. And maybe I still will, but so I'm not against Penny. But the one thing I would
strongly suggest against, maybe you still will, just look in the chat room where I gave you that image. It would be further up. Basically, I entered something. It's right underneath the maybe right with the roll of the eyes in the Skype text. Can you access that? You should look at that right now.
Just finish. I mean, I'm not making this. I'm just saying based upon all the past information I've interacted with her.
Yeah, before.
I don't even have the chat open.
Okay. This would be in Skype chat. Skype chat.
What's that?
Skype chat. It would be Skype chat.
Okay. I will look.
Yeah.
But the thing is what I was going to give, the advice I was going to give to her is that when people criticize you, it's generally good for your business.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's like when people start nagging you or bothering you because you're making headways. So it should be perhaps taken as flattering.
Right. By the way, you might want to check your private messages. I entered it there too, so it's probably easier to access.
Is this the article from Anne?
God, no way. It's further up, which is like maybe right underneath where I'm rolling the eyes. There's a little screenshot there you'd click to open up. I'm
going further up.
Yeah. Right above Mirth. Right above Mirth wants permission. Vivian's...
Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. I saw that. Mirth wants permission.
Right above that.
This is Anne.
Yeah.
This is by Anne.
Yeah.
Oh, it says, I need to start a case against Penny and need contact info. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so delusional. she's telling everyone I moved in with Rocco Fowler.
Right. So just basically, so you know, this girl is legit. I mean, she was basically in contact with me before. She was the real thing. But as she says up there, you, me, and Peter are 3 of her top 10 backstabbers that she is claiming we are criminals.
Oh! I have more information for you, and I'm going to send it to you on Facebook right now.
Yeah, she says I actually consider being on her top 10
accomplishments. Something I don't think you know.
Okay.
And I don't think you should say it.
Understood.
But, you see that?
Is it in private messages to me from you?
In Facebook private message. I can send it in Skype if you want.
Okay, let me take a look at the Facebook private messages, and it hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, nothing from you there. So you can put it in Skype, because who knows, Facebook might be blocking it or something.
Yeah,
but definitely
go into chat. I can put it in the chat room.
Okay. You mean the Skype chat, right? As opposed to
the Skype chat.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, Peter's typing, so I see that. That looks like it'll produce something at least, because I see action there.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. That's there we are.
So sometimes things aren't quite what they seem.
Yes.
Sometimes people want you to join your bandwagon, or to get on your bandwagon, and let's just say things aren't quite what they seem.
Right. No.
I got a similar message, and it's like I just looked around and I said, "Oh boy."
Okay.
This is not what it seems.
Yes.
So, this is, around every corner there's a.
Yes. Yes. And so there you go. It's endless, and this is why we need to communicate. There we are. This is why we network. So that takes care of that. And and it's like, but see, the thing is, as I was saying with Scientology, you see people 10, 20 years later, the same people still complaining about the same thing. Yeah.
And they could have been studying yoga. Yeah. They could have been studying Tibetan meditation in Nepal. Right. They could have been studying all sorts of things. The metaphysics of mumbo jumbo, and having great realizations. Mm-hmm. And instead, they're basically criticizing themselves for having spent so many years being defrauded in Scientology.
Yeah.
They spent 20 years being defrauded. Now they're spending 20 years complaining about the defrauding.
Yeah, or the rest of their lives, actually longer than 20 years. I mean,
but I think, and this is what happens. It's like, if you're one of these detractors of Douglas Dietrich, how much of your life do you want to spend engaging in detraction? What is it going to do for you? If you're getting paid for it, you're not getting paid very much. You'd probably make more money than, if you learned how to become a barber.
Oh, which, by the way, that's the funny aspect of this. I shared that in the chat room as well. If you keep scrolling up, you'll see the screenshot of Daryl Neely, where he's claiming none of us are being paid. And this is his opening line, which is actually something you and I have never really dwelt upon. When we may have said, these are the new paid troll, welfare queens, which are basically paid trolls. We never called him out, or Penny Bradley. So then here's Daryl when he says it wasn't me. By the way, you can find that screenshot just by going.
No, I see it. He doesn't say he wasn't getting paid. He says Penny is not getting paid for anything. I think that's kind of obvious.
And yeah.
Because nobody's going to pay her to do that.
There you are. But beyond that, he says it wasn't me. I mean, he starts off with that, like, what the fuck is he talking about? I have no idea what he's talking about. It's as if I accuse somebody of doing something. What the fuck is he talking about? So then he says it wasn't me, and Penny's not getting paid. I think that just opens up with, well, I never said she was. So I think that exposes everything right there. Maybe she is being paid, since he's pretty much copped to it by denying it. But I don't know if you've got any insights into that from what you see, but definitely one of the points.
It's like, I
mean, when somebody comes up to you and they say, I'm not an alcoholic, you know they're an alcoholic, right?
Well, yes, but see, this is the thing, is that everybody in this universe needs attention of some sort.
Yes.
There is some rituals that certain monks will do where they will be in darkness for a long time, seclusion, but even they will have food brought to them. They need some attention.
Yes.
Of course, they don't need a lot of attention, but they need some. But by and large, when you live, let's just say you live some humble life in rural India somewhere, well, you need attention from somebody or something to get sustenance. Even if you're a beggar,
yes,
people have to give you attention to put stuff in your begging bowl.
Yes.
So everybody needs attention. When we get into more civilized society, well, okay, imagine a kid going to school. You get attention from the other kids. And sometimes, I remember in kindergarten, I seldom got friendly attention from the kids. I had friends in the neighborhood, but at school, it was a different animal. And kids were most of them were off-putting to me. And only looking back at it, because I didn't realize at the time, I was probably much bigger in size than they were. I didn't notice that.
Right.
Because I didn't feel bigger, and it's kind of like, okay, so that they might have felt threatening, or they didn't know me, they weren't familiar with me. I finally, my two best friends in kindergarten were Kenny and Lori Gus. They were twins, and they were Jewish. And Mike Smith came along. I was friends with those kids, all the way till I left school there. They were, they were friendly with me. And for what reason, I don't know. They just were friendly with me. And so, and they were Jews. Okay, that's how I got to know Jews. They were the only Jews in the class. I thought it was really odd, when I look back at it. But you need attention. They gave me some attention, and you have to have attention to interact with. Now, when you get a little more, sophisticated and you grow up a little bit more, you get attention for doing different things. And some kids get the wrong attention. They get bullied because they don't fit the mold of normal or whatnot. But people need attention. And then it gets into the ego. And some people did not get attention when they were young, and it really raggles them. So they need to get attention. People, the first thing I noticed when the internet came out, long before YouTube, was that people were all excited about getting hits. Yes. Getting hits. Oh, I got so many hits. I got hits. And I think, what do you want hits for?
It's incredible. It's like the new currency. There are people who, do all kinds of things to get those hits, but including risking their lives. But go on.
Well, and I said, well, these hits aren't valuable. No. It's like, what? Getting attention. Well, and then it did turn to the point where some people, enterprising people, could get not just get hits, but could get monetization on Google, and were making, fortunes. And then Google cut them off.
That's right. That's right. Just like YouTube did later. It
was cruel.
Yeah.
It seemed to me, the way the stories were rendered, it was very cruel. And some of these people, I think, committed suicide.
Yes, no, that's true. Yes, and that's what happened with the, the one woman who was a YouTuber became a mass shooter to a degree, as far as she could mass shoot, and it's one of these things that she was this Persian woman, and the poor dear was making a living off YouTube, and then when they completely changed their monetization, she lost her living. I mean, that was her living. So she was just kind of an artist and did these kind of quirky videos that were about exercise and vegetarianism and stuff. And then, she wound up, just when YouTube did what it did, the horror and what made it so disgusting was that, so she decided she was going to do a mass shooting at YouTube. And when she drove all the way over there, she was even stopped by the police, who were asking her what she was doing sleeping in the car on the way to the YouTube campus. And they just let her go. Then she went on to the YouTube place, but the problem was it was already in lockdown. In other words, they knew they were going to trigger a mass shooting, that someone was going to try and get vengeance for what they were doing. And so they had the whole place on complete lockdown. The only people she could kill were a bunch of people who dared to say, fuck it, I can't stay inside. I just have to eat outside. I just need some sun. So people who went outside to eat and enjoy the sun, she killed all 2 or 3 of those. And then
well, let's deconstruct YouTube for a second on that. What little information I have is that YouTube, the only reason I can imagine them cutting her off, and
it was universal. They cut everybody like that off, but go on. Yeah.
Well, they were making money on it too.
Yeah, they were, and that's what makes it. What happened was at some point, understand this was not personal. They did that to everyone. It was a universal change in their policy. That's why they were on lockdown. So in other words, it's not like they knew they were going to provoke this one poor bitch. It was like they knew that someone was going to come and try to do something in retaliation, because they had basically taken, at that point, what must have been a few million people at least, if not millions.
Well, that's easy to understand. The question is, why did they cut them off? Why did they cut people off from making an income where they're making money too? I don't know I'm sure they were making more money than these people were on
I get you. It's just at some point they decided that, that they were going to change their money making method, that they were going to go with advertisers, big advertisers.
Well, I know, but I'm saying is, the only reason they're getting money is because somebody's paying them in the first place. So they're still, the advertising's still there. It's the question is, I think it probably led to a lack of control. These people might have been too popular and would have been able to steer the advertising and steer the message.
Yeah, good point. I
don't really know. Yeah. I'm just trying to deconstruct it.
That's the only logical thing, really, because it's more important than even profit in many cases is control. So,
if they had a big enough following, they could take that following to another platform.
Yeah, that's true. So,
none of them did, I don't think.
No, because they got cut off at the knees. There was no real warning. And by the way, just to Peggy Ŵoaumphyieorai, she's saying the same thing over and over again. Really, you don't need to repeat this, honey. And this is obviously a given. Both Peter Moon and I are painfully aware of this. And you got to give us credit for knowing what we're doing. But basically, she's talking about our gang stalkers, and it's always this is the kind of same shit Pac-1 Morales was saying, where they're basically, and don't take it the wrong way, Peggy. With Pac-1 Morales, this is exactly what he was trying to do. There are a bunch of shitheads out there who always are trying to blame the target or blame the victim. And when someone says, "Oh, they're feeding from you energetically," you allow it by giving it your attention. Okay, fuck that bullshit. And with Pac-1 Morales, I say, fuck you, because when he came out and he was saying that just days after James Maurice was fired, I showed that to Peter Moon. All this is bullshit. You have to make a stand. You have to make a statement, because otherwise these people jack the narrative. If you just stand back and do nothing and say, I'm not going to give these people attention, you lose, because the narrative is theirs. So that's bullshit. I mean, somebody saying that is on the side of the enemy. You want them to win. You want them to steamroll over us. Let's play Runaway Train. Let's play Mack Truck, and I'm the speed bump. Fuck that. And fuck you if you believe that. That's more towards Pac-1 Morales. Don't take that personally, Peggy. So understand that it's bullshit. You have to make a statement. Now, like I said, I want to make this the demarcation point. I'm going to be taking Father's Day weekend off and coming back, and we're going to try and address this only organically if it needs to be addressed. At times when, again, if we feel it's educational for people. I feel that certainly what I said tonight is, and certainly I'll say something else that I feel is educational. Understand that all of these people are on a search and destroy mission. And the search and destroy mission is the search for wonder that I spoke of. Everybody out there wants unicorns. Everybody out there wants werewolves. Everybody out there wants ninja the way they see them in movies. Everybody out there wants glamorous spies the way they see them in films. You got some cunt named fucking Penny Bradley who says, oh yeah, you know, it's not like in the James Bond movies, but yet, hey, I was a sexy assassin who flew a fucking spaceship. Which, by the way, these are two different skill sets. And it's like, maybe a person can be one or a person can be the other, but you can't be both. That's kind of like saying, I'm a ninja and a scientist. I mean, these are lifetime careers. It takes dedication to each of these professions. And of course, she was neither, because she doesn't have the physical capacity for it. I don't care what they say. When these people try to seek what they want from her, however, they'll get the never-ending story. When people come to Douglas Dietrich, I'm putting it in context of history, and you've never heard me go off track of that. I've never suddenly gone off and say, you know, something so off the mark that it's just flat out like, you know, like what Penny Bradley says, you know, I flew to Andromeda. This is something where I've always had it in context of a chronological framework of history itself, either current or in the past. And when it comes to where we're at, what I've given people is the reality of vampires and werewolves and ghouls and so many things that they always want to learn about. You're here to learn. And by the way, Peggy Wood Amalel has taken it very well. She says, being the victim is also low-level narcissistic across the board. Absolutely. But look who's acting the victim. The enemy. It's Solomon Sheikh says that I stole from him. Yet he also claims I'm driving a Maserati, and they say that my son doesn't exist, and that really all that millions of dollars from Sugar Daddy is really mine. Yet I'm still spending time stealing chump change from this Muslim immigrant who is quite rich in his own right. And his parents are, of course, wealthy. That's why life is so beautiful for him. So he can go to the park all fucking day and feed birds and ice cream to kids and shit, and then say life is beautiful. Yeah, it is for him, but not for everybody else. They have to work for a living, which is what he's going to have to do if his parents disown him for being gay. So what we come across when it comes to, again, the sense of wonder, when these people are on the search and destroy mission, then they found it. Douglas Dietrich has it. Yes, I'm a quarter vampire. Which, by the way, I noticed a lot of people in the thread of Penny Bradley were attacking me for that. When he said he was a vampire, that's when I knew. Whatever. He's full of shit, whatever. I didn't bother to read the rest of the sentence when I was scanning down. But yet when Penny Bradley says, I'm a star pilot assassin, then it's all kosher. I mean, go figure. So, again, they're obsessed with saying, first off, that everything I'm doing is cosplay. They're obsessed with this word, cosplay. By the way, for those of you who don't know, cosplay means someone dresses up as a character in Japanese anime. Now, anyone who's ever looked through any of my photographs knows that my son and I have always been dressed either conventionally. There was a photograph in which my son was pretty much undressed, and I was able to get published in Facebook before they were really cracking down on that. They would consider such things art. But, you know, other than that, the only thing people have mostly seen is me dressing in historical garb I inherited from my mother. The most garish of that being that of basically, as I've articulated before, boy prostitutes in the time of the floating world, which for hundreds of years in Japan was when the samurai and every other member of society, including females, would visit the prostitution areas of Japan, and they would be able to indulge themselves sexually with what was known as the third gender, just kind of an overall service to sexual needs that was similar to the geisha, but very different. The geisha were basically heterosexual, and kind of the young boys covered everything else. But the reason, you might ask, why would your mother even cherish such a tradition? Understand that the wakashu, the beautiful youths, that term never being used for girls, of course, of the Meiji era, these were people who were the most cosmopolitan of all Japanese. Because they serviced every class of society, from the nobility to the samurai to the merchants, they had more social mobility than any other Japanese person, which is what made them ideal assassins. So the people who were sleeping with them, this is the same kind of feeling that many people were seeking when they were going to the glory holes in various cities in the old frontier gay era, when the gays had these glory holes, which are kind of like converted bathrooms where people would go into a stall and suck and fuck each other off without seeing the other person. You just stick your dick in a hole, or you're inside of the middle waiting for it to happen. And the whole thrill of the danger of that, like playing Russian roulette, is part of that thrill. That's really what people were also seeking in having sex with these boys, because if they were assigned to assassinate you, most of the time you were in such a vulnerable position, taking you down was inevitable. And therefore, as ideal assassins, while at the same time, people were kind of paying for the danger that, well, I might be one of his targets, but I'm willing to take that risk. All of this shows the kind of essence of what this is all about. But the one thing that no one can ever say is that this is some kind of cosplay. First off, these garments are hundreds of years old. Beyond that, what kind of anime would I be cosplaying? As I said, every other set of clothes is conventional. Some are fairly innocuous robes, but none of these are cartoon character level display. The garish wakashu garb, that would be cosplay of what? Oh yes, the cross-dressing, androgynous, child prostitute assassin. That's the anime we all grew up with. How insane can you people be to even suggest that this is somehow cartoonish? This is the kind of world that prepared me, the world of the kagema, the underworlder, the demimondiste, the half-worldist, the person who walks between the genders. This is what prepared me to survive the horrors of what I saw at the Presidio. So all you people are seeking the satanic ritual abuse. You're seeking all of the wonders and all of the horrors. And the one man who gives you both is Douglas Dietrich. And so when the people find it, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the real thing, they hate it. And they say, we have to destroy it. This is all a search and destroy mission that all these people have, is to destroy all sense of wonder and beauty and history and horror, because they can't handle the truth. The truth must be destroyed when they find it. They want to hear the lie. They want to hear Randy Allen Kramer, who's Richard K. Cole Jr. And that likely is what little piddlin' Danny Arola went to apologize to him about. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're not Randy Allen Kramer. You're not the Martian Marine. If he didn't do that, he can tell us. But the fact that he doesn't dare to show up and say it's didn't happen at all, it lends me to believe that's what happened. All of this surrender to these people, the people who are out to seek and destroy myself, these are the times where the line is drawn. And when the line is drawn, like at the Alamo, in the sand with a sword, whoever is afraid to die here, then you stay behind that line. And every man step forward. That's at a time when you've got men who are committed to an ideal with their lives. The overwhelming majority of people are just vicarious. They want to live vicariously. And then when they find the person who's living the life they could never have lived, never will live, then they hate him. You know, Daniel Arola is someone who could kill someone just by smiling at him. And yet, he's one of the most powerless people in the world. Forget his misguided attempts where he tries to enlighten people by throwing lances at them and maybe misguidedly thinks he's doing them some good when he's just a cyberbully. He's basically a kept man. Everything he has is dependent on the woman who took him in. He has no money to spend on his own, not a single dime. She sends him to go shopping and takes back everything in change. When I asked him, "What do you have?" Well, he had unlimited access to the internet. And we see what he did with it. All of this is not to disparage him now, but it's one of those things where there's a price to pay if you're going to go running to the enemy. He could have at any time said he didn't and chose not to. And in that sense, that's an admission of guilt as far as I'm concerned. So when it comes to where we're at now, you found wonder. You found the truth. You found the real thing. You found, in my own way, while I'm dependent on you, my listeners, and certainly that's one reason why I had to get rid of Jameson Rees, because he spent all the time saying he wanted you dead. If you feel sorry for him, you're an idiot. This is a guy who now thinks he's going to hit the big time with his new buddies. And all of these people, even as the team, the Legion of Doom they call themselves because they're going to take down Superman, you get all of these petty villains and they're doing what they're doing and they need to be called out. They're after your mind, your soul, and they're going to tell you everything Douglas Dietrich says is a lie. Everything! Meaning, oh, my very name, my very appearance, the people that I love in my life. Oh, all of this is a construct. The history, the thousands of years of history that leads to my appearing in front of you in a girdle that carries no less than a score of blades that can either skin a person alive or bleed them dry like a stuck pig. Everything that I was trained in, everything that helped me survive what was impossible to survive. The nanites that were transfused into myself that now communicate to others through my bodily fluids, whether saliva or my semen. Everything that I've been through is a validation, a vindication of every fantasy you've ever had about cloning, about nanotech, which Morgellon syndrome is probably nanotech gone wrong and transmitting between people whose systems, unlike mine, cannot even process it. So it mutates, or at least manifests as, basically a disease. All of these mysteries you're seeking answers for, the overwhelming majority, the key is in me. Therefore, as the most important man in the world, obviously, certainly these people think so, I must be destroyed. You must not believe Douglas Dietrich. Penny Bradley, the cult leader, says, "You must believe me." And she hates me because no matter what, even when I humored her and comforted her, I did not believe her. And therefore, because what I say is inarguable, and no one tries to destroy what I say about history or about Asian culture, they must destroy my character. Well, he can't know any of that because it's all a lie. He didn't know Aquino, whereas just before she said I was groomed by Aquino. Again,
But
all of
Doug,
that.
let me add a little bit of context before I go, if I might, because
Please.
I've only got a short time here.
Understood.
I don't disagree with anything you said, but as you began to talk quite a while ago, I began to realize what not only the problem is, but what will clear these matters. And it's a challenge. It's not insurmountable. See, one of the biggest problems in assimilating and appreciating your work is that, with the exception of the Roswell book, it's all verbalized. And it's not, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yes, that's where you come in.
But the audio tape is not.
Yes.
The audio tape is not, because the audio tape is not fixed. It's all the words get lost. You can't listen to them. When it's fixed, there's something about, from a magical perspective, it's not written, it's not true. And, if you had media on all the time, it's good. But it gets a message across, but it doesn't quite work. So what the real thing is, it's the vampire thing is so subject to misinterpretation. It's so subject to not knowing. All of this stuff is not knowing. It's got to be put down in simple English so that people can understand it. And this is what has to be done. This is why the writing project is important. And this is really all that needs to be done.
And this is their drive this is their drive behind their motivation for trying to alienate you and I.
Yeah, and it's not going to happen because, we understand what's being done is, what's most important right now is for you to, have sustenance.
Yes.
So that we can do this.
Yes.
And it's like, people, they don't understand it's hard for them to understand. Even if they're willing and on board with you, it's hard to put it all together. Once it's put into writing, it changes the whole dynamics of everything. Montauk Project, case in point. It's like a lot of that information was open-ended. It was not conclusion. It was a story of Preston Nichols' memories, basically, and his research. A lot of it was abstract, but it resulted in so much more. Your information is a lot more substantive. So it's like all this quibbling is just unnecessary. They can go read the book. When the book is out, it'll shut them up.
Yes.
Because, and then if people have, ego problems or they need attention, just, if you're getting criticized, any publicity is better than no publicity.
Yes.
And you know what? If somebody's crying because you criticize them, well, they're getting attention because they're crying.
Yes.
Look what Douglas did to me. Look at what Douglas did to me. Somebody thinks I'm important enough to criticize. And it's like, look what they did to me. Oh, you poor thing. You got criticized. It's not nice. We give you sympathy. So what? It's just, it's infantile. It's, people have infantile needs because in a lot of cases, people were not nurtured as infants. They were not nurtured by their mother. They were cut off from breastfeeding or had other issues. So, I'm sorry for that. I was never a mother, but you know, we all had varying degrees of motherhood. Some of it was good, some of it was not so good, unless we had a perfect mother. And sometimes some of the sweetest nurturing mothers can be so clueless when it comes to toughening their kid up. So, you know, it's hard to be a perfect mother, and it's even harder to have a perfect mother. So, you know, I'm really sorry that some of you weren't given the emotional support. I'm sorry. I mean, it's like, it's unfortunate if they didn't get the emotional support. And sometimes this emotional support needs to be carried on into adulthood. And, you know, where you need emotional support from people. So if Douglas has been mean to you, you know, it's kind of like, I remember when the kids in the neighborhood told me, when I was going to the dentist for the first time, oh, they're telling me a drill and this is what the dentist is going to do. They're giving me the business. And I go in and tell my mother, I thought, no, this couldn't be true. And she tells me, well, yeah, it is true. Of course, they made it sound much worse than it would be. And it was bad. You're going to have this drill in your mouth. It scared the daylights out of me. And you know what? The experience was kind of worse than what they said. It was bad. The dentist. And, boy, you know, I didn't have a lot of support. I didn't have a lot of support, but, you know, I had to go in there and brave it out. It was not nice. So, you know, we've all had, you know, those kids were mean. And, you know, my mom couldn't really reconcile the issue because they were mean. I'd also say she wasn't real good at giving sympathy when kids would pick on me. I could tell she didn't like it when I came home and said, you know, so-and-so was doing such and such. And this did not work. You know, she didn't give me support. So I had to figure out on my own how to deal with, you know, older kids. And, you know, found ways to be as inoffensive as possible. Not that I was being offensive in the first place.
Right.
It worked pretty good. But yeah, it's like, and even when mom sits there to support you and if you have these alternate mothers, these guys that, you know, people are going to come up, oh, you poor so-and-so, Douglas did this to you. You know, Douglas is mean to you. You know, those people giving you sympathy only goes so far because, you know, a lot of people won't respect you for that. So it's kind of like, and everybody's entitled to their own experiences. You're entitled to your experiences, whether you're I've met people that were flying spaceships, said they were flying spaceships. And you know what? I had no reason to disbelieve them. I didn't know in what context they were talking about. They were experiencers of some sort. They were flying spaceships somewhere. I can't say what reality was. I don't think they were, you know, being taken up in their body and doing this stuff. I've indulged a lot of people who have weird experiences, but you know, it's like, it's about correlating your experiences. So, you know, and if Douglas bruised your feelings, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, you know, but it might get you some attention that you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So, whoever, those of you out there who you may be, boy, but the real test we have here, and this only makes me more determined to put some of this stuff down, so it can be consumed.
Yes.
And then let's take another perspective, Douglas.
Yes.
Let's say, let's suppose we took an elitist attitude towards this and said, they don't deserve it. Human beings don't deserve this information.
Yes, the keynote's perspective. Go on.
Then there's another attitude, and I'll tell you this attitude. Maybe we could go this route. Not that I want to. There is a whole plethora of books that are occult books, that are, suppose we do a book about the Vox Arca, and we charge $666 for it.
Hey, that's a good idea. Go on.
This may be the revenge. This may be the effing revenge. $666, but no, they're going to complain about that and say it's a devil, so we'll make it $1,266 or $1,212. 2012 better, yeah, 2012. Price is going up. There are people who will pay for that book.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And if you bound it in leather, this is a whole series of occult books that do this.
Yes.
And they're most of them are crap.
Yes.
If not all of them.
Yeah.
They're absolute crap. They're playing on people's gullibility.
So sad.
So, see, this is the way occultism is dealt out. So, if these people persist, if you gang stalkers persist, this is what we're going to have to do. I don't want to do it. So, we put some effort in, write a book, split the difference, write one book, 300 here, 300 there, 400, whatever it is. And it's like, I'll make more money doing that than I will doing it on the regular market. And the ones who are going to want it the most? The gang stalkers themselves.
Yes.
They're actually going to want to read it because they want that information.
Yes.
That's the tragic of these people. What about your loyal supporters? I don't know. Might make some special compensation for them. Might sell it for $99.
Now that would be a cult. See, as in...
this is to support the authors.
Yes.
Some people would pay $99. This is not what I want to do. But this is what the gang stalkers are asking for. And it's going to hurt them the most. It's going to hurt them the most because everything they do is self-destructive. So what happens is then we have to have, it's going to hurt them because they're going to have to pay more to get the book or pretend to be loyal followers so they can get the book for $99. And then it also makes the loyal supporters hate them even more. The true people that believe in Douglas because, oh, God, you guys are raising the price. You guys are like Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin,
but
the president of Exxon.
By the way, you're on a great roll. I do want to say somebody just sent me. I'll keep their name secret. Somebody just sent me from Lena Crane, who's obviously listening to us right now. Lena Shea says, Douglas Dietrich has never posted a real picture. I've never posted a real picture. By the way, this is a girl who flew out here to sleep with me. So like Jojo Mythology, who did not sleep with me, but certainly saw me personally face up front and saw my eyes change color, this girl saw the same thing and saw basically the real thing. And for her to say that is, let's put it this way. Say that what she says, just for a second here before Peter leaves us, I just have to leave him with this amusing thought because, it's basically what she's positing. What she's positing is that I'm selling a fantasy and now she herself is a prostitute and that's not a moral judgment. I mean, I myself would do something similar to what Daniel Arola does and become a kept boy. I'm always looking for a chick takeover, but, you know, I can't seem to find a woman with that amount of discretionary income. And not quite sure even then I would submit so totally as he has. Because, you know, once she passes, God knows what's going to happen to him. And hopefully she set up some kind of trust fund or something. But if I'm just a gigolo, and you're the prostitute who was sold enough on my fantasy to come meet the gigolo and sleep with myself, and then years later suddenly snap out of that fantasy and say, none of it was real, what on earth does that make you? I mean, really. First off, we're both professional sex workers in a sense, and I have thousands of years of tradition behind what I do because it's taken to another level where I literally kill people by fucking them to death. But you, honey, you came over here to fuck me, you paid for it, and now you're all pissed off? You got your rocks off enough where you were satisfied for years. Why are you so pissed off now?
Well, you're bringing up another good point. And first off, what I'm going to say, really, you know, with all due respect, who cares what she says?
Thank you.
I mean, you might care because you knew her, but I don't think anybody else cares. But this, I want to say that something is people who complain like this are indeed sexually frustrated themselves. A lot of this, you know, I mean, can you imagine this Richard K. Cole having sex with anybody that satisfies him?
He never shows his face, by the way, and they all follow him like the empty voice of God, like he's the Saw character, the puppet.
He can't show his face.
Yes, thank you.
And we see who he is. But the thing is all these characters, they're very sexually frustrated, and if you get them to not be frustrated, they're not. This is a symptom of sexual frustration. It's like, okay, why this obsession? If they were being satisfied, they wouldn't be whining and complaining. And this is the whole key. So, you know, maybe we should have, you know, a phone sex operator come on the line and kind of like, you know, speak to some of these people. Say, you know, we want you so bad, Lena, you know, or something, I don't know, or whoever. Doesn't have to be her. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. I mean, I think they might find more enjoyment by, you know, looking on the, you know, going on the dark web and, you know, looking for people who will satisfy your urges. And I think that would, you know, I've tried to give these people help. But there is a certain frustration, and this is quite a madness. You know, I mean, and this madness was with us long before, you know, Douglas Dietrich became a informant. You know, these people some of the people who've shot or been involved in this stuff are admittedly sexually frustrated, and this is part of the whole conundrum or issue of society, and it's. And of course, the sex industry thrives on people being frustrated.
Yes, absolutely.
It all goes back to the, you know, I was talking about the timeline, the false timeline we're on. We got to get back to the 1320 frequency, the 13 lunar months, and you know, the Mayan 20 calendar that's counted in 20s, because this is going to open the doors to nature. You know, tribal people, indigenous cultures, matriarchal cultures didn't have this type of frustration, by and large. So I'm really, here again, I have to apologize on behalf of creation that, yeah, frustration is tough. And it's like, this is what will relieve them. If they can find, I mean, you know, obviously you weren't enough to, because I mean, from what she said or you said, I don't remember. It's like there's quite a situation there with a husband. It's a real problem. So you can understand if one is a masseuse who crosses the line, that there's a reason for it. It's because she's not being satisfied by the man with the undersized, organ. So this is, I mean, it's really exposes what's really going on here. And then, in the case of our Islamic friend, it's like, I don't know. That culture has a totally different culture than what we know in America. And the, although he's not an Arab, the Arab culture has kind of a whole homosexual undertone to it in many aspects of it. Yeah. And
much of Muslim culture does. Turkey and Pakistan, yes.
I'm not that familiar with that culture, but yeah, and it's like sort of like, okay, what is this all about? And it all amounts to frustration.
Yeah.
And maybe maybe people were molested, maybe they were treated badly, and this is unfortunate. And sometimes these things imprint people in such a way, because we don't know anything about the origins of these people, like what really happened to them when they were young. It wasn't, people get mistreated when they're young and they can't cope with it, and they respond very poorly to that, and it affects their whole interaction and socially with people. And it can really be exacerbated when they, get into dealing with the opposite sex.
Yeah.
Because it scars them permanently. I think one of the things that irritated me the most about interacting with the opposite sex when I was young was that if you started to interact with girls, it becomes everybody else's business.
Yeah.
Everybody else gets overly interested in your interaction.
Yes. Which
it's really none of their business. Why can't they just say, well, I remember some girls I was friends with and it was like no interest. But if you, it's like, and then if you start going steady, it becomes everybody's business. Yeah. It's more their business than it is your business.
Yes.
Because you're going steady in the 6th grade. What the hell is that? It doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
But it means something to everybody else socially.
Right.
So it becomes society's thing. Very weird. So what are the, what did these people suffer? I don't know. But it makes their whole interface awkward. I think if they have insurance, they might look into some counseling and some therapy. And I mean this because, okay, look, I don't know that, listening to Douglas Dietrich or bitching about Douglas Dietrich is really going to help the situation. It might counter the frustration, but it's only going to increase the frustration, because if you're sexually frustrated and you're beating your head against the wall, so you got to take it out on Douglas Dietrich, it's not going to really satisfy the urge. If you go to a therapist, it's private. Nobody's going to know about it. You can even change your name and go get a new reality some way. So nobody knows you're forever identified with Douglas Dietrich. And you can go become a respectable citizen in an environment where nobody knew you. In fact, nobody probably knows you anyway, because really not enough people listen to Douglas Dietrich to know if you were, working in a grocery store or office. How the hell? They don't listen to Douglas Dietrich, so you can, it's not that damaging. It's only damaging to your own ego. Get a new ego. So I'm really, trying to, help these people because they need help. They need help badly. and maybe they'll think twice about repairing their lives, because we feel sorry for them. It's not saying that we're the ones to help you, because we're not.
No.
Because, we don't feed the hand who bites us.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And your biting has been, very inappropriate, not very harmful. And to say the more quote unquote harm you give to Douglas, the more it'll actually, in the long run, and perhaps even in the short run, enhance his presentation. And the presentations will not, if I take over this, they're not going to be about you guys. It's just not going to be about you guys, because, we've already said enough. It's like, there's a bunch of, flies on the fly paper, and okay, nobody wants to read about the flies. Yeah. But you can be more than a fly. You can transform into somebody else, and get some gainful employment. Seriously, gainful employment is important, because then you're worth something, and not that being a member of society is the be all and the end all, but it's a step in the right direction. You can become, a pillar of the community.
Right.
You can become a chiropractor, and you can help people, and you can fix people's problems. That's a real service, a real value, or something else. So,
thank you. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Peter. And work is healthy.
Yes.
Mentally ill are often helped with work, meaningful purpose. So.
Beautiful. Well, we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. Before you go, I don't believe I've ever formally introduced you to Justin White. So Justin White was a man who...
Oh, I believe I've talked to Justin before.
Okay, good.
I know we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. So you know each other. I just, he's coming on now, and we're transitioning to him. And God bless you, Peter. That was a perfect transition. And, if Viviana's with us, do say goodnight to Peter as well, Viv, as well as Justin. Both of you say goodnight to Peter. And certainly, Peter, what price is that package? I have people asking me, what price is that package of books?
Go to skybooks.usa.com. I think skybooks.usa.com. Please go to that website. I think it's $155 for, I think it's 12 books, but you can count, and it includes the Roswell deception. And that $155 of the shipping, if there's shipping to a foreign country, it's a lot of money for the shipping to a foreign country. But that's something we can't avoid.
Right.
But if it's reasonable, if it's in the continental United States. So, or probably even Hawaii or Alaska. But anyway, yeah, go to skybooks.usa.com, and you can read the, and I say it can be shut. I can take that thing off in a heartbeat, because if we sell out of secret parchments, we've still got, a couple dozen left. But that book is out. It's out of print, but it's not out of print because we can't. What do you call it? We have a few to sell individually or in the package, but we can't sell them to the distributor because we don't have them in full boxes. So, and the prices of each book as they get reprinted is going to be $29.95 instead of $22 because of inflation, and we won't be making the same amount of money even with the increased price because of all the deductions involved. However, Mystery of Egypt is going to be out of print very soon. Secret Parchment is out of print currently. It's being reprinted. They're both being reprinted right now, but they take, up to 12 weeks. So that's why sometimes this offer will go off. So if you want it, order it now. Thank you. Thank you, Douglas. And I really like this idea. I mean, I don't want to do it. I want to do things the way we do it. But it's like, if people are going to be this, in fact, let me just say a few words more about it.
Yeah.
This was what L. Ron Hubbard did in the 1970s. he called the solution to inflation. He started increasing the prices. When we, have an inflation in the 70s, and it was very unpopular. It was unpopular with the staff. It was unpopular with the registrars, who ostensibly made more money because they get a small commission on everything. It wasn't such a small commission to them, actually. But it was unpopular with the public. It was, but the reason he did it was going up like 10% per month, the prices, is that Scientology was the idea that you would go up this levels or gradation chart of awareness to become what he called OT or full OT. Oh, eventually, nobody was a full OT, a full operating Thetan or operating spirit. But what I noticed about it, because I was impervious to this. I was on staff. I didn't pay for anything. And of course, I was, at that time writing letters on behalf of L. Ron Hubbard. And the thing is what I noticed, is that the reason he was doing this is because people weren't taking this subject seriously. They were just lollygag. She says, okay, take it seriously. You're sitting on your ass. Good. You're going to pay more for it. So what that did is it shot the income up. It shot the income up. People are saying, oh, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Where in fact, now this doesn't really matter whether you think Scientology is worthwhile or not. Any of us who were doing it thought it was very worthwhile. And I thought it was so worthwhile that I dedicated my whole life to it. And I made, tremendous progress, at least in my own mind, to my own satisfaction. But people, were laissez-faire, lollygagging. They weren't taking it seriously. Okay, it's there. Boy, did they swim like fish when they started like, and that's how much he had them on a string. But that was their own fault. Okay, well, we're not doing Scientology here. But there is real precious occult information here. And if it's going to be delineated in such a way that it's easy to understand, I am not making an edict here. And the people who are making the edict here are the gang stalkers and the people who are numb and not responding. For those of you who I know, and for those of you who have been loyal customers of mine, I might be able to make a special dispensation. If I know you and you've been a long subscriber to my newsletter, I know who you are, might allow you to apply for a reasonable price. They'll be considerably higher than the typical $20, $30 price. But this is the counter. This is my, poker hand. It's not a bluff, but I want things to work out the way they should. But we have, Douglas.
Thank you.
We have an alternative here. And look, I just wanted this Roswell book to sell, okay? And frankly, right now, I'm probably in the hole on the book. I'm not concerned about it. If those books, sit in storage for 5 years, big deal, okay? It's not going to kill me. But I wanted this book to sell like the other books sell. Like a normal book would sell, especially from Sky Books. No book has ever stalled like this. Even the books that haven't sold as much haven't stalled like this. They got off to a good start, and then they kind of wind down. This is ridiculous. So, wow. All of a sudden, we can play the game the occultists play.
Yes.
And be as kind as possible to those we love. We'll also be doing it in the name of support because it's the cost of the book. There have been people occasionally that will send extra money to Sky Books and say, keep the change. It might be 20, it might be 100. They just feel so good about Sky Books.
Wow.
That happens sometimes. They say, keep the change. We like you. Okay. And people like to support. They like to support us. Obviously, people like to support you. And as I say, the ones who are going to be pained the most are the gang stalkers because they want to read the information. They really do.
True.
And so, be as fucked up as you want, world. And I'm the last one that would want to do this. I don't like the idea. I one time asked my printer to talked about doing a very ornate leather-bound thing. I don't think she ever gave me the price. She said, I was thinking about that, because I'm very friendly with her. I said, I was thinking about that, doing something really exotic. I forget what the project was. But, yeah. So, it just imagine. So, instead of you, maybe, every month we sell a book. Okay, here's 300, here's 600. That would be nice for you, Douglas.
Yes,
and
thank you.
Probably sell more than one book a month.
Yeah, probably. Yes.
And it's an alternative approach.
Yes. Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
yeah.
Definitely be better for you.
Yes. Yes.
It'd probably be better for me.
Yeah.
And then, as they say, we could tell them the secret of the the Vox Arca.
Yeah,
how to make a biofax. Don't. Oh God. What a twisted not audience we have. I'm not talking about the audience that appreciates us.
Understood.
God, this is, where there's a will, there's a way.
There is.
And, God. Okay. Thank you, gang stalkers. We love you. We appreciate you. You're paving the road to riches, or at least shekels.
Yes.
What fascinating. It's interesting because I was, we're coming home with Paula today, and I'm not going to say what it was, but she is, because it's their business. It's really not my business to share. But there are certain, I guess what you'd say, items of choice that she obtained for some of the students, of Tamarinda students. And they're expensive items of choice. And all the students are now asking for them, or many of them. They're expensive items of choice that Paula put together. And they're very expensive. And I said to Paula, you should be charging for this. You should be making money. She says, no. I said, you're putting time and effort. She says, I asked Tamarinda, and she said not to charge for these. I mean, she's going to charge the cost, but she's not going to charge
the item.
She's not going to mark it up for Tamarinda or her. They're personal items that they will use in whatever rigmarole they do, which I'm not even too specific about. I'm not being specific because I don't really know that much. And she says, Tamarinda knows when to charge for things and when not to charge for things. And this, she said, absolutely not, because I asked her. And I said, okay, that's fine. Because I know Tamarinda does know when to charge. And what she charges to her students, I don't even know. I don't even care. You can go to the class and find out. I'm not one of her students. I'm friends with the students because I know them. I'm friendly with the students. They all like me. I like them. But I'm not, that's not what I'm doing. I got my hands busy with Qigong. That's what my practice is. But I'm saying is know when to charge and when not to charge. And I really like what Paula said. I really trusted her. Now, whether she's charging the right thing or not is not my business. But knowing when to charge and when not to charge. And I'm saying I did the right thing. I did the business thing, and it's not working. And I don't know if this information belongs in the hands of the common nitwit. And I don't mean to imply that the people listening to this are the common nitwits. They're not common. Nobody listening to the show is common.
That's true.
They might be nitwits, but they're not common. They might not be nitwits. So we have, and this makes it genuine occult information. I know the secret. There is a book about the Hellfire Club.
Yes. That
I think sells for $666, or did, or was gonna. I think you can get it cheap. I don't know. It was at one time very reasonably priced. It might still be.
Right.
It was about all the inside dope going back to Ben Franklin and all that.
Right.
And, I found it interesting on the one hand, repulsive on the other.
Yeah.
Do I really want to read about this crap? Because it just ties you into it.
It's true.
But as I say, there will be an audience. Anyway, thanks again to the gang stalkers. Thanks again. I mean, this is great. So, yeah, Douglas, we can talk about this
Excellent.
privately.
We will.
If we gave the book away free, probably wouldn't help.
No, not at all.
Post it on the internet wouldn't help.
No.
And you know what? I think you gang stalkers are trying to devalue Douglas Dietrich, but you just might be giving him the value he hasn't had.
Thank you.
Wow.
Bless you.
Wow. I just, went over for a colon cleanse today.
Cool.
and it's like, wow, this is like, wow, my body's fully hydrated. Helps me think better.
And it's totally detoxed. Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah. It's just, I know more secrets that would, help Jamathan with some of his personal problems, but I'm going to have to put a, big price tag on that.
Yes.
And anybody who knows me well knows I'm not like this. Yeah. I don't want to be like this.
Understood.
I just earned some sort of a living publishing, and not been doing this stuff. This is an old trick.
Yes.
Of occultists that I despise. The only difference is we put real information in it.
Yeah. There you go.
And it would be worthwhile. So, we'll talk about that. I don't know if I'll be up in the morning. Are you gonna do all night tonight?
I'll try. So check in. Try if you're awake. Check in if you're awake.
I just don't know, and I'll have to ask Paula what she thinks if I have time to engage her in the morning.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Share our love with her.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Blessed be. And That was Peter Moon, Skybooks USA, and I also want to thank the wonderful Mr. Justin White for his patience, and I want to say hello to Danette Blair in the chat. She says, I took a picture with you at a UFO con in San Jose. I remember that, darling. Mwah! And shout out to Anne-Christine Fountain. She says hi. Jacob Waters, hello to him. Peggy Wood says, God, I didn't need to know that. Yes, honey. And Justin White. Now, I'm just curious, do you have time to spend an extra half hour with us tonight? Or is just that too much for tonight, 9:30 to 10:30? Or do you want to, make it till 10-ish, 10:15, and then see if you can come back with us maybe on, the next time we're on? How's that sound? But stay with us right now and tell us, get started. Come on, start. Let's see if we can hear you. Fuck, hopefully we can hear him. I think we heard him. We did hear him earlier. Justin? Oh, shit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute there. Sorry, honestly, the last time I've been on Skype was with you probably 2 years ago, so I'm a little rusty.
No,
I am sounding okay?
You sound wonderful. See if you can get a little closer. For some reason, there's a little tiny tinny because it's like you're not on earbuds or a mic. Really, not you're talking directly into the computer, right?
No. I'm on
A mic.
a headset, but we're not talking high end here.
Oh, okay.
Is that sounding better? Or?
It's okay. Believe me, it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
So believe me, get started with everything. Tell us about what's going on with yourself and how they've been attempting to seduce you.
Okay, if we can start off that way. Yeah, I'm an old friend of Douglas's. I've been on the show. The last time I was on was pre-COVID. I've been a one-time guest host. We'll probably discuss some of what I did on shows, but as of late, I haven't been a regular listener. I catch bits and pieces. So I, through Facebook, saw there was a meltdown with JMO Reese just based on his posts. And then I guess kind of got a bit of a sucker punch when Salman Sheikh posted that, started accusing you of being a fraud and et cetera, just because Salman and I have had very little contact, but we have always been very gracious and polite with each other. So to have him all of a sudden turn on you really threw me for a loop. And when that happened, I went out of my way to contact Salman privately just to, like I said, out of respect. I've heard him. He's been on Douglas's show many times. He and I have never, Salman and I have never been on the same show together. He and I have never spoken directly. We've texted each other very, very infrequently over the years. But like I said, there's always been a great mutual respect there. So I went out of my way when he started to make his accusations towards Douglas just to contact him privately, and it just announced that I was really surprised. I didn't see that one coming, and that I told him honestly that I was out of the loop, that I hadn't been a regular listener to the show for a while, so that I would listen to his side and listen to Douglas's, but I was quite candid that I wasn't passing judgment, but I said was quite shocked. And so I listened to Salman's, what he called it, a 5-minute deconstruction of you or something like that. I really wasn't too impressed with what he had said, because one thing is, when I contacted him and texted him privately, he responded to me twice with voice messages through his message. So that was the first time I've actually heard he didn't talk directly to me, but I guess he did. I just didn't reply directly in return. But he just cautioned me to, the first thing he said was just like in his 5-minute piece, your real name wasn't Douglas Duane Dietrich. That was all a lie. Which, I could very well have been, and I was very tempted. I really wish I'd been on the ball at the moment just to ask him, hey, what is his real name? But would have been a fair question. Yeah. Unfortunately, after about 5 minutes or so, I was still tempted to do, but by that point, even after 5 minutes, it comes across as being potentially a bit passive aggressive. Like, so what is Douglas's name? So So yeah, I got the message from both on his YouTube thing and privately that you weren't actually Douglas Duane Dietrich. He warned, and kind of what had me a little bit cautious is twice he warned me, be careful when you listen to him. He has a silver tongue. And, you know, I've privately talked to Douglas in the past. We've been on a show on many occasions. We've discussed for hours. Douglas and I have not always agreed on everything. We've had some differences. I know he's not perfect, but I was a little bit concerned when the primary criticism is, be careful, the man has a silver tongue.
By the way, I still never been able to talk Justin White into buying that Studebaker in my front yard that's sitting on all those bricks. So my silver tongue ain't worth shit there. Go on. Yes.
No, well, the thing is, I mean, it's one way of saying, be careful, he's well-spoken, right?
Yes, yes. They actually use the term seduce. Both himself and Jameson use the term seduced. I seduced them. So, yeah.
It's, I don't. I mean, I think Lena Shea's kind of throwing that out too in a way. But it's like you seduced yourself, right? As far as I know, you have always asked for donations. You've phrased it as such, right? Like you weren't. If you've done any sort of paid consultation or sort of thing off the books with people, I don't know about it, but as far as I know, you were always asking for donations. People understood that. In terms of being seduced, due diligence would be what I would say, and let me just get a little into my background and how I discovered you.
Thank you. It's important.
Because I think I first started listening to you. It wasn't too long after you went public. Yeah. At the time, about 2010, I really got into internet radio, alternative internet radio. I just, in part because I was a stock trader at that time, so I really liked listening to financial news, but didn't want to get the mainstream stuff, so I went out of my way to go to different financial sites that were, calling it the way they saw it, and not sort of the big market players. That interest started to migrate into alternative radio, just listening to programs like Jeff Rense, Rita Louise, Red Ice Radio before that went to shit, things like this. Well, we both know what I'm saying on that one is very true. But so I had an incredible fascination for about 4 years with internet radio. Got to know a lot of the really good programs, listened to a lot of the guests, different financial commentators, different scientists, the Peter Moons of the world, publishers who weren't normally getting a voice, things. I became quite familiar with a lot of the voices, and I guess it would have been early 2013, I believe it was, when I randomly went to Feet to the Fire, James Arthur Yanchik's website, and that's where I discovered Douglas. So I had been listening to a lot of alternative radio for about 3 years, and then I listened to a couple of Douglas's programs I did on Feet to the Fire, and I was absolutely blown away with this man as a speaker, as a historian. He helped, we might get in a discussion of this, as to why I struggle with some of the credibility of some of these people. He helped me solve some of the mysteries as to my life. But I went from having a fascination to alternative radio as a whole, and to specifically Douglas, really. He became the voice I listened to primarily because a lot of other people, once you've heard an interview or two of the book they're selling, they don't, until they write a new book, there's not a whole lot they have to offer, whereas Douglas could just keep interview after interview coming. And at this time, I still hadn't discovered you on Revolution Radio. I guess to begin with, you might not even have been on Revolution Radio just when I first started listening to you. So the first times I heard you spoke were always on third-party interviews where you were the one being interviewed, and the longer the interview went, the more you could go and just cover a lot of ground. And so despite my fascination with Douglas, one thing I did, because he was saying so many radical things, was I did my due diligence as best I could. I mean, he explained as a research librarian at the Department of Defense that there was a lot of the stuff he destroyed that you weren't, the average person was not going to get access to. You had to take it, what he said, you had to take him on his word. That's going to be up to all of us to do so as we choose. But a lot of what Douglas does say is in history books, or you have to go out of your way to find the right source. And that's what a lot of what I did. I went out of my way to, I wasn't trying to disprove Douglas, but like I said, the claims of what he had to history, some of it was so radical that I wasn't going to take it at face value. So, yeah, like Douglas said, I mean, there's a Studebaker there. He's still trying to get me to buy it. And I'm sympathetic if people feel like they got, well, I'm not all that sympathetic, to be honest, but if people feel like they didn't get their money's worth when they supported you and willingly donated money to you, I don't know what to say, right?
Yeah. I think they got more than they bargained for, and that's what they're complaining about. But go on.
No, and now as to the involvement with me, I listened to some of what Salman had to say, some of the responses that interviews he did with other people. I just really haven't found whole lot of meat on the bones to the criticism there. I haven't, and I told Salman I had to do my due diligence. I haven't listened to a lot on Douglas's end in terms of what some of the accusations he has towards JMO and Salman, but I've heard enough on the one side that didn't say anything, right? Like there was no real comment as to what it is that what the bullshit is. I mean, there's I'm seeing people are sending me links to Richard K. Cole articles, etc. Like if someone really wanted to send me some information, they could have. I will add that once I had sort of figured out that I'd heard enough and wasn't getting a whole lot of substance or being impressed with the critiques of Douglas, I reminded myself that all of these people that had been attacking Douglas that I was friends with on Facebook, I was friends with because of Douglas, right? Either these people sent me friend requests or I sent them friend requests because I was impressed that they were supporters of Douglas Dietrich. And it was at that time that I decided I had already started to unfollow JMO, but I decided to block and unfriend JMO Salman and Miguel. I can't remember his last name.
Aguilar, yes. The man who feels he's the combination, literally feels he's the incarnation of Nikola Tesla, Bruce Lee, and the pharaoh Akhenaten all in one. I mean,
I did not know that about the man.
I'm not kidding. Yeah, this is.
I mean that's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
To combine, I can't speak. Just to be part Bruce Lee and part Nikola Tesla, talk about having bases covered.
yeah. I mean, yeah, he's got it all. I mean, and he played an extra in John Wick. He was one of the assassins attacking John Wick that got his ass kicked. But he does extra things in films, and No, and I mean, and honestly, I don't know if outside of putting a like here or there, I don't even know if he and I have ever had any correspondence. Oh, you ain't missing shit. Anyhow, that poor bastard.
But the thing is, he went out of his way after I had blocked
the others to contact you.
He had randomly sent me. I don't know. I guess it was a thing from JMO, a posting on JMO's YouTube channel, and I didn't listen to it. And I shortly thereafter blocked Miguel as well. And the one person I didn't block because I had again kind of forgotten I was still friends with her was Lena Shea, and I decided again at that point because Lena and I have been very polite with each other, very respectful, and again this idea that she felt conned or seduced by you. I caught that snippet you said about her going to San Francisco. I think that said it, I think you said it all nicely there. She knew what she was getting into, right? She was, so yeah, I'm not, what I did do is I did unfriend Lena Shea, but I didn't block her. It just didn't really occur to me. And a few days after I had friended her, she sent me a friend request back. I went to her webpage. I saw she had already started to post smears on Douglas, and for that reason, I accepted the friend request.
Right, understood.
I wanted to see what was up, and she right away sent me a message and just I hope everything's well, and then put a couple posts of, let me see here.
Yeah, the first thing you do when you reintroduce yourself to someone.
Hi, Justin, how are you? And then, a couple a post about you plagiarizing, a couple different posts about you plagiarizing people's work. And then, she sends me a couple other blah, blah, blah. It's like, she's really gone out of her way to contact me now after,
Oh, God, and not to ruin the fantasy. Because it's all real. Everything Justin is saying is real. But where a fantasy might come into anybody who's experienced this, may be that she put that all that effort into you alone. There's so many people I know, including females, who have expressed this, where Lena Shea is putting in like enormous effort into, once she contacts them, she's dumping all the shit on them, and it just doesn't stop until basically the party just says enough or something. But it's so she obviously, this is what she's doing all day. Just so you know. So go on. And by the way, the word plagiarism, she says I'm plagiarizing some supermodels in Asia. By the way, when you take somebody's photographs and you're publishing them, that's not plagiarism. That's outright theft.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, to me, I always saw that as a bit of a misuse of the word. I guess maybe you can plagiarize. Well, no, because to me, if you're plagiarizing the picture, I don't know, what you're drawing the picture, or you're photographing it, or something like that. So there has been an effort since in this whole meltdown that you've had with some of your longtime supporters. I lost my train of thought where that was.
Well, basically, you were saying you hadn't heard my side of the story, so basically the summation will help you get back on track. It'll be no problem. Basically, the summation is that Jameson Rees, of course, was just one of these people who, to his credit, he always showed up for work, quote unquote. I'm not paying him, so I was as respectful to him as possible. Would say on air, I love you like a son, and and just try to be kind to him, try to help him to a degree with his problems. And of course his problem is, I hate everybody and want everybody dead, and I want to be the last man alive, so I'll be God. I mean, you've heard this shit before, but and there's we lost listeners. We had people like Crystal River who refused to come on again as long as he was part of the program, and I don't blame her. We'll see what happens. But then basically what happened was one morning, and two men experienced this at least. One was George Knight and the other was Peter Moon. And basically I would tell everybody, I was very honest, because I didn't want to look like I'm crazy myself. And by the way, again, people asking for apologies, this crazy shit with Penny Bradley. Here's an apology that I owe, and it's to the mentally ill. One of the things that I would say to rationalize Jameson Rees being tolerated was, I would say, we're trying to destigmatize mental illness. And I said this in front of him. But my apology is to all the truly mentally ill out there, because it's such an insult to them. I was grievously injurious to mentally ill people. Mentally ill people are generally victims of violence, not perpetrators of violence, overwhelmingly, statistically, whereas Jameson Rees is indeed not so much mentally ill as he is pure raw evil. So you've got this individual that, as Justin White said, he basically smelled like hell itself from a mile away. And so that being said, basically, I would say I never talked to this guy except when we're on air, and that was true. And then George Knight found that out. Was one time he jumped back on the call, which once you're on the Skype call, you can jump back on any time. And then he heard Jameson Rees basically asking me for the secrets of the Vox Arca so he could destroy the world. And at that point, he understood, wow, this guy, Dietrich isn't talking to him outside of this show. And it was just after the transmission ended, and he was asking me that in the few minutes remaining before I hung up, and his voice all slurred with the cough syrup he drinks and all that shit. And one statement Jameson made.
He wanted you to, with the Vox Arca, he wanted you to do what? To give him.
Oh, just give him the Vox Arca, basically.
Oh, yeah, hell, I mean, why not?
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, the guy was sort of playing producer on the show, Douglas. You knew the guy has an interest in the occult. Could you not? You couldn't humor the guy for a half hour?
Oh God, no. Oh, and then in
this case, on being on the other side of the continent, you just have to just courier it to him.
Of course. Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. And yeah, and then
70 or send it back.
Yeah. And then Peter Moon jumped on one call towards the end, and that's when he heard Jameson Reese going, "Oh, Peter Moon was tripping up at the football game because I put my binding spell on him." And that's when Peter said, "It's him or me." And, it was just that time. So when I got rid of him, then this was the cascade. This was like the rock that falls before the avalanche. So he was that rock, and then when that rock fell, the first one after it was, well, actually the first one with it was Sarah Thomas Lyons up in Canada. So she had been a contributor, and she had been a fan. She had been on the show several times, and she considered herself mentally ill, that she was on various medications for a diagnosed condition. And and she's a mother. She has a son who has his own issues, very scared to go to school. So he has issues, and that yet she left out of allegiance with Jameson Reese, just blocked me and said, "Oh, I'm going with Jameson." And I'm like, well, this is a guy who wants the world dead and your son dead. Maybe that's what she wants, because I know she has some problems with the kid, and I'd get frustrated too. And maybe this is her, indirect circuitous route to kill her son is through Jameson Reese killing everybody else. So, there you go with that. I mean, he if I had him as a dad, I told her this, since he said, I can't go to school, I get scared. Then he goes to school, then get scared, and then cause you to take him back. I'm scared. I'm always scared. And, after some point, I hate to say it, this is why I must never be a father. I just basically start beating him. Because, fuck, how much of that can you take? It's just, don't be scared of school. Be scared of me. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You've got enough detractors going right now. People are going to start spinning this. Douglas is starting to beat up his son or some shit like that.
Understood. But there you go. So then after that was Salmon, and the Salmon thing, that was because Salmon had told me, there's multiple factors to Salmon, but basically Salmon had gone down to visit Jameson Reese twice, and he had told me that he was going to help Jameson with his problem, which was basically Lena Shea was going to rendezvous with Jameson at one point, and she told me such. "Oh, I'm thinking of having sex with Jameson." And Jameson was saying, "Oh, I want to fuck her so bad." And I didn't give a shit because, basically she's had sex with plenty of people. She's a sexaholic. I'm a sexaholic. I don't give a shit. So, yeah, go ahead. Have fun. He needs all the help he can get. Sure, have sex with him. But then she told me that, they canceled that because, he copped to the fact that he can't get it up because he does all that fucking cough syrup. So many tons. It's like heroin, has the effect. He's flaccid. Yeah. Yeah. So because of that, then she said that wasn't going to happen. So then when I told Salman Sheikh brought up on the show, the Sufi, they have the power to share essence, and they can help a man, who can't have children. He said, he can't have children. One time, one went to the Sufi master, and the Sufi master, they sat back to back, and he was able to transfer some of his essence into the man, and that way the man was able to have children.
I don't think that works back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not the position I imagined Salman and Jameson in when he went down to visit Jameson twice. I figured it was, back to front to whatever it was, but anything but back to back. And, so something went down where they're really, in love. And good God, they could have just said, "Hey, we found happiness, we found love," and it's just like, on all people on earth, don't you think Douglas Dietrich would understand? It's like, but no, they had to be stupid and chicken shit about it, and still trying to be macho and shit. But aside from all that, basically what had happened was he did something chicken shit and passive aggressive, which I hate most on earth. I hate chicken shit and passive aggressive. So what happened was Salman Sheikh basically, he used to always put up this blessing that was on the show. He'd put up this blessing in the thread, you know, like a comment.
Right.
He didn't comment.
Yep.
Yeah, and then so he took it away after having it up. He took it away, and that was like when you know, around that time he took it away. He blocked myself, Peter Moon, and Jojo Mythology. And I was like, everybody's like, why Jojo Mythology? He didn't even know her. It turns out, of course, that that's because Jojo Mythology was one of the people when Peter Moon consulted her about Jameson Rees putting a binding spell on him. She said, well, have Douglas get rid of Jameson Rees. So Jameson hates her. And so that's why Solomon blocked her, because his boyfriend told him to. And then, you know, then what happened was that, you know, when he blocked us all, I called him and I said, what's up? And, you know, I mean, it's more complicated than that, but I'm not going to give you the full story because it's just bullshit. But when I called him, he said, oh, you know, and then he started chicken shit going back saying, okay, I said, look, I'll tell everybody your timeline was hacked, and you know, you can come back. And he put this blessing back up, and then later he took it down again and just said, oh, the higher spirits of Sufi, I cannot reach them or something. And I said, yeah, of course not, you're thinking with your dick. Yeah, all your blood's down there. And then but when he did what he did, then I went on air that night and I told people, you know, he's not going to be with us any longer, and I have to explain it. And I explained his position was always paradoxical. He was both claiming to be a Mason and a Muslim, and I explained why that is a contradictory position. And I explained H.P. Lovecraft, who converted to Islam, and even though he did not practice, he was basically a secular Islam, he used Islam as a sense of ethos, as an ethical kind of code, but he never became a Freemason, even though his father had been a Freemason and he inherited his entire father's library. He would be in a prime position to become a Mason, but he never did, because that was contradictory to Islam. So when I was explaining all of this resulted in basically a disconfirmation process with Salman Sheikh, because he was exposed that his entire life was in pursuit of a untenable lie, that he could be both a Muslim and a Mason, kind of like saying I'm a Muslim and an atheist, really. And because the Masons are deists, and they believe God abandoned the universe. So it's like, you know, you're praying to Allah, the guy who abandoned the empty throne, that, you know, as a Mason, you could inherit that throne because it's empty. You know, that's the whole point of Masonry. You can be as God. So there you go with that. That sent him into meltdown. And also I brought up the fact that, you know, he left because he's dear with Jameson. And if anyone bothers to listen to that whole episode, I present this all in an extraordinarily understated manner. I never, you know, made fun of them. I never, you know, I just said, you know, these two men are close and he can't abide by abandoning James. Pretty much what I said. And then he felt exposed because as a Muslim, his wealthy parents will disinherit him if they find out he's gay. And the whole point is that this is why he was always so sweet, and, you know, because he has no job. He's never worked a day in his life. He spends every day, he goes to the fucking park and feeds ice cream to the kids and bread to the birds and shit, which is its cover for feeding ice cream to the kids. So there you go. So that's the full story in general. It's just succinct. And so he felt I'd exposed him, and then he went on a rampage, and then he contacted Richard K. Cole Jr., as did Jameson. Of course, they both ran to Richard K. Cole Jr., and then they ran to Lena, and then they ran to Penny Bradley, and then they, you know, it's been cascading, and they just feel that they can take me down. And this is Miguel Andahar started crusading, and he started campaigning. He called Brendan Zoge and said, yeah, we can take Douglas down. And like Brendan was saying to him, and what do you get for this? What's the end of it? What's in it for you? What do you? And he goes silent. He has nothing to say. So it's this incredible cultic, you know. The funny thing is, if anyone's ever seen the movie Saw, the Saw franchise, and the puppet is basically torturing people to death, and you never see the villain's face, even though you do in the franchise, the victims never see the villain's face. All the victims ever see is this stupid puppet. That's Richard K. Cole Jr. He doesn't show his face. So it's like they're all listening to the Saw puppet. All these people, they all hear this guy, and he comes on, he's drunk as a skunk. He slurs all his words, and he says, Douglas, Dietrich, and he sounds like a piece of shit, because he is a piece of shit, but the ultimate funding comes from Stephen Outram. And so it's just pennies on the dollar. And the point is that Stephen Outram is buying these people things because, Jameson Reese suddenly has a $1,000 studio, probably more expensive than that. He has the Asus computer, which costs $4,000. Well, I mean, you got an Asus computer. You know how fucking expensive they are, even though you
but I had to go out of my way to get one of the cheaper laptops on sale.
Okay.
So,
He's got the gamer version. And
that's not me, man.
Yeah, okay. And then Lena Shea's got a $1,000 guitar, and she's got, expensive sound equipment. She's got really expensive software, so she put out her own album. But that's the point. She should have her own life, and she's got kids, and but no, she's spending all day doing this. That's the important point. She's not, somebody needs to call Child Protective Services, because she ain't raising her goddamn kids. That's for fucking sure. But anyhow, so all yours. Take it from here as long as you wish to stay on. And if you can stay on a half hour more, please. If you cannot, then we'll extend this and talk again when I return.
I could probably do a half hour.
Okay, good. Let's do it.
At least 15 minutes. But okay. I sort of think kind of got my train of thought back. As I said, I kind of walked into this, right? I was the one who contacted Salman. But since then, there has seemed to be a fairly deliberate recruitment of myself into the matters, which is a bit odd because, as I said, I have taken a step back from your show. I've not been as actively. I'm not. This is my first time being on the show in about 28 months, I believe. So it's not like the regular involvement. But the one thing I really find very perturbing in all this and confusing in the pursuit of recruiting me is the reason you've had me on your show for the very first time was to discuss my experience with the Choctaw in Southeast Asia. So if everything you are saying is a con, or primarily a con, is a setup, and that
They're saying everything. They say everything. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Well, then I'm in on it, right?
Yes,
because everything, either I'm in on it or I'm a schizophrenic who got off on hearing this Chocho tale and decided to, that's me, right? And I mean, I've told the tale of my encounters of the Chocho on your show more than once. I'd like to think I've given it in enough detail that it doesn't come across as being a shady, made-up story.
Thank you. And it's been so long, you're going to have to tell it again soon.
Okay. For sure. Yeah. But so, like, on that sense, and all parties, Salman knows this about me, right? Yeah. He's heard me on the show. He knows this about me. Lena absolutely knows this about me, right? So and another thing too that I think about, because one thing that's really cracking me up about the criticism on you is he's claiming to be the biological son of Adolf Hitler. They having to use your own words, right? Like, just say the son, right?
Yeah, right.
Or this, most people are assuming it's not the adopted son or the stepson. No. But anyways, they have to keep reiterating that, he's claiming to be the biological son of Adolf Hitler. Now, as this relates to myself, either the second or the third show that I did with you was you gave me the opportunity to interview yourself when you disclosed at the end of an episode that you were the son of Adolf Hitler, or how that all went down with your mother. I remember listening to the show. I was working at a cannabis factory at the time, so I had to get up in the morning. I didn't catch all the episode. When I the next day caught, I think, like the last, because I think it was like in the last half hour, last 20 minutes of that show that you disclosed that information. My first response was, holy shit, right? Like, I've heard you had talk about everything and anything, but you had never mentioned this. So what did I do? I contacted you privately and like, holy crap, Douglas, what's on it? You invited me on your program to talk about it. And so the first person, I believe, on the internet to really properly interview you, and I think I only got in like 3 questions. You did all the talking, but I mean, you answered so many of the questions I had. But like, this whole fraudulent thing about you being Hitler's son, again, I'm in on it, right? Yeah, when I first heard you say this, I jumped up and down and said, "Hey, can I talk to you about this? Not just privately, but publicly. Like, let me on the air. I've got a million questions for you." So, again, having that little tidbit to be used against you, like, again, why include me, right? Like, it's just, and for that reason, I've already talked to you about this privately this morning, how this gang seems to be a bit of a circle jerk here, where it's, each party glad handing each other and sending the link of the latest show they did, or, yes. Here's this Richard K. article I finally read. Here, check this out. What do you guys aren't accomplishing much. I think Peter riffed on this quite nicely before he left. You're really only validating a lot of what Douglas is saying, because the only thing you're recruiting is each other. And you're not going to get a lot of traction on this, because there's not a whole lot of listeners to Douglas's show.
Yes, yes, that's
so
the punchline.
You're going and you're going after. So all you're doing is going after some of the long-standing people, listeners of a show, trying to cause chaos, cause this dissension, but keep my name out of your mouth, people, right? For obvious reasons, right? Like, I have too much invested in Douglas at this point, right? That to discredit him is to discredit myself, right? I mean, this man, if you haven't heard me on any of Douglas's shows, please give him a listen sometime. I've always been incredibly complimentary to the man, gushing, right? I mean, I've never been seduced by the man, or never been corrupted by the man, but I've been deeply influenced by the man. I can tell you openly that there's people on Facebook who do not really like dealing with me, not because of Douglas, but because somebody has given me an education unlike others, right? I often joke that I have a master's degree in Douglas Dietrich, inclusive of an oral dissertation in terms of being on his show. I haven't gone after Douglas like Richard K. Cole has, but I've done a fair bit of research into things he said. He has greatly empowered me. He has given me a lot of ammunition in dealing with other people, the trolls of Facebook, etc. People don't always like dealing with me because I'm a hard man to bluff now. There's a lot of, you can't get my knickers in a knot over the Bavarian Illuminati, or this bullshit of hey Douglas, do the U.S. government dealt with aliens in the 50s, right? The Majestic 12. I'm actually a member of Majestic 12. There's all this kind of nonsense that goes on out there, and people don't like throwing it at me because they realize it can't stick. But that is secondary to what happened to me in Cambodia and being attacked by the Cho-Cho. And
by the way, just so people know, there are several factors here, just so that we can glad hand each other as much as the enemy does. I do want people to understand the only reason that Justin White has been able to absorb any of this is because he was a man of incredibly varied background who dealt with the birth of the internet, actually went to the United Nations project in Switzerland, where they were dealing with internationalizing the internet and dealing with some of the world's problems, trying to harness the power of this to deal with some of the world's problems. And he also saw the absolute worst of it born right then and there with the birth of the internet, just a bunch of toxic assholes using racist slurs and just using it to generate endless amounts of bile. And so he was
as it was intended, right?
Yes,
as DARPA intended, right?
Yes.
I was it was Al Gore and we invented it,
right? Yes, pretty much. Yes.
But seriously, I did do a degree in health information science, and it was, when I entered at that time, it was 1994, 95, right? I got to attend lectures on hypertext markup language, right? The original language.
That's right, HTML. Yeah.
So I really was, in a lot of ways, there for the birth of that's an exaggeration, but the birth of the public internet in the form of the web browser. I was there for that. Through my degree, I I learned how to do things like file transfer protocol. Some of these just some terms that don't even get used anymore, right?
That's right, but they used to be universal.
So Douglas isn't he's quite serious. When I got to study the internet at university, literally, and got its history, and being one of the earlier users on it, got to realize, it was already suspect at that time, because I was well aware through my education that at that time, about the only ones of us who were really on there were university students, professors, and even that was tended to be information science, engineering students, computer scientists, right? They're really what most people didn't have the technical expertise nor interest to even pursue this idea of looking for information on a computer, right? Beyond beyond a hard drive, right? If it wasn't on that local computer.
Well, back in those days, there was a floppy disk, or the hard drive was first. Yes, that was the hard drive.
Exactly. The idea that going to, being able to use your computer to access another computer just seemed so foreign to people. So I saw early on a lot of racism, a lot of sexism. I was well aware that most of us that were on here were either supposed to be kind of nerdy scientists or military type, right? Or some of the more corporate computer science. So it was a very male-dominated, angry. Like go on Peter Moon and his riff on sexual frustrations or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of assholes, and they turned it into a sewer from the beginning, and we're all swimming in that goddamn sewer that they generated, what they shat out. But beyond that,
it just looks nicer and nicer now. That is all, right?
I don't think so myself, but that's my personal.
Or let's say the bathroom has has gotten an upgrade, but it is still, the shit still flows down to the sewer, or whatever. It's still, the sewer still backs up out of the toilet. It backs up through the toilet. So it'd be a better analogy.
And then to add to that, then this man, Justin White, he went to deep Asia. We're not talking like I went to Tokyo and was just partying, with a bunch of people, or South Korea. No, this guy went deep Laos. And that's where he began to have experiences that I am so proud I was able to help him make sense of. And these were that he heard of Aquino before he learned of me. He learned of him in the weirdest fucking place, this fucking store where the guy was almost certainly some kind of intel. You go into it, dude. It's your story.
Okay. Well, to be fair, that's not where that's not how I learned of Aquino, but that was how I, started to cut my teeth on some of the psychic aspects of the U.S. military and that. Okay, might as well.
Just anything you want to go into with that, and then kind of contextualize it again with the current events.
I'll talk about the Cambodian experience, because that was. There was a book while I was working in Cambodia. I was working for a company. I can't even remember. Interquest was what the name of it. I was doing web design for this company. I was there in Phnom Penh for about 6 months, and there was a really cool used bookstore there run by an American guy that Douglas and I figure was either CIA or DIA, must have had some sort of state intelligence background with the U.S. One thing because anytime I've tried to tell this story, I could never remember the name of the bookstore, never remember the guy's name. Douglas has assumed this is probably a spell put on me to forget something. It probably is, though I did one day, and you can look this up on Facebook. The name of the bookstore, I did find it because I was like, come on, the guy, if the bookstore is still extant, he almost certainly would have a Facebook page. And I did. If you look on Facebook, the name of the bookstore is D's Bookstore, D''S Bookstore. I'm 95% plus certain this is the bookstore in question because it is.
It's so weird because D, you know, and it's just D's bookstore. And now, of course, that's been a name for myself. It's just the letter D. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. And to be fair, I can't remember if that was the actual name of it back then, but it is most definitely now. And the guy's name might have been Dave. I'm not sure. And furthermore, he was married to a Chinese Khmer woman, and I think like so many Khmer Thai people, they have nicknames that are often things like Day, D, Ban, things like this, right? So it might have been a reference to his wife's name. But if you look on Facebook, you at least last I checked, there is a D's bookstore in Phnom Penh. It is near the national monument on the map. I'm pretty sure that like I said, I'm 99% certain this is the bookstore in question. So anyways, I would go to this bookstore because at the time it was a bookstore / comic book shop. The guy was bringing all his comic books from his childhood to Cambodia, figuring he was going to sell them there. Someone should have walked him through that business plan. His other big venture was he was taking books and this was very common practice, or fairly common practice in Cambodia, both books and computer discs. Everything was bootlegged, right? There was very little. That's just how it went down, man.
But that's the majority of the third world is like that.
Exactly, right. I've worked with the Thai government, and not to throw anyone under the bus there, but while working at the Thai government, I was aware that some of the software they were using was not legitimate, right? Yes. Like I'd ask for, hey, it'd be nice to have some if I get a copy of Photoshop, and somebody walk up with a CD disc that said Photoshop written on it, right? Like, so it is, as Douglas says, these sort of things are standard practice throughout the world, right? In the case of Cambodia, and in this guy's bookstore, he would blatantly photocopy books and resell them, and he had quite a really good collection. I had he would do book exchanges, and because I showed up with some nice books myself, he was quite appreciative and did some trade-offs, and he and I really got to talking. He really enjoyed having me come around and BS, and eventually I bought a couple books off him about psychic aspects of the U.S. military or the intelligence community. I can't remember the names of these books. If one looks up things like U.S. psychic spies or things like that, you just find too many books on Amazon at this point, right? There's so many nonfiction, fiction books, this sort of thing. But
in those days, you and I, when we were looking for a subject like that, we would remember all half dozen books that were in existence about it. Go on.
Yeah. But so it was at that time that I really, one of the books was crappy. The other books was superstar, but one of the books was actually quite good. And I spoke to this guy like, man, that was a great read. And while talking to him, he would, he was quite curious about my story. I was working from Canada, working for an internet company. It was, not a typical story. Most people who are working in Phnom Penh were English teachers in the majority. So I actually had a slightly different job. Maybe with this man in the intelligence community, I could see where maybe it was mistaken that I was an intelligence operative, and maybe I just, by having so much curiosity in such things as geopolitics and psychic aspects of intelligence,
he would assume that automatically, because he would just think that you were there with your computer expertise in particular. He would assume that you were under some kind of contract. Go on.
Yeah, no, and that's that was somewhat my assumption, or at the time. But one of the things he did ask me more than once was where I was staying, and I was staying at a place called the Hawaii Hotel, and I told him as much. And what happened to me is one morning, and so this is a little bit different than a typical Chocho attack, because as it's referred to as in North American medical nomenclature, the sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome.
Yes.
In my case, I wasn't nocturnal. I was waking up really early when I was waking up in the morning. It was, I was staying at a hotel right near a Central Market. About 5:30 every morning, you start hearing the honks of the scooters and vehicles and that. So 5:36, and this was, Phnom Penh in April, probably March, April at this time. It's 35, 36 degrees at 9 in the morning, right? Like there was a lot of incentive to wake up early. I was in my hotel room.
And by the way, I just want people to understand, it's when the mind is in that blank state, when you just wake up and you put your feet at the foot of the bed. You're basically sitting up, and, it's just basically in that space, which is like you're not thinking yet. Yeah. This sort of thing happens. Go on. Yeah.
Sure. And in my case, I woke up and I had what I would call I won't call it a gray, but it was this sort of metallic, silvery, at best, for the average listener, what you would typically call a gray. I think this thing had, like I said, it had sort of this silvery skin, much like the creature in Terminator 2. It had, I think, 3 or 4 very long fingers, sort of spiky fingers, and it was, to me, noticeably female because it had a slight bust and just a feminine facial feature. But it had a feminine outline. Let's put it that way. I right away realized I was still dreaming because this sort of stuff does not happen when one wakes up. I'm quite good when I recognize that I'm having a dream, that I can wake myself up fairly quickly. And that's kind of what I tried to do here. It was like, obviously I'm trying to wake up, but I've kind of had this weird, this alien at the foot of my bed here, or again, and I'm not saying it was an alien. It did not look like it looked similar to what the stereotypes of a gray looks like. Now, before I could really wake up, this thing was immediately on top of me and pinned me down, which sounds like a fun, fascinating story. And for the longest time, that's kind of how I sort of saw it. It wasn't until listening to Douglas explain the Cho-Cho attack for a while that I realized what was going on. And what I mean by this is I've always in my mind's eye, because when I had this dream, you have to realize I had no idea what this was or how to relate to this. It was just I knew it was in some sort of astral invasion just because it was unlike any dream I had ever had. But this creature jumped on top of me. It looked at me and said, "You should not be looking into the things you're looking into," or something to that effect. Right? And then it proceeded to pin me down into the bed. That's how I kind of remembered it. But as Douglas explained, when I started to re-listen to Douglas talk about show attacks, and he talked about the suffocation, the pushing down on the chest, that triggered me and released that memory in me. And it's like, no, yeah, you weren't getting pinned down by your shoulders, buddy. Your chest was getting pushed in and you were struggling to breathe. So that's what happened. This creature said to me, "You shouldn't be looking into the things you're looking into," or something to that effect. It looked over at the coffee table by my bed where there were books. So sort of an indication that there was something I was researching there that I should have. And then everything went black. It seemed to push me into the bed and into the darkness. As I said, I've always had an ability to wake up from dreams fairly quickly. And so I just, whatever the hell was this nightmare was going on, I just didn't want any business of it. So I shook myself out of the dream, or so I thought, but I sort of was back on the bed and this thing was back on top of me. It probably surprised the creature as well at this point, and I got pushed back down into the darkness again, and this time with more force and more authority. And that scared the shit out of me, because as I said, I've always wake up from dreams. I've had lucid dreams, or dreams where, in the morning where I thought I've woken up only to realize that, I'm floating in my bed or something like that. It's like, okay, no, dude, really wake up. You thought you woke up, but you didn't. So here I am in this situation again where I really want to wake up, and I thought I woke up, but clearly I didn't. And this time it's even like, so I have to really put on the fight. Wake up, man. Like, this is starting to scare the shit out of me, man, right? Like, this isn't a normal dream.
Well, you realized at that moment you could die like this. Go on.
That hadn't quite occurred to me at this thing. So I really tried to fight, and I don't even think I don't even have as much success this time. I can't even sort of reconjure myself up to the bed. I can only sort of just see the light, and then I feel this thing really push down on me, and I'm deep into the darkness. I can just see a flicker of light as to where my bed is, and I know this intrinsically that there's, whether it's the void or death, that something's telling me if I lose the contact of that light, I'm fucked. And I'm not sure exactly what happens at this point beyond I know I have to struggle with everything I have in order to try and wake up and get, like, it's the only way. It's now or never, right? Like, I've twice tried to wake up and had no success, and I understand that something really bad and evil is going to happen to me if I don't wake up, and thankfully I managed to. Not only do I wake up and come to my bed, as I've told Douglas in the past, I remember looking at my window and feeling like some energy had left that window. Either the evil energy had left and escaped, or some other energy that had possibly come and saved me had left. But one thing I felt for certain was that I was safe, that whatever had happened was not going to come back. And I've told Doug's past, I think I might have possibly killed the fucking thing, right? Yeah. Like, I'm not, or had what divine intervention, had somebody else or something else come in and take the thing out, because I really had a sense of relief afterwards that whatever had happened would not come back. And it didn't.
And there wasn't that cloying sense of fear that it would, right? Got it. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, like, on my end, the fear dissipated. I didn't know, I was not a practitioner of magic. I'd have very little understanding. I was not someone who I've read a little into lucid dreaming, but I'm not someone who'd ever read into astral travel or anything like that. I intrinsically knew what had happened. What had to be an astral attack. Yes. That's what it had to be. I knew that whatever entity was there was not a product of my imagination. I've had nightmares in the past, very infrequently, and it's not a typical thing for me, but I've had, I've realized things of being a project of my imagination. To this day, I do not believe I made that creature up. It didn't feel right. It felt like something had invaded my brain, my space. So I'm very comfortable that it wasn't indeed an astral attack. At the time, I didn't know any better, right? I remember I was reading the first, I've never read an entirety a David Icke book, but I have read parts of different David Icke books as best I can. But I remember I had a David Icke book at the time and was thinking, like, oh my gosh, like, what's going on here, right? Like, the Rothschilds, the CIA, someone sent in a psychic, some magician tried to come wipe me out, right? It didn't even occur to me, like, hey, dude, you're in Southeast Asia. This might be some Southeast Asian magic that you might be dealing with, because again, no context to the matter, right? And so much so that I had no context to the matter. The first interview I'd ever heard Douglas do was Feet to the Fire, Satan in the Military. And I remember when seeing that the promo for Douglas's show, Satan in the Military, and it said, Douglas Dietrich, you used to work at the Presidio, and I'd known enough about Aquino and his involvement at the Presidio. The first thing that came out, I was like, I wonder if Douglas ever met Michael Aquino. Little did I know that. Oh yeah, he knew Aquino, right? So so despite the first interview I ever heard of you was the Satan in the Military, and that's where the introduction to the Chocho was. It didn't ring a bell with me. None of that attack, none of that registered with me. It wasn't. I was so fascinated with you and listened to so many of your early interviews repeatedly that I think it was like the third time of listening to that interview when kind of really that it started to trigger the specifics of what you were describing with the Chocho attack. I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, that's it started to occur to me, maybe that's what happened to me. Right. It was still amazing.
Just so people understand, the average question people would have about, well, this was shaped like a woman, just understand, there may have been an outline of nipples, but there were no actual nipples. It's almost like it's the outline of the woman was there.
You know, yeah. No, it wasn't. I can't comment on. You know, she was about a B cup. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
For the discerning eye.
But then you met, of course, so people understand this, the member of the Cho tribe, an actual member in the physical sense. Yes.
In Laos, yes, about 4 years earlier, where on the Mekong there was these speedboat drivers that were seen as being quite obnoxious. When I was there the first time on the Thai side, the guest house I was staying at, the Thai man explained to me that these motorboats or these speedboats on the Mekong were a fairly recent phenomenon, and with so many of the transport industry in Southeast Asia and probably the world as a whole, it is a lot of public transport. Most people can't afford their own vehicles. And one of the things that goes on with public transport is a lot of what people call mafias, right? There's a lot of gang-related vehicle taxi companies, things like this, where there's all sorts of, just they're the only people who get to courier people. So there was this accusations that they are these speedboat mafia guys. I took a speedboat down and a speedboat from Hue Zai down to Pac Ben, and from Pac Ben back up to Hue Zai. In the case of when I was, Hue Zai was the border town in Laos, across from the Thai border town of Chiang Khong. When I was heading from Pac Ben to Hue Zai the second time by speedboat, and I was at the dock, there was a couple Lao ladies who were looking at me, and they were giggling. And I get it, right? I'm a white guy. I'm 6'4". I'm a very tall man. But as they're laughing at me, they kind of look to the side, and I turn around, and there's this man who I didn't even see him at first. But one of the speedboat drivers was a man who was so short, and I would tell this story to people at the time when I didn't knew nothing of the show. This man was so short, and as I say, I'm a giant myself. I'm almost 6.5 feet tall. This man was so short that with his arm extended above his head, he could not touch my chin.
Wow.
Right? So my chin is probably at maybe a 5'8" level or something like that.
Right.
Or something like this, right? And so this guy was a man so short, and he was not, we're not talking a little person, a dwarf, whatever, I know we're not supposed to say dwarf anymore, but dwarf, midget, these sort of terms I get. What, a little person, is that still?
I have no idea what they say these days. I have no idea.
This was not somebody inflicted with dwarfism by any stretch, right? Like, this was just, and I had always assumed that it was just a really malnourished hill tribesman, because I'd been around hill tribes people in Thailand and in Laos. A lot of these people were on very suspect diets. A lot of those hill tribes were opium producers, poppy growers. So a lot of them smoked their own product. There was a lot of opium emaciation that you see amongst some people. So I assumed that not that this guy looked like he was an opium user, but just as a hill tribesman, his mom was probably on the opium pipe. No wonder he came up for whatever the hell it was, right? Yeah. But yeah, he was a man who was
fetal opium syndrome. Go on.
Yeah, exactly, right? And again, like, being in Southeast Asia, everyone there is quite short relative to myself. When you're there, you notice that a lot of the hill tribes people are even shorter than a lot of the average Thai Lao people. And then this guy seemed to be even shorter still. And just as a further thing, with a lot of these hill tribes people, goiters are very common because they have iodine deficiency in that. So you're often looking at some people with some very horrendous conditions, or, well, I should say horrendous, but just cosmetically are not appealing to the Western eye because of various health deficiencies. So I had always assumed that this guy was just so fucking short because of whatever, malnutrition, poor, parents were on opium. His mom was on opium when he was in the womb or something like that. The other thing that was very odd about him was that he wore a wool cap over his head, and it didn't appear like he had any eyebrows. So he was he was not only was he incredibly short, he was not the most attractive. He was a very unusual looking guy, which at that time I just assumed was just a byproduct of coming from a very poor environment and poor nutrition. But that didn't quite jive as to why he was part of this speedboat mafia carrying people up and down the Mekong. So I assumed that at the time that these hill tribes guys were, whatever, drug smugglers, people smugglers, which they probably were. But what they actually were the Chosho, who had, a monopoly on getting people up and down the river quite quickly. And it was so, back then in Laos, no one, as a Western, none of us noticed that these guys looked unusual because, I guess I did eventually with one of them. Thought, this guy's just incredibly short. He's kind of funny looking, but he's, like I said, when you've seen people who have like baseball, football size goiters in their throat, looking unusual. Well, it is, but I mean, it's also a reality that after a while, right? People with lazy eyes, missing teeth. When you're in the developing world, these are very common traits of most people, right? Like most people don't have all their teeth. That's just a reality for most people in the world. So as a Westerner,
what you also noticed about him was basically the baldness that he was covering up, which was interesting. The fact that he hid it even in a hot day like that, was
Well, like I said, in Canada, we call a wool cap, we call them toques. It's a French-Canadian term. But, it's something you wear in the wintertime, right? It's not something you wear out 35. And, I mean, to be fair, he is a speedboat driver. I'm sure his head would cool down a fair bit. I don't even know if he kept the cap on when we were going. I do recall he didn't bother putting on a speedboat or putting on a safety helmet that they made us wear. So
wow, holy shit.
But I mean, if you're the driver, that's your own compulsion. No, I'm not going to make a driver put on the seatbelt. The taxi driver in Thailand put on a seatbelt if he doesn't want to, right? I mean, but that incident in Laos took place late 99, whereas the psychic attack in Cambodia took place early 2004. So about 5 years apart, different countries, completely different environments. I just was, synchronistically, maybe God chose me or whatever, but I've been one of the few human beings who has met one physically and met one astrally, and lived. From what I've heard from other people, that it sounds like at times the Cho will do that attack to intimidate and not necessarily to kill.
Definitely, I get the feeling this one was out to kill. That sounds.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I don't. If maybe who knows? Maybe it took me to the brink, and it actually released me, and just sort of as a warning. But something tells me it looked to do a really good job. And here's another detail I want to throw out to you about the Cambodia bit that I only once I realized the whole thing about Dee's bookstore. There was one time where I was talking to the bookstore owner, and he said, "Hey, do you want to come up to my room and just chill out for a bit?" And I just remember when he made that proposition, I dropped the line, because there's a famous line from the movie Fletch where Chevy Chase says, "This doesn't involve me dressing up as Little Bo Peep, does it?"
Right.
And then that's what I said to the guy, like, as you're offered me to go out to your private living room, like this, and he said, no, we'll just have a beer. And when he was, like I said, he was just didn't want to, his wife was there, she could run the storefront. He just didn't want to be in the storefront. And we got to talking, and he again asked where I lived. And I always assumed that incident was the setup.
Yes.
Where he was determining where to get me. But I think now in hindsight, really what intrigued him was the incident that probably happened after the Cho attack. And that the guy was surprised as fuck to actually see me walking into his bookstore.
There
like
we
nothing
are.
had ever fucking happened, right? And that's when I think he really wanted to, like, fuck, did I get, did we get the, did I send to the wrong place? Or like, it was just like, and like, again, I was, even though that Cho attack scared the shit out of me, at the time I was a stoner and a drunk that I was back on the ball within a few hours, forgetting the entire event, right? Like I had to psychically forget the event. I knew, or not forget it. I filed it under X, as I'd like to say. It was just one of those things I had never had an answer for, and never figured I ever really would until I started listening to you. And even then, it took 3 or 4 times of listening to this story to finally have whatever the psychic breakdown and realize, fuck, that's what happened to me.
That was, no, in a sense, then there was almost either you yourself built up a psychic scab that just walled it and compartmentalized it to the point where you're not even accessing it when all the,
and that very much was the case. I always knew it was there. Like I said, it was that dream I could never solve. And I had thought about possibly doing hypnotherapy or something like that to see if maybe somebody, but I mean, not that that would have ever solved anything, right? To me, the only person I think who could have really fully answered the question as to what happened to me was you.
Yeah.
Which gets back to, and why I've told this story tonight, and I really should wrap this up, and why I can't join in the assault of you, right?
Thank you.
Because you didn't save my life, but you helped heal a part of me that I never thought I was ever going to be able to heal, right? I just assumed I was, and that incident did, as you said, it scabbed over. One of the things that I was already a heavy cannabis user beforehand, but like one of the things about cannabis use is it tends to really stunt one's dreams. And I really got heavy into cannabis after that, because I was like, I don't ever want some fucking thing like that walking into my dreams again. That stated, should such parties want to walk into my dreams again, come get some. Yeah. Bring it, right?
Yeah. I hear you.
I was at my psychic weakest, inexperienced, and you couldn't you couldn't fucking take me out then. Come get some now, right?
Yeah, you're definitely prepared now, and I definitely want to say, obviously we can talk about this privately sometime, but I am curious. You said you were working at the cannabis place. I remember that, and so that's changed. Your work status is someplace else now, or?
Yeah, yes. No, I went because I was working for, and I had quite enjoyed the job working at a cannabis company here. But no, it was COVID, right? Like when COVID really started to go down, I just told the company, I'm sorry, right? Like I live with my parents. We have my grandmother on our property. There was COVID was all very new. The one thing what seemed to be happening was a lot of elderly people were dying, and I just had to tell them, hey, I got to step back on this one and see how life plays out. But I just, for $16 an hour, it just wasn't worth. Yeah, I couldn't walk home I couldn't go home knowing that some idiot at work gave me a disease that killed my parents or my grandparents. So like I did step back from work at that time, and just really, as the world shut down, I did too. I was quite fortunate that I could spend time with family, and that we could live in a very safe, isolated locale, and really not have to participate in a world that was crumbling at that time.
Yeah. I'm glad. I'm so glad. And one of these days when you come back, like maybe, like I said, I'm going to be skipping the Father's Day weekend, but Wednesday, maybe you can come back Wednesday again, and we can talk about, honestly, people, there was one time, we had that evil Polish chick who just threw a monkey wrench in all our lives, was stalking Judith Ager, and it was not just her, as Pavel's girlfriend and handler, she introduced some crazy ladies to our man here that just basically tried to eviscerate him, basically. Oh my God, that was like you were basically exposed to these kinds of gang stalkers at that point.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another thing. Just in terms of this recruiting of me into the team anti-Dietrich, or whatever we're calling it, but. Just listen to what Douglas had to say there, right? Like I've been gang stalked since I've been friends with Douglas, right? Like I've gone through harassment already. Like again, like it doesn't, this idea that he's a fraud, that it just doesn't sit with me, right? Like the things wouldn't have happened to me that have happened to me by being affiliated to Douglas. And I would be quite shocked if my reappearance on the show does not bring some more negativity into my life.
Be prepared.
Right, well, and again, as I say, bring it, right? As I told it to you privately, right? This time the target has changed, right? Yes. Any sense of me being prey is, you can throw that out the window. This is predation for those foolish enough to come after me, right? Like it will be predation of me onto them. Yeah. This is what has happened to me since knowing Douglas is far too serious, right? Like it's and even before I met Douglas, right? Like clearly, there was. I was a person of concern amongst U.S. intelligence for whatever fucking reason, right?
It's true. So, well, obviously, because of your profession, your travels, you probably immediately showed up on radar just by that combination alone.
Yeah, and when we talk again, I can get into some other stories that have similar, nothing involving psychic attacks or whatever, but it's something similar things happen. Well, not similar, but I had to encounter one in my time in Geneva too that had me thinking that possibly intelligence agencies were curious as to who I was and what I was doing. So I get that part of it is in part comes with the nature of being in a computer-based job, or just being a contractor in general, an international contractor. These are typical of spies, right? Of the typical jobs of intelligence.
Especially in those days, it was emerging. So it was an emergent technology, an emergent profession, and pretty much it automatically brought you to the attention of everyone in authority. Yeah. And in terms of one other thing to bring up, so I don't know if Daniel Arola has been in contact with you, but what happened was Viviana Sanchez essentially did to him what I did to Salmon Sheikh. He seems to have had a disconfirmation process, a kind of meltdown, because she wasn't responding to his gaslighting and just told him she wasn't going to engage him. And I guess a few things I said at the time, he might have taken the wrong way. He made his usual white woman joke, but then said pretty much, took it further, and not that I found it offensive at all, but basically, let everyone know that was his only sexual interest, essentially like a fetish, like, and then, when I casually said something like, I'm not sure we needed to hear that, then, he may have taken that as something awful. Who knows what goes on inside a man's head? But the enemy says, he came apologizing to Richard K. Cole Jr., which means, if someone withdraws because they're offended, that's a hell of a lot different from then going to grovel and supplicate before the enemy. That is something that is bizarre. If he's done that, and like I said, he hasn't stepped forward to basically let me think otherwise. He basically stopped all contact with myself, and then just kind of, so that kind of gives credence to what these people are saying. Some people are saying he's strategizing. He's just trying to infiltrate the enemy. I can't imagine that he would be. I mean, who has time to do that? I mean,
well, he does.
Your point's well taken.
But I don't think infiltration ever seemed to be his strong suit.
Yeah, I was about to say. Thank you.
He tends to come at things with a sledgehammer and a chainsaw.
Yeah, thank you. No, absolutely. When Gary States, when I talked to Gary States about it, him and Peter Moon had the same opinion. The trigger man got triggered, and I of course love him dearly for everything he was in the past and everything he did for me. But like those guys said, most other people on Earth do not like him, and that's he just does stupid things like tries to prod people all the time, and it doesn't seem to. With Gary States, bear in mind the guy you might remember him, he had a Filipino wife and 2 half Filipino kids. And then, here's Daniel Arola coming out, where the white woman at? It doesn't work, right? I mean, it's not, you're talking to the wrong guy. But this is like, and then him and Salman Sheikh were using that as their mutual greeting. And it was like, Yeah, you heard that. You heard that. And then Salman Sheikh was always the same. He would be robotic and he would be redundant. He would be like, all you Pakistani men, stop making passes at Dietrich, and and then he said that every time, every episode, and it was like, it may have been funny once, kind of slightly, but just what it is. By the way, like Sammy Romero says, if Danny O'Roll is infiltrating them, what is there to infiltrate? Yeah. Yeah, boy, yeah.
Well, and that's, pretty much my idea too. And not that I had any interest in playing infiltration, but he said, like, why, first of all, like, why recruit me into the group if, like I have a storyline different than most everybody else, right? I'm not playing some jilted lover of Douglas's, right? Where, the guy sweet talked me. What got me onto Douglas's show was my life experience, right? Like I had to convince Douglas that this, happened to me, and that he, eventually he wanted it to be shared. And I believe when the first time I shared it, you made a reference to something like white wounds or something like this, right? Like you made the part of that show to show that even white men at time get abused, right? Or get put into circumstances where they're unprepared to deal with, as was my case with the show.
Yeah, absolutely, and we love you dearly, and hopefully you can be back Wednesday, or at least more often from this point forward. And we've definitely, now the message is out to the enemy. They may still try and recruit you in some way or another.
I doubt it. I hope that tonight's thing puts to bed. Right? Well, and I really don't see where it goes for them. I think from what I caught of Peter, I think he was sort of touching on this too, right? It's, as I said to you, it's a bit of a circle jerk. It's kind of the same people sending each other links, trying to get a few more people in on their side, but I don't know who they're going to get, right? They're only targeting long-time listeners of your program, I assume?
Pretty much everybody on my friends list.
That's I get, right? So maybe I'm flattering myself to think I'm somewhat special. I'm just
No, you are special to them. Believe me.
Oh no, I kind of believe so too. I just that the fact that they even tried leaves me to believe that it's not all that well thought of, right? I'm kind of the wrong person to recruit on the couple fronts.
What they were hoping for, what they were banking on, was that you might be self-loathing. That's
or whatever. There might be some sort of ammunition or something that they could call upon from me. But I just, like I said, I would have thought parties would have possibly thought that one through a little more, just based on who I have been. And maybe they think that, maybe they're not that deep of thinkers, but just based on my life experience, both with the show and the fact that I was so eagerly jumping up and down to interview you on the disclosure of being Hitler's son, as opposed to now where you've got these people condemning you for that sort of thing. I was like, well, you were all on board when he was saying it 2 years ago.
Yeah,
right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Just to throw Salman under the bus here a little, as much as I like the guy, but this whole thing of condemning you, that vampire, that's all a bunch of bullshit. That's why you were Salman. You were the biggest promoter of Douglas's vampire book, right?
Thank you.
It's like, and that's what I really just don't get about Salman's message, is being seduced or conned. It's like, no, dude, you signed up for it, man. You were full-fledged involved. Like you loved it. You loved every minute of it.
Yeah,
right?
he said he wanted to interview me about Vampire Hunter D and how that whole anime came into being, because that was, of course, prior to my time, prior to the time that I was talking to Teleport USA and giving parts of the Roswell ruins to the Japanese to ultimately try and put into their own version of a memorial museum. And Teleport USA was like a front company in the United States, where there was a lot of laundering of industrial espionage. And when they were basically talking to me about various experiences. A lot of these got incorporated into later anime. It was kind of like what Brendan Zogit called the Dietrichonic Revolution, and he said you could demarcate what anime was like before and after. But obviously, you never see me dressing as any characters that may have been inspired by what I have said or anything like that. And yet they keep using that term cosplay. They feel that somehow degrades or denigrates my appearance or something like that. But it's simply the way of trying to claim everything is fantasy. But this is their stupidity. And obviously any cosplayer would look at photographs and just say, yeah, what's he cosplaying? Yeah, what are you talking about? But there you have that. Such being said, we love you dearly, and by God, keep yourself safe, and certainly keep in contact. Don't be a stranger.
No, just let me get my. I'll try and get my laptop, sort of get a headset for it, and get Skype onto it, and then maybe you and I can have a sit down talk sometime, and just sort of catch up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. We will. All right. You take care. I'll call you soon. And I'll be checking in much more often.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
You're the best. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Bless you. And oh my God, I should have taken the opportunity to introduce Justin to Sammy Romero, but I'm sure we'll get that opportunity soon. And to Viviana Sanchez. Oh my God. So if both of you are on, please, by all means, I'm going to be answering John Henry McMills Warren here. And we'll tell him, I'll say, she wants to, download how do I say this? By the way, if Sammy Romero and Viviana Sanchez are with us.
Hello.
There we are. You're both so lovely.
Vivian.
Oh, that was so cute. Oh, both of you coming on at the same time. That's so adorable. Oh my God. So, yes. So both of you, by the way, just start talking. Help me burn bandwidth while I answer John Warrington here about a young lady who might be contacting him about downloading one of the. Anyhow, I shouldn't say it out loud. I don't want to give away what she wants. But both of you. Just because we were in that space of talking about the gang stalkers, our man Sammy did review what was being claimed by the individual who I'm already bleaching from my mind, Penny Bradley. So perhaps you could give us kind of a summary of what she was saying, because that's one of the reasons we're being contacted by Anne-Christine Fontaine.
Well, I think really it's the same old song that, that Michael Aquino never knew you, that he never admitted to knowing you. And it's nothing really new. I just think, to me, it makes me wonder, did she take some type of financial compensation to say that?
Oh, by the way, did you see that screenshot I had taken of what Daryl Neely had said?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And so it's interesting that's, without my even talking to him, that's the first thing he says is, she didn't take no financial compensation. It's like, so I think he kind of confesses it just by bringing it up with denial, but go on.
Well, part of knowing you, Doug, and Justin White touched on a lot of very great, he has a great testimony, by the way. A lot of great points is that I'm kind of the same way, Doug. You've helped me a lot in understanding a lot of what I grew up with, especially during the Satanic Panic and what comprised of some of my childhood, in the sense of, in that era, late 80s, early 90s. Now, keep in mind, I was really, I was a toddler, but, I still remember, right? So anyways, I could press forward. She pretty much said that you're very knowledgeable, that, everything that you said on her interview was, very coherent, accurate. You spoke articulate. The only thing that she says that is that you called, her partner, ordering her to get on the show with you. Literally, according to her, ordering her, like, get on transmission with me now, like, which, you know,
by the way, your audio is just a little fuzzy. So it sounded like you said that I did what?
Oh, you called her significant other. I guess Daryl was that name?
Yeah, Lou Reese. I called her. What did I call Lou Reese? What did she say I called Lou Reese?
No, you called her significant other because I guess she blocked you or something, and you called her significant other demanding that you get on bandwidth on her on your show.
That's a lie. She's lying. She is lying. She's fucking lying. But go on. Yeah. Okay.
Well, here's my thing, Doug. It's the fact that they're bringing up the same lies. Yeah. It's just, it coincides with what your detractors have always said, and it could make sense. But in a sense, to me, I wouldn't be surprised if they got a check.
Well, she must have. I mean, for one thing, when you say it's the same old lies, actually, that's a new one. Okay, so she's flattering herself, saying that I called up Lou Reese to demand to be on her show. I mean, I would never want to be on her show.
No. You called.
Yeah.
Hold on, one second.
Oh yeah, take your time.
No, it's a GG.
Yeah, while he
I'm
deals.
Sorry, I had a airline. Sorry.
Okay.
But anyways, no, she called. According to what she said, that you contacted her significant other, demanding her to get on transmission with you on yours. That's what she said, that you demanded her to get on transmission.
Oh, well, I would never do that. Again, that's like a lie. I called up and in fact, I can't call her. I can't call Lou Reese because I don't have Lou Reese. Lou Reese does not have a Skype ID. Lou Reese just shows up with her. It's her Skype. So she's just making shit up. Go on. Yeah.
Well, what I'm trying to say, Doug, is you've always been very respectful to her. Like, we all have disagreements. Like, do I think it was, a little off of her being a pilot for the Third Reich? Yeah, I did, especially going to other galaxies. But, who am I, right? But the problem is too, though, is when you try to counsel someone and explain, it's really from your experience dealing with the source of all those programs. I mean, it is what it is. The proof is there. And the proof is just pretty much how many detractors you have. And, Peter Moon said something very poignant, is that, you have viewership, but your viewership is a very special niche in a sense of government officials. Congress, senators, diplomats from the world. Heck, Xi Jinping, the Empire of Japan. I mean, all these, entities listen to you because, for a reason, you have very valuable knowledge that is not your ordinary knowledge. And it has to do with history, but most importantly, you can contextualize it, with today. And for her to disparage you from even knowing Michael Aquino or saying that he never knew you, well, you're not really saying anything because you don't even know. And, you never talked to Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And all these people, the detractors, especially the Martian Marine, I've never heard him say he knows Michael Aquino, at least on bandwidth.
Well, we do have that screenshot that George Knight gave you, where basically he said he received orders from him while he was still alive. So we do know that Richard. Right. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
And I've seen that too. I'm not saying that's not real. Of course it's real.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
By the way, you sound infinitely better now. Whatever you're doing now, you sound infinitely better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I think it's hilarious because just hearing Michael Aquino, just seeing in some of these videos that I've seen him, none of these people would even get close to him. He wouldn't even allow himself to get close to them.
Right.
And to think of the mind frame, these people don't understand. And what I meant about is where you were at in your life. You were a young man.
Yeah.
You were a facade. You were a prodigy. The reason why I say this, Doug, because of your environment, the way you survived. Aquino was not dumb to this.
Yeah.
The way you used, the way your mother taught you, to change your body and to transform yourself into another sex.
Yes.
This is not Joe Blow down the street. This is not, a good old boy Marine here, 6'5", corn-fed white guy. No. This is a very specialized, and also for him to discover that you're a historical figure of who your biological father is. There's significance. There's legacy.
Yes.
This goes far beyond the American paradigm. And one of the things that I love about you is you never claim that you're American. You know you're not American.
Right. Thank you.
So when people go from that standpoint of, well, Douglas Dietrich was not a Marine, who gives a shit?
Thank you.
Like the Marines are some type of honorable? You're lying to yourself. You know you're lying to yourself. Didn't you see Iraq, how we ran like wild dogs? What the hell are you talking about? This ain't, we're not in the mid-40s or the 50s. This is not, we're not in the baby boomer area, where, information's not accessible. We're not under, Roosevelt or FDR, where, we get the information maybe a week later,
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen this live. So in my frame, it's like you're following, when these people, follow someone like that who is out of touch, then that lets me know, like, you were meant to turn.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And it is what it is. And, you're a loving guy, you have a big heart. But that's one of the things about you that I think this is going to, all really this is going to be is make you better.
Yes,
it's going to be better than what was. What's to come is going to be better than what was. And that's really it. I think a lot of these people operate on that low frequency. They wear that cheap perfume called jealousy. And, if green paper with dead hypocrites, makes you turn to the enemy, then, you're goofy. You're goofy in the sense that, if I have a problem with you, Doug, it's not going to be, and I'm not going to go public when everybody else, is turning turncoat.
Right.
I'm going to discuss it to you like a man. I'm not going to go to their side. I'll be a man, and, if I'm in my feelings, then, hey, give me some time and I'll come back.
Yes.
But, not to insult you and say, literally insult your very being, like, by denying your name, hell, your mother, your father. It's like, really? It's like that? And anyways, to move forward, it's one of those things where this is old. This is going to get old quick. And then after this is over, what now then? Well, what now? Have you seen all the people that have came against you? Where are they now?
Yes.
Where's Moto? Where's all these people? Where's Rose Deal? Where are all these people at? These are all government assets. I mean, do you really want to be with someone like that? These are people that don't have lives, They have no lives. Like, I have things going on in my life, you and I talked privately.
Yes.
And I'm sure, everybody else. So it's one of those things where when you're reaching out to people, it's not to violate them. No, you're a friend. You're a very likable guy. It's just, to me, if you put so much energy on this negativity as a person, then you don't really love yourself. You have to love yourself first. And then, people that love themselves first are not going to draw on negativity. Even if I have if I have a problem with someone, I'm not going to draw on it anymore. I've learned that if I have a problem with you, Doug, I'm not going to dwell on it. I got so much stuff going on, So, and likewise with you, you have your family and you have to decompress. And that's one things I love about you, that, you give yourself time to decompress, because it does get tiring, Yes. And these people infect you with their problems. And it's really their self-loathing, like grow up, like get in line. We all got problems, but I don't want to be off subject, but it's just one of those things where, if you're your own person, then someone should not detract you or someone should not make you turn just for some green paper with dead hypocrites. It's not. It doesn't make sense.
Yo, you are wonderful, and God bless you. You were also very patient tonight. Let's see if we can get Vivi. Yeah, let's see if we can get Viv on for a few minutes to speak with you while I refresh myself. Obviously, normally I usually refresh myself after Peter leaves. It was actually kind of strange. It was almost like Peter was like saying, I only got a few more minutes. And then when I brought Justin on, then it was like Peter suddenly had a second wind, and almost like he was like marking territory, like making certain that he exerted himself. Yeah, but yeah, that was interesting, and well, I'm glad that
it's Fredo. It's Fredo. Yeah, it's Fredo.
Oh gosh,
Hello?
so Viviana, honey.
So hi,
Yeah,
welcome
I
back,
love you
everybody.
dearly.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay, they're both back. So both of you darling people, I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. I'm gonna go refresh myself, and I'll be back soon enough. And if you two angels can just speak to each other and talk a little bit about current events and the like. After all, last time it was Geico, and everybody loved hearing about that. That's funny as hell. And oh my God,
Yeah.
like I couldn't even resist bringing up that story about that poor white kid spraying all these black kids with a water pistol. And of course the police were saying, in one sense, I understood what they were saying. This man did not deserve to die. This young man with his life ahead of him. But all I could think of was, well, it's kind of Darwinian. It is Darwinian selection. I'm sorry. It's kind of like, you play Russian roulette. There's a chance you're going to die. You spray a bunch of black guys with a water gun while they're playing a basketball game. That's kind of like, come and kill me. Yes, I don't deserve to live. I'm too dumb to reproduce.
I mean, if I ran up towards you, Doug, with my shirt tucked in, with the Ben and Jerry's bucket next to me, with a hat on, I think you probably pulled the trigger. I mean, I don't know. At this point, where they're threatening you and trying to kill you, hey, I'm right about the same complexion, so
Oh my God. Oh no, you don't have the receding hairline like that. Oh my God, no. His
Oh no, but I mean, I have the cul-de-sac. Let's keep it real. I'm not gonna. I have to roast myself too. Like, come on. No, but you know what I mean. It's I think to me with those kids, they shouldn't have done that. How about you, Vivian?
Yes, take it from there, honey, while I go mute. Thank you.
Absolutely not. I mean, obviously, but they must have just been in a moment of, I don't know. You know how kids can be. Pride and arrogance will get you every time. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Oh, okay.
Tammy, are you still working?
My shift is almost over. I'm just finishing things up. Yeah.
All right.
My only thing with my job is because they changed our system and it's more it's less paperless, it's more digital. The transition from that is a little challenging for people that just don't want to learn. So I kind of have to be patient and kind of walk them through. But that's just anything really.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's always interesting to have to teach a whole group of people something new.
Right.
But nevertheless, you seem very patient, so I'm pretty sure you're probably a good teacher.
I try to be. You never want to belittle somebody or make them feel any inadequate, especially if you're in a leadership position. I always believe treating people like adults and I try not to get caught up in your feelings. And that's happened to me before, and I have to take breaks because really, you're only harming yourself. I think the more stress you put on yourself, it's not necessary. It's not conducive. Especially me. I'm 35, so it's one of those things where I'm in my manhood already, and it's one of those things where some things the older you get, you just don't want to deal with. And I think even supporting Doug, it's one of those things where it's not hard. It's just be there for somebody. you know,
Yeah,
rather
just
than
saying, dude. So
yeah,
yeah,
let's
I
just be
wanted
there
to
with
just
somebody.
I just wanted to add that today, for some reason, I'm getting like all this Facebook crud from people, and then I
Yeah.
go check their, so I actually friended some, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna check you out. So I'm checking out all their stuff, and all I got was this like really dark, negative vibe. And anyone who they were connected with. So I finally got to that dude, that D. Cole dude or whatever his name is. I
Yeah, what
checked him
about?
out and they were all aligned with him. And I was just like, oh, right. So I just blocked them all. And I told them in the message, I'm not concerned. I'm not an idiot, but I'm not concerned. Like, this is not even in my purview. I'm not here to contemplate, look into, discover, understand. I'm just here to support Doug. I didn't say that to them, of course. I just said, basically, kindly leave me alone. I'm supporting Doug. Obviously it's obvious. So why are you reaching out to me? Like, what is your point in that? I mean, I don't care. So I'm just saying that out loud in case they're listening. Anyway,
Well,
I'll be
no,
glad to be
no, I
leaving
mean,
Facebook anyway.
yeah, no, I mean they are, but my thing is, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's the thing. They're promoting more Doug than they're really doing service. It's like it's Doug really,
Well, I will say this. It's very
yeah,
dark. It's a
of
very dark
course,
energy. Yeah, it's
of
like
course.
from the bottom of the freaking hell. And so I just want nothing to, I don't want nothing to do with you. Like, I'm not messing with you guys, and please don't fuck with me. Kind of.
Right. But it's just, I mean, with anything, I think, I really just I don't give it that energy. And that's really what I mean, I've had people message me. I delete them. I don't even open it. I just delete them because I'm in my own world, and not my own world. It's just my paradigm is my paradigm. And I know what Doug's
Yeah.
brought as far as knowledge.
I want to know,
No?
I want to know who I'm dealing with. Like, I always want to know, like, what frequency am I dealing, what kind of person, what are they about? And,
But I can tell. I mean, just by their icon, I can tell. I mean, I know who they are, but
yeah.
it's just at the same time too, because I don't have time to deal with people that can't work on their relationships. It's really all about relationships when it comes down to people. You allow people in your space, you allow them, and that's really it. Like even you, Vivian, I allow you to be in my space, and vice versa. If I'm disrespectful to you, if I offend you, then I need to be atoned for that. It's just, even when I got a little emotional about that Karl Rove thing, I had to check myself. Like, what am I doing? Why am I acting like that? This your example was your example. It's just my misunderstanding, and it's okay. But at the same time too, you got to check yourself, because it's not necessary. You're a very pleasant woman. You're very lovely, and your energy has changed this podcast for a good reason. And when a good energy comes in, the people that don't want to be around that are going to leave, and it shows you the type of frequency they're in, where is a low level frequency. And that's it.
Yeah.
It's really just that. I think having positive people around you, and with a purpose, and they have a vision of what their lives want to consist of. A simple purpose is just have peace in your life. And what you value, pretty much.
Right, especially at this time in life. And thank you for saying that, by the way.
Yeah.
But in this time of life, like, life is too, like, time and life, and where we are in this space together. I mean, it kind of right now means everything. So yeah, you're very right to be very mindful of who you are interacting with and allowing in that space. But I like to war stuff, I'm like into war. So it's always about knowing your enemy. I sort of want to know, like, I'll creep in and I want to understand you just enough to know where you're coming from. And then, but honestly, like, I'm not down for all this. So just kindly leave me alone, please, and go away, people, whoever you are.
And like I told you, is if you have things going on in your life, and you have things like, one of the things you mentioned was you babysitting your grandson, right?
Yeah, my nephew. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe. My
your nephew.
soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, interacting with a child it changes you. As far as it kind of teaches you a lot by yourself, you know. And when I'm around children, especially, you know, family and stuff, I realized how impatient I was and how immature I was when it came to, you know, taking care of a life, you know.
Yeah.
That
That's very deep.
it's
Mhm.
it's one of those things where you know, it tells it to me, it's what matters really, in the sense of giving your love to somebody that loves you back, in the sense of children. And what I mean by love is affection, and, you know, the healthy, you know, encouragement, and just, you know, connecting, you know, bonding.
Yeah,
And
the most purest. Yeah, they're the great teachers, actually, children.
right, of course. And you know, that's just really what matters, you know. It's just, I think when people just have destruction around their lives and just bullshit, it's not gonna, they're just gonna be self-loathing. And it's just not, that's one of the things I encourage Doug, is just decompress, get away, and, you know, come back. Because it really, they're gonna be there, the clowns are gonna be there, the Pennywises of the world are gonna stick their head out the sewer and you know, stick the marbles up their butt.
Girl.
Right. You know, it's just what it is.
What
You
I
know?
have down here, way down in the depths of hell. Okay, no thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
And this isn't about being blind either. It's simply what Sammy said, is that you either support someone or you don't. You're either their friend or you're not. So weigh it in the balance, like go with your little friends, have a good time wherever you live in the darkness and the deep dungeons of hell, and leave us alone, respectively.
Well, let's just say Doug roasts me and I'm in my feelings. I'm not gonna be like, well, Doug, where's my feelings? Like, no, I have things going on. Like, I have bills. I have goals. Yeah, it's not that. I mean, Doug. Yeah.
Sorry, go on. I was just going to say that I was really terrified when I came back and I heard him saying, first, both of you were talking about children and the bonding that's important with children, and how that you learn from that and grow with that, etc. When he said, yeah, that's why I'm telling Doug to basically go decompress with, you know, his loved ones, etc. I had this terrifying anticipation he was going to say, that's why I'm telling Doug he should have children. And I was thinking, oh God, no.
No.
I think it's a little late for that.
Well,
okay, no. I'm only thinking in my purview because I'm a woman.
Well,
let me just say, I would have a child if I probably still could, but I would still have a child. But I'm just saying, you know, we're like, men can still have children when they're like 70. So what am I saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, never say never, but yeah, I mean,
right.
Yeah. My father was 51 when my twin and I were born. My mom was like 43. So, you know, it's,
God, that's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, like I said,
were they like super protective of you? Were they like those helicopter parents?
My sisters was. My sisters were a big part of raising my brother and I. Yeah, they were. My sisters are pretty.
This is why it's incredible that Sammy and Isaac did not grow up gay. I tell you, this is incredible. I mean, there's several things that stand out here. I relate very much to this because when I was born, as I explained to people, my parents were the age of most people's grandparents. And so my father was, I mean, we'd have to do the math because I don't remember anymore, but I do know that, like I was born at the time that, my mother, of course, is not baseline human, but, you know, people were saying, God, she shouldn't in some moral sense, but they were saying, that it should not have been possible for her to have had a child at her age. It was basically something like around, oh God, I mean, my parents must have been in their late 40s easily. She must have been around 45 or something, and he was about, 50, or it might have been 5 years older for each one of them. He might have been 55, she might have been 50. It was, but whatever the case was, the math can easily be done. I was, for those of us who know the age in which they were born, I mean, my father was born in 1919, my mother in 1923, and then I was born in 1966. So, people can do the math. But definitely I was what they then called, in those days, a change of life baby. And they used to have another saying. I met this one poor woman. It was so sad. She was Filipino, and she worked with my mother once at the PX when my mother worked there temporarily. I mean, the number of jobs my mother had was incredible because she was just floating from one job to another quite a bit throughout her life, just kind of like doing what she did, which was basically searching for many people that she could prey on, basically. And when it came to the Filipino woman I had met at the post exchange at the Presidio, she was talking about her child was born when she was in her mid-40s, maybe, or close to 50. And she said basically the statistics, and I read later on this was certainly the case, at least in those days. Maybe things have changed now with medical science, but in those days they would say that the child's not likely to live through the birth process, that most of those children would die early. And then what she said was also there was a superstition that the child would either die early or would be a genius. And then she said this with great poignancy: my child was not a genius. I mean, he died early for her case, and it was very sad. But so there was that. And when Isaac and Sammy were born, then they were like this so-called change of life babies, but their parents' lives had already been so centered on producing so many babies before them, but they were a change because they were boys.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the things my mother asked God, that she wanted a boy. She really was trying for a boy, and there was a 10-year period where they didn't have children. So in 85, they had my older sister, and then a year and a half later, early 87, they had my brother and I, my twin and I. So, it's one of those things where they kept trying. I tell, the Lord blessed them with twins, and
Yeah.
they were boys. And, it's one of those things where, I mean, that, according to her, that's just what it was,
No, you really were a divine gift.
I could see Sammy's mom.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going
I
away?
could see Sammy's
baby.
mom being like, "Hello, Sammy."
No, he's distracted at the moment. He'll be back with us. You still got myself, so let's wait until he comes back for you to say that. But you can talk to me about something else at the moment.
I was gonna say, I could see Sammy's mom running around going, "Ay, Dios mío, mi baby," being so. I assume how those mothers are with their little boys after they've had 5 girls.
Yeah.
And they're the little boy's like the prince of the universe. Absolutely. I could see Sammy and his little brother like that. His twin, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So Douglas, I just now saw your post on the DDD Facebook, and I was wondering, are you actually going to stay on Facebook then? What are your plans?
We don't know yet. I mean, basically, I tried again posting on some of the other pages and got the same result, which was just that, they're not allowing me to physically post. So that was a fluke. We'll see what happens. It's basically when I posted that, it gave me all of this. What it says is this URL is not allowed on Facebook due to community security standards, and it's a Douglas Dietrich URL. And so on all of these timelines, it scrubbed away the overwhelming majority of the posts that I had historically, all the way back to basically forever. So I see they're all gone on the DDD timeline, all of the older posts, except for a few really just, irrelevant ones. And when it comes to the, there's no point really. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I might do something if I can get something through. What I might arrange with is I could send the text to Peter, and maybe he could post it on his Facebook timeline. That would take some coordination, and just arrange that with him. But
Well, I'm looking at it, and it looks fine.
No,
at
I
this
appreciate
moment.
what you're saying, but it's a fluke. That's the problem. If I were to like see, for instance, when you oh, thanks, Sammy's back. So Viviana was talking about your mom and how she must have been very much treating you like royalty because but at the same time we're also talking about whether or not I can work on Facebook in the future. And the problem is here's what. Let's try this. Okay, so what I'm going to do with both of you is I'm going to turn on the screen share, and then both of you will see the problem that I'm confronted with potentially. And so let's do the screen share, and both of you should be able to see the cursor moving around. And here we are on the birthday card I had put up for John Warrington. And what we're going to do is we're going to see if I can basically keep it up there. Hopefully hopefully what I do doesn't wind up getting us blocked again. It stayed. And this is because it went through a process none of the others did. But, I mean, well, it went through the same process all the others did, but in this case, they seem to have let stick. Let's see, this is what I usually do, is I put the text on each one of the photographs, and for some reason, I guess since they passed it, they're letting it stick. I might be able to use the DDD timeline from this point forward. We'll find out. I'm not
Maybe
anxious.
it was, maybe they just had to review whatever the claims were, whether people are reporting or such, and then they just saw that there was no problem.
Maybe, but I think you give them too much credit. So if we go to Renegade Military Timeline, and let's see, we try the same trick there, and just try to post it, period. And then if it doesn't screw up the way they did, say for instance, normally I post these things with images, but you know what? Just fuck it. Let's give this a test. Let's see if we can paste. It's the text that fucks it. So let's see if we can post it with the text. And all right, just post the text. Fuck, it went through. Well, okay, but as you can see, what's so bad about this, and I'm gonna delete that because it's like it's it doesn't have the pictures. But what's so bad about this is, like I said, all of the old photos were wiped out. So if we go down to the old photos, let's take a look at see all and see what it does. Yeah, all of the old photos are wiped out for a good 2 years. So all that's left is ones from a real long time ago. And of course, that's Pavel Edward exposing him the time I did as the pervert that he was. And so this goes way back, and there was the illustration I did for Judith Agert. That was like on one of my videos, and Lena Shea took it down, took the picture off the video, because, they were all bitch fighting. Well, Lena Shea was the bitch at that point.
I remember that one.
There we are. And then Lena Shea, of course, Judith Agert, I did this illustration for her. And then she says, that looks like Lena Shea. I mean, all she could see was Lena Shea everywhere. And so I couldn't. And so there we are. That's my son, obviously, undressed. And when I was saying, that's when that idiot, Richard K. Cole Jr., said this was cosplay. And I said, what is he cosplaying as? What character of what anime would that be? But at any rate, this is the crap we're confronted with. But yeah, these are old. This was for John Warrington's last birthday, because John Warrington has the same birthday as Donald Trump. And so I'm saying how John Warrington and, basically John Warrington, of course, the cartoon character he reminds me of most is Immortan Joe. So, I was portraying that, Immortan Joe and Donald Trump, you could see the similarities. So there we are with that. And oh my God, so they say. Let me see if I answered her.
Can you go back to 2014? Because
Sure.
I want to see those old ones.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, let's go back to 2014. So
I'm enjoying going into your Facebook.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. So she answered that. Let's see if we can do that. Get it off of the one. And so what's how would I say, it's kind of demotivating, because when you have that many photographs or that many posts removed, then you just get kind of sad. But if it can still work and be used as a communications medium, but the problem is these aren't really trafficked, and so the military renegade, the only really traffic timeline was the Sora Aoi timeline, so we'll have to see if that works. If that works, maybe, I'll go back to doing what I'm doing. But to tell you the truth,
you don't have to go down. Well, I'll just go check your stuff out later.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Because I was actually wanting to catalog some other stuff from like 2014, but I'll go to that myself.
Okay, and that's if 20. Okay, yes, thank you, and certainly we want.
Because you've had this website for quite a while. I think since 2010, 2009.
It may feel like that, but I don't know. Maybe it did. Yeah, maybe this one was around longer. Yes, and but not too long. A lot was taken away, and this was back in the days when I would usually show more biofacsimilacra, simulacra, of course, and that was because Lena was fascinated by them, and then of course. Now look at her. She's just, it's just wretched. There's got to be some money involved because there's nothing else makes sense. So, okay, I'll check out of here. In the meantime, thank you both for your patience with that. So, yeah, tell Sammy what you felt you could imagine his mother doing.
Oh, well, I've seen how when you have your first little boy, and especially after little girls, I could see her chasing you around saying, "Ay, Dios mijo, my little mijo." Like day in and day out, just like covering you and making sure you don't fall and eat something bad for you.
Yeah.
But of course,
are you there, Sammy?
By your second child, you're like, "Oh, just eat it."
Yeah. Oh, are you there, Sammy?
See what happens. That's a life lesson.
Yeah.
I think he's mute.
He's mute? Is he?
I think so, yeah. It looks like it.
Oh, yeah?
Sammy
he must be working.
Yes. Yeah. He's almost off. Yeah, he's almost off his shift, he said.
Oh, okay.
So what is this we're looking at here? Japan makes online insults.
Yeah.
You can get a year in jail?
Yeah, that was like 19 minutes ago. This story came up. Japan makes online insults a crime that can earn a year in jail. This is what they need to do. Yeah, we need that here. I am all for it. Yeah, fuck that bullshit. You see, people are trying to go into online terrorism, and the Japanese at least can respond to it. So I'll, certainly take that story down later. Record it, make certain I have a copy of it, and this is something that I think is, I'd like to see that done here personally, established. But so there we have that, and let's stop sharing for now. But honestly, honey, here we are. What's there to infiltrate? That's right. That's what he said earlier. And let me take care of that. And so tell me how the last few days have gone. I'm wondering if anything happened that you'd care to relate. You don't need to go into anything private if you feel uncomfortable with that. But basically, the members of your family that still live with you now are basically your mother and your daughter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's doing summer school, so she's always schooling because she's got some credits to catch up. And we have a fire here, so that's kind of been on the news. We have 2 fires that converged and are now like creeping up the north of the mountains, which is like, but it looks like everything's okay. We're prone to fires here, of course, but it's been extra dry. This is probably the most dry I've ever seen it in my region my whole life.
Yeah.
So we had no snowfall, no rain as of yet.
God. Wow.
So it should be quite interesting. I mean, you guys all went through that up in California, for the last 3 years or so, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was actually thinking about you because I was like, I wonder what Douglas is doing. Where would you go? Like, did San Francisco get really affected by that? Being that you're in the city.
Oh my God! Well, back then it did. Is that Sammy back with us now? I just got a notification.
Yes, I'm back.
I will show you both this notification I just got. So we just this just went up, and so By the way, Sammy, just so you know, we're both looking at a story that I find important. And so it was Japan makes online insults a crime that it can earn a year in jail. This just came up 19 minutes ago.
Wow.
And I think that that's what we need here. But that aside, you can see what I'm dealing with. And of course, this is a case of the persecution of the innocents. So you can see this. Here we are. 901 of your posts go against our community standards. So only you can see them. There we are. See options.
What?
Yes.
So what are your options there?
Well, let's see. All right. And first, let's get rid of all of the... you haven't seen your message. Are you sure you want to close that chat window? Yes. Okay, we can do that. And about your post. No one else can see your post. See options. Okay. Let's see what comes up. And this is the Sora AO timeline. And okay. And something may not come up at all. See, that's the point. This is what happened with Facebook last time when they erased everything. Find out more about their decision. See what you can do about it. No one else can see these posts. See 901 of your posts go against our standards on cybersecurity. And
What?
yeah, and there you have it. And so if I were to click here and see what's going on, but it doesn't seem to allow that. So it's just basically it may not be giving me any options. I fear to, see like that. You press it, nothing happens. So there we are. Find out more about our decisions and see what you can do, but there's nothing you can do. No one else can see these posts. See, so there we have it. That's
So I don't see how those are a cybersecurity issue other than an artistic expression or however else.
It's because they all have the DouglasDietrich.com on them.
Oh, I
in the
see.
text. Yeah, in the text. So so there's nothing you can do about it except close it. That's your option. It's just find out more. There's nothing to do. No one else can see this post. And then when there's no option. Granted, it would be daunting to go through if they gave you the ability. I click on, nothing happens. So there you have it. They scrubbed the timeline. This is so that's disheartening. Now, if I can post again in the future, of course, the way I would find my way around it would be to just write things out differently, and then the post can go through. That's what happened with the one post that made it. And but we found that the text went through on the Douglas Dietrich timeline otherwise as well, the military renegade timeline, I mean. So what we could do is try that same post here on Sora AOI and see if that goes through. Just so I should have closed it this way, I guess. So this is the support message, and what I could do is copy that link and just put that link inside of storage, so to speak, and see how that works. All right then. Aside from that, now both of you are aware of the situation, and it's disheartening, and of course there's no coincidence here. This happened because of the group attack, and as I said, they filed their petition against myself and whatnot, and this is what the result is. But at the same time, like I said, the real favor is also there's a lot of work that goes into it. So, hey, it's less work. And it's not like these are heavily trafficked. When it comes to the Sora AOI, the one that's the most trafficked, it's not like I'm really getting people there that are financial supporters. It's just basically, you have fans and they go there and they give you moral support. But it's, so... really, it's a form of therapy, was for a long while in terms of artistic expression, but then it's not like it has that big an audience anyway. So, right. Well, maybe about 100 people, more sometimes, always on average give their likes, which is a hell of a lot more than most other people get, but still, it's a lot of work for comparatively. If it were more of a financially rewarding in the sense that these are people who contribute, it'd be one thing, but it's not. So, you know, I'll think on it, you know, just kind of mull over it while I'm decompressing. I won't think about it at all, rather, but when I come back, I'll look at it with fresh eyes and then we'll decide, you know. But
that sounds like a fair assessment. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess I'm keeping my Facebook until you figure it out. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, please.
Because when you leave, I'm gone too. I'm like, please, let's go out of here. No, but you do what you need to do.
Yeah, and Viviana, of course, never liked Facebook, or maybe she did once, and then what was it about Facebook that made you leave?
Just the security and you know, the time of the whole changes, and it was becoming so Marxist and so veiled, and everything was so controlled, and I didn't like the idea of it anymore. It was just time to go.
Yeah. No, I understand, and Sammy, you know, when you're on Facebook, I'll tell you the truth. It's because of I have so much to do with myself. I never really look at other people's timelines. Does Isaac and Sammy? Do you guys even do anything with your timeline?
I don't do nothing. Look, the only reason why I'm on Facebook really is you, Doug. Okay.
Thank you.
Even the friends that I deleted, like that pastor friend I have.
Yeah.
I'm friend them on Facebook, and you know, I guess people use it to connect, but really, especially in my age group, I don't care about Facebook. I really don't. I don't even update my Facebook. My pictures are very old. It's just one of those things where I don't really put importance to it. It's just really, Doug, it's really because of you, okay? And I'm not saying, you know, oh, Doug, you're my whole world. No, but I mean, that was your main promotion is that. And your artwork's very beautiful.
Thank you.
Your Facebook, especially the original one, to me, it's almost like that museum in Brazil, okay? The reason why I say that burned down, you know, a couple years ago. When you were very dedicated to it, it was one of a kind in the sense of it, especially because your transmissions were very, you know, they were 2 hours tops, really, more like an hour and a half. Your promotional bandwidth really showed a lot more than just pictures. You had articles, your art really referenced your transmissions. Not that they don't now, but really more than, because of your limited time.
Yeah.
And you know, it really makes me wonder if if the powers that be, especially Zuckerberg, I kind of really do think he knew about you.
Yes.
And you were in his radar, especially through, you know, your connection to quote unquote sugar daddy.
Yes.
I always feel funny. You know, people in that industry know each other. It's a big industry, but at the same time, it's small. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Zuckerberg had you under his radar as far as who you were and your background.
Yeah.
And it explains a lot. To me, everything really started changing for me after 2016, at least how I noticed it.
Yeah.
When you did what you did with the whole abuse, when that algorithm changed, especially with Facebook and YouTube, as far as like kids, you know, what was that, Doug, what you did as far as shutting down those rings about?
Yes, that's right. Those were the YouTube softcore porn rings, which, by the way,
yes.
do you know who helped shut that down? And remind me to bring that up next time. Lena Shea contributed some images that we turned in that were babies that were given dildos to suck on. You remember that? Stuff like that.
Well,
and
the reason why I remember, Doug, is because after that, it changed.
Yes.
And, you know, I think it was I think, you know, in my opinion, Kino kind of wanted a little payback. So he turned on the programming. And as much as she helped you, is really as much as she screwed you. So she was it was like she's a pincushion and both sides were sharp, you know. Eventually you were going to get cut.
Yeah.
Which, you know, she had her purpose, but at the same time, after that, really, it's really when it's your banners weren't as they used to be. And you know, it's a shame, Doug, because if you would have had your old page, I mean, I could imagine just the beautiful art and history that you portrayed in. It's a shame, because you really have a great talent as far as that, Doug. I think it's sacrilegious how they don't want to, they try to discredit you, and it's just dumb.
Thank you. No, it's definitely evil, and I do want people to understand that there is likely a sinister reason behind Léniche's help. I mean, of course, we need to ask the question, how did she run across these pornographic images? I mean, whereas before, her story was just kind of casually encountering them. Maybe there's something more sinister behind it. So that's definitely, she had access to those images and handed them to us to hand into YouTube to help with what we were doing. So it's not necessarily positive then and negative later. It could be negative all the way. And
possibly, yeah. I mean, yeah. If you put it that way, then, hey, you have a point.
Yeah.
It's just, go ahead.
No, go on, by all means.
No, it's just, to me, I think your demographic's going to change. I think it's going to get younger, Doug.
Yes.
Because part of Facebook is the old geezers, and I'm not young either, but what I'm trying to say is, I think what they're really afraid of is people that like to think outside the box, in a sense of deep thinkers, people that have the resources that you're going to reach. And they're trying to prevent that, but really, Doug, it's just an evolution. I think you're going to reach a younger audience, and that's power, because influence is power. It's more powerful than green paper with dead hypocrites. It's just what it is, and I think that's what they fear the most. Is once you capture that demographic, especially the younger one, then you're really going to be a force. And this is why I'm excited, because I put myself, I'm a millennial, I'm in that demographic, and I support you. And you imagine more people like my brother and I support you, that you connected the pieces together. And I think it comes full circle in the sense of why you are bombarded so badly, because of your influence. And this is where, for example, if you go on Vivian's platform, I told her, you're going to blow the doors off her platform of what you got to talk about, the Dozier Dig, you name it, the Philadelphia experiment, so on and so forth, because of the plethora of this information that you have. You truly are the skeleton key, in the sense of, when you open it, you blow the doors off, and like I told you, what a coincidence when you started talking about psychic abilities, the fanatiphage, the eating of the bodies of what Dr. Michael Aquino was doing. What a coincidence! That's when Salmon Shake's programming turned on, and
yes.
you were exposing too much. You were exposing something intimate. The fact that he smelled the robe of that dead military agent. I mean, the detail. You can't make such stuff up. This is very damaging. So, absolutely, and this happens every time you blow the door off of something. They can't help it. We got to shut this guy down, because you're getting in their ass. But that's just how I'm viewing it. So this is just my perspective, because I'm optimistic, because this just solidifies even you more.
Yes.
And that's just my point of view. I can't see it no other way.
Yeah, no, I deeply appreciate that, and you're absolutely right. Tell our listeners, and Viviana, I'm sorry, I'll ask you if you wish to share this, but just to give everybody an example of the gang stalking that can affect my affiliates, our man Sammy was with his significant other the other day at 2 a.m. in the morning, and they started working on the local street lamp or something of that nature. Was that not the case?
This was AT&T. Yeah. AT&T was working on the internet, the phone, or whatever it was. They were working at 2 a.m, and this was a very odd time, because you're in a residential area. Yes, it's an urban area, but it's a residential area, and they were making so much noise, and it was very odd, because it was the same box that which homeless lady was put her trinkets up and all that.
By the way, tell Viviana about that. She doesn't know that story. Tell her.
Well, a couple months ago, I had this homeless lady. I live in front of a school, and there was this homeless lady that showed up as soon as I started talking to Doug, privately. And she put up these very occultic trinklets, like these, literally art. But this looked like occult art to me. It's very odd because, you're homeless, but you have a bunch of arts and crafts. Like, you literally have a suitcase with a bunch of arts and crafts and all this numerology and, very, like this bum lady is very, if I'm a bum, I'm going to find a food or get my fix. But this lady's very, wow, like she has a lot of time, and she got this briefcase because, I take out my trash, and she was camped out right on the school premise. And,
and nobody was doing anything.
Nobody was doing anything. And then she was getting undressed right in front of that school where there's kids playing. So I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, are you, what is this? Like there's kids, there's 5-year-olds playing, So, it was very suspicious in the sense that, yeah, this is not right. And obviously I took a picture of it, Doug saw it and she's like, yeah, Doug, you kind of instructed me, but it's like, yeah. And then, I come back from work and she's just standing there looking at me, like, boo, like, hey, I'm here. I'm putting up these arts and crafts. And I'm like, lady, like, go to Hollywood. Look, you're in Los Angeles. What are you doing in this area? Like, go to Hollywood. Go to, this is a big city. So, there is a homeless community, like any big city. So, like, what the hell are you doing here? So it was one of those things where, obviously, like, the homeless don't be doing, in my opinion, they, at least the ones I encountered, they're not doing arts and crafts. They're not doing this numerology, because what she's doing was just random numbers. She put up these flowers, but it was just very odd. So, it was almost like an altar, in other words.
Yeah.
And so, this AT&T worker, it's like almost they were cleaning up their mess. They came and they repainted it. They put it in a new box, and it was like nothing ever happened. So I'm like, what the hell's going on? But,
so it was the same box. The same box that she was basically turning into the altar is what AT&T came and polished up, so to speak. Like they sterilized it.
It's like Langley Regina came, hey, why don't you guys clean up your mess, okay? Yeah, you're making it obvious. They removed like a light pole right next to my place, and like, this is an alley. There was nothing wrong with it. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it,
Oh my God.
But it's one of those things where it's like, you roll your eyes, and I don't got nothing to hide. I'm just here, educating myself and supporting my friend. That's really it. So it's one of those things where it's just, I told this to George Knight, when you're dealing with the real deal, it's going to come. You're going to see it. And it's all confirmation in the sense of what you have to contribute to humanity. Your fruits, what fruits does a man really produce as far as to humanity? And I mean, your work speaks for itself. So it's just more confirmation. But yeah, it's just all these odd little things.
Thank you. No, definitely. And I appreciate that. And so, Vivian, hopefully something like that doesn't happen in your neighborhood. Oh my God, be on the lookout, and obviously don't be paranoid. And I know you have every confidence in your faith that,
Well, I've been there, done that. I'm so done. Like, I don't give them my energy because at this point I just laugh at them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't, it's just not, because it gets into your psyche. Like, I totally understand what Sammy's talking about. Yeah. That's the point.
Oh, he didn't tell you the worst part. He basically couldn't have sex that night because of that. That was.
Well, thank you, Doug.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Doug. That was a little much, but okay.
Yes, well, what regular couples do, right?
Yeah.
No, but it's just, it's one of those things where
did you ever stop to go talk to her? Because I would have definitely been interested in, like, asking her all about her trinkets and what was this
No,
about?
no. Doug advised me don't engage him.
Yeah, I advised him not to. No.
Pretty much, Doug is my call consultant. If anybody knows that bullshit, Doug knows. Doug knows. Okay. I take it from him. Even with these defectors, I don't deal with them because I'm not there for them. I'm not. If any of them try to approach me, you haven't contributed nothing, and that's my point with this. Is Doug has contributed so much. Doug has plenty in the bank with me in the sense of what he's brought to my life, and that's it. It's really what it is. He's proven himself, and it's just what it is, And like I told you, I don't put expectations on Doug. Doug is not going to change my tire at 2 a.m. I'm not going to call Doug. Hey, Doug, come change my tire. No, it doesn't work that way. Doug can't find me a girl if I'm become single again, or if I'm gay. Hey, Doug, I need a boyfriend. That's not going to happen. No, it's just, I know his limitations and I don't make him feel bad for it. It's just what it is, I get it. That's just what it is,
But just be encouraged, everyone, that their power and their energy and their forces are all weakening. And that's all I would do is remind them of that, like every day whatever you're going through, and draw closer to God and know his power is greater. I'm honest, like that's for real. Like they're done. They're just like at the bottom, and they're in the land of decision too. And if they choose to stay in that realm, then let them. At this point.
And here's my response to that. What's going to happen in 2 weeks or in a month when this all blows over? What's going to happen? What's the Martian Marine going to do? What advice he's going to give you? Look, by the way, Daniel Roland reads the text message in the message box. I don't know if you know that, Doug.
I didn't know that.
he reads them. So they read the messages. They're still on Skype reading the messages. That's my point. It's like, what do you expect this person to bring to your life? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to, if I want drama, if I want incoherent yelling, I can go to a family reunion,
I have just the girl for you if you want that. I'm just kidding.
You know what I mean? It's just, we all have family like that, but it's one of those things where Doug brings what he brings, and Doug is not a nuisance. Doug is not a nuisance. He's been a blessing in my life, and I think it's very important to tell people that have helped you in your life. And that's what I've got from Justin White. Justin White's very grateful, and I'm the same way. I want to tell Doug that, give people the flowers when they're alive. He's done many great things, and shame on all those people. But it is what it is. I'm not responsible for no one but myself and my family. So, that's just my perspective. I have to step away, Doug.
Yes,
I don't mean to do that to you. It's just I have to step away because I have to handle something.
Well, we love you dearly, and take care of yourselves. And if you can come back later just before you go off shift and go home, go ahead and come back, And if you're unable to, that's fine too. We'll handle it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
And Sammy,
nice talking to you, Vivian.
You're such a good friend. Thank you for being you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Yes.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
So, honey, let's see if we can bring George Knight on. If we cannot, then don't worry about it. I'll ask just a small favor of you to hold for a few minutes while I've just finished this liquid Coke, and so I'll just rinse my mouth out. But let's see if we can bring George Knight on. If we can't do that, then...
Was he here earlier?
He was, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I fell asleep.
Oh, no, I mean, no, he wasn't here personally. No, what I mean was we did call him, so maybe what we need to do is reach out just by kind of like, he doesn't seem to be looking at his Facebook messengers, so let me see, let's take a look at time in London right now, and I know he gets up early because the job he's got gets him up early, and so it shouldn't be too long before he's kind of like potentially available, unless he's sent to an assignment first thing in the morning. It's about 7:59 a.m. I would actually expect him to be awake but what we can do is take a live stream. He was in live stream earlier, and thank you for handling the sex bots. It looks like they were, comparatively speaking, oh, I spoke too soon. It looks like they were here a bit. And why did our man retract his messages? George Knight retracted 3 messages. I hope he's all right.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, they were just, he was just talking about the people that, and that was their actual names. So maybe he just didn't want to give them any credit.
Got it. Okay. So, you know exactly what I'm talking about then. Yeah, because he left. Much love unto you, Douglas, and all. He left that. And so those are the 3 names then of the. Do you remember who they were loosely, or
was it Peggy?
Oh, okay. The 3 people then. It would be,
wait.
No. Penny.
The people we're currently talking about. Yeah,
got
I'm sorry.
Got it. Yeah. So he was writing those down. Got it. And so Peggy Wood, of course, is the wonderful lady who's inside chat. So, and yeah, she was talking about they are big mad. Yeah. Such being said, I am going to be back in just a minute, and our lovely Viviana Sanchez will hold the stage. Or is that impudent of me, honey? Are you cool with that? What I need to do is ask your permission. Is it okay if I?
Yeah,
go,
it's fine.
Okay, so
I have
might
nothing
be
to talk about, but I'll do something.
Oh, honey,
Don't know
you
what.
got so much. By the way, Christine Fountain said Salmon seems to be a Bradley disciple, and I'd have to look up who this Bradley guy is, but at any rate, darling,
there's Whiskey. Whiskey's up in the chat.
Okay,
and Nathan Brooks. Nathan Brooks just got a new job. And so also, I hope he really likes that.
Also, I think we have Nathan Brooks's. Ask him if he wants to come on. He might come on for a few minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Should I just ring him, or?
We might have called him earlier. Did we call him earlier?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't think to. But let me go look for him right now.
Yeah. See, and
Nathan. Oh, Nathan, where art thou, Nathan?
Yeah. Take your time. I'll stay here till you get that, and yeah, he might surprise us.
Maybe he hasn't accepted my I don't know.
Yeah, he called me
Nathan Brooks.
Yeah, he called me the other night, and
like he has your direct line.
I didn't answer. I mean, love you dearly, Nathan, but understand that. It's
I don't even have Douglas's direct line. He must be special.
No,
he's unavailable.
No insult to Nathan. I mean, I'd rather, as a matter of fact, let me give that to you right now. I'll put
No, it's fine. I totally I'm cool with talking publicly, actually.
No, but what I mean to say is that every once in a while, something's going to have to happen where, like, say, I'll be saying something like maybe I'll be late or something. Something's going to happen where, there's always an emergency thing. So what I am going to do right now is put that in our private chat. And I'm going to go to the Vivian Sanchez direct deposit box here on Facebook Messenger, and let me give it to you, and just tell me when to delete it. In other words, after you take it down or whatever, or store it someplace, just tell me delete. Just write the word delete in there, and I'll delete it after that.
Okay.
So here it is, and and by the way, this is something I've actually, in the old days, I used to give stuff like this out publicly because I really didn't give a shit, and I didn't imagine people would really abuse it. And the gang stalkers, they get it whether you put it public or not, just so people understand that. So it's so the phone number is entered in your private message box. Now, I think our lovely Holly Kaditis Kiefer said something, and okay, let me give her a big heart, and what I'm going to do now is see if we can pull someone on in the next few minutes. If we cannot, then I'll go and leave Viviana alone for a few minutes, but believe me, she will handle it because she's divine.
Stop.
Yes.
No, stop that. No.
And
all right. So I've been intrigued with Facebook just today because I'm getting all these weirdos contacting me.
Of course.
So I'm just like checking them out, and then emailed a couple just to see what they actually wanted, and of course, you know, the rigmarole. But anyway.
Oh, you mean were they gang stalkers or just horny guys?
No, they were affiliated with that
the gang
cool
stalkers.
dude.
Okay, there you go. So it's these people. Oh, that's right. You would be the ultimate prize to them. Of course, you would be the ultimate prize. I mean, above all else, because you're the executrix producer and you're a child of God. And basically, if they pull you down, this is a great victory for their darkness. And it's this is the. But you know that, and you're immune to them. I'm surprised you were even morbidly curious enough to even go so far as to check them out.
I'm always curious. I just want to know my enemy and be like, okay. But you can feel their energy. That's what I could notice, is that it was just incredibly downtrodden, dark.
Thank you.
And of course, when I saw they were all connected to that, that one dude.
Yeah.
The cold dude or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his it's you know, and when I saw Lanisha's picture the first time in a long time with all this shit she was posting, the first thing that I thought was, oh my God, she looks hideous. It's like she really changed. It's like a demoniac. This is you know, I'm removing it now. I'm removing the phone number now, and there we are. I deleted it. And so don't forget to delete it on your side. And let me, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and you can talk about
all right.
Anything.
So I can talk about anything I want? Okay, let's do it.
Yes, the stage is yours. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is now my transmission. I'm taking over. Just kidding. So I was pleased to see some friends hanging out in the chat. Thanks, everybody. I don't know if you're still up, but maybe at some point, maybe somebody like you guys could come. We could just chat at some point. But that's okay. I'm really interested still in all of the topics that Douglas brought up last week on my channel, as far as the origins of Bigfoot and the Dyatlov Pass case. So that was very interesting because, I mean, that story just baffles everyone, I think, to this day when we come into play with it. So I'll be very interested into looking and procuring the books that Sammy suggested. That's just probably what's been on my mind the last day or so. But as far as news, again, I'm still really, I'm not engaged in the news lately. That's just by choice. So I was going to go look and see what is actually going on as far as interesting topics. I actually have none at this point, but happy to be with you here in this moment, and hoping you're all well as well. Oh my gosh, Fauci tests positive for COVID-19. No way. What? Are you saying that the vaccine just might have not worked for him? Oh, that kind of sucks. But of course, Dr. Fauci, he's my favorite Jesuit. I like to talk about him. The war in Ukraine reaches pivotal moment that could determine long-term outcome, intelligence says. Interesting. So anyway, if you weren't here earlier, if you do have Geico insurance, and if you've ever obtained or contracted a venereal disease while driving in your car, or just living in your car, or having sex in your car, do know and be encouraged that you too could file a claim in general to the Geico representatives and let them know that because you did contract this said disease, and since they have awarded a woman out of Missouri $5.2 million, she has literally won her case against contracting an STD, and we have Sammy Romero to thank for that little interesting tidbit. So I'd be very interesting in how many claims now are going to come through the process of people claiming to have contracted their STDs or any other kind of, hangnail, rash, any kind of thing that happened in your car. I just found that story so funny. I'm sorry, can't stop. Anyway, am I even alive? Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I'm just making sure because I'm playing around. And earlier, this platform, which is Skype, sort of kicked me out of the call, and so I was just checking. All right, hopefully I'm being heard by all. Anyway, so yeah, so you too could test that method. I'd be interested if you carry Geico insurance. Call them up, like say, hey, did you know I got a hangnail driving while on the freeway, and it's all your guys's. So I'm covered, right? Like literally any kind of claim, and just see what they say. I'd be interested. I should probably just troll that whole idea and do it myself, but I don't have a claim number and I don't use Geico. But so apparently this case started in 2017. So this woman will be covered from the point of 2017 going back to 2014 for that incurred problem. And she also, so she won the claim. And Sammy brought up a very important part of that, meaning that whoever she is, she was witty enough and smart enough to go through the entire process of the claims process or whatever kind of document she had to read, and understood that in general she's covered by all means necessary. So hopefully that will be an interesting thing to pay attention to as it goes to the Supreme Court. And of course, Geico is owned by none other than Warren Buffett, so we know that he's rich enough to take it as far as need be. But if I was him, I would just pay the chick and I'd be like, that was the most excellent troll ever. Like, who would have thunk it? And maybe even give that girl a job, because that is quite witty. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to, I'm looking for actually you guys now. Where are you all? So we have how many people in chat? Oh wait, forgive me, you guys. I'm kind of a ditz. I know. We have 33 people in chat, so hello everybody. Anyway, what else is going on weird in the news? That would be fun, just to find an actual website that does cover all those kind of weird topics. And Sammy and I were talking about that, and just maybe thinking about doing that like a weekly thing of weird and wild topics you find on the internet. Because who really wants to know everything so serious? When Douglas is going to talk about it for like 4 hours, I'll just listen to him. Why do I need to go invest in research at this point? Because I don't want to know all this bad news. I'm actually tired of news, and I'm okay with that. So like Facebook right now, I'm only on there for the sake of Douglas. And like I said earlier, I just have these weirdos coming out of the woodwork. But in any event, it's like I don't even go there but twice a week to check in and see what's going on. But I definitely have a lot of hope, and am looking for anyone that could also help cultivate some ideas as far as social media to further and carry to support Douglas in a new venture, as far as what Sammy was talking about, touching and reaching the younger generation, because I think what's missing in this generation is their lack of knowledge with historical facts. And it's very, very difficult. It's almost a gem to find any kind of teacher that makes learning fun. And I didn't learn that until college. So I never liked history in high school because it was just so mundane and boring. You read a book, you read the history, and then you answer all the questions. But to find someone who animates history, in my opinion, I've said this before, makes it fun and makes it connect into your mind. And the repetition of history is everything. So I would be interested in blooming out to platforms like TikTok and doing little snippets. And I know that Douglas prefers a long-winded stance, but I just think if you can find a way to keep things in a nutshell, I know just like one little topic or one little tidbit or any kind of little fact concerning things like World War II or battleships or things that engage their minds, like weaponry, or, little tidbits. Those would be very catching on TikTok. So I'm going to talk to him about that in the future and see if we can actually culminate and create something that will make that possibly, a thing on TikTok and of course, other platforms. And I'm interested in looking out into other platforms as well, as kind of like, but YouTube's still a great source, definitely fun, and can be a wonderful place to grow and learn from each other. So I really hoped that young British gentleman would have come up, because I don't know what to talk about at this point. Hurry up, Douglas, if you can hear me. So forgive me. I just feel like I'm in a different area here. Normally when I'm talking about on my channel, totally mindless nothingness. It's kind of, I come over here, I'm talking to this audience and they're expecting something intelligent. I'm not feeling it right now, you guys. Except that naked HD fun best adult dating site. I thank you for your persistence in the chat. Why don't you ever just talk to us like normal? Like, hey, reach out. Maybe we'll actually promote you. I might actually go check out your site. But I don't want to really take all the time out to go find out who you are. Like, say something, these trolls, I'm telling you. And then Green Eyes showed up and said, hey, Douglas and Vivian, good to see you, honey. And, of course, the wonderful Mr. Knight. Are you back?
Great. You're doing great. Oh, my God. You did the right thing. You went to the chat. You went to the chat and are reading through it, and that's wonderful. Oh, my God.
All right.
Delightful. And so, honey, you maintained all the numbers. Go on.
Oh, so I was going to ask, can you just give us a rundown what your transmission might be about tonight?
I haven't a clue.
You still don't know?
What do you want it to be about?
I normally thought that you always like prepare and you have like thought about it for days on end.
You're kidding. You're kidding. You knew that wasn't the case, right? Right.
Well, I'm just like, how do you get all this articles and how do you get all this up-to-date information? You obviously have to be reading the newspaper or something.
You're so cute. You're so adorable. I love you. Honey, it's basically, this is the way it normally works, if anything's normal. But basically what I normally do is most of the time, as soon as I step away from that screen, most of the time this world kind of disappears, and then I come back to it. And when I come back to it, it's like usually the first thing I do is I crash and nap first, and then by the time I wake up, I spend half the show waking up. And so basically what I do is the opening hour is half the time, as people know, I'm still like literally, what do I say, picking my nose, just basically, just basically literally rubbing my eyes, trying to breathe and see if my lungs expand fully, this kind of shit. And then when I am doing that, that's basically the opening hour. And then Peter comes on, and then, Peter's a blessing because he goes on. He goes on profoundly. And normally that would be the time that I'm trying to take advantage of his speaking to basically work the hyperlinks back when Facebook was working for get the links transferred to the Facebook from the night show, basically kind of, go through the motions of that. And then also kind of, how would I say it, looking all over the internet and seeing what the current events are. Now, the one thing I will do when I'm posting the promotional banners, so the promotional banner, the first thing I try to do, and that's why it is some work, is I try to make it relevant to historical events, like what is today's date in history. And as well as that, I try to honor whatever holiday internationally is significant. And of course, there's certain cultures that I'm much more familiar with, and those would be Asian cultures or also Slavic cultures and also American cultures, special interest holidays, like of course June is the Gay Pride Month and all that, and so I try to add elements of that into the show synopsis for the banner. And so this is why, it is an intensive bit of work to go into that. And so basically that can take like really, truly, and people don't really understand this. Aside from the banner itself, when my son does photography, basically there is a choice of which photograph to use. So usually I'll have a few that are in the file, and I have to find out which one seems to be the most significant. And there's always two types of photos that are needed. There is the vertical photo that's needed for the promotional banner, and then there's the horizontal photo that's needed for the thumbnail image that will be embedded within Livestream. And so, all this is a bit of work when it comes to presentation. And I have to also provide the show summary inside of the episode. And the show summary in the episode I'm putting in before transmission. And so that might give a hint of what is going to be, spoken of tonight, theoretically. And sometimes
okay.
I'm sorry. Am I?
Yeah,
right?
I just always wondered because, of course, the banner should take time because I see you how you culminate that. But I really just couldn't believe that you just get up here and you like, in this time span, finally figure out what you're going to do. Don't know what you're going to talk about.
Believe it or not, I don't usually, aside from doing everything I just mentioned, at some point, like, because the banners, sometimes I get up, like, maybe a day, how would I say it, about 10 hours, 12 hours before the show. That would be ideal because then, then I sleep until it's time to wake up before the show, which would be about 4 hours before if I have any, common sense. If I push it a bit beyond that, then I'm really, messed up when the show starts. But when it comes to the 4 hours, they're necessary because, I try to get up, take my supplements, basically do some breathing exercises, which involve various nasal inhalants and holding my breath. People would be surprised at how much discipline that takes. Peter Moon talks about breathing. There's actually a kind of science to it. And then what I need to do is basically kind of eat something, make certain I have calories and calories to burn. And then what I do, this works my way up towards the show, and I explain what happens in the opening hour, and then Peter comes on. I'm kind of like putting the links up, and then I look around the internet to see what's relevant. And oftentimes what happens is by the time Peter gets off, oftentimes, as you may notice, then I have Sammy and yourself or George Knight buy me even more time. And then the reason why is because a lot of times I'm just still looking through the net, seeing what's current and relevant. And then by the time I absorb enough information, then I can come up with what I would call an analysis. And that would mean being able to speak at length on these various topics. Now, of course, what I do is I leave some screens open so that I can see articles on these various subjects. And sometimes the number of screens that are open really makes the computer burdened, and it slows the computer down significantly. And so people have heard me bitch about that. But when I have that many screens open, then I can quickly look at certain statistics, certain information, and then I will relay that into, parlay that, integrate it into my analysis. So you'd be surprised. A lot of it has to do with a kind of spontaneous narrative that I craft on my own, and that's what I call falling into the zone. And it's something that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, would do. Is he would go into the zone. He would just speak about, he would fall into like an almost hypnotic trance and speak. And so that's the zone that I aim for pretty much on an episodic basis, meaning with every episode, twice a week. And so what I do at that time is I basically reflect my biological father's skill in terms of speaking in a manner that's obviously a storytelling arc of narrative, where I kind of get a beginning and an end to it that is very much, in a sense, free association, like on a couch talking to a psychologist, but basically talking about social issues instead of psychological issues in general. Though I've been told recently I should talk about ostracization. And because, that's an important social phenomenon. And on saying that, could you do me a favor, honey, while I am here listening? Have you ever experienced or seen somebody who suffered ostracization? I mean, you know what the word means, right?
Is that to be basic? No, give me the definition real quick.
Let me look it up. I mean, I know the definition, but expressing it, I mean, seriously, I mean, it's like...
Be ostracized? Yeah, I have been ostracized from my entire daughter's side of her. So their whole family has ostracized me. Pretty much banished me. It's kind of like we had an agreement that I would move to Oregon and things, and I think and then God actually showed me that their whole reason was to control me and take my other daughter from me and like put me in a mental ward, because he's like a psychologist, and then his father's like Scottish Rite Freemason, and they have somewhat power in that region because of the court system and all that. And so when my father like literally spoke to me and said like you will stay here, and so I was like, okay. So I broke the covenant that we had, and therefore they deemed me to be unworthy to have any no conversation. Don't send her pictures. You can't ever let her talk to her daughter. I mean, she has whatever they are. They're freaking druids, But so yeah, I definitely understand ostracization. But what did you find out as far as that?
Oh, you mean like a definition?
Yeah, what's the definition?
Well, that depends. I mean, if you look it up, you're going to get some definitions that will bring in the history, such as ostracization was a tactic or in Athenian democracy where they would basically exile somebody or punish them, where basically in ancient Greece, banish an unpopular or too powerful citizen from a city for 5 or 10 years by popular vote. In your case, of course, you were too powerful for these people and therefore a threat to them. And then they bring up to exile by ostracism despite his victories. Themistocles was ostracized by the Athenians. That's because nobody could pronounce his name, and had to exclude from a group by common consent a lonely dissenter, and to exclude by general consent from society, friendship, conversation, privileges, etc. His friends ostracized him after his father's arrest. So to prevent someone from being part of a group because you dislike the person or disapprove of something the person has done, she was ostracized by fellow, whatever. It goes on. So I think that gives us a good kind of introduction. I'm not sure I want to speak about that tonight. As a matter of fact, what I might do is ask the lovely Viviana to speak for a few more minutes, and when I come back, I'll probably speak about something that's easy for me to speak about, rather than even speak about current events, because like I said, we'll be taking Father's Day weekend off. So basically, we won't be back Sunday. But we do ask everyone to understand that we will be back Wednesday thereafter, and with a vengeance. And just at that point, kind of turning over a new leaf. We have to. There's basically 901 of my Facebook posts was considered a security threat. Because of the connection to my website, which is considered the security threat to the world equivalent to an Al-Qaeda recruiting site or something. It's preposterous. But this is the gang stalkers at work, and by that I mean going all the way up to like NSA level. We're talking about Aquino's workmates up there in the intelligence network. It's a world where right now there is no justice, but hey, we'll see what happens, and we'll press forward because, of course, we have each other. And certainly what keeps our lovely Viviana strong is her faith. Now, oh God, the way you express this. So I knew you had 2 sons who are essentially grown up, and they look like they're completely wholesome and healthy and loving you. Your daughter also looks that way, who's living with you. So this was a daughter from another marriage, and this was another husband? Was that the case?
No, I mean, no. I was never married, so I mean,
Okay.
no. It was just but it was another man's child that I just, I fell into sin with, actually. It was after
No worries. Yeah. I mean, by the way, I'm happy for you to speak about it if you're comfortable speaking about it, but
No, I really don't. I mean, people who know me know, but there's a lot of people that listen to me and they're looking for any kind of reason to drag me at the moment, so I'm just not going to talk about all that.
Got it. Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. As far as it taught me a lot about their religion, what they believe, and understanding your enemy. So, well, God just works in mysterious ways, because when people come into your life and you want to understand it deeper, at the point to where, like, why is this happening? Like, why is this even a part of this journey or whatever? And it's always ultimately that to lead people to salvation, and that's always the course. But that was a hard lesson, and probably one that I hold very dear to my heart. Whenever I take a step in any kind of direction, I'm always thinking about the pain that it can cause when you decide to make a decision that's totally selfish, and apart from even seeking God in that. So I learned a lot from that. Unfortunately, you have to also be patient to allow them to work those things out. And usually it's a heart problem with people, but for them, it's their religion. You know what I mean? Like, literally dark and evil, sinister, definitely deriving from power. And even in that, I pray that they find the light and the truth and have redemption. Nevertheless, I care deeply about these individuals. There's just nothing you can do. And when you're put in a situation like this, and humanly, like, there's nothing humanly you can do but have time and patience. And so whatever the case, like, I know it'll all work out. It's, difficult for now, but but ostracization, that's an interesting word, but I often think about that. It goes along with abandonment, and isn't that just like the great abandoner, or Abaddon, that you can read about in Revelations 9:11, which actually is exactly everything relative to the 322 or George W. Bush. He's a great abandoner. And so when these children of, I call them the children of the 322, who bear the number of his name, they very much feel that abandonment and the cruelty, but they live in terror and fear to break free from that. And so I find that even in that, Jesus is going to break them free too, if they seek and want that, which I think they desperately do. It's just that their heart cry is very afraid to speak up. So that's the abandoner, and that's who, unfortunately, is their God.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right, honey. You are wise beyond your years. Bless you. So, do me a favor. I'm going to intermonologue.
Did you take your break?
No. Oh, you thought you were speaking. Oh my God! Holy shit! No, I was listening to you. I was wrapped by your words. I was wrapped by your words. And what I want, you can do is go back to, checking into the live stream and kind of like going through what people were saying.
There's nobody here.
Oh, I understand that, but you were reading what had happened earlier. You were kind of going through what was, that's something that can kind of keep you occupied. Or what you can do is, like I said, I could go back onto, or I could give you the link to that article about Japan.
Actually, can I look about? I've been really intrigued about Taiwan.
Okay.
Mostly because it's such a pivotal moment right now as far as we're concerned as Americans, and a lot of us never think twice about Taiwan as far as geopolitics or how it affects us in democracy. But it's very intriguing to me at this point because you've been talking about it, but I did not realize how invested the U.S. is in Taiwan at every aspect, and especially when it comes to semiconductors and the future of our path as far as an interconnected reality. Yeah. Taiwan's going to be a huge game changer.
Absolutely. Yes, honey. You know everything. By the way, that was a news alert. Gun-toting suspect indicted in attempt to assassinate Kavanaugh. So, but that aside, is that something you'd want me to speak about tonight, or you're just kind of going to look up an article on that right now and kind of breeze through that while I, just do some final preparations before I enter monologue, basically refresh myself, and kind of having finished that entire 16-ounce can of Coke.
Yeah, actually, if you could talk on anything Taiwan and the strategic point of the Black Sea or the Black China Sea. I think that's going to be integral.
You mean the South China Sea? Is that what you mean, or the Black
China
Sea?
Sea, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
the South China Sea. Okay. I mean, that might be something I'll do. Otherwise, I was going to kind of fall back on.
Do whatever you wish. Yeah, okay, do what you wish.
Because people. Most of the time, I'll tell you the truth, honey. You're probably an exception. I'll be happy to go into it someday because, like I tell people, geopolitics is my life. I love geopolitics. But, with your average person, they really don't. And most people will tune out when I go geopolitical. Or a lot of people
Well,
do.
You do what you want. I just think that's what I'm following because this is... I'll be honest with you. This is something I got in a vision. And so in my vision, I knew I had a partner that, was like my soul brother and my teacher, and he too was a historian. But he was gifted with the Holy Spirit. So he had understanding and like things would come alive, like the Bible and everything and history, and it all plays together. But my father showed me like, well, yeah, he's part of your journey, but at some point you're going to walk alone. So I'm walking alone and I'm in my township, and I stop in a little store, and there's these two gentlemen, and they're talking about the Hormuz Strait, and then they were just talking about like a future event, something that was going to be very radically changing in our nation. But I've also noticed that with the South China Sea and history, like these are pinpoints. So like the Strait of Hormuz is a very pivotal point that I'm always interested in because these two, what I got from that is that they were like angels and they were having a conversation and they wanted me to hear. And so, and from what I got from that was like to watch Hormuz and always understand like the pivotal interest that any kind of region would ever want if they wanted to do like a nuclear strike or something that would change the socio-economic strategy of the globe. Hormuz, but I'm also very interested as well as what would ever happen in the South China Sea. So I think that's very important to be aware of as far as Taiwan's concerned and how America is going to, they won't necessarily do much when it comes to Ukraine, as we can see, because Ukraine doesn't have a vested interest for us as a country to really go full bore or protect or invest in. But when it comes to Taiwan, absolutely, like Biden has already said that we would definitely take up the charge, need be. And Taiwan is, they're brunting their head too, saying, hands off Taiwan. So you have to think about, I have to think about, well, if I was a warring party, where would I want to enter in, invade, or how would I want to weaken my enemy? And these straits are the Strait of Hormuz and South China Sea, I think, are pivotal in the regions to be concerned about.
Absolutely.
So hopefully Douglas took his break, and I don't have to.
No! Oh my God! I was just so wrapped by what you were saying. I stayed here to listen to the whole thing. Oh my God! Because you're so good at
do
this.
Your thing.
Oh my God! Oh, honey,
please.
you're doing so great. Oh my God, I was just so fascinated. You had this dream and the angels and everything. I mean, you were so you're so right. I mean, no, I'm fascinated by the fact that your angels are so tuned in. I mean, oh my God, just the fact that you know as much as you do, I'm profoundly moved. And you are incredible, honey. I mean, really, I mean, I'll take
No,
a
it's
short
not
break
me.
now, but
Yeah,
honestly,
take your break.
yeah,
But thank
you've
you.
been, I'll be back in just a few moments. And when I do,
Okay.
I'll start, monologuing. But yeah, for now on, I'll go mute. Thank you, honey.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna actually read an article on this since we were just talking about it. It's a Fox. No, do I really want to read Fox News? I don't think so. That's another thing. Like I'm very mindful of what I'm reading and where it's coming from. The Guardian says here, tensions heighten in Taiwan Strait as China acts to extend military. Okay, let's read that one. This was 18 hours ago from The Guardian. I don't know if Douglas wants to talk on Taiwan, but this is a region that he knows very well. So it's pivotal, I think, in our history that we should also, as Americans, be very concerned in this matter, as well as, just paying attention. Like, don't give it all your energy, but just understand that these regions are pivotal. So tensions heighten in Taiwan Strait as China acts to extend military operations. Xi Jinping signs a trial order allowing military operations other than war beyond China's borders. Interesting. June 15th, China's President Xi Jinping has signed legal orders allowing a trial of military operations beyond China's borders amid heightened tensions over claims by China's foreign ministry that the Taiwan Strait is Chinese territorial water. Officials state media reports published this week were light on detail but said Xi had signed orders announcing trial outlines on, quote, military operations other than war. It said the trials would begin on Wednesday. The subsequent report from the Global Times, a state-backed nationalistic tabloid, said the unpublished outlines would provide a legal basis for China's People Liberation Army, or the PLA, to safeguard China's national sovereignty, security, and development interests. They would also allow military missions around disaster relief, humanitarian aid, and peacekeeping, it said. The legal changes would allow troops to prevent spillover effects of regional instabilities from affecting China, secure vital transport routes for strategic materials like oil, or safeguard China's overseas investments, projects, and personnel. That's a tall order, the report said. Some analysis said the move appeared to mimic Vladimir Putin's labeling of Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, a special military operation. Russia's invasion has raised fears in Taiwan, which Beijing claims is a Chinese province that it has not ruled out reunifying by force. Taiwan formerly... Oh, excuse me, hold on. Okay. My headphone pops out. My earphone, I should say. Okay. Taiwan, formerly the Republic of China, Taiwan, maintains it is a sovereign state. Shen Upo, a member of Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party, said he hoped China would not use the new laws to, quote, act indiscriminately and invade other countries. Blake Herzinger, an Indo-Pacific defense policy specialist, said he was inclined to think of the development as a maturing of the armed forces rather than something ominous.
There we are.
Oh, welcome back.
Yes,
okay.
honey. So you went to reading an article. That's so cute. That's always a nice last resort, and it's it suffices. Oh, by the way, so
yeah,
Nathan Brooks is
something
down.
I wanted to know.
Yeah,
so I thought I'd share it with you guys.
Yeah.
I'll post this link if anyone wants to, read it later.
Yeah. Sounds good. Nathan A. Brooks says yes. Vivian Sanchez is so Nathan. We were checking out earlier to see if we could bring you on for a few minutes, but I'll start on monologue now. Basically, we've got about 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 4 hours left, plus some minutes. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 4 hours. And so there we are, Guardian Taiwan tension, and very good, honey. And so everything that Viviana says, I mean, it's incredible. I'm just so impressed by so much that she knows, and just how you know, how for someone who is an amateur, so to speak. I mean, I just think that you really have it. You really have it down. You know, just a much better perspective than most people do. You know.
But thank you, I appreciate that. No, it's just interesting, you know, and I think we're living in a perilous time, definitely. So we have to keep watch, and that's why I appreciate you. I mean, you're the one who has always kept me in the lieu of geopolitics, but then ties it to the historical part in the fabric of, you know, what makes us a nation, a country, and a world. So I appreciate that when it comes to you.
Yeah,
very much so.
Thank you.
And thanks, Nathan, for your nice comment. I appreciate that. But I am very invested in your transmission tonight.
Oh,
and feel free, like, you know, and I know you'll be off for 7 days, so I hope you have a great Father's Day and respite and rest.
Yes.
And of course, I'll be praying for you through the time as well. And I'll miss you all.
Oh God, honey. Oh, and don't forget, do me a favor. Yeah, I gave you my cell phone number, so do me a favor and you can text me yours, okay? And that way, if you don't mind, I would never abuse it. It's just simply in case of an emergency, and I feel the need to call you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You know.
Yeah, well, I just have I have a Google number, so it's totally fine. Like,
Google.
If there's any time
that's right. You did say you didn't have a cell phone. That's right. You said you don't have
I just use...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you talk...
They're convenient, but if you get locked out of your Google, you're screwed.
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's the only thing.
You mean, why? Because they're all connected through your Google or something? Like that?
Well, it's just weird. It happened to me with my last Google number, and I just couldn't sign in one day, so I lost everything as far as everybody's phone numbers and all our contact. So what I'll do is I'll give you my home contact and my Google, but mostly for, you know, texting purposes. It's all internet, because the house, any home stuff is for my mom predominantly. So but that would be for emergency if you need to contact me via the house phone.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I would never abuse it. It would be one of those things where, who knows, maybe one of these days we'll get into some private conversation, but that would be like, you know, totally up to you. I'm always happy to do that, of course, depending on my own schedule, but it's not often that, you know, I'm in the mood, so to speak, but definitely glad to have that option there in case of an emergency. So I could call you in case... I need someone to bail me out of jail.
Yeah. We'll have to be like, who do I call?
Oh my God.
You'd have to tell me who to call, how to get a hold of. Yeah, for sure. I'll be there for you. I'll be like that.
You're so kind.
Okay.
You're so cute.
All right. So I'll step away and now I'm just going to listen to your transmission. Thank you, Douglas. Everyone have a nice evening.
Yes. Oh my God. So thank you.
And happy Father's Day as well, everybody. Happy Father's Day to you.
Yes, thank you, honey. God bless you. Thank you. Yes, truly an angel, and I am so blessed to have her come into my life and basically help me just make it worthwhile. And of course, gonna miss her for the 7 days that I am gone. And it's hard to think of it as being 7 days, really, but yeah, that's what it is. And you know, she's incredible, and I'll have to try and call and say goodbye to a few people before I take off. And certainly it is a situation that, let me take a look at my calendar, as a matter of fact. And when I think about this special time in our lives, we've got, it'd be 1, 2, 3, well, more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Oh, it's a work week. It's a work week. So, yeah, not really 7 days. Kind of technically, but more or less a work week's worth of time. And that's fine. So, let me take a deep breath here. And just basically trying to talk about this subject in In the old days, I would read out Mr. Benestanius's, his ad as a demarcation point. We don't really have that now because of his new change of status. Happy to say he's still a friend, and certainly Gary States, of course, was speaking to him just the other day. And let me check my PayPal, see if any new contributions have come in, because that way I will give people a shout out. And everybody, of course, is invited to contribute, and certainly need whatever help people can provide. Don't think there's been any new contributions for tonight, but definitely Viviana Sanchez herself was one of the latest, along with the good Mr. Stephen Myers. God bless him. And all right then. Let's see if we can develop a kind of, shall I say, get into the zone, so to speak. And when I think about what strikes me mostly about the Cold War. The Cold War, which of course was part and parcel of the severance of Taiwan and Communist China, directly an outgrowth of the Japanese occupation of China, the Japanese defeat of China in the First Sino-Japanese War. And around 1899 or 1889, I'd honestly have to look that up. But somewhere in that decade, the Taiwanese became part of Japan. And they became some of the most Japanized people in Asia, very Japanese acculturated, and ethnically Chinese, but Japanese by culture to a great extent. And therefore, in that sense, forever separated from the Chinese on the mainland. And so when the Chinese on the mainland were fighting the civil war with the nationalists, the communists were fighting with the nationalists, there was a third power that neither party nor the Americans ever talk about, the Japanese-aligned Imperial Republic of Yuan Shikai, the warlord who was ethnic Chinese, Han Chinese, and he was the first ethnically Han Chinese, or pure Chinese, to take over China and declare himself emperor, take over a good deal of China, enough where he could be justified in declaring himself emperor, because many ancient Chinese kingdoms with their emperors had existed in the past that occupied only parts of China. And so in that tradition, in that historical echo, Yuan Shikai declared himself the emperor of China, allied with Japan, and even struck coins with his own image, as Caesar had done in Rome. And this modern coinage with the head of Yuan Shikai, these coins are available if you look them up for numismatic or coin collections. But he declared war on the United States of America at the time that the Japanese did, around the time of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And this third party, the Japanese collaborationist Chinese government, was completely separate, completely disambiguated from the Manchurian imperium of what the Americans call Manchukuo. And when it comes to the Manchurians, they were provided with their own imperium under their own emperor, Henry Puyi. And that's whom they made the movie about, The Last Emperor of China. Well, he was the last emperor of the Manchu dynasty, but certainly there was another dynasty that the Americans simply never speak of. And that was not the Manchurians, but the Chinese dynasty of which I speak. And when it comes to that being vanquished in the Second World War, It almost didn't matter, but it took an entire 15-year war because the Japanese invaded Manchuria in 1931, all the way through to 1945. It took 15 years for the collapse of the Yuan Shikai dynasty. And during that period of time, the nationalist Chinese were completely abandoned, more and more abandoned by the Americans. And then the nationalist Chinese eventually were forced to side with the Japanese, with the increasing Japanese victories on the mainland. And had the Japanese felt the need to, as you can find at DouglasDietrich.com, the site that's banned by Facebook itself, you can find there the wonderful screenshots taken by Lena Shea before her programming totally kicked in. And she was supplying what efforts she could towards the website. And now she's putting more energy into trying to tarnish my good name, at least as much as she did in helping me in the past. Probably more energy now in that. And the insanity, of course, is exactly where this is going to take her in her downfall. But at that time, she took screenshots of that wonderful introduction to Stilwell and the American Experience in China, where you can read about, just look that up and on DouglasDietrich.com, and you can read what you will never read anywhere else about the Japanese victory in China in World War II, and how the emperor was fully ready to relocate his Japanese dynasty to mainland China, where they would essentially become the latest in a series of foreign dynasties over the last several hundred years, more like half a thousand. First the Mongols, then the Manchus, and the Yamato dynasty of the Japanese would be heir to that. Now, my mother, who was half Chinese and half Japanese, was a bridge between all those worlds. And so when I try to explain this to Americans, the only American who really came close to trying to convey the geopolitics where the American populace could begin to comprehend them was Gene Roddenberry, and Eugene Roddenberry was doing this through allegory. I don't want to overdwell on this right now because I could go on about this for hours. But of course, the Romulans represented communist China, and the Vulcans represent the Taiwanese. And it's the Vulcan intervention that saves humanity from itself. In the human history projected by Eugene Roddenberry, there is a bizarre interlude that I don't feel is really going to have an analog in our real history, called the Eugenics Wars. But more conventionally, there are a series of nuclear wars that ultimately result in the devastation of most of humanity. And as humanity is starving and reduced to cannibalism and anarchy, it is the Vulcans who pull humanity back from the precipice and, through their intervention, induce a golden age, a century of progress that within a single century, 100 years, leads the world of humanity to the stars. And, of course, as a requisite, there's a Vulcan on every spaceship as an advisor. Basically, it's a Vulcan empire. And that is, of course, what the Federation was originally meant to imply. What Eugene Roddenberry was projecting was a Taiwanese empire using an American bulwark system, an American engine for Taiwanese innovation, and that the two were inseparable in their need for each other. The Taiwanese needed the Americans for their brute force, and the Americans needed the Taiwanese for their wisdom. That was the Vulcan Federation relationship. And the Romulans were supposed to play a much bigger role as the eternal adversary to the Federation. And it was only a lot of insistence from some government interest groups that forced Eugene Roddenberry to really change the Klingons into the primary series franchise villain because they represented the Soviet Union in space. But Communist China was originally meant to be the far greater threat, and therefore it would have been far more accessible even today had he stuck with his original course. Whereas, of course, the Klingons represented the kind of arc of dictatorship and decline that the Soviet Union itself represented. Now, throughout that Cold War, Ronald Reagan reoriented U.S. policy towards the USSR through the simple recognition that the U.S. no longer accepted that Soviet power was inevitable, either within Russia itself or around the world. And that initially rattled U.S. allies and much of the U.S. foreign policy establishment because both groups had grown comfortable in accepting that the USSR was an expansionist power that had to be reckoned with, provided space, and never pressured. But once it became obvious, even within the Soviet Politburo, that Reagan was right, the U.S. foreign policy elite and European allies soon found themselves recognizing that if the Soviet Union itself knew it was in trouble, Western leaders should probably acknowledge it themselves. A policy of strategic coherence towards the Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland and my own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan would include the adoption of an analogous posture towards Beijing today. The current global consensus is that the PRC, the People's Republic of China, is ascendant and taking bold steps to consolidate its emerging power. But there are ample reasons to challenge that presumption by focusing on profound underlying structural fractures. Their population is aging and shrinking. The one-child policy created crushing burdens on those who must support 4 grandparents and 2 parents each. The education system has failed to anticipate the needs of new entrants to this smaller workforce. The rural or countryside workers are poorly educated with inadequate elementary and secondary education, leaving them unable to fill skilled labor positions that are crucial to the Communist Chinese Empire's role in the global supply chain. In the cities, a burgeoning number of college-educated only children are overqualified for the jobs that are available. Urban college-educated unemployment is a serious problem. The economy is burdened by a profound debt level, upward of 300% of gross domestic product. Real estate speculation has led to bubbles that will create havoc when they burst. I mean, just look at the collapse of the developer Evergrande. And while already extreme, all this is just the beginning. Heavily leveraged urban middle-class homeowners are panicking at the prospect that their life savings may dissolve. Most of the rest of the world went through a period of economic contraction and financial crisis in 2008 through 2010. The Communist Chinese Empire on the mainland avoided that through massive governmental action to inflate the economy and paper over underlying weaknesses. Whether or not Evergrande is an harbinger of the inevitable reckoning, a reckoning is coming. And the Communist Chinese Party has devastated Red China's environment in its quest for development. The term that's applied for the former Soviet Union is ecocide, the murder of nature itself. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party, understand that all of this creates a cauldron of social unrest. In his own words, Xi Jinping has lowered expectations of what the CCP can deliver. Now it is simply modest prosperity. Recent actions of his own, ergo the cracking down on ostentatious wealth, breaking up big companies that prop up his own power, also reflect his grave concerns that the promise of modest prosperity is at risk and that the public will not stand for the regime's failure to meet that low bar. Chinese citizens generally are not agitated by the lack of democracy, freedom, and rule of law. The one commitment they understand is the one to modest prosperity. And now, the prospect of that is uncertain. The communist government knows that its hold on society is tenuous. Attempts by the party to maintain control are reflected in the totalitarian abuse of data, artificial intelligence, and facial recognition technology, as well as in the internment of religious minorities, the crackdown on Western values, the leaning into Chinese nationalism, and the efforts to control all of media, especially social media. These are the actions not of any confident regime, but of one that knows it is at risk. These domestic challenges and the CCP's intensified nationalism will be reflected in external actions. Most notably, we will see continued smothering of dissent in Hong Kong and attempts to stifle my Taiwan through threats and military posturing. A U.S. policy of strategic coherence should not be intended to cheer on such disequilibrium, but without question, the United States should speak truth about the actual situation on the mainland of Asia and about what is at stake in my Taiwan. In a very real sense, the Communist Chinese Empire is not on any path to dominate the world. It is instead a fragile, unconfident power, or at least an insecure empire that will continue to take extreme measures to control its citizens, all the while blustering to be seen as projecting power and self-assuredness. But as Reagan did with the Soviet Union, we should be honest and forthright in our own recognition of the truth. We should speak that truth clearly and, in doing so, express our conviction that the CCP is a malignant force in global relations, and that it must be checked and confronted without fear or accommodation. This should include other practical elements. The United States should continue to support my Taiwan in improving its military capabilities. We should continue to work with like-minded allies to improve strategic readiness in the region. The meetings by President Biden with the so-called Quad Group might be considered an important and healthy step in that direction. But India can be trusted only as far as you could kick a turd. Instead, the superb decision by the Biden administration to join with Australia and the United Kingdom in the AUKUS Pact, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, to bolster Australia's strategic naval forces, is the epitome of realpolitik. Whether that could have been handled with a more aplomb vis-a-vis Français, the Fifth French Republic, is an academic question. France is an important ally and well positioned in the region of the Pacific, believe it or not. Actually, one of the largest nations in the world due to all of its overseas territories. Its holdings in Polynesia are vast. The United States must work with France and across the European Union to continue to accelerate strategic alignment to isolate and call out the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, by the early to mid-1970s, the United States government and foreign policy cognoscenti had concluded that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics was a rising hegemony, and that the best the U.S. could ever do was accommodate it and establish a global consensus that it was possible to manage the decline of Western power in the face of rising Soviet communism. Ronald Reagan changed all that through the simple act of exposing the lie and then developing a coherent policy to check that outcome. Core to that policy was the encouragement of countries in Eastern Europe and around the world that found themselves in the Soviet sights and then turning up the pressure. The Reagan Doctrine called for strengthening the United States itself and standing by those countries in Asia, Africa, and elsewhere that were willing to challenge the Soviet perception of expansionism. Nigh on half a century later, we face another foe rising power. We have it within ourselves to check that and reverse what has seemed inevitable for too long. Only my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan stands in the way of the communist Chinese imperial narrative of inevitability, and a policy of strategic coherence towards both the People's Republic of China and my homeland and heartland of Taiwan could be the way to begin to roll that back. It is time, and it's time for us all to prepare for the inevitable. Microchips are the oil, the petroleum of the 21st century, the fuel that lubricates the economy of the world and human civilization itself. The 21st century will be the century of the chip wars. Controlling advanced chip manufacturing in the 21st century will prove to be like controlling the oil supply in the 20th. The country that controls this manufacturing can throttle the military and economic power of all the others in the world. The United States recently did this to Communist China by limiting Huawei's ability to outsource its in-house chip designs for manufacture by TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, the Taiwanese chip foundry that is the largest chip manufacturer on planet Earth. Red China, of course, may ultimately respond and escalate via one of its many agile strategic options, short of war, perhaps succeeding in coercing the foundry to stop making chips for American companies. That would be their fantasy. If negotiations fail, Red China has threatened to take drastic measures, turning the tables on the United States. On the more modest end of the spectrum, China might start some type of trade war with my Taiwan to ensure access, following the playbook Beijing used to coerce South Korea over THAAD, the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, the Iron Dome missile system, so to speak, produced by the United States, that the South Koreans would have taken on had they not surrendered. their sovereignty to the communists on the Chinese mainland. Or perhaps the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, will bluster Australia over its decision taken yesteryear to lead a call for investigating the origins of the novel coronavirus. On the more extreme end, the Taiwanese chip foundries might be subject to an aggressive campaign of sabotage. And even though observers of the region might downplay the risk, it's not impossible that this could be used as part of a casus belli for Red China's long-held desire to reunify by force. Such is the importance of microchips in this era of humanity. By the way, our friend from across the Atlantic says, hi, come on up, George, see if you can talk, right? You're on the call, right? You jumped on, right?
Yes, Douglas, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No worries at all. I can always return to that thread of thought. After all, we know what it is, microchips. So tell us a bit about yourself. Tell us about what's going on with you. And I'm so excited to have you here. And of course, that makes for some more interesting gossip. I don't know if you absorbed anything else from what I had brought up, or what you heard today probably gave you some more input. But, by all means, tell us what's on your mind and what you think of the latest of the gang stalkers, perhaps.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's just relentless, isn't it? It just goes on and on. It's like, this is it. This is what we succumb to, is just forever. It's just a continuous wave of them hitting, but they're not getting anywhere, really.
Yeah.
I don't feel that they're going to accomplish anything.
Thank you. Well, by the way, did you hear what I had said earlier? Basically, you can look this up yourself. Gurn Radio Network is setting up an anti-Dietrich radio program with Salman Sheikh is now going to be a Gurn super Masonic Muslim radio, where he's going to just, scream and rail about me all day long. Or at least, during his time slot. So this is their new bit. And of course, anyhow, so I don't know if you had a chance to review any of that tribe from...
No.
Okay.
No, thank you. That was, that's the first I've heard of that. But the thing is, my impression of it straight away is, it's just, who's going to want to listen to it? If they're just talking about one person for hours and hours and hours, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Douglas, but actually listen to the information he says. Not, let's ramble on about Douglas. Let's just talk about him saying this, and he didn't really say that, but let's just make up he did. And that's just what they're doing. Oh, my God. It's crazy. And by the way, I do want to just make an apology just to anyone that was listening last time. Was I cut off just because we're going for a heat wave at the moment in the UK, and a heat wave here is 26 and above, basically, which is really nothing compared to the rest of the world, a lot of the rest of the world. But here it was a scorcher, and of course I'm in my van, and my iPad, beg your pardon, just shut off because it needed to cool down. It overheated. So it just goes into this emergency shutdown. So I cut off in the last transmission. No. So now I'm in the shade. I've just pulled over into the shade, so I'm going to just stay here for the duration of the time.
Oh, good planning. But tell me, was it like, obviously these computers get very hot. Wasn't it like burning on your lap? Were you just shifting or keeping it off your lap or something out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I noticed because I ran out of my bottle of water as well, so my brain was dehydrating. So that's why I noticed I'm starting to forget things. I'm starting to slur with my words, and I'm like, "There's so, I'm obviously overheated."
That's what was going on. Okay, because I was worried your behavior was kind of changing, and it was kind of like I thought that maybe you were just kind of like tuning out and just like kind of bored of the subject, which is understandable when we were talking about basically unpleasant things like we were. But oh my God, so what it was basically you were experiencing a bit of
dehydration. Yeah. And they've issued warning to us engineers out in the field because we're out here for like 9-10 hours, most of us are, for a day, and that's in the sun constantly. You're very rarely in the shade, and you can't keep cool because the vans don't have AC. They don't have any aircon. So, we are literally cooking all day long in the sun. So, and things like electronics will overheat. And so it's just, we can't really use them. So yeah, you have to literally find shade or go into a supermarket and walk around the refrigerated section if you want to cool down. And it's like a health issue. It's a health warning. Like they're literally telling the engineers, yeah, you got to like wear, make sure you're applying sun cream on, factor 50, basically the highest one that we can have. And just keep your sun hat on and keep in the shade. Keep it as cool as possible. And that's what I experienced. Yeah, I was literally cooking and I was sweltering. And of course, there was no shade around where I was when I was on the last transmission. There was no shade, only by the houses. But but if you're going to park, you can't park in by the houses where the shade is because there's cars parked outside the house. So you can't really go park in people's bays. So I had nowhere to park where there was a cool shade. But thankfully, I found a spot where I am today. Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, but that's what I experienced. That's why I cut off and I couldn't come back on until everything cooled down. Which was ages, an hour later. Yeah. So it was absolutely crazy. But beg your pardon, I'm rambling on a little bit, Douglas.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to hear about it because I was concerned. And thank you. Yeah, definitely glad that you rebounded. So after the laptop shut down and you still had enough wherewithal to tell me what happened, at least within several minutes thereafter, then was that because the laptop had cooled enough where you could say that on the laptop? Or... Yeah. Okay.
I could reconnect. I can load up my it basically shut down and it just turned itself back on. Okay. And then I had to put it all in the shade. I had to keep out the sun. And it was just inside the van itself, it was just sweltering. It was like it was boiling hot. And literally that was early in the morning, and by the afternoon it was just even worse. So it was just and so once it cooled down I was able to just communicate back with you, Douglas, just to say like I'm all right. Oh God.
Yeah, no, I thought that was the case. Oh, by the way, and yes. So you got the picture I sent you in the Facebook Messenger, you saw that? And so you can tell people what you feel about that.
Yeah. Oh God, there's so much to discuss. There's like so much, and it's just like, oh God, he's even that Dickie Cole. I'll call him Dickie Cole. I didn't like to refer his name, but he's even called me a Douglas cultist. Oh my Lord! And like I've established many times, like Douglas doesn't tell me what to do or what to say or anything. I think that was that Nathan Brooks that was on earlier.
Yeah,
exactly the same.
He wasn't on, but he was in the chat. Yeah, what about?
Oh, bless. Who was that talking? Was that
Justin White. Justin White.
Oh, was that Justin White? Sorry, Douglas. 2 seconds. I'm just going on mute for 5 seconds. 2 seconds.
So while he goes mute, definitely I'm tempted to let everybody know that when we got the message that from Facebook that 900 and one of your posts goes against our community standards of cybersecurity, what Justin White said was, only 901? Is that it? He said he expected me to crack 1,000. So definitely it's one of those things that's pretty... Well, there you go, people. I mean, I'm just definitely, as Holly Kadaitis Kiefer says, you're the danger. And she says that, like Justin White, I've helped her life. God bless her. And with that, I think George is back.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, the customer. I was just talking to the customer then. Yeah, so it's quite an easy. I came to this job at this really big house, massive house, and in England, and I basically they wanted a fibre install, but they've already got fibre here, so it's just me turning up and sending the job back. Doesn't need it, so that's why I've got this opportunity to talk now, which is fantastic. I'll stay on for a good hour if that's all right.
Good, that's fine. That's fine. Let's do that. And certainly, like I was telling our lady Viviana Sanchez that. A lot of times what I try to do is just avoid going into the zone just by talking with people. And certainly this is like one of these days where, in the future when you and I talk, we might be more circumspect. But basically when we talk this time, the real thing that we really want to do this week is kind of get the gang stalkers out of the way with a final kind of analysis. Because, when I return, I'd like to think we can bring them up if it organically something happens that we feel needs needs to be addressed or expressing a stand on. That's one thing. But, hopefully we'll move beyond them in general, whereas they are going to dedicate themselves completely, of course, to attacking myself. And, that's like, as Peter Moon said, that's really just promoting me. So,
exactly.
Because, and again, like Justin White said, it's not like my listenership is huge. So it's almost like, people are going to be wondering, what the fuck are these people talking about? It's like they're just going to be going on about somebody nobody knows in general.
Yeah.
So it's whatever they say, maybe people, what they're counting on is people who have never heard me then will never listen to me because they're hoping they can discourage that. But the point is, they're not talking in some dismissive fashion. They're talking in an obsessive fashion, and their obsessive presentation is what's going to bring people over to me, because that's the nature of people. If you're bitching about somebody all the time, people want to check the person out.
Exactly.
But that being said, what I had asked of George Knight was not to mention either my own or my son's runway or our modeling stage names I'm banned with. But the reason why is because, of course, of personal security reasons, and we don't want anything to trace back ultimately to Sugar Daddy, which we don't even want to get people started on that road. So to explain to people, basically, Lena Shea pretty much assaulted our man George Knight with a series of basically just visual assaults. I mean, she's put together these kinds of, like, you could call them like videos, but they're more like slideshows that move really fast, and there's got to be a technical name for them, but basically they're not comfortable to look at because it's, first off, you see her face and she looks like a demoniac now. She's obviously she's obviously consumed with this rage. When I put it into context for Justin White, this was how I explained it, because Justin White was saying, he had the impression she was putting a lot of energy into them, which she was. And I'm sure you had that same impression. And what I was telling Justin White was, and she's done this with anybody who responds to her, that includes this young lady who I'm not going to name, who sent me these private messages telling me how she found it all very disturbing, and said that, she did not know this woman. She was simply trying to friend her because she was a friend of mine on Facebook. And again, these are all instructions from Richard K. Cole Jr., whatever he learned from Michael Aquino, in the sense that he's trying to get people to contact all of the friends and relations surrounding the targeted individual. And the way Michael Aquino used to send his assets to basically surround the target, in the sense of what he called just choke the target, was he would have people approach all their work partners, their people who were working in their environment, who were basically in their families, distant relations, not just people who live with them, and to tell all these people, oh, this person is disturbed and this person is unstable, etc., etc., and just feed that all around them so that the targeted individual would thereby be destroyed. So they're trying this model. They're working with this model. And so when she sends all of this, basically her primary attack, which is based, and what she said tonight was profoundly telling. Basically, we had a young lady respond in the text, the chat room on live stream. We had a young lady respond how she had a photo taken with myself in San Jose. And the reason that this young lady, and I'll go up further to see if I can find her name, because it's been a long while. So that's Danette Blair. And Danette Blair was, on Facebook for a long while. And so Danette Blair was talking about having a photograph taken with me in San Jose. And this was a response to Lena Shea claiming, I have never, ever had a real photograph taken, which of course is insane. So there's people who have taken photographs with me who will attest to that. And so when it comes to this kind of nonsense, then she's taking this kind of approach that Richard K. Cole Jr. takes, which is, these are lunatic approaches of extremism, where instead of saying anything that's qualified, it's simply either or, all or nothing. It's either or, all or nothing. And so when she's saying, of course, that basically And this is for people who haven't heard this. Our shows are 12 hours long, and we spoke about this earlier. But again, to reemphasize to new listeners coming in, if you haven't heard it yet, this will help you understand it better, and also it's educational. Understand that I'm a graduate of John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School, and one of my alma mater was Cynthia Siegel, who was this Jewish American princess, and she went to the New York Satellite School, whereas I went to the main school in San Francisco. I'm pretty sure they don't exist anymore, but at the time they were reputable and certainly a fine place to attend, and I'm proud that I attended. And one of the things that you learn is that many professional models will basically take a runway name, and it's as much for personal security as it is for glamour. So aside from the fact that I was born with a Chinese name, aside from the fact that my name is Douglas Duane Dietrich, which of course they deny that I am Douglas Duane Dietrich, I have a runway name, as does my son. So many photographs people might think are taken in Asia of myself. They're taken in local Chinatowns, the Japanese Tea Garden in San Francisco. Certainly when my son takes me to different places in California, there are many Little Saigons and other Asian places that we take photographs in that make it look almost as if we were across the Pacific. He, however, generally travels across the Pacific many times, thanks to his husband, Sugar Daddy, financing the photo shoots that they take and the runway walks that they do. And so his stage name and mine are recognized across Asia, and you're going to find a great deal of fan page sites that are just photographs that people take and they assemble them, and they'll say, oh, these two models are like Thai or Malayan. The nationality changes constantly, Vietnamese, etc. But when it comes to what is if you were to pursue those, like say, oh, let me do my due diligence, let me check this up, you're going to find that the overwhelming majority of these are ghost sites, just assembled by fans, and that the business addresses are going to be basically email dead drops. If they would ultimately go back to anyone, it really probably wouldn't even reach Sugar Daddy. Instead, it would reach my son. At which case, if you're just somebody who's trying to do some kind of gang stalking or something, you're just fucked. It's not going to be acknowledged. But when it comes to my son and what he does, what Sugar Daddy finances, because he does not want his name to be known out there in affiliation with certain political activities. He tries to help where he can, but understand that he's trying to avoid any controversy. One of the things that I used to speak about with Judith Thagert very heavily was the genocide against the Chinese in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, there have been massive genocidal attempts against the Chinese because many British ambassadors through the centuries have always referred to the overseas Chinese in the Malayan realm of the Indonesian and Filipino archipelago and Southeast Asia as the Jews of Asia. They are essentially mostly Christianized, and they control most of the economy, and they're the targets of many rampages and extermination campaigns. And over the last I'd say throughout the 20th century and into this one, there have been massive attacks on the Chinese population that have resulted in ultimately tens of thousands of deaths, and in a few cases, hundreds of thousands by a criminal Indonesian and expansionist government. So understand that when these various photo sessions and modeling and runway sessions are held as fundraisers and educational opportunities to raise awareness of the situation of the Chinese in Malaya and Indonesia, when Lena Shea is attacking all of this, her real intention on behalf of the agents of chaos, on behalf of her fellow cultists, at this point she is definitely just regurgitating the party line of the Kings of Edom. Her intention is to expedite the ultimate extermination campaigns of the future. I'm sorry, are you there? Were you trying to say something?
No, I wasn't, Douglas. That was just my iPad rubbing against the wheel of the van. Beg your pardon.
Oh, no worries. So what she's trying to do is expedite basically mass murder in the sense of trying to interfere with what efforts we have with trying to help coordinate an education among these various populations about the benevolence of the Chinese, who basically run the majority of their economies. And by targeting them, they're destroying their own position in the world for advancement and certainly access to technology and education. So all that being said, however, one of the things that our man Peter Moon brought up was, of course, that oh God, what did he bring up? At any rate, that's one of the general arcs of narrative that people need to understand when they're confronted with basically her contra-narrative. And so when she was approaching our man, George Knight, and the first question I would have is, so why did you feel that it was worthwhile to even engage her? Obviously, it seems like you engaged her for at least, a short period of time, maybe just to get an idea of where she was coming from or whatnot. What was she slamming you with, essentially? And, I take it that you might have your own observations about this.
Oh, yeah, beg your pardon, Douglas. So, yeah, let me just, because the last message I ever sent her was back on the 29th of July, 2020. So that's 2 years ago. And then just Monday, she goes, hi, and just sent me 3 links to YouTube, videos. And then, 2 on Monday, 1 on Tuesday, and then she sent me a long paragraph last night, Wednesday. And I've not responded to any of them. So the last time I ever engaged with her was when she was with us. Yeah. I've not responded to her. There's no point in responding to any of them. Yeah. It's like with Jameson and Salmon. Salmon blocked me straight away, immediately. Yeah. And Jameson left me. He never contacted me, but I think he was just waiting to see what I'd do, or maybe if they're trying to collect all the people around you. Yes. I guess most of them knew that they couldn't do that to me. I guess. Yeah. It's one of those things. They would have to make me say. The thing is, everything I say, I know is a fact. It's true. So I'm not going to come out and just say, "Oh yeah, I was lying about it," because it's not. That's
yes. You'd have to be saying that's what you said. That's what you said in the chat. Was basically you'd have to say that you were a fraud and a liar all this time. Yes.
Yeah, and then it will just who's going to listen to me ever again? Yeah. Who's going to even take the time to do their due diligence and research what I've said? Yeah. After I'm learning all this from you, and then I am spreading the awareness. That's all I've ever done. But because it's so important, that's why I've always done this. I've acted on my own because the information needs to be out there for the public. Because this information is not out there; it's hidden. Yeah. And the thing is, it's so accessible. It's not something that is secluded. It's not something that is occult. In the sense of this is what the real definition of a cult is: seclude to hide. And this isn't. It's actually out there. A lot of the stuff Douglas has said, nobody knows about. You're not going to, and that's what that Pavel Ed would try to do. He would try to say, oh, Douglas got this information from this author. And then you read up what the author has said and read part of his book, and it's nothing what Douglas has said.
Do you remember about even what book he was claiming?
Coming from Germany. Doesn't make any sense. He was saying, but this author's saying it's weaponized. That's what Douglas is saying. That's not what Douglas is saying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I interrupted. Could you repeat that again? I mean, basically, do you remember what book that Pavel Edward was claiming I derived information from?
Oh, God, yeah, Douglas. Let me just type his name in on my messages. Oh, yeah, I was going to send you a screenshot of what Lena was sending. I can send it to you. It's really not worth me doing that, really.
I was about to say, maybe I shouldn't see it. Maybe one of these days if I'm in it. Yeah, no. It's probably not good for my psychological health.
No. But I've not responded at all. It's just, you can see I've read it. There's no response there. So I'm literally telling them straight, do not bother me. Do not even engage. I'm taking the advice Salmon said. To defeat people who are idiots, just give them silence. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. But these people are not silent. They're going against their own good advice, and you don't trust people like that.
Well, that's because they know they're not dealing with idiots. This is the problem. They're the idiots. So that's the point. They're the idiots, and they won't stop.
Paul Edward, that's it. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, his name was Paul Edward. I put his name as Pavel, but it's not. It's Paul on Facebook. Paul
well, actually,
Edward.
that's his alias. His real name was Pavel Edward. Yeah, that was his born name, but he was trying to use an Americanized name so he could sound more acceptable. More North American name, if you know what I mean, more Westernized, anglicized. Go on. Yeah,
it's funny, isn't it? They're saying Douglas Dietrich, that's not his real name. He has all these aliases, but all these people are saying that all have aliases.
Thank you. Like Lena Shea has Lena Crane. Lena Shea has Lena Crane. So all these people have aliases, and they're like bitching, about me. It's like,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, Doug. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you don't find it, don't worry about it. But you were saying something else about that. He was saying something came from Germany or something like that, which wasn't the case. Something was weaponized. What was he saying?
He was trying to say that the American Army and Navy flu.
Yeah.
Otherwise known popular vernacular, the Spanish influenza. He was trying to say that there is this author that claimed that it was weaponized in Germany. It was a German-made weapon.
Madness.
Oh my God! Anyone that does their due diligence will know it originated in American Army camp, in Camp Funkston. It is, and now that camp is now changed to Fort Leavenworth. Is that correct, Douglas?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd have to look it up, but it sounds right.
I believe so.
I'm certain you're right. I mean, that's how I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and that is where that's where the first case was. Of course, like I established last transmission about the origin that I learned from Douglas, the origin of coronavirus. If you follow the source, you're going to know where it comes from. Of course, influenza is all sourced from Asia, as Douglas said. For thousands of years in Asia, they lived with subsistence agriculture economies. They lived with the poultry and the pigs. So this is how, like avian flu, it transmits from the animal. So it's down the animal reservoir. It starts off from one source of animal and it transmits to another through either fecal matter or what you call bird drop-ins, whatever you want to call it. It transmits from one to another and then the humans consume the other, or vice versa. But the American Army Navy flu transmitted from the birds straight to the humans. That's how it was weaponized. And that was because, with and I could go on for hours, Douglas, with great detail about it. There's no point going into it right now. We're talking about something completely different.
No,
but Heinrich Müller. Yeah, Heinrich Müller. I've just found it.
Is that the author of whatever book that Pavel Edward was claiming was like where I had stolen all of it?
Yeah, you stole. Oh my God, it's ridiculous because there's no mention of General Gorgas, William Gorgas at all. There's no mention of Henry William Welch. There's no mention of anything in the book that he mentions. And it's just saying, it's what he's wrote here. Douglas brings up including an interesting piece on the World War I Spanish flu weapon. Heinrich Müller knew of the plot. I think Douglas victimized. Oh, he just goes on, rambles on. Because I asked him.
So when he says Douglas, this is Pavel writing or Richard K. Cole? It's Pavel.
Oh, this is Pavel. I've never engaged with Richard K. Cole on Facebook. Right. I blocked him years ago.
Right.
But. Yeah, the only engagement, this is something I wanted to bring up actually on transmission, is the only engagement, and Douglas has taken screenshots and published it on his very old Facebook timeline, is of the YouTube comments where and this is before I even interacted, this is before I even communicated or got in contact with Douglas initially. This is when I already knew this guy was trying to discredit Douglas, but I knew everything Douglas was saying was true. This is before I even spoke to Douglas personally. It's before all this. And Douglas has taken these screenshots. He published on his Facebook timeline, his old one before it was banned, of the conversations, the dialogue between me and Richard. I said to him, "Well, how can you explain that Michael Aquino is born on October 16th, 1946, the same day they done the Nuremberg hangings?" And Michael Aquino's own words is he was born the same day as the Nuremberg hangings. They hung 10 of the high prominent National Socialists, the German Workers' Party. They hung the top echelons of the military in that They had a tribunal. This is what the Nuremberg investigations were. They went for a trial, and they're ultimately hung the same day that he was born. This is all written and evident in Michael Aquino's own novel, The Coming Forth by Night. And Douglas is presented this information to the world through his broadcast over the years. And I said, how can you prove that right? How can you say that he's a liar? I said to him these screenshots were taken years ago. I said, and this is the thing, what these guys do. Anyone can look this up. Michael Aquino was born the exact same day that these hangings were taking place. They needed 12 men, but it went wrong because Martin Bormann escaped and Hermann Goering committed suicide on October 15th. So the whole ritual went wrong. The whole thing was a disaster. And so how do you explain that? This is what I said to Richard K. Cole. How do you explain all that? And he just said, no, none of it's true. It's not true. But anyone can look it up. He's born the exact same day. He would say, no, that's true. And this is how insane these guys are. And that's how I knew he was just utterly insane. Yeah. Because I said, Douglas, sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, Douglas, 2 seconds. I'll be back one second.
Oh, okay, understood.
Just a customer, 2 seconds.
And, take your time. And when what I'll do is I'll certainly make him aware that Nathan Brooks had a wonderful compliment for him when he returns, and basically put some perspective onto the book of Coming Forth by Night, so that people understand that. I don't even know if that's very easy to find anymore. Oh, forgive me. In terms of the. Obviously, some books get harder to find as time goes on. Of course, like I said, the book The Red Undead was like almost impossible to find. Well, impossible. No one's ever found a copy, which was the one of my books that was published and then essentially went straight to incinerators or landfills. All of this was, of course, part of the...
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're back. So I just want you to know that we have a wonderful compliment for you in the live stream chat from Nathan A. Brooks, who says,
Nathan,
love what you
man.
do. Yeah, he says, love what you do, Mr. Knight. God bless you, dude. So definitely thank Nathan for that. And just to put some perspective on the Book of Coming Forth by Night, I do want people to know that you use the term novel. Of course, it's not a novel.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It was, by the way, I'm laughing because we got somebody now who's just a troll, basically DJ Trap Boy, who says, webcam, can I date you? No. So let me, basically hide the user on this channel. I guess that's the best way to get rid of these people. Now, in terms of what else that I was bringing up with Peter, one of the things that I neglected to bring up while we had Sammy Romero on, and of course Viviana was with us, and basically Justin White. There's only so much you can cover with each individual. I remember what to cover again with others, but certainly one of the things that I want to emphasize that when Michael Aquino fell back oftentimes on the what I would call the fallback position, but there's another word for it. There's kind of another term for it, but basically his fallback position was always white male supremacy, because he was basically he basically was convinced, and he had plenty of stupid people demonstrate this for him. He was basically convinced that basically women and minorities were self-destructive and that they would always operate against their own best interests. And as a result, he felt, even though he had contempt for many white males, that simply they were less stupid than the others. So he often said that they would prove this, and what he was really telling me was that my faith in women and minorities was completely misplaced, and they would demonstrate to me their own self-destructive nature and fall back under white leadership as their only recourse. This is what you see with all of these women and minorities falling under an idiot named Richard K. Cole, who's funded by a madman named Stephen Outram. And so obviously there's funding going to these people. There's funding going to them because, as we said, we suddenly see Jameson Reese with a studio Of course, with Lena Shea, you see $1,000 guitar, expensive software on which she can release her own album. And you'd think all of this would be enough to keep her happy and occupied along with her children. But instead, she's wasting all this time. And that's what I was trying to tell Justin White, was when he said, man, she seemed to be investing a lot of energy in me. I said, she's doing that with everyone, and that includes females that she's contacted. So if she's doing this throughout the day, she ain't spending a minute taking care of her kids. So someone really needs to call Child Protective Services and investigate this, because her kids must be rolling in their own shit or or starving without being fed. She can't be cooking for them or taking care of anything for them when she's doing all this. Either that or they pay the money to keep them in daycare 24 hours a day, which is completely possible in her situation. But such being said, yeah, this is obviously her career right now, and she's dedicating herself to it. So when she's doing what she's doing, I think it's self-evident that she has no care for her family and really shouldn't be part of one. She's simply not qualified to be a mother. But that being said, she's doing what she's doing. All the rest of these cultists are doing what they're doing, but they're all women and minorities, overwhelmingly, except for the really crazy guy named Matt Douglas, who, the guy who's white and looks like he was sleeping on a park bench for 10 years. That, it turns out, is the individual that Salman Sheikh says is his Sufi master. That's his Sufi master. I mean, oh my fucking God, this old white guy. And the way that Justin White described him was perfect. And I think that nothing really beats that. But so you saw that guy, I take it, the way you kind of gasped when
his face.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Brendan Zoget was...
that video of his face, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Brendan Zoget was saying that he should never have showed his face. It just makes it worse.
No.
Basically, how did Justin White describe it? He was like saying this. He says, when I brought up the Sufi master, how did he say it? He's on this laptop, by the way. He just bought a cheap Asus laptop, and it's not working for him, poor guy. But let me see now. I'm just trying to look for this because it is fucking funny. But in terms of, he says the white Sufi master looks reminiscent of those 7th degree Shaolin trained black belt instructors who get their ass kicked on YouTube. And so that being said, when it comes to all of this and the entire thing about what else was it that I was trying to bring up though? I think I covered quite a deal. Oh yeah, the women and minorities bit. So Michael Aquino would organize sometimes what he called trope troops, and he said these trope troops are just basically cadres of women and minorities that would act against the best interests of the interest group. And these were basically cobbled together, what he called Wee Pals, Rainbow Coalition, kind of, Justin White calls them circle jerks. Michael Aquino kind of called them retard covens, basically. And so that's what you've got with this, all of these raging lunatics who have been gathered into this kind of new anti-Dietrich crusade. Stephen Outram is funding Richard K. Cole Jr. as the operations manager.
Yeah.
And Lena Shea, Salman Sheikh, J.Mo Reese, Miguel Andujar, Penny Bradley, Matt Douglas, some black African-American Moor who claims Peter Moon stole his work and his name is unpronounceable, as well as Daryl Hamamoto. These are all basically colored coons or women who hate themselves, loathe themselves, and want to see the destruction of all humanity because they so hate and loathe themselves. But when it comes to the thing that makes it so perverse is that Richard K. Cole Jr. never shows his face. So it reminds you of the horror movie franchise called Saw. Yeah, where you've got the villain. Yeah, represented by the puppet, and all you only hear his voice. I mean, in the film they do show his face, but his victims never see his face.
Exactly. Yeah.
And these people are the victims of of this creep, and they never see his face. Yet they ape and parrot and regurgitate everything he says. They have emptied their minds for this drunken, slurred individual who sounds like he's altered and narcotized, even when he speaks, Richard K. Cole Jr. And so how crazy can somebody be? How little respect can they have for themselves?
Exactly. And it's like in the movie as well, when they're listening to this puppet, they turn against each other.
Yes.
They all just fight one another. And this is exactly what they're going to do, ultimately.
Yes.
Because they're not going to get... Because what they're doing is they're not achieving anything. They're not going to get anywhere. And say, if, for example, if they did... Say, for instance, they got rid of you completely. Yeah. Say, for instance, hypothetically, this happens. What do they have left to live for?
Yeah.
They're going to fight one another, and they're just going to... What are they going to do? And this is why, what's the point in anyone going to them? What's the point in joining Richard Keiko? What's the point in talking to this guy? You're not going to achieve anything, because all it is just bad mouth, defamation, and slander.
Yeah.
It's a waste of energy, waste of time. It's not productive. They're not getting anywhere. Yeah. I would hate to hang out with a group of people that just talk about one person all day long. I couldn't think of anything worse.
Thank you.
Not any sane person would do that. You have to have some problems. You have to have some upstairs problems up there.
Yes.
Upstairs, you have to have some mental health problems in order to listen to this guy. And that's what they do in the Saw movie. They start to turn on one another and they start to kill one another because they're listening to this puppet. Oh, you got to kill the other one. And I've seen like the first couple movies. I haven't watched any of the rest, but there was like one scene where this woman had to cut open the stomach lining of this one man, and just to get the key out so she can unlock the device before it contracts and kills her. So that's what this is what they're going to do to one another.
Yes, all for a faceless voice. That this is truly, well, this is pure raw evil. This is the sewer of shit. People.
This is. The Pennywise sewer, yeah.
Yes, and so I think we've expressed it now better than we ever have before. I mean, this personally, hopefully, delivers the case to people, and they understand what's going on here. The real main purpose, of course, I think, beyond any desire to really stop educational outreach to the peoples of Asia who target the Chinese minorities that are really the source of their economic engine, is really what Lena Shea is trying to do, is out sugar daddy. Basically, she's hoping that by getting people to try and pursue and research everything they can about my son and I, via our stage, our runway names, is to ultimately find the sponsor of the various photo shoots and the runway modeling jobs that my son has been doing for charity overseas and orchestrating in synthesis with some shoots with me here. And altogether, that way they're thinking that sugar daddy would be out it. And that would be, obviously I'm honor bound to prevent it from ever getting to that point. But honestly, like Peter Moon said, was then they have a person with resources who will then be angered and operating against them. So what do they think they're accomplishing by that?
Yeah, exactly, Douglas.
Yeah, but tell us. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry, I was just about to say very quickly, and just like you said earlier, that's what I believe and that's what I think. They're just any new listener that comes on board, if they're going to research you in any way, or on YouTube, they're going to come across these videos, and it's just basically, they're basically trying to ward off anyone else that is going to come and listen to you, any new listeners that come on. And that's all they're trying to do, because they're trying to prevent the message from getting out there. That's what they're trying to do. And thankfully, we've got with our numbers and that, because it's so important. This is the reason why I do it, is because we have to spread the awareness of what's going on. History is so important. That's why I do it. I've got a passion for learning about history, and I did it long before I even, knew Douglas existed. And I knew there were things wrong with this world. And it's just there's been very few things that have changed me to make me think, wow, 9/11 was one of them. 9/11 was one of them back in 2005, which is what started me off in that road to seeking knowledge. It was that at that point, and that it ultimately led me to Douglas after 12 years.
How old were you?
Oh, I was in college. Yeah, basically what happened, there was a video, and I think I've said this once before to you. So yeah, I won't go on about this for too long. There's other points I want to make up that what they're saying is proven to be wrong and proven to be false, but what these gang stalkers are saying. But basically with myself in 2005, I remember watching a video on Google Video of this. It was called 9/11 Mysteries, and at the start of I think it was the first 10 minutes of this video, prior to the collapse of the North Tower, you can hear this explosion go off, and I was like, what? There was bombs in those buildings? That's not what they told us. They said it was because of an airplane going in,
Right.
you know, it was flight 175 that flew into. I can't remember if it was a North or South Tower, which flight is which. I used to know this off by heart so well. But yeah, that's what they told us, the official story. And when I heard those bombs go off, I was like, oh my God, there's more to this than what they've told us. And that's what started me off. And it led me to then realizing that Israel had an involvement. And of course, ultimately, Saudi Arabia had a massive involvement with 9/11. And it was because of that. That's how I came across Douglas, from that 9/11 video. It was 911.org, the YouTube channel, that published an interview, a 2-part video with Douglas. And I watched that millions of times. I've never watched a video over and over so much that I can cite it off by heart. Everything Douglas said. And I verified enough information from that video that I knew Douglas was speaking the truth. But I learned so much more. It was just incredible. I learned it. Yeah, I learned about Christopher Columbus, Christopher Cologne. I learned a lot about, from that video. And not just that, so much more. So much more. And that's when, I was like, this guy is really important. This guy, you have to I was like, started to show my dad. I said, look, Dad, look at this guy. And even he said, this guy is just full of knowledge. He knows his stuff. And he's always said that to this day, that Douglas knows he knows a lot. This man does. And I showed my brother. And we were laughing because I love Douglas's attitude, towards the end when he talked about the Americans, and it made us laugh because it was stuff that we have heard over the years as well about the American behavior in World War II. And it was just so funny just to listen. So we loved it. And I loved it. Yeah. And so it's just made me today so much. I can talk with confidence to people about history. I can present things to people that they've never even heard of. And it is a true gift. And it's a blessing that I've known Douglas, because I would have been just like everybody else, just like a walking zombie, not knowing anything, following what, it's frightening to think like that. Yeah. And to disembark now after knowing everything, that's never going to happen. I'm never going to join this side, because you're not going to learn anything from these people. They're not going to teach you anything. And that's what I want to bring on. Sorry, that's a good way to bring on to what I was going to say about other things that Dickie Cole has been saying. He claims things like Michael Aquino did not write the official chaplain's handbook for the United States Armed Services. And then you can look this up. Yeah. Michael Aquino, the PDF file, you can read this online. He wrote the chaplain's handbook. Thank you. It is on there for anyone to read. And Dickie Cole is publishing a different chaplain's handbook. And by the way, there are loads of variations of the chaplain's handbook for all branches of service all over the world. You can look. You don't have to look up just the American branches of service. You can look up any chaplain's handbook for any armed services all over the world. And he's just bringing up a different chaplain's handbook. But that's
crazy. Talk about how stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, anyone can read up the PDF file. Michael Aquino wrote the chaplain's handbook about the temple set, and he wrote it in a fashion which, if you read towards the end of it, it's only about 17 pages in this PDF file. If you read it towards the end, it's written in a fashion that if a satanic chaplain enters a room, if you have a deacon, if you have a rabbi in a room, they all have to step back and stand down if a satanic chaplain enters the room, and they have to obey if the satanic chaplain disobeys the orders, they have to abide by it. They don't have to listen. He has jurisdiction over them. Yeah. He has more power over them, and that is written towards the end of the chaplain's handbook. Yes. And I would love to see if Dickie Cole could prove that wrong, because I can present that. I can just take a screenshot and upload it. Yeah. You can see that.
Definitely.
And so everything Douglas has said has always been true. You can't deny it. But this is what the insanity of these people, because they're trying to deny things that you can verify. You can see with your own 2 eyes. Just like my boss said, a fact is what you see with your own 2 eyes, what you hear with your own 2 ears. And so that's a fact. And it's just like what me and Douglas said. Well, guess how many people saw Alec Baldwin shoot that woman in the chest, and yet he's a walking free man. Yes. And yet that's a fact, because all these eyewitnesses saw him shoot this woman in the chest. Yeah. With an unarmed gun.
Yeah, it's madness. By the way, one of the things that I brought up, of course, was that Lena Shea is actually in the same position as Michael Aquino, in that she's so compromised she can't sue me because he couldn't sue me because too much would come out in court. And yes, she's in the same position. It's incredible with these people, and really, like, that Daryl Neely. Do you remember Daryl Neely? He's the black guy who worked with Penny Bradley on Gern Radio, GERN Radio. And that's the station that he's the guy who gave Salman Sheikh a radio slot so he can, now say I'm Masonic Muslim, and which is kind of like saying I'm a Muslim atheist and shit. Exactly. He's going to shit on Doug Dietrich, for his time slot, once a day like an idiot, and, get more people listening to me than I ever had before. But when it comes to Daryl Neely, just so you know, this idiot is someone who was, we've got footage of him where he was at the January 6th insurrection, where he tried to basically violently overthrow his legally elected government. And there's footage of him picking up a fallen policeman's hat and putting it on his head, not helping the fallen policeman, but literally stooping down. You've seen that? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No, but I'm not surprised. That's why I'm not agreeing. Yeah.
And in other words, it sounds about his speed, as my dad used to say. Yeah. And he's smoking a big bunt, and he's saying, "Smoke them if you got them," while there's a fallen policeman on the floor. And this is Daryl Neely, and he's probably looking forward to jail time, because, they've got the footage of him doing what he's doing. And if he doesn't get jail time, he certainly should. But this is the kind of guy who's trying to rag on me. And I don't know, forgive me, did you see that screenshot? I don't know if I sent you a copy. If not, what I can do is a screen share right now, and I can show this to you. And here, let me do a screen share. And here we are. And in terms of the screen share, aside from this, young lady. Young lady was talking about that. I sent that to you. I don't know if I sent this one to you. Let's take a look at this. And by the way, for people who just don't get it, these screen shares are all part of honestly, just this is the kind of world we live in. Anyhow, this is what Daryl, one with Odin Neely, the black white supremacist, says. It wasn't me and Penny Bradley. It wasn't me. First off, that's an interesting way to start a sentence. It wasn't me who did what. Usually somebody says that when they're guilty. It's like, who, somebody's dead with a knife in their chest, and he's saying it wasn't me. Yeah. And Penny Bradley is not getting paid for anything. I think that's an interesting way to start a sentence. What the fuck? It's like, he's saying that because she obviously is getting paid.
Yeah. It's denial. Yeah. It's admittance. It's a confession.
Yeah. You simply piss her the hell off. Grow up and apologize and make things right. Now, this is the bizarre thing, is that Penny keeps saying that I've hurt her terribly, and that I think it was Sammy Romero said she was basically saying I called her husband up to demand she come on air, and that's, first off, that's impossible because her husband doesn't have a Skype. The only Skype is hers. Her live-in partner has no Skype. Yeah. Don't lie to these people. I have seen the evidence and it is real. I don't like. I mean, is this guy high all the time? It doesn't even make any sense what he's saying, because we don't even know what he's saying the lie is about. And then he has to say, I don't lie. When he says I don't lie, it's basically a confession that he's lying. Okay, it's like that. It's like Jameson Reese when he says, I'm a nice guy. Automatically, if you know somebody's making a video to tell you they're a nice guy, they must be the biggest asshole on earth. Because no nice person would ever need to say, I'm a nice guy.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. I don't need to come on your show and say, I'm a nice guy. I've never come on and said that. I don't have to say that. People can go online and read the reviews about me. It's public. It's in the public domain. You can see what I am. You can ask anyone, and so that's what I mean. It speaks for itself. You don't need to say anything. These people are they're deniers, and they're just confessing to something. Yes. It's like, I know there are people who I know individually, Douglas, and I know they're sly, and I know they're conniving and they're deceiving, and I know a few guys that have been, they secretly enjoy young girls. I know loads of guys like that. And yet they're the first ones on Facebook that says this is disgusting, this paedophile needs to be shot. No, you're talking about you. It's always
the same. Yeah, that's right. As a matter of fact, the people who are the most rabid and adamant about that are the people who need investigating. All those people who, like,
they're hypocrites.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Brendan Zogit told me, Miguel Andahar, one of the big crazies who is on the side of this circle jerk of Richard K. Cole Jr.
Yeah.
Miguel Andahar, who I don't know if I told you this, I probably have already, but it always bears repeating because it really shows the quality of this individual's mindset. When you say they must be crazy, I mean, that really just doesn't do it justice. You know, somebody like Penny Bradley, after all, says that she's both a pilot of spaceships that travel to different galaxies, and she was an assassin. I mean, these are like totally different professions that they really don't converge. And the idea that someone that they take a lifetime to perfect, you know, one's profession in either case, the idea that she's just this and then that, it's kind of like, what, does it suit you for the day? You're just gonna, you know, say, let's pretend. It's like a child who says, you know, I'm a cowboy today and an astronaut tomorrow. But, you know, when it comes to you know, Miguel Andahar, he's convinced he's the reincarnation of Nikola Tesla, Bruce Lee, and Pharaoh Akhenaten all in one. That he was all of those in past lifetimes, and that he still retains all of Nikola Tesla's genius and all of Bruce Lee's fighting skills and all of Pharaoh Akhenaten's nobility. I mean, oh yeah, he's got it all rolled into one, and covered all the bases. And you know, it's funny that he's still doing nothing but, you know, working in a restaurant as the sideshow guy who like basically cleans up the tables. He's basically a busboy, and he's you know, aside from that, he does extra work in various films. He was one of the assassins who attacked John Wick, and John Wick kicked his ass. Yeah. This is Miguel Andahar, and you know, and
I gotta watch that. Find it, thank you.
Yeah. So so Brendan Zogit, was confronting him. Well, what's in it for you? When he kept trying to recruit Brendan Zogit to start joining the chorus attacking me, and you know, and Miguel just goes silent. You know, when Brendan's saying, "What do you get out of this? What's the end game?" Like, okay, so Dietrich is destroyed, and you know, then what? And then there's like nothing. It's So yeah, there you have it. It is very bizarre. And so if he was saying Richard K. Cole Jr. was claiming that Michael Aquino never wrote that. By the way, his rehabilitation of Michael Aquino, what he's trying to do is rehabilitate him. That just basically exposes him as Aquino's
an asset to him.
Aquino's asset. But what else was he trying to say aside from that? Other things he brought up?
Oh, it's just, I can bring up an entire list. Now, he's the one saying, oh, George can back up everything Douglas says. He can, you know, he claims he can back up and prove everything Douglas says is true, he's not. He's basically saying that I can't prove it. But of course, the reality is, of course I can prove everything. That's why I upload everything I do on Facebook. Anyone can go on Facebook. Everything I upload it's sourced from Douglas. I'm simply submitting, and I'm not regurgitating. I've been exposed to the information because Douglas has taught me all this. I've listened to many of his shows. I've listened to his past videos, and I talked to him. And so, he's been there with me for hours, telling me about these things. You know, I've got evidence of all this. And so, yeah, it's just like, and Douglas has never claimed that he is the original source, as if he was living through World War I and World War II himself, and he was the source. No, that's not what he is saying. That's what these guys are trying to make out. He's claiming that he was actually there, and he's the one that wrote all this. He put it all in documentation. No, Douglas read all the facts, and he is presenting it to the public. He's a public informant, and he's been doing this for years. And like, he was a care provider for his parents. Yeah. He didn't have the time and the energy to do all that in the early 2000s.
Or the money.
He could do it. But he was exposing all the scandals that are going on at the Presidio decades ago. And you can read news articles, which I have got myself. I've taken screen shares and I've sent them over to Douglas, saying that these people are coming forward anonymously without their names wanted to be exposed. And Douglas was one of them. This is all evident.
Thank you.
It's all been out there. And this is before the age of the internet.
Yes, that's true. And
it all emerges eventually. And that's why why would these guys go to the extent they are? Why they go to these lengths to try and discredit him? Yeah. It's obvious, because he's telling the truth.
Thank you.
They know he is.
Yes.
They're trying everything they can to say, and they're saying anything now. First of all, they're saying his name's not Douglas Dietrich. So I'm like, oh, really? Who have I been talking to all this time?
And what do they say?
My name must not be George Knight. If his name's not Douglas, my name must not be George Knight.
All right.
You know, we go around in circles on this. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, by the way, this is what Brendan Zogit said. Brendan Zogit was pointing out that they keep saying I'm not Douglas Dietrich, but then they keep claiming that they've had all these freedom of information released info on Douglas Dietrich, but how would that apply if I'm not Douglas Dietrich?
Exactly.
But again, the Mad Hatter circled. Now, by the way, people might think that, you know, at this point, it's we're beating a dead horse, but you have to understand, most people out there, just common sense is not common. And people can be overwhelmed simply by the sheer assault on the senses that these people regale you with. You might simply be, your mind just might simply be blown. It might be blown by the sheer insanity of what they're saying, to the point where you get so confused, you simply accept what they say, you surrender, which is essentially, you know, that's the funny thing Lena Shea told me, was that she said happened with Pavel Edward, was that, you know, he was digging through all that bullshit, that sewer shit that Richard K. Cole Jr. was saying, and back then it was with essentially, Stephen Arthur Cosmos, who I don't even know if that fucker's still around, but when that was the only real person that Richard K. Cole was talking to. The others were alters of Richard K. Cole Jr. talking to himself. But when it came to this creep in Oregon, which is where Stephen Cosmos' author was, and you had what Lena Shea was saying was that when Pavel Edward went in there and just started swimming in that sewer shit, that eventually she said that you know, these stupid people, they wind up starting to believe it, and yet that's what happened to her. So, you know, there you go. I mean, it's insidious. So this is why we emphasize what we do, because, you know, people, they go there, and if they stare at this, and suddenly it's like, it's so crazy that it drives them crazy. And what this proves is that insanity is a disease, and they call it mental illness because you can contract it. You can contract insanity. It does spread. So this is a warning for you to maintain your mental health with basically shielding yourself. When what else comes to mind with that? What else were they saying? Anything else?
Thank you, Doug. Sorry, with Lena, I was just wanted to just add something there. She's obviously so easily controlled. She would just say yes to any man. She would just do anything. She falls victim to this quite easily. It just seems like that. So. Yeah, it's so evident. Just, you know, she was going to go have sex with Jameson. Why would you want to go have sex with Jameson? Look at the guy. Why would you want to do that? I'm sorry, but they're all repulsive. And beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, but they're all repulsive. Just like that. What's his name? Is it Douglas something? What's his
Matt
name?
Douglas. Oh, Matt Douglas. Yeah.
He reminds me of Cobblepot often Batman. He's like Cobblepot, the Penguin Man.
Thank you.
That's what Danny DeVito. He reminds me of him.
Yes. It's
same hairline, everything. That's him.
Yes, that's right. That's
just like they're all repulsive.
Yeah, only it's like the new Arkham Asylum version, because the old Penguin had charm and had a sense of style. The old Penguin actually wore a press suit, so he was basically someone who had a sense of cosmopolitan air about him, as opposed to it's like Arkham Asylum Dark, where, you know, it's homeless Penguin. It's homeless.
Thank you. He definitely was. No, definitely was. You can see that in the movie. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, this guy was just repulsive. He was just like a homeless person on the street. Yes. He had no sense of
anything, any upkeep of himself, and then I guess he calls himself a Sufi. Yeah, but I'm a Sufi. You see, it's I don't need all
live
that.
Off the land.
Yeah.
Too right. You live off the trash cans and the bins.
Yes. Yeah, that's what Peter Moon was saying. He said these people are like intellectually feeding off of the trash. They're not even eating food. They're intellectually just feeding off of trash. So you wonder what.
That's how Salmon met him.
Yeah,
that's how Salmon first met him, on the street in the park.
Yeah, that's that. No, it's true. It's true. Yeah, I mean, this guy. It's like it's crazy. And so if you take a look at these people, we've got that one guy, Daryl Neely, was one of the attackers on the January 6th coup d'etat, trying to overthrow our government. You've got the other guy, Miguel Andahar, who thinks he's the reincarnation of 3 Superman. You got, you know, basically, our, what is it, Penny Bradley saying she's like a pilot / assassin between the galaxies, you know, meeting different races. And then you have, of course, it just goes on. Lena Shea, of course, is a sexaholic who obviously something went way wrong. Maybe her husband divorced her. Maybe she got kicked out of the home.
This is a rebound.
Something fucking happened where, you know, there's no, and yet she's still churning out the videos on her YouTube channel. She only started turning it into an anti-Dietrich channel a few days ago. So whatever happened suddenly overwhelmed her. Something shut down, and at this point she's like a demoniac, and this is suddenly her new life. But all of these people, this is what we need to emphasize, obviously, so the public understands. These people are obviously deranged, and if you fall into that crowd, you're equally deranged. I mean, you've got, the stupid so-called Masonic Muslim who's, spending all day in a public park, saying, go on.
Oh, sorry, Douglas. Yeah, you don't mind if I just come in very quickly? The other thing I wanted to bring up is, he's obviously he's a Muslim, but an atheist also, because he's a Mason, he's a Freemason, so he's atheistic. And this is the thing I wanted to bring up. I've seen this so many times online and through YouTube videos where people try to just say that deism, by definition, what I've always learned from you is the clockwork mechanism of the universe was created by God, and he abandoned his work. And so he is absent. So then someone can come in and take the place on the throne as God. And I have got pictures on my iPad, and people go on Google Images. It is not a lie. And these people there are people out there that actually who are atheists and claim that they basically are defending the founding fathers. But anyone can look this up. George Washington, he had statues erected of him as God on a throne. You can look this up. I have the images of these statues where George Washington is in the place of God. They wanted to be worshipped as God because they were deists. And that's what, it doesn't make any sense with Salman being a Muslim, someone who is theistic, but then being a Freemason. It doesn't, you can't have both together. They don't add up.
Thank you. And
they conflate, and it's opposite chemistry. They bounce off one another. Then you have, and so it doesn't make any sense for anyone that wants to listen to these people. Any of them, it doesn't make any sense. And that's just the only thing. Use your common sense and critical thinking. Just do your own due diligence. This is what these guys are telling you. Do your due diligence. Then you realize these guys are pathetic. They're just liars.
Thank you.
So do it. Do what they're saying. Just listen. They're saying do your research. But they don't want you to do your research. They want you to listen to them.
Yes.
But you just they don't want. They're just showing you. That's why they're making all these videos. We're showing you these short segment videos. They're like TikTok.
In other words, what they're telling you. They're telling you. We're telling you how to think. Go on. Say what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And that's not what Douglas has always said. Douglas has always said, look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. And like what I tell people. I remember when I was in the pub going back a few weeks ago, it was the conversation I had with my best man for my wedding. He was saying that it's not God, it's instead a simulation. So basically he's saying it is God, but without calling him God. It's basically we're in a simulation. It was that conversation. I said to him, all the information I have, I don't need to say, I say to him, I don't believe anything I say. I don't believe anything I say. I'm only telling you what the government believes. And of course, the information that the government believes, I've got all from Douglas, obviously. And so, but this is all verifiable. I go by government documents. If you look up, like, for instance, Title 38 of the United States Code, which is law that's established under Congress, you can look up Title 38 online, and it will tell you the official termination of hostilities of World War II is signed and declared December 31st, 1946. December 31st, 1946. It is the officially declaration by Proclamation 2714, signed by the President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, on December 31st, 1946.
You're better than me at this now. Go on.
No. Thank you, Douglas. But I couldn't have done it without you. This is why I'm so, if I can retain all this, it's because of yourself. So this is, and he's like, and it's just like, if you look up these documentation, they're thousands of pages long. They're gone for like 2,000 pages. And I was like, I'm not telling you to read the whole thing, but I said, look it up, and you can, and I just show them. I just get up like that. Oh, it's on this page, because I've got the screenshots on my iPad. I just say, here you go. And they're like, so it's not me who's saying it, it's what your government believes. It doesn't matter what I believe or what you believe. It doesn't matter. This is all fact. This is all written down.
Thank you.
And you're told that World War II was officially over on May the 8th, or May, it was signed May 7th by Alfred Jodl. But if you look it up in the history books, it will tell you May 8th. And then the Soviet Union have their VE Day in Europe on the 9th of May. People think that's World War II over. They think they don't know anything beyond that. And then they're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, there was the atomic bombs that were after that.
Yes.
And nothing makes any sense because there are still hostilities in Europe, hostilities in the Pacific, still fighting one another. My granddad was one of them up until the year 1946 and beyond that. 1947, he returned home.
That's right.
From Burma.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah. Thank you.
And people have no idea. And this is all officially recognized by the United States government and the British government. Yeah. They both have their termination of hostilities on different dates, but they're both signed in 1946.
Yeah.
And there's an actual, it's ratified, and then it's officially over 6 months after the declaration was passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just crazy how people, they don't know this information. That's why we do what we do.
And again, what we always need to emphasize, what people completely forget, is that all of these soldiers overseas, when you had this madman, Churchill, saying, all I promise you is blood, sweat, and tears, and more years of war, they were going to transfer all of these forces out of Europe towards Japan. And then that's when all the troops overseas turned in their votes. And it was all those troops overseas who turned in their votes that voted Churchill out of office before the atomic bombs were even dropped. So
he wasn't even in power. Yeah. He was not even the prime minister at the time. He was not a leader of this nation. He's a World War II recognized leader. He was not the leader when those 2 bombs were dropped. Thank you, Doug. Sorry for interrupting.
No, perfect. That's absolutely cannot be overemphasized. And, Americans don't know that. British people forget it. It's incredible. I mean, talk about a lapse in memory, a denial of reality.
Thank you.
So it's and then of course I was telling people about the Malayan insurgency, where you have all of these troops the British were fighting that are wearing Japanese uniforms, using Japanese weapons, just like the original Vietnamese forces fighting the French were armed, trained by the Japanese, and certainly officered by them in certain units. I mean, these are like the Japanese were continuing the war under conditions of ceasefire, but it was basically the new type of war that led into Vietnam and Malaya and Korea. It was just basically this incredible extension of the war that people are just in denial of. And the British will just say, oh, there was this Malayan insurgency, and they'll say, oh, it's communist, and we won. And then basically nobody talks about it. Nobody basically covers it or questions it. It's bizarre.
Just accept it. Thank you, Douglas. No, thank you so much. It's so important. This is why we do what we do, and it's important that people do. It's hard for people at first to comprehend and to fathom this information, just to digest it. It takes a while, but if you stick with it, it will piece together, and you will see it's just a beautiful picture because it now makes sense.
Thank you.
It's not an ugly picture, which most people, they turn away from. They turn a blind eye and they ignore it, which is the majority of the things that we do say. It's ugly, but once you understand it, it's a beautiful picture. Then you can move forward. You're not stuck like the rest of the world in the past. That's what everyone is. They're reliving World War II over and over again, like Vladimir Putin reenacting World War II in Ukraine. This is insanity. You need to move forward, and this is why it's so important. That's why me and Douglas are a threat. That's why Douglas is. It's not me who's a threat. People just want to ignore what I'm saying, but Douglas is the threat. He's the biggest threat. That's why he's always been known as the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific.
Thank you.
He really is. He wouldn't have these gang stalkers doing what they're doing.
Yes.
Simple as that.
And we're very fortunate that they outed themselves in the sense that now people can see it plain as day. This is an organized campaign, and fortunately they're all crazy, and so go on.
Penny Bradley, like I've had, I've said this to you, Douglas, in private messages, that with Penny Bradley, it was like when Douglas is articulating history, when he's bringing up history, he's not advocating history. He's not supporting what has happened in the past. He's presenting history. He's contextualizing it, and when you put things into context, it's better. You're putting things so people can understand it. And when he was talking about history to Penny Bradley, and he referred to, the Japanese were, they were called sorry, beg your pardon, Douglas. I don't want to say Japanese or Chinese. They were both considered the same thing by the Americans during the Second World War.
Yeah.
They were referred to as yellow niggers.
Yeah.
For instance. And he would say this on air in Penny Bradley's interviews, and she'll say, "Don't be racist. That's racist. We don't use that language." And Douglas like, "I didn't just call them yellow niggers. I am articulating history. That's what the Americans referred to them as."
Yes.
And it's just like when you look at Sandra Marnie and Sandra Sekar, both the British and the Americans ignored his equations, ignored his calculations. He predicted the existence of black holes 50 years before the Americans even knew there was an existence of black holes. And they both called him a
basically
Asian,
yellow nigger.
Indian, a nigger, a yellow nigger. Yeah. Is that being racist? No, it's not being racist. That is presenting history. That is what they called him. That is what they called him. You can look this up.
Yeah, and he
they
was...
loathed
yeah.
Winston Churchill because he was half American.
Yeah.
They loathed Winston Churchill.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly the British elite did, and
Yeah.
and obviously
Yeah.
he is disgusting. He was loathsome, and is still is
Repulsive.
to this day. Yeah, and it reminds me of that Matt Douglas guy. Actually, he kind of looks like him, except but instead, well, actually, I'd have to say Churchill even looked worse. Churchill began to get the bloated lips and everything else. It was just really bad. But like I said, and by the way, by the time that, he was so drunk all the time that by the time that one time he was on some yacht and they were sailing by Tobruk, and that was when some, I guess, boat hand basically said, "Oh, we're passing by Tobruk, the site of one of your great victories, sir." And Winston Churchill literally said, "What's a Tobruk?" He had no idea what the guy was talking about. At that point, his brain was soft on alcohol. He was, so the fact that they keep turning back to this loser, this creep, and saying that he's some source of inspiration is beyond me. But when it comes to something like, oh God, what else comes to mind? When it comes to the whole concept of history that our man, Mr. George Knight, has taken upon himself to kind of, understand better than just about anyone else. This is what's so important. By the way, why, how did you even have the stomach to even try to go through with that maniac? Richard K. Cole was saying you were just like in a mood to kind of, what was this, like 2 years ago or recently, or?
Oh, years ago, Douglas, with that. Yeah, just I noticed because I was listening to Douglas, and I knew everything he was saying was true. But when you read down all these videos, because of course you read the comments, and the people were just praising Douglas. A lot of the comments were people just saying, "Wow, thank you. This is brilliant information. Thank you so much." That was the majority of everything you read. But you always saw just repeatedly the same avatar. This Gunner 65. That's correct, isn't it, Douglas? It is Gunner 65.
Yes, that's right. The year he was born was 1965, so it's Gunner 65 with the same dead-eyed stare of, it's just this stupid, this is even before boot camp graduation, that they put you in this stupid top. It's not even a full uniform, and they just take a picture of your top, and you look like an idiot, and he uses that all the time. Yeah. And every other photograph he uses is false. He uses Vietnam era military photographs or Gulf War era military photographs, things that's so blurred you can't make them out, because this lunatic can never use a real photo because the real photo looks like shit, and he can't show his face because he looks like shit. But aside from that creep and his obsessiveness, and everybody now falling into that, man. In fact, when you look at the guy, any normal person who would be contacted by this guy, your average normal person would say, this guy's creepy or crazy and I want nothing to do with him. The fact that you had someone like David John West respond to him, or or anyone, because he just reaches out to everybody that he can around myself and whoever's had anything to do with me. But anyone who's in some space where they are open to him, they obviously have fallen already. Their brains have fallen out due to whatever in their life. They must have no sense of comprehension of anything. But, a good, thing to point out about this cultism, because he uses the term cultist when describing George Knight or anyone around me. But the funny thing about Penny Bradley, the reason that she hated me and ultimately just has become what she's become now, just a howling dog for these forces, is because she basically was hurt by the fact that I never believed her, in the sense of submitting to belief. And it didn't matter that I was kind to her, that I wrote poetry, that I did paintings. As I said earlier, some of the poetry she would republish when she was feeling down. Any of this, all that goes out the window because I never believed her. And so when somebody says, just believe me, by the way, just so people understand this, one of the most important, most powerful things you can say to somebody who's upset and somebody who's maybe earnestly and honestly trying to communicate with you and they can't get it out, sometimes to calm people down, you can simply hold your hand up and just say, I believe you. But this is for a situation where you're trying to help someone center themselves. When it comes to someone like Penny Bradley, and she's coming at you with, and then I encountered a colony of intelligent flies on Mars. And I just, in my head, I'm just thinking, they're swarming over all that shit you're spewing. But, I didn't say that or verbalize it. But honestly, then she says, you don't believe me. Well, and then she's hurt by that. And then in the end, when I'm just saying, I cannot say I believe you, but look, I'm giving you time. I'm talking to you. That's not enough for her. So this is the nature of a cult. That is cultic behavior.
Thank you.
Yes,
of course it is. Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
And for example, with when my best man said to me, I don't agree with you, George. I don't believe in a divinity or a god. I think it's a simulation. I never turned around to him and said, you gotta believe me.
Thank you.
He didn't say the same thing back to me.
Yeah, but anyhow, he wound up saying there's a divine programmer, essentially. There's the divine game.
I laughed inside so hard. I was like, that's what you are saying, there is a God, but you just don't want to say it.
Yes, there you go. It's like, I mean, and what is with that? Is that so humiliating to him, so humbling, so damaging to his pride?
Because Douglas. Yeah. I have backup with everything I say. I have verifiable evidence. Everything I say, I can back it up. I even have you to back me up as well. You know what I mean? But I'm like, where'd you get this information from? I would love to ask him, and I might ask him this weekend. Where'd you get this? Where did you get that?
About the divine programmer and the Matrix, yes.
Yeah. I want to know which book it got it from. Yeah, I want to know which author
basically, it's a pastiche of video games and movies, basically. That's what, basically Salman Sheikh, he wrote books that he sent to Peter Moon. And Peter Moon was like reading through them, and he says, a bunch of references to movies in here, and and I said, beyond that, he references games and anime too. I mean,
Resident Evil and that, yeah. That's it exactly, Douglas. I remember listening once about you were referring to. I can't say. I only know it from the English interpretation. Lycan. I have a friend who's a real big fan of Lycans, and I remember Salman. I think it was discussed, and I don't know who brought it up or how it came about. I remember Salman just talking about, I've been recently playing Resident Evil 8, The Village, and we have Lycans in there. We're not fighting zombies, we're fighting Lycans. He started talking about it was no relation to what the topic was about.
Thank you.
But he just started bringing up a video game, and I've got Resident Evil 8 myself, Douglas. It was actually the last game I ever bought. It came out I think last year. But I knew exactly what it was on about, but had no relevance to the topic or conversation. But that's just what he gets his information from. Obviously, if he's writing books, he's going to reference these.
Oh my God! And,
but you don't hear me doing that. You don't hear me coming on saying shit.
No, thank you so much. It's definitely it's madness. It's all part of the madness this is these people and their own reality. So we've emphasized that. So understand, everybody, you've got to basically know what these people are, and that you're risking your very sanity if you wind up. You'll catch their madness if you listen long enough, and you'll become one of them. Just some howling mad individual who is screaming about Douglas Dietrich the rest of their lives. Is that what you want? So consider that. Montauk Madness 2.0 is in the chat, and of course that's Robert
hello
Fowler.
Douglas, sorry about
no, that's fine.
I keep having the customers come up and talking to me because I'm just parked outside, and
understandable.
One of them has dementia. The wife, so he just keeps coming up to me going, oh, I'm expecting someone here soon, and you don't mind moving the van if they come up. I'm like, no, I'll keep my eye open. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. I'll move out the way. But like, he keeps coming up and just saying the same thing, Oh. So yeah, no, but
so sad. How old is he?
Oh, I didn't even ask. The wife is younger, definitely looks younger. Massive house, Douglas. I've got photos I have to send to you.
Holy shit.
Real big house. Huge. This is the same thing that obviously with a lot of the aristocrat in England, and you've presented this many times before, like Winston Churchill's father, they have big estates, which are, they have large estates, which they are, they have no cash flow. So they are asset rich, but cash flow poor. Yeah. And so this is why one of the reasons why Winston Churchill's father met Lady Randolph, or Mrs. Churchill. This is ultimately how, she was a wealthy American lady that lived, I think she was living in New York, or I remember the address. Yeah, I have to look it up. But yeah, he married her, and this is how Winston Churchill was accepted. That's why he was half American, half English. But yeah, it's a similar thing here. This is a massive estate, huge house done that. Yeah, just in the middle of nowhere. I've sent you photos, but it gives you a perspective on England. So this man is obviously, he probably inherited it like a lot of them do, and it's just poorly maintained. But the gardeners are doing a wonderful job with the place. But it's just
in other words, it's somewhat dilapidated and derelict, but it has a great row of hedges.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. It's just amazing. I'll make it look good on the outside, but it's shit on the inside.
Oh my God. Oh,
crazy,
you get what that's about. You know what that's about? They've got to maintain that image. So they've got to maintain the lawn. It's like Americans maintaining the lawn. You've got to maintain that image to the outside world. That's more important than how you look on the inside,
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly, Douglas. Yeah, exactly.
So depressing. That is so depressing.
Yeah, it is. It is. And you meet a lot of people like that. It's all about image. You go on Instagram, it's all about image, about going to parties, going to raves, showing off to all the friends. And that's the materialistic culture that we are surrounded with now. These are the satanic materialists that we are surrounded by. That now people just care about, going to these raves, doing their 9-to-5 job. They haven't got time to do what we are doing. They ain't got time to listen to us. And so it's really sad.
Well,
and they can't speak.
I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah. And they speak pidgin English.
Yeah.
Like now,
yes.
Oh my God! I saw someone earlier just put, instead of putting, my partner has a little head. Yeah. She put, my partner has a ickle head, like ICKLE. Oh my God, an ickle head. Oh my Lord. Scary, Douglas. I'm actually frightened.
It really is. I mean, it's really, you really worry about the future. It's like, well, these idiots can't sustain the civilization. But then, like you said about these people who, you got these other people who obviously have nothing but time on their hands, and they spend all day on the internet trolling through fucking Q, and ultimately find, when you're at the very bottom of the pit, when you've gone through Q and the sewer just runs into the cistern tank, then you wind up with Richard K. Cole Jr. and Solomon Shake. And Gurn Radio. With Penny Bradley, yes, that's where you wind up at, and but it's definitely a so I think we've done it justice. By the way, because this estate, they already apparently had what they needed. You didn't get to go in. Then you didn't get to go inside.
I did go inside, Douglas. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to venture too far. I was in their presence. So, Oh, Douglas, I forgot to mention something else. Yeah, my God, I got threatened on Monday.
What happened? Tell us about this.
Yeah. I did get threatened. It is undeniable a threat. I'll tell you in a minute. But yeah, basically this one, I just went inside, and basically it's a huge house. If I was going to get a fiber line to the house, it would have to come off so many corners of the building. And of course, fiber optic cables don't like bending around corners. It doesn't like going beyond 90 degrees. Otherwise it will snap. It's fiberglass. So yeah, it was just a bit of an issue. So thankfully they already had one existing line coming in. So they're going to go off that when the tenant moves out. They've got a lodger staying here. So when the tenant moves out, then they're just going to take that line basically. So it was all good. But yeah, Monday went to a job, and the gardener sniffed. It was, again, a big house, not as big as this one, but it was a big house, remote location. And the gardener, because of course all these people with land have gardeners, they can't do it themselves and they're old. And so this gardener incompetently just with sheer ignorance, just didn't see this cable, cut it.
Oh.
And then they had the line cut off. So when I showed up, he was like, "You're going to get me into service today, aren't you? You're going to do this." And when I said, "Oh, it's going off 3 poles, I'll need a second man because it's an EL pole, it's an electrified pole, I need a blue ladder. I don't have a blue ladder. So unfortunately, with the time of day, I don't think it's going to be done today. But what I can do is get you into temporary service where I can just hook you up and you'll have an internet service, but it won't be a viable solution for the future." Beg your pardon, Doug. 2 seconds. I've just got to move my van.
Take your time.
I'll be literally on in 2 seconds.
I got you. Don't worry. And so with our man tending to what he has to tend to.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I can,
beg your pardon. I think I don't have to move. Beg your
Okay.
pardon.
No worries.
I just put it on mute quickly, just in case they'd speak to me. Yes, Scottish and Southern electricity networks have just showed up. Yes, because there's all these EL poles around here. Yeah, it's just in the middle of nowhere, it's forest. But yeah, this guy said basically you're gonna get me back in the service today. And sorry, Douglas, I might have to move. 2 seconds, I will move. 2 seconds. Beg your pardon.
No worries. Got you. And so what I can do is go back into some storytelling or kind of narrative while our man moves. By the way, one of the things that Selina Khan tried to do was she did some interesting experiments. I have to admit, the illustrations I produced for our man John Warrington are best found on the DDD timeline. I might be able to publish them on the Renegade Military Historian timeline. I might give that a try later, simply because, you know, the work I put into creating a birthday card for our man, Mr. John Warrington. And let me see now, basically, put that back up, put in the save. And hopefully that sticks with it, and it did ultimately last time. Hopefully it doesn't relapse. And then see if I can stick the text into the various... did I do that? Yeah, I did. Cool. And let's see if we can do that on the Renegade Military Historian timeline. Okay, here we are.
Oh, hello, Douglas. Yeah, beg your pardon. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
This guy. I got this guy in temporary service, so I gave him an internet service. It wasn't it wasn't one that was, you know, you can't keep it, because I was just running it across the ground. Of course, It's a trip hazard.
Yeah.
So that's how I got him back into service. But during the time when I was explaining all that, he had a knife in his hand and he was like waving it. He was like sort of like flicking it.
Holy shit!
You know, towards my face.
Yeah.
And do you know what? When I got to the point, I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to leave in a minute. I didn't. I stuck with it because he was saying my wife's going to kill me. I said, your wife's not going to kill you because I'm going to get your internet up and running. And then towards the
I thought you were going to say, your wife's not going to kill you because I'll kill you first. I thought you were
because I'm going to kill you. Yeah. That's it. I was thinking I could just twist that knife around in your hand if you did, and I could do some damage. But I was like, no, can't do that, George. You know, you're children and everything. You don't want to do that. But in all honesty, that was just, you know, one side of me. But like the reality was, no, you can just walk away from this. But later on, he came back to me when I was doing my splicing outside, and it was so funny because I was in his hedges doing it. I was in the hedges. He's got these plants, and I stepped on his plants, and he goes, "Did you do that, George?" I said, "Yes, I did. I trampled on your plants. It was an accident."
Yeah.
But I didn't say, no, it wasn't me. It was your dog, because his dog was also walking. Yeah. But I basically said, yeah, no, sorry, that was me. Oh, sorry, Douglas, I've got to go again. Sorry, 2 seconds.
No worries. And so what I can do is tell people what I'm doing, which is kind of like loading up some photographs here now. These are basically, of course, scans of the illustrations that I produced for our man John Warrington, and basically get them up in the correct way that they were meant to be displayed. And then that way he gets a proper card, or rather everybody else can see what I produced for him, since he must have seen it by now, I would hope. But other than that, you know, it was really disconcerting, to say the least. But at the same time, kind of expected. And you know what? Almost a relief. The responsibility of the timelines is kind of like a... you know, it wears on you. It does wear on you. It's like there's the need to be creative, and the need to you know, select photographs that would be fitting for the event that or whatever you're trying to talk about. So I think our man is back.
Oh, beg your pardon. No, sorry, it's the same gentleman. You know, he's asking the same thing. Obviously, he has dementia, so he just keeps coming out and asking me the same thing.
Oh,
yeah, if you see any cars come by, could you just move out of the way? Yeah, of course I will, sir.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry about all that.
No
but
worries.
yeah, no, this
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
So this
guy,
clown, when you told him about, I trampled the plants.
I stepped on his plants, his precious plants. Yeah, I stepped on his plants, and he was like, "Did you do that, George?" I said, "Yes, I did. I do apologize." But even though his dog was also doing it, but he didn't tell the dog, stop trampling on the, because usually an owner would say, "No, you're going to damage it. Get off." But no, he didn't do that. He allowed the dog to carry on.
There you go. His dog has free reign. His dog is master of the house. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm the subhuman. Yeah, that's it. And I was splicing, and he goes, "This is going to cost me about 400 quid, isn't it, George? You're here for hours. You're going to be here till, how long are you going to be here for? You're going to be here till 8 o'clock at night?" And I said, "No, sir. No, I'm splicing now. It takes me 5 minutes. You'll be up and running." Yeah. And I go, and he was just kept on. He goes, and then he was telling me about how
what is he saying about cost? You mean people are billed for this? I didn't understand that was how it worked, but go on. Yeah, tell us.
Oh, well, basically, Douglas, because he is the reason his gardener cut the lines. So if we have anything, if someone, we provide a service, we charge them for providing a service. So if anyone damages our equipment, which belongs to us, then they have to pay for it. And so he was like, "This is going to cost me a lot of money. I've been here before. We sued BT for 10 grand. He was telling me a story how he sued him. And I said, "That's good." He goes, "It's not good because my lawyer cost 10 grand. So it all went to him." Oh, his solicitor. It went,
Poor son of a
all
bitch.
the funds
Go
went
on.
to his. Yeah. He was saying all this. And he was going, "This is going to cost so much." I said to him, I just put my hands up. I said, "If you want me to stop, I'll stop and I can go. And but you won't have internet." Yeah. He goes, "Oh, no, you can't do it because my wife's going to kill me." I said, "Well, don't tell me about prices or cost because it's not my fault your line is cut because you're gardener." Right. So it's just, if you get billed, then bill it to your gardener. Just pass on the invoice to him. Yeah. And then make him pay for it. If it's his fault, he cut it. Oh my God, it was such a but I had it Monday with, you do find that. And then I had a training course on Tuesday, and my 2 patch leads were there, and they were basically saying how customers are arseholes, but it's the richer ones. And this is what they're saying: the richer you are, the more miserable and more, horrible you are. So basically, these people who are rich, they're just obnoxious, horrible people. So you might as well be being poor and happy because you're a happier person. But you do find that the richer you are, the more obnoxious you are. And then you just think you're better than everybody else. So you do get spoken down to, and they demand you to do things for them. They expect it. And these are the people that have money because they don't want to spend their money. They just keep it in their pockets. Yeah. And so, but the average, normal, everyday person who's a working person is more, "Oh, thank you," more appreciative, and they're grateful for everything. So you do find that. And I guess that's like with everywhere, but that is what, that's the experience here anyway. It's a bit of enlightenment for people to listen to. Yeah, no, it's just a bit of information for people to take on board, everyday roles, because of course, with every profession, you deal with different types of people. I worked as a barman for many years. You do get, all sorts, you see all sorts. And so this job role is no different, really. Anyway, I'm just rambling on.
I'm so glad that you handled that so well. So after you did what you did and told him to, just pass on that cost, he just kind of shut up and left you alone after that, or.
Yeah, he did. He had no choice. Yeah, okay. He had no choice. So then after I got back in temporary service, I then had to further it for a team to come out and actually, because you do need at least 2 people to complete that job. And it was later on in the day. I'm not going to get anyone come out to me with a blue ladder to just get this guy in service. It was going on 3 poles. So it was a multi-span line. And so you'll be there for a long, long time. And I didn't think anyone would come out to me today. So I said to him, "I'm going to get you in temporary service. I'm going to forward it for somebody else to come out and do." Because as long as you're getting service, that's the main thing. That's what they want. And he was very grateful after that, and he even offered me like a whiskey after that. Cool. And I said, "No, I can't drink because I've got a job to maintain. Yeah, yes. I can't just drink and drive. Otherwise, I lose it. Yeah, I lose my license, and that's it."
Oh my God!
If you don't have a driving license, you can't work for Openreach because you rely on driving to places. Yeah, so that's right. It.
Oh my God! Yeah, definitely. And well, anyhow, it's been wonderful. Do you have a few more minutes with us, or how?
I'm happy to stay on. Beg your pardon. I'm drinking loads of water because it's starting to get really hot now. It's just 10 minutes to 11 in the morning, so the sun's almost at peak level. So it's Christ, it's getting warm. Yeah.
No, I definitely don't blame you for hydrating. And honestly, in terms of when the sun rises in England in places like this, is it a beautiful sight down in an estate like that? I mean, it must be good to look at.
Yeah, do you want me to take a quick picture? I can do it on my
Sure,
iPad,
yeah.
Then I'll send it straight to you, Douglas.
Yeah,
I'll just
sounds
send. Yeah. The house is right next to me, so I could just in the van, just taking a quick shot so you can see just the out. That's just through my front window, but I'll take a few snaps of my views.
And
yeah,
when
I'll
you
just send
were,
it to you quick.
yes, as far as you got inside the place, was it it was livable or just somewhat dilapidated? You said it was rather. I think the word you used was what, dilapidated, or did you just?
Oh, derelict. Yeah.
Derelict.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, there are a few places. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the very derelict.
So the
yeah,
person who's
derelict
living
inside,
there,
yeah.
the person who's like the
Yeah,
renter.
it's just a couple. Yeah, and I think they have a gardener. There's two gardeners or two servants.
Yeah.
Maintain it.
They have to
Yeah,
maintain
I've
them
got
on
their images
on their
my actual
salary.
phone, Douglas. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And so
They're just sending now. They're just I think they should be with you now.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I mean, I'm always fascinated by the. So is this going through the private messages or the email? That okay.
Oh yeah, through Facebook private messages.
Okay.
Yeah, through.
Yeah.
I should have done it through this really, but yeah.
But let's take a look here. Here we are. And
Yeah.
George sent 3 photos. Oh, that's incredible. So let me take a closer look at that. So we've got, the sun's rising high. Holy shit, no wonder you're so hot. Holy shit. And,
Yeah.
So it's definitely, oh my God, this is castle-like. And and like well maintained, like you said, the yards are well maintained. That's just incredible. But so with all that being tended and everything, it's also, how would I say it? That's got to be mind blowing in terms of maintenance. And so they just went for letting it go to shit.
Exactly.
I wonder if the people who are, you said this one renter, so I take it what they're living in is kind of like a habitable hovel or something that's cut out of the main house or something, or they're just in a room basically. Is that it? They're in a room or something that's in there.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And I've just moved into a more shady area because that sun is coming over my van now. So, oh my God, it was hot. So I've just moved further out. Yeah. So yeah, I've just turned my van off. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know how many bedrooms it has or anything like that, Douglas. Sorry, what was that specific question? Sorry, beg your pardon.
It was just musing aloud. I was just musing aloud at if the place is kind of like gone. The word you use is so descriptive. It's pretty depressing. The person who's living in there, who's renting from them, I take it they're in just some kind of cutout room or something. What is?
Yeah. It's like a little cottage that's on the. It's like an extension cottage. It's got its own roof and everything. So, but it's attached onto the main house. So it's actually the opposite side where that photo is. So you can see the side of the building. It's the opposite side, so it's on the other side. Of there. So it's quite incredible. It's a really big house. It's just on its own. There's no other houses nearby. It's just literally on its own. So it's quite incredible.
No, that is incredible, and I'm so I'm so glad that you get to see all these different parts of life in your country that very few other people get to see. That very few people have that level of mobility. It's really an adventure every day. So
exactly.
Yeah, and you talk to these different people, and some of them are obviously like that poor goober, just unreasonable. I think it's. Yeah. Oh, is he talking to you again?
No. It's all right, Douglas. No, I've just literally opened my van door. So I'm just I'm here still listening. No, it's all good. I've driven away, so he can't really walk. Yeah, because he's an old man. He can't walk this far.
Okay. Poor guy. Holy shit.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, and
I don't mean to be offensive then either.
No, I get it, and at least he was getting his exercise by walking back and forth. He was getting his some kind of exercise, but still, it's kind of like what's the point if you're demented?
Exactly.
Oh God, I hope to God you and I never turn like that.
No. Hopefully we keep our brains. Yeah, that's the last thing you want to lose is your memories and your brains. Yeah, that's the last thing. Yeah, that's the only thing you can hope and pray for, Douglas.
Yes,
that's the one thing. Never get like that.
Yeah, and
I do consume a lot of like iodine and stuff. So I do hope that's doing something positive.
Yeah, definitely. I hope so, and I think so. What does Sarah say?
Oh, what with what I say in that when I bring up history or anything like that?
Oh no, I meant about all the iodine you're saying.
Oh yeah, no, I think she's all for nutrition and making sure we get all the minerals in. She's always telling like you know, our other daughter that you have to take your minerals and vitamins, and it's so important. She's the one that really got me into knowing about vitamin D deficiency, that the majority of the people, like nurses like herself, they're stuck indoors all the time. They're not seeing any sunlight, so they're not getting any natural vitamin D in their system. So yeah, it's important for an average human to take 4,000 IU a day of vitamin D, because majority of people are vitamin D deficient. So it should be a health crisis. It should be a warning out there to warn people. But the doctors do it individually, but it should be you know, on a governmental level to promote that people need to take and really supplied, because you have to pay for it, and it's quite expensive to get the proper stuff.
Wow.
To prevent vitamin D deficiency, but the majority of people are vitamin D deficiency because they don't see natural sunlight all the time. Right. Me and my new job role, I see it all the time now. So, my God. Yeah.
So what about what is the right stuff for vitamin D? What would disambiguate something that's efficacious from just junk?
Yeah, you get different brands, but most people just stick to like a multivitamin and they just rely on that. But there's not enough vitamin D inside that multivitamin that you can consume and your body can basically absorb. So you have to take at least 4,000 IU a day. And that is, it was, I thought initially it was 2,000, but it's gone up to 4,000 because that's how bad people are. That's what people are lacking. They're so deficient in vitamin D. So that's just like some things I learned from Sarah. So it's just it goes both ways really. I learned stuff from her, and it's really nice that when she talks to people, she really does bring up the positive. Oh, George, you know, when he talks, you know, he really does know his stuff. And and she does mention yourself as well. You know, she does mention you in the positive.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she does mention the positive. She's just worried about about her, the family ever. But obviously, I've reassured her that there's never going to be any. I said, Sarah, they're going to rely on you to stop me. If they want me to shut up, they're going to rely on people around me to shut me up. They don't need to do it. They don't need to send anyone out to take me out. They're going to rely on people like you to tell me to just stop talking.
It's true. It's true. And also, honestly, they're so chicken shit, and in so many ways, basically now at this point in history, it's like they're sitting there and screaming, and that's they're gonna try and basically they're trying to psychologically wear me down, and of course it does wear you down. Just the constant wail of banshees in the background, these holler monkeys, and but as everyone has said, this is easy to ultimately rebound from, and ultimately it's really just the prelude to much better days. So they are promoting us, and the sales of the book are going up. And Peter Moon is speculating about just charging a lot for the book to make it seem like exotic. So he and I will discuss that.
Douglas, thank you. Yeah, and another point I wanted to bring up, because I reviewed that one of the videos that they made. This is the other thing that they brought up, and it was like with Jameson and Richard K. Cole, when they had their little interview, they basically said, if you read this part, you can look inside and have a review of the demystification of World War II, the book that Peter Moon and Douglas has published, and it says you can read the copyright part, and it says it is fictitious. It is a book of fiction, and of course this is what I wanted to bring up to people, because I already knew it was going to be published like that because of what's it called, Slaughterhouse 5, the book Slaughterhouse 5. This is the reason you're aware of this, aren't you, Douglas? And this is the thing. There was a book published called Slaughterhouse 5, it had to be published in fiction, but it wasn't. It was actually historical fact.
Yeah, but I mean, there were fictional aspects of it so that it could, so he could convey the historical fact of the bombing of Dresden, and that was Kurt Vonnegut Jr. But I think they're really misreading whatever it says on the copyright. So I'll have to take a look at it myself. But I'll tell Peter Moon what they're claiming. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. So these are obviously. By the way, is something going on? That noise?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, I've gone back on. Yeah, I was on mute. I had to move my van because there was a car behind me.
Understood. Okay. And so obviously,
lovely.
Yeah, I'll bring that up with Peter and see what he says about that. But in terms of, they are going to twist and pervert everything because this is the lunacy of their insanity. Their monofocal, obsessive nature that they could just do. But anyhow, when those two were talking, I think Sammy Romero expressed it best. Sammy Romero said that when Jambo the Reese Monkey was interviewing basically Dickie Cunt Cole, as Salman Sheikh used to call him, then you get this fucker. He was coming on just his voice, and Sammy was saying it sounded all drunk and slurred, and the guy was just basically saying, "There's no kings of Edom. No kings of Edom," and that's when Jambo Reese, who worships the anti-gods, was saying, "No, there are, and but Douglas is too weak to work with them, but I will," basically. So I don't know if that's the same video you were watching, but that's the one Sammy Romero saw, so they may have done more than one interview with each other, and I mean, no one else to talk to him, so that's what they're stuck with. So
yeah, exactly. No, that's right, Douglas. Yeah, beg your pardon for interrupting again. That was when he confessed. He goes, he was trying to get information about you about the arcane. That's what he just kept referring to it to, the arcane. So when he conducted his spells or his rituals, whatever he called it, that he conducts, he said they work better getting the information from you, and he admitted that's the reason why he reached out to you in the first place. It's just to get information. Because obviously it was weird, because when I learned about you, and then I learned about Michael Aquino, whereas a lot of these, they learn about Michael Aquino and then they come to you.
Yes.
They do it in a reverse, so I've discovered you first, and that's how I learned about Michael Aquino. I've never researched or looked into Michael Aquino. I just know everything from what I learned from yourself. So I already know how it goes. I already know the narrative with Michael Aquino and your involvement, the way your relation with him working at the Presidio. So I already know all that. I don't need to go into it because it's all out there. All that information is all out there. And these people are trying to say that you never worked there with him. Oh my, it's just ludicrous. And all the information you've come out of all the years, how the hell would you even know that if you didn't work with him?
Yes.
And it's just like everything. And like I said, if you read the book, like I purchased the book Mind War. I got Sarah to buy it for me about 4 years ago. Yeah. And it was I wanted to see if he was actually the stuff that was written in context from himself, because of course there's not many videos out there. But it was weird when you read the book, you're like, oh my God, Douglas, this is what Douglas teaches. It had like the definition of democratization, like democracy, but it was
democratization. Yeah, go on.
Yes, thank you. And it says that it's when people send in mercenary, when they send in missionary intervention. So it's like a military intervention. It's the same way that communism was promoted through collectivization, through force majeure, through force of arms. And he basically explained that in the book, for example. And it was exactly what Douglas has been saying. So that a lot of the information Douglas knows he got from Michael Aquino. And he couldn't have got it from this book. It was written in a completely different fashion, but it's just weird. You've got two different minds, but they're saying the exact same things, presenting the same information. But we know a lot of the stuff that Aquino says is inverted. A lot of the things he lies about. And the other thing was, I wanted to mention also, is there's this other guy. I don't know if anyone's seen this video, but it was a guy talking about Michael Aquino. When he was on Oprah Winfrey. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
the Oprah Winfrey show.
Yeah,
and there's this guy who's doing a talk about Douglas, and he says that Douglas claims that this guy Michael Aquino was there when this guy was talking about the murder ritual, when he was at this altar and he was being stabbed, and I was like, that's not what Douglas said. Douglas was saying that when you look at in that video, and he actually puts the link to that actual video of the Oprah Winfrey show with Michael Aquino present on stage with Lilith. Yeah. And you can see Michael Aquino utter the words in reading, when they mime the words, when they dub it, that sort of, you can hear him say the words, I killed him. You can read lip him what he's saying, I killed him. And he's not saying that he killed him. He's saying that the guy who's talking had killed him. Yes. And that is what Douglas said. And this guy's distorting what Douglas is saying. He's just basically and this is what these people do. Yeah. If you actually listen to what Douglas has ever said.
Who is this freak? Who is this freak?
Oh, no idea. I have no idea. But what I do is when I click on Douglas Dietrich on YouTube on the search engine, you can filter it so it's the recently published, so you can see all the latest transmissions. But then like this one guy, I don't know if it's still up there. He probably deleted it. But yeah, I saw this, and I didn't know whether to bring it to your attention, but I saw this. I only skimmed through it. I didn't watch the whole thing because it went on for a while. It's a long video, but this one bit I was like, that's not what Douglas said.
So this guy must be another
ridiculous
Edomite that I've never even heard of. Wow.
Yeah. But obviously your name is getting about, so more and more people will come across you, and then they'll write their reviews or say their reviews on YouTube. Right. But it's just like how people just like they take what you say and they distort it in simple ways like that. And there was another thing I wanted to bring up. It was in my head just a second ago. Right.
And by the way, all that shit is so sinister, and it implies a kind of, here's the horrible part of it, really. If I were to constantly try and correct these people, of course, it's crazy making. You cannot, address this, but that's their whole intent is to just put shit. It's like Steve Bannon said, just flood the zone with shit. I mean, that's all these people are doing. They're flooding the zone with shit. And, at least they're promoting my name. But, they're constantly trying to do so in a negative. But since nobody's heard me in the first place, it shows you the insanity of their position. So that's that's the madness, is that so they're trying to pre-program people. So the idea is to pre-program the masses that the moment you run across Douglas Dietrich, you're going to be pre-programmed to think of him as immediately as a liar spewing falsehoods. But the horror of it is that all of these people, you just look at the quality of these people, and was there a particular madness about this person, something that stood out about him that
absolutely, Douglas. Sorry, the motorbike just went past me. Got
the
door open. And obviously, this guy was an old. I was going to call him a gentleman then, but he's not a gentleman. He was just an older guy.
Fart.
Yeah. You can tell, like, he was just, oh my God, it's just like when you explain something to someone who is older and they just don't understand a word you're saying. This guy was just completely he was just completely distorting everything you said. He just interprets it in a different way.
Well, he must be doing that on purpose. He must be doing that malevolently, is what I would assume.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah. And anything else? Sorry, you said there was other things you remembered.
Yeah. Oh, it was just other things. I was just bringing up examples. It's just, and like you said, we can go on for hours about, we can refute everything these people are claiming. Right. We can put things to right, and and just like put the right out there about everything they're saying, instead of like oh my God, it's mad. It's just madness. So the stuff that they can.
Yeah. So the important thing for the listeners to understand is that everything you hear about me from so many of these sources, the moment it sounds negative, understand it's almost certainly a lie. These people who are saying negative things about me and saying, Douglas says this, but it's this. The moment somebody's coming up with you with that, it's almost guaranteed they're lying. You'll have to follow up. Whenever somebody is claiming I'm saying something, it's on you to do your due diligence and track down whatever it was I said, and you'll find out it's almost never what they're saying. And if it is, they're taking it out of context, or they're twisting it or perverting it. It's these guys are deliberately warping so that the information doesn't get out at all. But by all means, like you said, we could be doing this all day, but honestly, whatever comes to mind, you're free to bring it up. Otherwise, what I'll do is, go. Otherwise I can close off, the last few hours by talking about, say, for instance, my biological father, which, by the way, I don't know, this is something that I forgot. Was it you? I think it was Sammy Romero. Was it Justin White? I think it was Justin White brought up the fact that these guys speak Justin exactly. Yeah. He brought up these guys basically use my terms. They basically have no ability to express themselves. It's like he said they were all saying, Douglas Dietrich says Adolf Hitler's his biological father. And he says, yeah, they're talking just like Douglas Dietrich. And how come they just don't say, hey, Douglas Dietrich says Adolf Hitler's his father? Because normal people would just say that. Yeah, obviously, I'm the one who usually tries to qualify everything because I'm real exact like that. But when it comes to these guys saying that, Justin White said it sounded so stupid because, of course, if they just said father, nobody would assume I was like his adopted son or his stepson. They would assume they meant biological. Yeah, but anyhow.
I've noticed that too. They literally repeat what you say. And they distort it to the opposite, so it's contrary to what they're saying. Yeah, it's just crazy. It really is. I can see right through it, and I saw right through that Dickie Cole from the beginning. That's why I was having that exchange with him on those YouTube videos underneath, just saying, well, yeah, come on, I can verify everything Douglas says is true. So how can you call him a liar when I can verify it to be true? So you're basically, it doesn't make any sense. You're calling me a liar now because I can prove it to be true, but I have the evidence to back it up.
Yes.
And it's just like, it's out there. The information is out there. People just need to know they're looking in the right direction and stop listening to these people.
Yes.
And it's just like Douglas says, there's a reason behind the madness, and you can, if they're saying something negative in the first place, you know not to listen.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's actually draining. It's energy draining.
Yes, it is. It is.
It really is.
Yeah.
So why do people want to have this feeling all the time? Listen to these people, because it's just like, that's why I switch off, and that's why I don't remember the guy who did this video, because it's just like, I haven't got the energy to consume it. There's no point.
They're mosquitoes. They're mosquitoes.
Yeah.
They're just sucking. They're sucking you dry. And that's like, and they spend all day doing this to each other. So this is like, I guess this is their high, is this depressant high. You know, it's like, Jameson Reese drinking all this cough syrup. They're on this. By the way, buenas noches a todos. Veronica Barrera and the lovely Senora is in the chat. She retracted both her messages. But hey, honey, I see that you're there, and happy that you are. Been missing you. And with that, our man George Knight and I will go back to speak a little bit about whatever else comes to our mind. I think that we've pretty much covered this and identified this as just something that so honestly, people, if you try to listen to other people and you know that they're just detracting Douglas Dietrich, understand this. There's nothing that you're going to hear that is uplifting or helps you in any way that makes your life any better. There's it's just, you're going to be just depressing yourself, and it's some kind of, they're draining you. They're basically draining you in an occult sense, and these are leeches. They're just leeches.
Yeah, parasites.
Yes, parasites. I mean, leeches can fulfill a noble function. They can be used...
that's it. They're draining you. They're draining you.
Yes.
Thank you.
But in the most negative sense, they're taking all your vital essence, and they just leave you feeling sick. You know what? Who said that? It was what's her name? Excuse me. It was Viviana Sanchez, of course. God bless her, my angel. She said that the moment that she was getting communications from these people, she just senses this energy that's just really just sickening. She says just really revolting, ugly energy. And when you heard Justin, when he said that Salman called him up and he was like saying, okay, he was willing to hear what Salman had to say, and Salman just basically he said he really had nothing to say. Hey, be careful of Douglas Dietrich. He's got the silver tongue, and I always thought that's quite complimentary. I mean,
it's a compliment. I was gonna say that.
Yeah. And the way they keep saying that I seduced them is quite sexual. I mean, Douglas seduced me. This is Jameson Reese and, Salman Sheikh both said that. I was seduced. Exactly. I mean, really, when did I strip in front of either one of these people? When did I sashay past them in such a way that they got a whiff of my perfume? I mean, really?
Yeah, exactly. And you got one breath. The first claim was, they were caught under your spell. It was, they were caught under your spell. They were drawn into your spell. And then Jameson confesses on that latest one, saying that, I just wanted to get information out of Douglas. That's why I reached out to him. What? And it was like with Salman Sheikh. And just like what Justin White was saying earlier on about, exactly what he was saying. Sorry, there's just a guy pulled up in front of me, Douglas, so I had to, just stop then. But basically, the what Justin White was saying, that Salman was, he couldn't praise you enough, and he was introducing you on his own show, interviewing you, calling you Douglas Dietrich, referring to you, this is Douglas Dietrich. You know,
our Vulcan intervention. He would say our Vulcan intervention. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, he was praising you. He was, you know, just really promoting you in every single way he could. Yeah. And then he does all this. It doesn't make any sense. And like you said before, if it could have been, he could have departed on civil terms. Yeah. It could have been civilly, and you know, to wish him all the best, him and Jameson, wherever they, you know, but they chose not. They chose not to. They chose to, you know, create videos on a daily basis. Yeah. You know, it was literally like that. Every single day they were publishing a video. Yeah. Oh, it's just.
And now they'll be doing that via the Gurn radio network, and so this is like their this is their future, and like I said, so it's just a nonstop promotional, and beyond that, I think we've pretty much covered that, and I think
we have. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you did wonderfully. You did wonderfully,
no,
and
did
again,
well. Thank you very much.
So people understand this. This had to be covered from a number of angles, and I think that. Tonight's episode was the last exhaustive kind of exposition on this, and really it couldn't have been done better. A series of gentlemen from Justin White to Sammy Romero to George Knight, and of course the incomparable Viviana Sanchez, and this essentially puts it on a perspective where, well, people now have a choice, and this is like the lines are being drawn, and it was like St. Thomas of Aquino, who Aquinas, excuse me. Oh my God, St. Thomas of Aquinas, St. Thomas Aquinas wrote the two cities, Babylon and Jerusalem. There's a choice between the two, which then got essentially mirrored in Tolkien's book. The work was essentially a tale of two cities. I think one of them, Mordor was one, and I can't remember what the other one was. Gondor and Mordor reflected that. And then, of course, you had Stephen King do the American version, which was basically The Stand, and it was Boulder, Colorado, and Las Vegas as the. But basically, this is a tale of two cities, and you have a choice between one or the other, and you have to ask yourself, just like why would anyone live in Mordor, which is just basically a wasteland? Why would anyone live in any kind of that's a Sartrean hell. If you take a look at these parasites, Justin called it a circle jerk, but these people are like just sucking each other dry. It's disgusting, and they may be glad handing each other in their mutual hatred of myself, but it just goes to show how little they are. But okay, that being said, and we've drawn our conclusions, and people have their warning, and you might say, "Oh, I want neither city," but that's almost like I don't know if that choice is available. It's like Brendan Zoget said he was a free agent, but in the end he had to choose a side. So it is what it is. Christ said, "If thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. Be thee either hot or cold." So my dear George Knight, I love you dearly. So glad everything is going so well with your family. I won't ask about them on air because obviously we want to maintain some semblance of privacy for them. They certainly deserve that. But when it comes to how long did it take after your COVID before you got your taste back or your smell back, or did that ever really go away?
Oh, it took weeks, Douglas. If people tell you they go back, I guess everyone's different, but it took several weeks. Oh it lingered for ages. I've only just recently, in the last few weeks, felt a lot better, got my energy back, so I don't have the fatigue and lethargicness. I can literally just I can carry on throughout the day without having to have a rest. So I've got my health back. Wow. I'm feeling healthy and good. I've got it. Yeah, thankfully.
By the way, that's another thing to note about the gang stalkers, how unhealthy all of them are. Is that not the case?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like I said, when I brought up about Salmon with his partial reps, his dick up.
His dick ups, yes.
These were, and I remember seeing them on Facebook all the time. He was uploading these almost daily,
every day.
His day.
Every day, along with his fucking ice cream, mandatory ice cream bake, his bucket of ice cream every day. That guy's going to be under the knife. I just can't wait till he gets his quadruple bypass and his pig heart and shit.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. And I was just like, what's this guy doing? I wanted to say to him, because this is that time, when I was like, he was, I had, I had good feelings about him, back then. And it's hard to think like that now. I can't really think like that anymore. I don't feel anything for this man. It's just, all I could do. Oh, Douglas, I don't have to go for a second. I'll come back on in a sec. 2 seconds. Beg your pardon.
Take your time. So, in the meantime, of course, definitely, Salman Sheikh was, he's a fucking work of art, but it's based on being spoiled rotten. The guy has just too much time. Oh, our lovely Viviana's picture is showing up. Hey, honey, you there? I was just wondering. She might be asleep, and that's fine by me. And she's her picture's showing up because I guess our man dropped off. Oh, what happened was his call may have dropped. And if his call dropped, then basically I go into monologue. He seems to still be there. Okay, so I guess because he stopped talking for long enough, then her photograph came back on. Why am I narrowing? I feel like, oh God, who is that? Stephen Attenborough. Oh, he did drop. That's why her photograph came back up. So his call dropped, and I'm sure he's well. And he's definitely the man. And I'll make certain to acknowledge that after tonight is over, which it'll be before we know it, because we've got basically an hour and a half left. That's plenty of time, so I can go back to talking a bit about what I was talking about, or I could begin to talk a little bit about, say, for instance, what everybody was obsessed by, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and kind of give people some insight into that. We'll see if I can focus my head and do him justice. But in the interim, honestly, we've just got a tour de force in deconstruction of the enemy. Everybody make certain that you take that to heart. It's something that... all right, let me breathe deeply. So, when I speak a bit about what I did about Taiwan, perhaps what I can do is kind of like when I get started in my next show, talk about that as well, or maybe kind of, go back to that topic now. But let's put it this way. When it comes to the status of island China, which is my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, in terms of that status, Washington should be worried. If our United States were to be deprived of access to my homeland and heartland's semiconductor foundries, then the United States defense and consumer electronics industries would be set back for, at the very least, 5 years. Moreover, because Communist China is investing in its own chip foundries, it could potentially become the world leader in technology for the next decade or more, if they were delivered a few miracles, which is not impossible. That's why it was encouraging to see Republicans and Democrats in the House and Senate propose 25 billion United States dollars to help America's semiconductor industry, all centered here in my golden state nation of California. But this should only be the start. There are two types of semiconductor manufacturing companies in the chip industry. Some, like Intel, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, design and make their own products in factories that they own. There are also foundries which fabricate chips designed by consumer and military customers. And my Taiwan's TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, is the largest of these in all the world. The chips that TSMC makes are found in almost everything. Smartphones, high-performance computing platforms, PCs, tablets, servers, base stations, game consoles, internet-connected devices like smart wearables, digital consumer electronics, cars, and almost every weapon system built in the 21st century. And about 60% of the chips Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp makes are for American companies. Therefore, your world floats on TSMC. In 2012, that was a long time ago, I was just really emerging as a public informant. A bipartisan committee of the U.S. House of Representatives investigated whether the Chinese company Huawei had put backdoors into its equipment that enabled it to spy on data therein. The committee found that Huawei could not or would not explain its relationship with the Chinese government and did not comply with U.S. laws, but it did not reach a conclusion as to whether such backdoors exist. Still, most observers agree that the company is not careful with security. The report recommended that no government or contractor systems include Huawei systems. Export control policy in the semiconductor sector, an industry that supplies the world's computer, smartphone, appliances, and medical equipment industry with the electronic chips, was at the forefront of Donald John Trump's techno war against Red China. In 2019, the U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security added Huawei to its entity list, effectively limiting the sale or transfer of American technology to that company, though a series of licenses have been granted to waive the restrictions in some cases. The addition of Red China's top chip makers, such as Huawei and the SMIC, the SMIC, or Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, to the U.S. Department of Commerce's entity list between 2019 and 2020 brought an abrupt stop to the two countries' technological cooperation. Beijing's response was a vow to achieve self-sufficiency in semiconductors by 2030. In June of yesteryear, the Commerce Department required overseas semiconductor firms that use American technology and equipment to apply for a license before selling to Huawei. The order was targeted at TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp., which is Huawei's main supplier of advanced chips. Without these Taiwanese microchips, the Communist Chinese Super Corporation, or state-sponsored mega company, Huawei, will be at a competitive disadvantage against Apple or Samsung in the smartphone industry, and against Cisco and others in the market for network equipment. Some analysts have pointed out that the order had potential loopholes from the start, but from that point forward, it was likely that Washington would prohibit sales to Red China of the equipment used to make chips, which comes from companies like Applied Materials, Korea's KLA Corporation, and Lam. Now, all of this is part of a semiconductor war. And export controls on U.S. semiconductor technologies into Red China didn't stop with Donald Trump. Joe Biden's inauguration came at the height of this semiconductor war. Industry players looked expectantly to his review and potential reversal of Trump's export control policy. However, Biden's behavior was that the overall direction of U.S. export control would remain the same under his presidency as under Trump's, accompanied by further measures to contain Red China's technological rise in semiconductors. Now, a quick examination of Red China's choke points in the semiconductor industry reveals why an export control policy remains essential for American strategy. Although Red China is catching up rapidly in terms of manufacturing, it still struggles to master the specialized production tools that are essential for developing high-end microchips, such as EDA, Electronic Design Automation, and SME, Semiconductor Manufacturing Equipment. As the EDA and SME sectors are currently dominated by firms in these United States and the Empire of Japan across the Pacific, as well as by the Netherlands' ASML, American policy has proven effective in leveraging this particular choke point against Red China. I'm going to bring Peter Moon on now. He's effectively brought himself on. Before you speak, Peter, I'll just let people know that there were 2 rounds of export control measures under the Trump administration in 2019 and 2020 that have prevented Red Chinese chip makers, as well as global foundries that cooperate with Red Chinese firms, from accessing U.S.-made semiconductor production equipment and software. And these blockades have seriously constrained Red China's ability to pursue technological advancement in the industry. We're going to bring on Peter Moon now, and we're going to ask him whether the chips are down or whether the chips are up in this bear market. I'm not quite sure how his portfolio is, stacked, but
I don't really have much of a portfolio to speak of. I have an IRA account that's suffered as they all have, but I don't. It's so nominal that I don't. I could give a flying rat's ass about it because my it's not enough to support me.
Understood. Oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm fine. I don't invest in Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's a good start. Yeah, to avoid that. Yes.
Yeah. So in any case, Bitcoin is half of what it got its peak, and it's actually below that, but it's still far better than the $300 it started with. But there is, stuff that's occurred to me, and just let me.
Sure, take your time.
No, I said I have to send you a private message.
Sounds good.
Just on Facebook.
Yeah.
Just a second. I gotta muster up Facebook and see if I can find it. Okay, here it is.
Oh yeah, did you see the photograph I sent you? Take a look at that. What I just sent you, the photograph of 901 of my posts go against Facebook standards on cybersecurity.
Well, it's that is what it is. But just okay.
And while Peter's tending to that, I'll burn bandwidth and.
Okay, it's this is like we talked about this before, and it occurred to me that it's not now. Mm-hmm. We'll have to go over this in private, but it's time to seriously not just consider, but to bring out what you've hidden about the Vox Maxima, the Vox Maxima.
Yeah.
And this is a point that you thought you wouldn't come to, but yes. These characters have pressed it.
Yes.
These characters have pressed it, and this is something we're going to have to talk about, and the some of the grimoire that you had said was too dangerous be released.
Yes.
And that these guys, you know, I don't even think it, well, we can talk about, I don't even think any of them knew about it.
Right.
But that, you know, Aquino's most dire plans,
Yes.
apocalyptic plans, which, you know, I mean, you never said it, but it kind of made the Boxarka seem like child's play. So, you know, we have to talk. I was even, you know, wanted to stop the transmission and just start talking about it while my mind was thinking about it. Because I woke up earlier than I wanted to. And not because of this, I don't think, but, you know, it's, you know, there's deeper threads than any of these characters. Well, I think
even
they
aware of.
kind of know. They kind of know, but they don't know.
Yeah.
So it's anyway. We'll talk about that if we can't. If you don't want to shut transmission down and talk now, that's fine. If you do, I think it's a good idea because we have a lot to talk about.
That's true. Yes, it's a hard choice. I think that
You could be on a roll for all I know talking about China, but the Japanese aspect to all of this stuff is critical too. I don't personally remember how much it fits into China. I know it does. I know it does because of the Henry Wallace stuff. But go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, certainly when.
Excuse me. This stuff is going to piss off grandson Wallace. It's going to piss him off if he even finds out about it.
Yeah, he's set off easily, and what Peter's bringing up, I'm really just gonna let him kind of guide me through right now, because I'm just when it comes to these matters, they're profound, and I just I think that honestly, it's one of those things that you know, Peter and I will of course speak a little bit after we end stream. We might end stream a little early to so that he and I can just talk about these issues. Tell me the truth. Is that what you want? I'll end.
Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah, I really do want to talk to you. I'm not. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't know if you were going to be on or off. You know, because things can go anyway. And I see. You know, I suppose I've had close to 6 hours, maybe more like 5. But you know, I'm up. And I don't really want to be up. I want to go back to sleep. But you know, I felt that I had to, you know, bring up these matters, especially while they're fertile in my mind.
Good, sounds good. And, so maybe we'll end stream early today. I want everyone to know I won't be gone that long. I know certainly my gang stalkers will miss me more than anyone else. But all of you normal people out there who do enjoy me and whom I keep company through the night.
This stuff it's especially dangerous for them to hear it. Not you know, it's dangerous. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want everyone to know the people who support myself, we love you. And we're going to, you know, bear yourselves in mind. And, you know, of course, I'll be enjoying myself and decompressing. But when I come back, we should be raring to go. And it'll be a different kind of show. We've been spending a lot of time addressing these people, but they brought us to this point. Peter and I will talk about this. And in the meantime, we'll end the show early today. If Viviana's awake, I love you, honey. Let us know if you're there. And then what I'm going to do is, you know, otherwise, Peter and I will talk. And if she happens to wake up while we're talking, that's cool. She is a decent person. She'll let us know that she's, you know, reanimated. So what I'll do is I'll say good night to everyone for now. Wish everyone a happy Father's Day weekend. Don't forget it's Juneteenth. And that may be made a national holiday at some point soon. So, you know, get ready to celebrate. And yeah, that's what a lot of the fireworks are about, technically. Of course, it's just people who want an excuse to blow fireworks. But, you know, technically they're set off for Juneteenth as well as the 4th of July. So, you know, people have got new excuses for controlled destruction. I'm going to go to live stream now and shut down. And, Troy Bellamy says, please try to refrain from using the N-word Motalk. Oh, okay. He's talking to Montauk Madness. All right, that's Rocco Fowler. Thank you, Troy Bellamy. I will, just basically, the show's over for right now, but he has, he has his own issues, and let's take a look at it this way. I will talk to Viviana Sanchez. We'll keep an eye on him, and hopefully he behaves himself. Otherwise, I'll hide him. and if you want me to, Troy, I'll do that now. I think that's important. By the way, hello to Troy, hugs, and let's take a look. I'll just hide Rocco Fowler. I mean, he's not exactly the most positive contributor, and so that takes care of him. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Troy Bellamy. My love to everyone who has supported us throughout the show, and many of you continue to do so. And to all the ladies and to all the men, hugs. Enjoy yourselves. And by God, we laid it all on the line tonight. The lines are being drawn, and Peter Moon and I will talk about where those lines have brought us. I'm going to end stream now. And do join us on Wednesday of next week. And we'll get back into the rhythm. And maybe, we'll see what happens at that time with whether or not I'm even still on Facebook, which, like I said, is just kind of like, really. Honestly, it may be just more convenient to just edge out of it and less work. So with that, ending stream. And end stream here. And this